Lily Rahel? He is quite a gentle soul. Snape indeed. He possesses a generous spirit. James Rahel? Alas, he may be a bit slow, but he could make for a good friend. Lupin, in some respects he bears a striking resemblance to me. Sirius. Perhaps he would be willing to take me in for a while. Peter. There are certain qualities about him that I find enviable. Chapter 1. When misfortune befalls a person. A young boy sat upon a verdant meadow, his long pale golden hair cascading down, delicate features framed by an aloof expression. Sunlight filtered through the dappled shadows of the trees above, casting fleeting patterns of light and shadow upon him. The train is approaching its destination. Next stop Corkworth. As the announcement echoed from outside, Rahel gradually reclined back onto the grass. 17 minutes and 52 seconds. Beside him a golden-hued unicorn foal frolicked playfully, while not far away, a soft chirrup resonated, accompanied by a speckled blue bird perched nearby. A horse-like water creature emerged from the lake, its small ebony eyes silently observing the boy's every movement. You hopeless imbecile, lying on the ground as if you're waiting to be fed for free? A creature resembling an oversized ferret scuttled past Rahel with a series of soft thuds. 10 minutes and 25 seconds. A Jack Russell Terrier, its tail bifurcated, nudged the boy's shoulder, while a creature covered in dark fur resembling a mole sniffed around him, eventually uncovering a golden coin which sent it into a frenzy of excitement, its nostrils flaring wider. Rahel remained motionless on the ground, allowing the sniffing creature to carry off the galleon. 3 minutes and 5 seconds. A pristine adult unicorn, radiating an aura of purity, took away the unicorn foal, while the ferret-like creature passed by once more, and the terrier ceased its nudging instead, chasing its own tail in circles. 3, 2, 1, click. A resounding sound of a clasp echoed above Rahel's head as a handsome face loomed from the ceiling of the small abode. Hello, son. How are you? Rahel stood up, brushing off the grass clippings from his hair and clothes, before turning to re-enter the house. Quite well, actually. I have not been devoured by a Grindylow, nor tricked into the water by a horse-like creature. The handsome face broke into an awkward smile as he reached out to pull him closer. Rahel, bracing himself against the edge of a trunk, struggled to extricate himself, gripping the creature, tugging at his clothing and tossing it back into the trunk promptly, slamming it shut. Aha! Well done, my son. The owner of the handsome visage bore the same pale golden hair as Rahel, yet unlike Rahel's cool demeanor, his smile radiated warmth akin to the sun. Dad, have we truly become so impoverished that we cannot even afford a child's ticket? Rahel gazed helplessly at the man, unable to fathom how the patriarch of the Fanfic family would confine his child within a suitcase for the sake of a few muggle notes. It's not that I suddenly realized we were short on funds. Ethel awkwardly scratched his handsome face, attempting to divert Rahel's attention with another topic. Have you noticed anything different? Different. Certainly it was the surrounding environment that had changed at that moment. They stood in a living room bathed in soft hues, bright and tidy. Gazing out the window, one could readily see a broad, flat lawn and a playground, where two girls laughed and played on the swings. Is this the new house you purchased? Rahel approached the balcony, observing a large chimney in the distance billowing thick black smoke. It was evidently an industrial town. Ethel beamed with pride. What do you think? Isn't it rather cozy? Living here away from the wizarding world is far better than staying at the Fanfic ancestral home, don't you think? Rahel's gaze lingered outside, watching as one girl allowed herself to swing high, releasing her grip at the pinnacle of her ascent. Strangely, she did not plummet quickly but descended gently to the ground. Dad, did you conduct any research before buying this house? His gray eyes shifted towards the man who was surreptitiously stuffing candy into his mouth. Caught in the act, Ethel brazenly displayed a lollipop in his mouth, mumbling, "Not at all. Why? Is there something wrong?" Rahel frowned and approached, rummaging through his father's jacket pocket, extracting a handful of candies, including but not limited to fizzing honey sweets, Bertie Bott's every flavor, beans, pepper imps and licorice wands. The girl swinging outside is a little witch. Ignoring Ethel's reproachful gaze, he confiscated all of Ethel's candy and replied, "A little witch? Were there other wizarding families nearby? In that case, should we pay a visit as new neighbors?" The unfazed father clenched his right fist against his left palm. "What gift should we bring?" Ethel's gaze involuntarily fell upon the bag of candies in Rahel's hand. Thus, on a bright morning, Ethel stood at the doorstep of their neighbor's house, clutching a bag of Honeyduke's candies and a box of sweet, soft little cakes, with a still aloof Rahel behind him. Ding dong. Today, the Evans couple happened to be home, and Mrs. Evans rose to answer the door with a beaming smile. The handsome man presented the candies and cakes. "Good day, we are the Fanfic family, recently moved in across the street, and we are now neighbors. Please accept these small tokens of our introduction." "Good day, ma'am." Rahel slightly bowed behind him. Mrs. Evans accepted the offerings with surprise. "It's a pleasure to meet you. Would you like to come in for a while?" Suddenly remembering something, she added, "I just baked some cookies. Let me bring some for you." Please come in, she returned with coffee and milk, then headed back to the kitchen. Ethel and Rahel exchanged a glance. Wow, it seems they have stumbled upon a warm household. The hosts are quite hospitable. The two entered the house feeling a bit reserved, noting that the decor was even cozier than their own home. Mr. Evans greeted them warmly as well, and Ethel stepped forward to shake his hand. Two girls descended the stairs one after the other. Lily, you shouldn't do that. It's really quite strange. One girl admonished the one in front. Mom said you weren't allowed to. The girl with deep red hair and bright green eyes smiled back at her. I'm fine, Penny. I know I won't get hurt. The girls quickly spotted the two gentlemen engaged in lively conversation on the sofa, and the boy sitting idly. Ethel waved cheerfully at them. Rahel, however, merely forced a smile, already regretting accompanying Ethel. Social anxiety, social dread, social awkwardness, he wished to avoid them all. Rahel, I truly regret this, I really do. Lily curiously widened her eyes at them, while Penny regarded them with some wariness. Just then Mrs. Evans emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate. I apologize for the wait. These are freshly baked cookies. Her face was adorned with a warm smile, as she placed the cookies right in front of Rahel. Mr. Evans chuckled as he wrapped an arm around her. I'm Lily Evans, and this is my sister Penny. And you? Rahel turned to find himself gazing into a pair of lake-like green eyes, the owner of which was grinning at him, while the girl behind her regarded him with an inquisitive expression. I am Rahel Shafiq. Pleased to meet you. Rahel replied, pursing his lips. Chapter 2. The boy who appeared suddenly. Shall I call you Rahel? Lily softly addressed the boy sitting across from her on the sofa. Sensing her kindness, Rahel nodded in acknowledgement. Why don't we head to the playground outside? Penny suggested. The adults can chat while we play. After bidding farewell to the three adults, the trio of children ventured out toward the playground. Would you like to swing, Rahel? Lily inquired enthusiastically, aware of the boy's shyness. Perhaps he was merely bashful? Penny suddenly interjected. Lily, you must not behave like you did the past 2 days, or Mother will be quite upset. She cast a warning glance at Lily. What do you mean? Rahel's gray eyes darted between the two sisters. Like soaring through the air? At this, Lily's demeanor brightened. Rahel, would you like to see my talent? Without waiting for his response, she darted to the swings, and Rahel watched her intently. As the swing soared higher with each sway, Lily's laughter rang out, vibrant and joyous. At the apex, she released her hold, momentarily suspended in the air before gracefully descending. Penny was exasperated. Lily, she exclaimed, her gaze shifting anxiously to Rahel, as if she anticipated hearing the word monster from him at any moment. Rahel nodded, acknowledging her display of magical prowess. Oh. Are you the only one in your family who possesses such abilities? He gazed earnestly at the girl with the deep red hair, hoping for a confirming reply. He wished fervently that they were not in a neighborhood rife with wizards and muggles. If there were too many wizards, he and his father might have to consider relocating. Penny furrowed her brow at his words. Magical control? What does that mean? Do you possess these abilities as well? Her voice escalated slightly towards the end. Lily's excitement bubbled over. Rahel, is that true? It appeared she was the only one. Rahel exhaled in relief. Yes. Perhaps you would like to hear me introduce you to our kind? He extended his hand. Rahel, taking the first step to conquer his social anxiety, thought to himself. From this moment onward, Lily, ignore him. We must return home. Penny urged, grasping Lily's hand in a bid to lead her away. Rahel continued to smile, hand outstretched. What if he wanted to go home too? What was the matter with this sister? After a moment of hesitation, Lily took Rahel's hand. Penny, you can go back first. I would like to converse with Rahel. This was the first time she had defied Penny's wishes. Fuming, Penny turned to leave, almost running back to the house. However, she paused, hesitating for a moment before quietly circling back from behind the bushes. Rahel led Lily to a sprawling tree, where they settled beneath its lush branches. Are you saying that our kind is referred to as wizards? Lily inquired, hugging her knees as she sat beside Rahel, tilting her head to gaze at him. Her crimson locks framed her face, and her emerald eyes were fixed on the boy beside her. It was undeniable. Her new friend was quite handsome and exceedingly gentle, patiently answering her every question. Rahel reached out to touch the sunlight filtering through the leaves, the dappled light reflecting off his delicate features, making him appear ethereal. Indeed, at the age of 11, he would soon be attending Hogwarts. Lily's eyes sparkled with longing. What would such a specialized school of magic be like? She had heard that the sorting ceremony was quite terrifying. Rahel frowned slightly as he recalled his father's words. One must drink an entire barrel of vinegar. If one remained expressionless, they would be placed in Gryffindor. If they grimaced, they would go to Ravenclaw. Those who could not finish would be sorted into Slytherin. And those who steadfastly refused would belong to Hufflepuff. Lily's mouth fell open in astonishment, her eyes wide. So, are we supposed to practice drinking vinegar from now on? Impossible. Rahel replied. My mother said you must be able to identify 30 different potions before the sorting. A foreign voice suddenly emerged, startling Lily into a standing position. Who are you? She demanded, frowning at the source of the voice. You're quite frightening. Rahel pressed his lips together. Surprised to find another like him, perhaps a half-blood or someone in a similar predicament. He slowly sat up and turned towards the voice. Thin was Rahel's first impression of the newcomer. He wore short, ragged jeans and an oversized, tattered jacket, beneath which was a shirt resembling maternity wear. Compared to the elegantly dressed Rahel and Lily, this boy appeared disheveled and unkempt. You've been eavesdropping on our conversation, Rahel stated calmly. His gray eyes fixed on the boy. The boy blushed, his cheeks turning crimson, and his greasy hair looked even more unkempt under the sunlight. He stammered, struggling to articulate a response. Lily instinctively moved closer to Rahel, finding more comfort in him than in the sudden appearance of this boy. As Lily clutched his sleeve, Rahel bit his lip. In fact, I believe those assertions are incorrect. The boy and Lily both turned in surprise to Rahel. However, no one was willing to voice their thoughts, leaving the specifics shrouded in uncertainty. Rahel, adopting an air of maturity, extended his free hand. Hello, I am Rahel Shafiq. And you? Severus Snape. Snape extended his bony hand, their grasp fleeting. It seemed this surname was not found among pureblood families. Rahel understood instantly, his alarm subsiding. Seeing this, Lily reluctantly introduced herself as well. Snape gazed enviously at the boy who seemed destined to bask in sunlight, while he remained shrouded in darkness, his heart yearning for light. Just as Snape opened his mouth to speak further, a loud call from afar interrupted them. Rahel frowned. I'm sorry, I must return home. He gestured to Lily with his eyes, asking if she would like to accompany him. Lily nodded, leaving Snape to watch them depart, filled with both longing and disappointment. After a moment, he slowly turned and made his way back along the river, returning to the dark home in Spinner's End. After bidding Lily farewell in the corridor, Rahel followed Easel back to their new home. Upon her return, Lily found Penny waiting anxiously in the living room. What did you two talk about? She inquired, feigning ignorance. The small plate of cookies on the table held only a few remnants. Lily picked up a bear-shaped cookie and took a bite. I'm so happy. There are many like me, and they call themselves wizards. Plus, there's a special school for magic. She furrowed her brow slightly. Penny, do you know which family Snape belongs to? Her sister grasped her hand. He lives in the house by the river in Spinner's End. Why do you ask? Did you meet him? Penny's tone was laced with concern, indicating that it was clearly not a good place. Lily hesitated before saying, I met a boy who overheard Rahel and me talking. He is just like us. Penny turned her head away, no longer looking at her, though a hint of melancholy lingered in her eyes. Chapter 3. The Enigmatic Suitcase. Welcome home, Master Rahel. A soft voice greeted as Rahel stepped through the door. Rahel smiled. Good afternoon, Lucy. The bashful house elf, with ears resembling large fans, exclaimed, Lucy has prepared your favorite syrup pie. Master will surely love it. S'il plaît? Rahel's eyes sparkled as he hurried to the dining table. There, the golden, flaky pastry glistened, oozing delicious syrup as it was cut, cascading onto the pristine plate below. Is there another half? Easel, with his mouth full, looked up. Son, you're back. Upon noticing Rahel's gaze fixed on the crumbs at the edge of his mouth, Easel chuckled sheepishly. Oh dear, it was just too delicious. I couldn't resist having a piece. Lucy had some too, Rahel remarked, ignoring Easel, who lounged contentedly in his chair. He cut a slice of the pie and offered it to Lucy, who blinked back tears of gratitude. The little elf was about to blow her nose into her handkerchief when Rahel gently placed his hand over hers. Lucy, could you please turn around? Rahel cautiously cradled the plate filled with syrup pies against her chest, her vigilant gaze fixed upon Lucy. The house's house elf was quite amiable, albeit a tad sentimental. She couldn't help but wonder how the house elves of others fared. After finishing their lunch, Ethel drew all the curtains in the living room, and the father and son crept stealthily into the suitcase. As a devoted admirer of Mr. Scamander, Ethel had acquired an identical suitcase upon his graduation, spending a considerable sum to ensure its legal existence. As for its contents, the Ministry of Magic had no jurisdiction over that. Dad, what are we doing today? Rahel inquired, a sense of unease creeping into his heart as he followed Ethel deeper into the woods. Over the years, Ethel had brought back numerous magical creatures, most of which were of the less dangerous Tier 3 or below. However, Ethel's demeanor this time was not as light-hearted and jovial as usual. It seemed they were about to encounter something truly formidable. Without uttering a word, Ethel unsheathed his wand, adopting a defensive stance, and gestured soothingly, prompting their footsteps to slow considerably. Ethel quietly crouched down, parting the foliage before them, while Rahel cautiously peered over his shoulder. The sight that greeted him was astonishing. Deep within the thicket lay a leopard the size of a large dog, most notably adorned with a collar of spines around its neck, which were now obediently retracted, rising and falling gently with each breath the creature took. Rahel had only ever seen such a creature in a bestiary. This was classified as a level 5 dangerous creature by the Ministry of Magic. He could scarcely fathom that just days prior, he had shared the same space as it. "Dad, aren't you worried it might kill me?" Rahel whispered incredulously. "It cannot escape. In a few days, your mother will come to retrieve it. She is currently in danger as someone has set their sights on this cub, so for now it must be kept here." "A cub?" Rahel's pupils dilated in shock. "You have been deceiving me, claiming she was studying dragons in Romania. This creature is even more perilous than a dragon." Perhaps his voice had risen too high, for the venomous leopard emitted a low grunt, turning its body toward the direction of the two, its eyelids slightly lifting to reveal a narrow slit, which from Rahel's vantage point, appeared as though it was fixating on them. Ethel clicked his tongue. "You needn't toss bodies into the lake anymore. Just come feed this cub." "Dad, am I adopted? Are you jesting?" Rahel questioned, digging into his ear, doubting his own hearing. This cub could easily devour him whole. This was no conventional gift. "It's quite simple really. Just be sure to stand back when you throw the food. Don't get pulled in. As that area is one way, you can enter but not exit." Ethel shrugged, as if he had merely made a rather dull joke. Rahel shuddered violently. "Wait. What do I need to throw to it?" "Chickens, piglets, lambs. Anything will do, it's not picky." As they retraced their steps, a few tree-guarding gnomes attempted to leap onto Rahel, but he deftly evaded them. "Dad, dear father, you are my true father, right? You wouldn't be so cruel to me, would you? I believe in you, my son. You are among the most beloved by magical creatures I have ever encountered. And you possess a remarkable charm," Ethel replied, shaking his head. "You must have faith in yourself and treat them kindly. In fact, I believe your only flaw is your lack of patience with these beings. See, they like you, don't they?" Ethel pointed to the persistent gnomes pursuing Rahel's footsteps. "Are you certain they don't wish to gouge my eyes out?" Rahel raised an eyebrow. Although he adhered to the principle of non-aggression, these creatures did not seem to understand, and Rahel only wished to maintain a respectful distance from them. "Please, Rahel," Ethel halted, turning to regard him earnestly. "This is your gift, a unique talent that belongs solely to you. You can effortlessly gain their trust and receive their assistance. Such an ability is something your mother and I have longed for." Rahel bit his lip. "Well, only with certain creatures, all right? I shall strive not to squander this remarkable gift." Rahel was puzzled as to why magical creatures seemed to take such a liking to him. Was it some sort of ancestral trait? He was the first to enter the small cabin, climbing out through the wooden ladder. By now, it was 3:18 in the afternoon, and Lucy was pacing anxiously in the living room. Zing-zong, zing-zong. What to do, what to do? Lucy cannot answer the door. What if Ethel and Rahel are exposed? Rahel. Ethel, you are finally out. Upon seeing the two emerge from the suitcase, tears nearly spilled from Lucy's large eyes. "Hide, Lucy." As the ringing ceased, Rahel noticed Ethel had already locked the suitcase, and he hurried to open the door. "Lily?" It was Lily, who had been planning to visit the amusement park with Penny. Lily turned in surprise. "Rahel, I thought you had gone out. Would you like to go to the amusement park? I've learned a new trick." "Huh. But we just went this morning." Rahel raked his fingers through his tangled golden hair. "Wait a moment." He turned to grab a book, stepping outside with Lily under Ethel's warm gaze. Lily bounced ahead, while Penny trailed behind, sulking. The three of them made their way through the bushes toward the large tree where they had spent the morning. Still clad in oversized clothing and short pants, Severus Snape, the boy from Spinner's End, awaited them beneath the tree. Chapter 4. What is a father? Snape, who had been scuffing his feet on the ground, looked up, his eyes brightening upon their arrival. "Hello." He had been concerned they wouldn't emerge to play in the afternoon, but fortune seemed to favor him today. Rahel tucked a copy of Standard Spells Level 1 under his arm, and settled against the tree trunk. Lily followed suit. Leaning in to peer at the words on the page, "Levitation Charm," she murmured, waving her wand with a flick and a shake. "Dad's old textbook," Rahel remarked, glancing up when he noticed the other two still standing awkwardly. "Aren't you going to sit?" Snape hesitated before finally sitting beside Rahel, leaving Penny with no choice but to take a seat next to Lily. "Rahel, may I call you that?" Snape asked cautiously. Earlier that morning, he had discreetly inquired with his mother, who informed him that the Shafik family was one of the 28 pure-blood families, and befriending them would pose no harm. He could not fathom why they had moved to the Muggle world instead of remaining in their ancestral home. Rahel nodded, of course. Penny gazed longingly at the book in Rahel's hands. What does it say? Is it a method for learning these spells? Snape cast a disdainful glance her way. You're a Muggle. Muggles cannot learn this. Penny's face flushed crimson. She was unaware of the meaning of Muggle, but Snape's tone suggested it was not a compliment. Feeling insulted, she contemplated pulling Lily up to depart, but Rahel furrowed his brow. Severus, do you believe wizards are superior? Snape was taken aback. Don't you? His mother, a witch, had endured the bullying of her Muggle father, which seemed utterly absurd to him. After all, it was merely a spell or a potion, wasn't he it? Penny halted her movements, while Lily watched the two with wide, curious eyes, intrigued by their contrasting attitudes. Whether wizard or Muggle, existence itself is justified. The Fanfic family maintained a neutral stance on bloodline issues, neither siding with Voldemort nor Dumbledore, making them a target for both factions' attempts at persuasion. This was also the reason Ethel had relocated with Rahel. Snape appeared somewhat dissatisfied, yet ultimately remained silent. They gathered quietly around Rahel, observing the book resting on his lap, occasionally engaging in hushed discussions. Is that your father? Rahel looked up to find. In the near distance, a disheveled and inebriated man staggered toward them, muttering, "Where is that little brat? That wretched woman? Does she dare to evade the wizard? Yet she lacks the courage to retaliate." The man bore a striking resemblance to the boys beside them. Rahel instantly recognized the profound connection between him and Severus. His lips curled in a snarl, his face a mask of loathing and contempt. Severus, visibly unsettled, gripped his bony knees with trembling hands. Ah yes. He lowered his head and shrank back, attempting to blend into the crowd, but it was a futile endeavor. Despite his Muggle father's drunken state rendering him disoriented, he recognized Severus at once, for his son stood out starkly among that group of children. Tobias seethed with resentment, pondering why fate had bound him to a witch. Would he have avoided bankruptcy had he not married her? Surely, it was the witch who had brought about his misfortune. That sorceress had deceived him, and his children bore the taint of cursed blood, destined to languish forever in this filthy alley of spiders' tails. Severus, Tobias sneered, come home with me. You know you don't belong here. You're so conspicuous, it's almost pitiable. The boy abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes aflame with a hatred that sent chills down one's spine. He said nothing, merely fixing a fierce stare upon the man who bore a slight resemblance to him. Rahel closed the book, glancing left to see the girls huddled in fear. Penny had heard tales of the Alley of Spiders' Tails, a den of ill repute where the inhabitants were of questionable character. Today, witnessing it firsthand, the tales proved true. Who knew what reckless actions might ensue in such an agitated state? Lily, we should leave, she whispered, tugging at her sister's arm. As the elder sister, she bore the responsibility of ensuring both her and her sister's safety. Yet, Severus, Lily gazed anxiously at the two boys. Penny is right, Lily. You both ought to return home. I, too, intend to head back, Rahel declared as he rose and dusted off his trousers. Lily looked conflicted, glancing between Rahel and the silent Severus seated on the ground, before reluctantly following her sister toward home. Tobias watched the scene with a sense of vindictive satisfaction. Look at that. How could a child who brought misfortune deserve friendship? Severus, the Alley of Spiders' Tails is your true home. You belong in the mire, sinking ever deeper, just like me. Mr. Snape, Rahel's voice interrupted Tobias's dark musings. Would you mind if Severus took a brief leave? I wish to invite my new friend to my home. The elegantly dressed young gentleman stood beneath the shade of a tree, his soft, golden locks cascading down the sides of his face, adding an air of nobility that made Tobias feel inadequate. Severus, seated in silence, suddenly turned to Rahel, then averted his gaze elsewhere. What was this? Was he being pitted? Tobias, momentarily taken aback, quickly adopted a tone laced with disdain and condescension. Young sir, you ought to be cautious. He is the offspring of a monster and brings ill fortune. He emphasized the word monster with particular malice. Rahel nodded gravely. Indeed. Our family has a fondness for peculiarities. He then turned to Severus, whose gaze was distant. Are you not coming with me? The boy jumped as if jolted, and his face flushed with eagerness at his own display. Tobias suddenly erupted with anger. What? Are you a monster too? I thought as much. Only monsters would associate with one another. You vile, filthy wizards ought to dwell like rats in the shadows of the sewers. Ignoring the man's vitriolic outburst, Rahel continued on his way home, his keen eyesight catching a glimpse of Lily peering from a nearby window watching them. Halfway there, he turned back. What? Are you afraid I might harm you? Severus shook his head and fell in step beside him. There was little of value to covet about him, save for his identity as a wizard. Tobias glared venomously at their retreating figures, yet felt powerless to intervene. At home, he could freely unleash his wrath upon Eileen and Severus, but this young gentleman was not someone he dared provoke. Ultimately, he trudged back to that dark, dilapidated abode. Severus. We are family, are we not? Sooner or later, you will return. With a chuckle he began to whistle. Eileen, ah. Bang. Tobias, please. Boom. Chapter 5. Potions are a delightful craft. To speak candidly, though this may not be the most gentlemanly of sentiments, I must assert that your father is not a competent man. Severus curled his lip, clearly in agreement. Rahel retrieved a set of keys from his pocket, locating the correct one to unlock the door. Master Rahel, welcome back, exclaimed a voice from behind the young master. Is this your new friend? Lucy beamed, delighted that Rahel had made another acquaintance. Rahel quickly covered his ears. Severus, however, was less fortunate. He was directly confronted with Lucy's sonic onslaught, leaving him momentarily dazed. A house elf? Of course, the esteemed pureblood families all possessed house elves, albeit in varying numbers. Unfazed, Rahel set his hand down and inquired, "Where's father? Where has he gone?" As he took the coat from Rahel, Lucy's large, sorrowful eyes turned toward the suitcase in the corner of the living room. When will he return? Here, put this on. Rahel retrieved a pair of matching slippers from the shoe cabinet, albeit in pink. Master said not to wait for him. You may have dinner first. Severus frowned, gazing down at the pink slippers, and after a fierce internal struggle, he quickly slipped his feet into the soft, clean footwear, hoping to conceal the holes in his socks. Apologies, only pink was available, as father wished for more daughters. Rahel chuckled at Severus's slightly crinkled expression. He then turned to Lucy. Perfect, Lucy. Could you prepare another serving for father later? He bore no burden of guilt. Severus, having never witnessed such a smile, paused for a moment, as if to mask something, before averting his gaze. Click. The latch on the suitcase in the corner popped open, and Lucy nimbly dashed to secure it again. Oh, is father about to emerge? Noticing Lucy's awkward smile and Severus's skeptical expression, Rahel calmly turned away. Severus, after a long day outside, would you like to take a bath? Quickly agree. Rahel urged silently. After a moment of hesitation, Severus nodded. He had no desire to pry into others' personal affairs, and there was another reason for his acquiescence. His furtive glance fell upon the pristine chair. It was so clean and tidy that he felt reluctant to sully it. Seeing him nod, Rahel breathed a sigh of relief. He headed to his room to fetch an outfit of a similar size, along with a pair of undergarments. All were new, merely washed but never worn. Noticing Severus's gaze fixated on the smallest item of clothing, a blush crept up Rahel's ears. Ah, this awkward moment. Thank you. A hint of a smile flickered in Severus's dark eyes as he accepted the garments from Rahel, turning toward the bathroom. Once he disappeared behind the bathroom door, Rahel and Lucy exchanged furtive glances for a while, until the sound of running water prompted Lucy to unfasten the suitcase latch. Oh, I can't hold it any longer. Ethel burst forth. Rahel, how could you treat your father this way? Rahel, pinching Lucy's arm, I need a respirator. The sound of running water ceased, and Severus's muffled voice called from the bathroom. What is happening? Rahel called back, nothing, my father has returned. Upon hearing this, the sound of water in the bathroom resumed. Ethel's face was alight with curiosity. What? You brought a boy home? Rahel regarded him with an expression akin to that of one observing a peculiar uncle. Please, father. That is merely a friend I met today. He is quite decent, though his family situation is a tad complicated. Rahel recounted the general circumstances to Ethel, who scrutinized his expression. May I keep him around for a few days? It is essential to forge a few friendships before school starts. Once on the train, they can share a compartment. Ethel placed his hand on Rahel's shoulder. Did you just mention potions? Indeed, his mother said that to be sorted, one must be proficient in potions. I reckon she must have a fondness for them. Rahel was perplexed. Why did his father's reaction differ so greatly from his expectations? Keep him. Rahel, please keep him. Ethel's eyes brimmed with tears. If he were the only one in the family inept at potions, I could accept that, but alas. The Shafik family has not a soul skilled in potions. Our ancestors bequeathed not talent but a grievous flaw, a perpetual pain for the Shafiks. Promise me, Rahel, to be adept at recognizing every little angel skilled in potions, will you? Ethel gazed at his son, as though he were beholding a treasure trove. Rahel blinked, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Father cannot be a complete fool in potions, can he? The kind that blows things up in class? Rahel, do not look at me with such eyes. You will understand once you attend potions class, Ethel replied meaningfully. He turned and seated himself at the dining table. Severus, He should not mind me calling him that, should he? Most honored, sir. Severus Snape emerged awkwardly, his hair still dripping. He seemed unaccustomed to wearing fitted clothing, his hands nervously fidgeting with the hem. Rahel quickly ushered him back to the bathroom. Apologies, I forgot to inform you where the hairdryer is. He retrieved the device from beneath the sink and plugged it in, handing Severus a fresh towel. Dry off first, it will be quicker that way. Pressing his lips together, Severus complied. He had indeed overheard Ethel's words. His mother was well versed in potion making, and he had discovered his own aptitude for it was not insignificant. Hearing Ethel's words, he felt a wave of relief. At least he held some value for the Fanfic family. If you require my assistance, he parted his lips, yet the words remained unspoken. What? Rahel was fiddling with the hairdryer, switching it on and off, but to no avail. Severus's gaze shifted to the socket and back to Rahel's face, exasperation evident in his tone. The plug is not inserted correctly. Rahel looked up. Oh indeed. He plugged it in properly and handed the device to Severus. Hurry up and dry your hair. We shall have dinner together shortly. With that he fled, his ears flushed with embarrassment. The second moment of awkwardness. Sitting at the table, Rahel gazed vacantly at the plate of lamb chops, pasta, and meat pie. I wish to go to Mars. Ethel propped his chin on his hand, observing his son's demeanor. This silly boy, so young yet so contemplative, has been sitting there for ages without a single movement. What could he be pondering so deeply? Only when Severus took a seat across from him did Rahel snap back to reality. Oh, could it be that this lad has developed a liking for him? Were Rahel to discern Ethel's thoughts, he would surely express disdain towards such adult musings. Chapter 6. Eileen Prince. After a satisfying meal, Rahel lay on the living room sofa with Severus, while Lucy busied herself tidying up the guest room. Handing Severus a book, Rahel opened another volume of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. A compulsory read mandated by Ethel, this book, penned by his idol, was rumored to become the textbook for Hogwarts' Care of Magical Creatures course. The mischievous creature, the Erumpent, could easily snap a child's fingers. The Bowtruckle was adept at gouging eyes, and the Murtlap nibbled on toes. Rahel was engrossed in the book, imagining how different his childhood might have been had he possessed such a volume, preventing the magical creatures in his suitcase from wreaking havoc. He had trodden upon nearly every third-level creature's trap, until he had learned how to coexist with them. Only then did Ethel present him with this book, justifying it as practical knowledge. Suddenly he felt a tug at his sleeve. It was Severus. What is it, Severus? Rahel inquired, his voice a high-pitched squeak due to his reclining position. Severus's lips curled slightly as he handed over the book in his possession. Rahel stared blankly at the title, How to Pursue Beautiful Maidens, rather than Magical Plants and Their Uses? Noticing Rahel's stunned silence, Severus waved the book in front of his eyes. This book. Let us pretend it never existed. Rahel snatched the book from Severus's hands, quickly rising to retrieve another. 1001 Ways to Woo. He dropped that volume as if scalded, then picked up How to Resolve Marital Conflicts. Rahel gaped at the pile of books. His magical plants and their uses had vanished, replaced with. Severus approached, and the two exchanged puzzled expressions. It must be my father, Rahel mused, pinching his pretty little face. Severus, would you like to read this one? He offered Ethel's favorite. Severus nodded. Their two small heads leaned together. The Billywig. Its stingers can produce a wakefulness potion, and its wings can be used for a laughing potion, though alas, my mother has limited stock. Oh, getting stung makes one float. The venom of the chameleon snail can be utilized as a seduction deterrent. It can also eliminate the horclump. Severus, is your mother skilled in potions? Severus paused. Yes. I believe if you require someone proficient in potions. Ah, did you hear that? Rahel scratched his head awkwardly. In truth, my father and mother often need potions for their work, yet some potions are simply unavailable in Diagon Alley, while others are scarce and exorbitantly priced. My father claims our family is filled with potion fools. I suppose I am no exception. If a master of potions were willing to assist, it would be splendid. My mother can. Severus completed the thought he had left unvoiced. I apologize. I became overly excited. I shall inform my father. Thank you, Severus. He embraced Severus tightly before rushing to knock on Ethel's door. Feeling the strength of Rahel's embrace, Severus's expression softened. Ethel was equally taken aback by the splendid news. And the following day, he accompanied Severus to visit Eileen Prince's home in Spinner's End. Throughout the journey, Severus kept his lips tightly pressed. He was reluctant for Rahel to witness his dilapidated home, as it would lay bare his misfortunes and shame before Rahel. However, Rahel was different. Upon their first meeting, Severus had assumed Rahel to be a haughty young master, seemingly polite on the surface, but harboring contempt within. Who would wish to befriend someone who left a poor first impression? It was only when Rahel insisted on taking him home and caring for him with genuine attentiveness that he began to realize he may have misjudged him. Rahel's exterior exuded coolness, yet beneath, he possessed a tender heart, willing to treat everyone with kindness and fairness. He truly desired to befriend Severus. And although Severus could not fathom the reason, he found the sensation of having a friend to be delightful. His mother could obtain wealth through potion making, freeing herself from his father's verbal and physical abuse. Everything seemed to be evolving positively. Ethel stood before the door of Severus's home in Spinner's End and rang the doorbell. When the shadowy, scarred figure of Eileen Prince opened the door, Ethel nearly failed to recognize her. Prince. She seemed even more somber than during her school days. Ethel was astonished to learn she had married a muggle. During his school days, Ethel had little interaction with the senior. His attention was solely drawn to her remarkable potion-making talents. Initially, he had hoped to forge a friendship, but to his dismay, she vanished into obscurity after graduation. Just call me Lady Tobias, she said. For a moment, Aaron hesitated before stepping aside to let Ethel enter, followed closely by Severus and Rahel. The dungeon was Rahel's first impression of the room's atmosphere. The interior was dark and cramped, lined with shelves overflowing with books, while a chandelier, adorned with a solitary candle, dangled from the ceiling, casting a solitary glow. I can brew potions for you, Aaron announced once Ethel had taken his seat, but I have a condition. Severus will reside with you when not at school, and I will visit him frequently. Ethel was taken aback. His visit was merely a whim, yet Aaron appeared to have anticipated his arrival. Initially, Aaron had been unaware of Ethel's family, as she had been merely going through the motions of her previous life. It was only when Severus informed her of a young wizard named Rahel Shafik that she began to take notice. Unlike Newt Scamander, the Shafik family's attitude towards magical creatures was one of exploitation rather than protection. They treated them like livestock destined for slaughter, thereby creating an entire industry. This indicated that Ethel could provide an abundance of potion ingredients, while her craft in potion making would lead to mutual benefit. However, her concern for Severus weighed heavily on her heart. She had endured for so long that she nearly forgot her Slytherin heritage, until Rahel's arrival reignited that part of her. Very well, Ethel nodded, acknowledging that such an environment was indeed detrimental to a child's growth. But the remuneration must remain unchanged. Severus's expenses will be deducted from my pay, Aaron added. Of course, Ethel agreed. Severus, standing nearby, felt as though he were gazing at a stranger. In his mind, his mother had always been weak and retreating. Yet, despite her outward demeanor remaining unchanged, he could distinctly sense a potent aura emanating from her, making her appear far more formidable in that moment. After finalizing the contract and ensuring all was in order, Ethel bid farewell to Aaron, Rahel, and Severus. Will you be all right alone? She inquired. I am a wizard, he replied. As the trio's figures receded into the distance, Aaron turned and retreated into the darker recesses of her home, her wand pointed toward a shadowy corner. Awaken quickly, she commanded. A flicker of light ignited as Tobias Snape groaned awake, his eyes widening in shock upon seeing Aaron, prompting an outburst of curses. With a flick of her wand, she silenced him instantly. Deep down, Tobias sensed that something had changed. We once shared a beautiful past, did we not, Tobias? Aaron began without waiting for his response. But when did it all change? Tobias inwardly seethed, recalling the moment she had driven him to bankruptcy. You always shift the blame onto others, he retorted. The man leaning against the wall was taken aback. After all these years, he was finally realizing that the person sitting across from him was a genuine witch. I once wished to lead a normal life, to live happily with you. The wizarding world is a place of sorrow. I had no desire to be entangled with it again. But Tobias, you have disappointed me time and time again. Money has become the chasm that divides us. I will no longer endure this. Tobias, I implore you, do not disturb Severus. My son deserves a bright and open future. He is destined not to wallow in the mire with you. Tobias scoffed. That boy's heart is already half darkened. Who knows what he will become? Aaron's somber gaze betrayed no emotion. If you insist on proceeding, then I shall have no choice but to inflict pain, she concluded ominously. Chapter 7. The acceptance letter. On the way home, Severus's eyes sparkled with excitement. He could hardly fathom that his mother had such a side to her. Rahel, bouncing beside him, chimed in, Ah, the beauty of maternal love. I must attend Slytherin. Severus gazed earnestly into the distance, as if envisioning a promising future ahead of him. Oh, Rahel glanced at him. I may attend Hufflepuff. Severus turned to him. What a pity, but we shall remain friends, yes? Rahel nodded. Of course. Young lads, your family awaits. Ethel spotted 2 girls in the amusement park and decided to head home first. See you later, Dad. Goodbye, sir. Rahel's eyes immediately caught sight of a girl standing under the shade of a tree, her deep red hair blowing in the wind, painting a picturesque scene in his mind. Severus, where do you think Lily will go? He asked, tucking a stray strand behind his ear, smiling as he gazed at the girl ahead. Severus, with his dark eyes fixed intently on him, mused, perhaps she will choose Gryffindor or Ravenclaw. Just then Lily spotted them and waved enthusiastically. Rahel. Severus, I've received my letter. What? So soon? What date is it? Rahel exclaimed, marveling at how quickly time had passed. I feel as though I just moved here. And now I'm about to start school. The 2 boys hurried towards Lily, while Penny took a few steps back, watching them from a distance. Lily, oblivious to Penny's unusual behavior, excitedly opened her letter. Look, it's Hogwarts' letter. Does it come in a specific order? Rahel grumbled, casting a glance at Lily's letter, noting that his and Severus's had yet to arrive. Ouch! A sudden pain shot through his head as a letter fell abruptly, causing him to rub the spot. Severus had also received his acceptance letter. Rahel picked up his letter, noting the address written in green ink. Corkworth, Orchid Street Amusement Park, under the shade of the tree. To Rahel Shafiq. Along with the acceptance letter was a list detailing the various supplies they would need for school. Excellent. Dad will be pleased, Rahel mused, flicking the list with his fingers, as he was finally able to seek out his mother. We need to reply to ensure the school knows we will be attending. Severus read the letter, noticing the date of July 31st. So, shall we return home? Lily nodded first, taking Penny by the hand as they ran towards home. They failed to notice Penny's fleeting glance, as if she had made a decision. Severus hesitated. Rahel's bewildered gaze fell upon him. What? Severus shook his head. Nothing, let us go. The 2 followed the girl's lead back home, only to find Ethel mysteriously absent, leaving no trace of her presence in the house. Master Rahel. The master has run away. Rahel was taken aback. He is so eager? He sank into the sofa, watching the house elf's vacant expression. Lucy. He left behind a trunk and a key before disappearing. My poor master, Lucy will take good care of you too. He left me the trunk? Rahel's fingers intertwined nervously as confusion clouded his face. So he intends to bring an entire trunk of magical creatures to Hogwarts? Surely that cannot be allowed. He would be forcibly expelled. Severus regarded the pair with suspicion, noting that Rahel's reaction suggested Ethel had left him with something quite perilous. Resigned. Rahel stood up and dragged the trunk from the corner of the living room. Seeing Severus still standing at the entrance, he extended his hand. Perhaps you would like to enter a different world? Hopefully, Dad has already transported that baby venomous tentacula. Severus, of course, readily agreed. He gazed curiously as Rahel vanished into the suitcase, her voice emerging from within. Severus, just come down the stairs. With utmost care. Severus lifted his leg and stepped into the case, while Lucius watched him anxiously, as if fearing he might tumble at any moment. Descending the staircase, he found himself in a small, dilapidated room, filled with towering shelves brimming with jars and various tomes. Stay close to me, Severus. It would be best to hold my hand, as they are particularly sensitive to unfamiliar scents. Rahel wiped the dust from a small glass window on the door, revealing a view of the outside world. Grasping Severus's hand, she opened the door to the tiny abode, and a humid atmosphere akin to a rainforest enveloped them, causing Severus to shiver. If you encounter any malevolent spirits, do not heed their calls. Avoid the area by the lake. There resides a formidable water beast, while the goblins pose little threat, so you need not concern yourself with them. Rahel rambled on as they walked, and Severus listened with a smile, captivated by his words. Wait for me at that fork in the path. I shall catch a piglet and return shortly. With a reassuring pat on Severus's shoulder, Rahel plunged into the depths of the thicket. Chapter 8. The Yeti. Gripping the piglet by its ear, Rahel unceremoniously dragged it out of the woods, ignoring its squeals of protest. Rahel, why are we capturing a pig? Severus was momentarily stunned by Rahel's actions, still marveling at the suitcase's enchanting scenery. To find a little darling. As my father would say, it's a little darling. Severus, lend me a hand. Rahel extended the piglet's ear towards the bewildered Severus. Instinctively, he grasped it, and Rahel swiftly hoisted the piglet onto his shoulder. Severus gazed at him, sensing that something had shattered within him. It might be a bit chilly, but fret not. When we pass the habitat of the fire lizards, we can procure a piece of goblin fire for safety, Rahel said, leading the way with the piglet in tow. But Rahel, you haven't told me what we are going to see. Severus felt the temperature steadily dropping. Tightening his grip on the torch and adjusting his coat, trailing closely behind Rahel. The Himalayan Yeti, unique to Tibet and China. My father happened upon it during a hunting expedition and rescued it. And it has lived with us ever since. My task is to feed it until it matures. And then I will bring it home. The ground ahead was gradually blanketed in snow, with trees adorned in a pristine white. As they stepped into a world of unblemished snow, in the clearing sat a figure, its snow-white fur enveloping its entire form, rendering its face indistinguishable, as if it were one with the backdrop. This is the Yeti. Severus marveled at the creature's mound-like body, pondering what lay beneath its thick coat of fur. Rahel halted some distance away from the Yeti and quietly instructed, "It can understand what I say. If you feel uneasy, you may stand back." Severus nodded in acknowledgement. As Rahel approached, he gently set down the piglet. "Time to eat, Choo-Choo. This is my friend behind me, so no playing, please." The towering figure of over 2 meters stood up, smashing the piglet's head with a single swipe. Yet it did not immediately feast. Instead, it ambled slowly toward Rahel. Rahel. It truly won't attack humans, will it? Severus eyed the furry white figure warily, its demeanor hardly suggestive of friendliness. He braced himself, prepared to drag Rahel away at a moment's notice. "It must hug me first before it can eat." Rahel stepped forward, enveloped in the soft fur. "Choo-Choo, please eat. Just like before, under the tree, all right?" Rahel's voice was muffled as he remained nestled in the Yeti's embrace. Their interaction eased Severus's anxiety slightly. Truly, Rahel was remarkable. Giving the Yeti a playful pat on its rear, he elicited a disgruntled grunt in response. "Choo-Choo." Reluctantly, the Yeti released him. "Rahel, they won't harm you?" As the Yeti's longing gaze was concealed beneath its fur, Rahel and Severus made their way back. Indeed, but only a portion of them. Some, like the 5-legged creatures known as Maumai Kaboon, are exceedingly hostile towards humans, and will not form any affectionate bonds with me. Humans are their favored prey. Even Choo-Choo, whom you just met, is only so affectionate because we grew up together. Wild Yetis can be quite dangerous. After tossing a head of a calf into the lake until its innards bobbed to the surface, Rahel concluded a day's feeding. Leaving the lakeshore, he ambled back to the little wooden cabin, where Severus awaited him in the clearing outside. "Let us go. It is time for our meal." The two ascended the staircase out of the suitcase. "Has Lucius eaten?" As soon as Rahel emerged from the suitcase, he spotted Lucius waiting by its side. "Lucius is waiting for the young master. Lucius wishes to dine with the young master." The house elf dashed to the kitchen, and in an instant, a feast adorned the dining table. Rahel sighed, "If you are hungry, you can eat first. You need not always wait for me. Lucius will always wait for the young master." Lucius's large eyes were filled with sincerity. Exchanging a glance with Severus, Rahel winked. "Then let us begin. I am starving." The trio planned to procure school supplies the following day. "Shall we go with Lily?" Snuggled on the couch, Rahel began to feel drowsy. Hogwarts will send teachers to guide them. The orientation for first years from Muggle families is more intricate. Noticing his drowsiness, Severus fetched a blanket. "Thank you, Severus." Feeling the warmth of the blanket, Rahel, who had already closed his eyes, expressed his gratitude. Though aware he could not be seen, Severus smiled and nodded. During their time together, Severus discovered that unless it was a necessary outing, Rahel would remain curled up on the couch for an entire day, resembling a sloth clinging to a tree. Thus he affectionately dubbed him Big Sloth. Big Sloth," he whispered as he crouched beside the couch. "Huh." In his dreams, Rahel vaguely heard someone whispering in his ear, yet he was unwilling to awaken, mumbling a vague response. Severus raised an eyebrow. "Is that an agreement? Well then, I shall call you Big Sloth from now on." Nodding seriously, he settled onto another small sofa and picked up the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. The two enjoyed a tranquil and splendid afternoon. Until Lucius roused him, Rahel was still in a daze, wondering how he had only slept for a brief moment when the sky had already darkened. Upon seeing him rise from the couch, Severus looked up. "Awake? You slept the entire afternoon. Lily came by while you were napping. When she saw you sleeping, she returned home." "Lily? Did she need something from me?" Leaning against the couch's backrest, Rahel still felt drowsy, his eyelids and lower lashes playing a tug-of-war, separating and then reuniting. After a moment, Severus's voice gently broke the silence. "She wanted to invite you to Diagon Alley tomorrow. What do you think? Would you like to go with her?" "Sure, let us go together." Observing Rahel's rhythmic breathing, Severus cast a pleading glance at Lucius. Together, he and the house elf exerted considerable effort to seat Rahel at the dining table. Chapter 9. A Journey to Diagon Alley. Big Sloth, rise and shine. Severus awoke early, having completed his morning routine, and rushed to Rahel's bedroom. Big Sloth, buried under the covers, with only a golden head peeking out. Rahel was momentarily bewildered by the nickname. Who is Big Sloth? His confused gray eyes stared blankly at Severus. Severus earnestly returned his gaze. You indeed. You agreed to it yesterday. Did I? Rachel rubbed her eyes and sat up. All right. I must admit that I am indeed quite lazy. Severus Snape discreetly curled the corners of his lips into a smile. Feeling his gaze upon her, Rachel observed him intently, prompting Snape to squirm slightly under her scrutiny. What is it? Your gaze is rather unsettling. Gently lifting a strand of hair from his cheek. Rachel pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Severus, promise me you'll wash your hair tonight, will you? The dark-haired boy, irritated and embarrassed, snatched the hair from Rachel's hand, retorting, I just washed it the day before yesterday. With that, he stormed out of Rachel's room in a huff. Oh, is it greasy already? Rachel realized with a sudden epiphany that Severus had an oily hair condition. Angered, Snape resolved not to speak to Rachel until Lily joined their little shopping party. Severus, I was wrong, forgive me. It was hard to imagine that just days ago this proud young master would now be in such a state. Lily and Petunia walked side by side, and both exchanged knowing glances at the awkward yet endearing sight of the boys' friendship. Slughorn had originally intended to enjoy a leisurely day at home, sipping on a bit of wine, savoring his favorite jackfruit preserve, and leisurely reading a magazine on knitting. Little did he know that Dumbledore would send him out to guide the new students, 3 of them, no less. Merlin's socks, my delightful day has been completely disrupted. Once the Muggle-born wizards and their parents entered Diagon Alley, their first stop was undoubtedly Gringotts. Though Slughorn felt reluctant, he dutifully introduced Mr. and Mrs. Evans along with their 4 children, assisting them with currency exchange and other matters. At that moment, the key left by Ethel came into play. It belonged to the vault shared by Ethel and Lena, filled with heaps of gold galleons, peculiar specimens of magical flora and fauna, and potion ingredients. As they boarded the goblin-run cart to Gringotts, they plunged downward, stopping before Ethel and Lena's vault. When the cumbersome door swung open, the dazzling gold within nearly blinded them. Upon seeing the myriad potion ingredients in the vault, Slughorn sincerely thanked Dumbledore for sending him. These are not mere students. They are clearly heirs of great wealth. He had yet to learn the names of the other 2 boys. His gaze drifted to the 2 elegantly dressed boys, who among them was the true heir to this vault. The goblin's respectful demeanor towards the light-haired boy suggested it might be him. Slughorn had a knack for discerning such things. His slug club, though merely a title, boasted members who had excelled in various fields of the magical world, affording him many conveniences in life. This thought brought a more genuine smile to his face. Initially, Rachel did not pay much attention to the professor, assuming he was merely there to collect Lily. Just when Severus had calmed down, Rachel hoped to discuss house sorting with him and Lily, only for the cheerful old man to unexpectedly join them. I am not here to break you apart. Rather, I wish to join your company. Upon learning he was the head of Slytherin, Severus showed a newfound respect, while Lily remained her Na'vi self, and Rachel's heart remained unperturbed. The group entered Ollivander's wand shop, where the proprietor was tidying his cluttered counter. Upon their entrance, he smiled warmly. Here to purchase wands. Are we? His voice, though aged, had an ethereal quality that intrigued the young wizards. Ollivander immediately noticed the exquisitely featured boy at the front, who, like his father, possessed a head of pale golden hair and a handsome visage, though young Rachel appeared a tad more innocent. Who shall go first? He asked, nodding at the group with a smile. The 3 freshly minted first years exchanged glances, and Lily boldly stepped forward. After enduring years of trials and tribulations, Ollivander's wand shop remained steadfast. Following a series of supernatural occurrences, they finally acquired their wands, a 13.5-inch wand made of aspen wood with a unicorn hair core. Ollivander once remarked that if one sought honesty and integrity, they should first seek out the owner of an aspen wand. Rachel was taken aback by Ollivander's description of the wand. Was he truly an honest and upright person? In truth, he resonated with many wands. Yet Ollivander insisted he should purchase this one, deeming aspen wood to be reliable, versatile, and imbued with consistent strength, making it the most practical choice for Rachel. Severus, however, felt the wand suited Rachel perfectly, as he could be exceedingly honest at times. They deliberated on sending Lucius to purchase books and various supplies such as cauldrons, telescopes, and scales, while the others made their way to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. As they passed a dark-haired boy, he paused momentarily to glance at Rachel before moving on. Madame Malkin welcomed them warmly, and as she measured them, the mischievous measuring tapes darted about Rachel's form, attracting curious glances from passers-by. Rachel herself found the experience rather irritating, silently wishing for the measurements to conclude swiftly. Lucius had already returned home with a pile of items, and returned to Diagon Alley to treat them to ice cream. Surprisingly, all 3 chose to purchase owls, albeit different breeds. Rachel favored a long-eared owl, Severus opted for a large horned owl, while Lily chose a snowy owl. As they carried their cages, Slughorn presented them with tickets, detailing their departure time and location. Upon returning home, Rachel collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. Severus stood beside him. Rachel, do you not feel something is amiss in the house? Something amiss? Rachel looked around, only to discover that all of Merlin's lace, his watch, galleons, and his beloved silver-rimmed glasses had vanished. There's been a theft, Rachel exclaimed angrily, springing up. I must report this. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his gaze fell upon the suitcase that had remained quietly in the corner. Wait, that suitcase has a magical lock. Is it unlocked? Lucius, Rachel called out. Lucius is here, master. Have you opened that suitcase? Rachel gestured towards it. Lucius gasped in horror. It was my fault. I forgot to lock it. Her head hit the ground with a thud. Bad Lucius. Bad Lucius. Rachel frowned. Stop, Lucius. The little house elf's face was streaked with tears, lamenting her failure to uphold her master's trust. Severus looked on in astonishment. Did house elves have a tendency for self-punishment? Do not cry, Rachel consoled her, contemplating what to do next. How can we proceed? Lucius will find the thief, she declared, wiping her tears. Chapter 10. The Thief. Wait, Lucius. Rachel called her back. Do we have any extra galleons? Yes, master, just in case Lucius took a bit too much. The house elf was puzzled. Does master know where the thief is? Beginning from each room and leading into the living room, Rachel directed Lucius to arrange the gold coins, while Severus joined in until the floor was awash in golden gleam. The two, along with the elf, took their positions at the corner of the living room and hallway. Before long, an excitable Niffler emerged, eagerly scooping up the coins and stuffing them into its pouch, its nostrils flaring in delight as it followed the trail of gold into the living room. Finally, it presented itself directly into Rachel's hands. Grasping it under its arms, Rachel lifted it. Niffler, is there not enough gold in your nest? The Niffler, named Squeak, stubbornly shoved the last coin it had into its pouch, even though its belly was already quite full. What wrong have I done? I merely love shiny things. Understanding the accusation in the creature's eyes, Rahel raised an eyebrow in a provocative manner, disregarding the struggling creature that was upside down, shaking it like a discarded trash bag. With a clatter, a rain of gold coins cascaded down in the living room, mixed with silver coins, copper coins, and an array of watches and glasses. So many? Snape's gaze flitted between the creature's small belly and the heap of coins on the floor. How could such a diminutive belly contain so many glittering treasures? Was it akin to Doraemon's pocket? The emptied creature defiantly raised a tiny paw, extending a middle finger towards Rahel. Oh, have you gained some intelligence? Is that not a universally recognized gesture? How did it learn that? The creature turned away, ignoring him, only to be tossed into a suitcase. Rahel swiftly locked it. So exhausting. Collapsing back onto the sofa, Rahel stretched luxuriously, calling out, Lucy, collect the galleons. Understood. Master Rahel. Lucy gazed at Rahel with adoration. Her master was maturing, drawing ever closer to the stature of a true gentleman. Snape settled beside him, examining his new wand, intricately carved at the handle, the shaft smooth and elegant. It flickered with luminescence. He raised the wand, and its tip immediately glowed with a brilliant light. Wow. Rahel applauded. Impressive, Severus. Snape shot him a sidelong glance. Such flattery felt rather insincere. The flickering light was merely a simple spell. Any little wizard could master it with the right technique. Rahel grew intrigued, rummaging through Ethel's old textbooks, and the two engaged in a spirited exchange of spells within the room. The first book, the second book, the third book. I can't do it anymore, so exhausted. Rahel attempted a spell from the standard spell level 4, and suddenly felt as if his very essence had been siphoned away, collapsing onto the ground. Snape fell in a similar manner, both of them drained of magical energy, their limbs weak and languid. They lay on the floor, comfortable in their fatigue, startling Lucy, who had just emerged from the kitchen. After a lengthy explanation, they finally eased the little elf's worries. After a while, the two helped each other rise slowly. Rahel. Who is that owl delivering a message for? Snape suddenly noticed an owl circling closer. Perhaps it's for Lily? Rahel paid little attention, yearning only to sprawl on the sofa and remain immobile. I'm curious, shall we go take a look? Snape leaned by the window, watching the owl alight on the neighboring sill. A sneaky figure peered outside, swiftly catching the letter dropped by the owl when he saw no one else around. The owl then flapped its wings and took flight again. I'll step out for a moment. Snape seemed to have discovered something amusing, calling to Rahel before exiting. Rahel lethargically waved his hand, followed by the sound of the door closing. It was only in the evening that Snape returned, a look of disdain and mockery on his face. "Guess what I discovered?" he exclaimed excitedly. "Penny, a muggle, actually wrote to Professor Dumbledore, pleading for him to take her in." The headmaster declined her request. Rahel lifted his eyelids, calmly observing Snape. Snape instinctively recoiled slightly. Oh, of course. The wording was quite gentle. Realizing he had grown overly pleased with himself, he averted his gaze from Rahel's eyes. It was to protect her. Snape's gaze returned. Protect her? Protect her dignity? She ought to know she cannot attend that school. I do not discriminate against her. Noticing Rahel's tilted head, he hurriedly clarified. I mean, she knows she possesses no magical ability, so she should not harbor such aspirations. The headmaster even sent her a reply. I thought her letter would simply vanish into oblivion. I actually believe Professor Dumbledore is a very compassionate person. Rahel rested his chin on his hand. He is not merely safeguarding her dignity, he is protecting her life. In the eyes of some wizards, muggles are akin to kittens or puppies, pets that can be cherished or easily disposed of. Penny entering Hogwarts would only subject her to torment. Severus, with his gray eyes returning to the face of the boy opposite him, pondered. The reason your father and I moved, this is it. The reason? Snape felt he was on the cusp of grasping something. Fanfic is like the wind. It exists in every corner of this world, whether in the Muggle realm or the wizarding world. Its shadow looms. The Dark Lord has set his sights on Fanfic, expecting us to serve him, which means we must relinquish our businesses, networks, and wealth, becoming his servants for life, devoid of freedom. To pledge allegiance to the Dark Lord is to become one of those wizards. Slaughtering Muggles? Only a fool would do such a thing. Engaging in trade with Muggles is delightful. With just a hint of charm and understanding, one can earn their friendship, and they will willingly trade with you. We have no desire to oppose Muggles. Isn't it better to prosper in harmony? To evade the Dark Lord's recruitment. My father and I have had to roam the world. After hearing his words, Snape fell into a long silence. He and Rahel were fundamentally different. The shadows of his childhood had instilled in him a thirst for power, while he detested his father's condescending, often abusive manner. Even now, as his mother had finally regained her strength, he had attained the friendship he had longed for in childhood. Yet in the dead of night, he could still hear his parents' quarrels and his own cries. Could a bond of unbreakable friendship really form between him and Rahel? Chapter 11. The journey begins from the Hogwarts Express. But there was no need to dwell on such thoughts now. Noticing Snape with his head lowered, Rahel smiled slightly. The future was uncertain for anyone, and the pressing matter at hand was school, wasn't it? The small black head lifted, nodding. Soon, the day of departure arrived. They had packed their belongings early and headed to King's Cross Station, where Lucy, reluctant to part with Rahel, followed him weeping. Master Rahel, please take good care of yourself while Lucy is not by your side, boo-hoo. Passers-by frequently turned their heads, casting puzzled glances at them. Rahel looked at her helplessly. Lucy, I'm going to Hogwarts, not Azkaban. Not far away, Snape and Eileen were engaged in conversation, while Penny and Lily were embroiled in a dispute. I don't. Penny said something that prompted her to pull away from Lily's grasp, calling her a monster. Tears welled in Lily's eyes. I'm not that ugly. It seemed wizards enjoyed meddling in others' affairs. Monster. Rahel and Snape simultaneously looked up. Rahel frowned while Snape appeared somewhat uneasy. Those pushing carts, cradling cats, and chatting with friends all watched the squabbling sisters. The Evans couple did not pay much heed to the quarrel, unaware that the rift had formed at that very moment. Lily boarded the train alone, while Rahel and Snape bid farewell to Lucy and Eileen before stepping onto the train together. Severus, does their quarrel have anything to do with you? Why would you think that? You told me Professor Dumbledore replied to Penny. Didn't he? Lily see it too? Yes, she shouldn't he have told her. I just find it strange that a muggle could write to the headmaster. The two swiftly navigated the aisle until they finally halted outside a compartment. Tapping softly on the glass, Rahel whispered, May we sit here? The two boys seated inside, one with shoulder-length dark hair, paused their conversation. The handsome boy glanced at his companion, and then nodded at Rahel. Please take a seat. Thank you, Rahel replied with a slight smile. Severus, need a hand? He turned to the boy behind him. Helping Snape stow the luggage in the overhead rack, Rahel carefully placed his suitcase in the corner nearest the aisle. Lily was directly opposite them, leaning against the glass window by the compartment door, wiping her tears. Upon seeing Snape, she turned her face away. Lily, Rahel said, nudging Snape. Please don't cry, all right? Rachel, Severus, say something. Snape, say what? Am I supposed to apologize? If she doesn't voice it, then there's nothing to discuss. Rachel, didn't you take her to see it? Snape, I merely informed her that an owl had delivered a letter to their house, sharing my suspicions. Lily paid no attention to the two boys exchanging glances before her, still lost in her own sorrow. The other two dark-haired boys sensed the peculiar atmosphere in the compartment and fell silent once more. It seems you're in a bit of a predicament? The boy sitting beside Rachel tilted his head to observe them, his cascading black hair exuding an air of elegance rather than disarray. Indeed, just some minor issues. Rachel smiled at the boy who spoke, then turned to Lily saying, Lily, do you plan to go to the sorting with puffy eyes? That would be quite regrettable. Snape also clumsily attempted to comfort her. I just miss Petunia. Lily cried, breathless and unable to articulate a complete sentence. You ought to apologize to her, and you too. Rachel squinted at Snape, suggesting they all go together during the winter break. You're right, Lily, having come to terms with it, ceased her tears. And I will write a letter when we get to school. Snape also offered his apologies to Lily, bringing the matter regarding Petunia to a close. A new topic soon emerged. Gryffindor. There lies the bravery buried deep within the heart. Slytherin. A place for those with intellect and ambition. From what you've said, Ravenclaw seems quite appealing as well. Rachel timidly raised her hand, asking, is there anyone who wishes to join me in Hufflepuff? The three boys and one girl engaged in discussion turned to look at him. The boy with disheveled black hair, James Potter, spoke first. Hufflepuff? I'd rather not go there, how about you? He inquired of the boy sitting opposite him. The other boy, Sirius Black, grinned widely. My entire family belongs to Slytherin. But perhaps I might break tradition. Rachel glanced at the two boys he had just met, then at his friends. Ultimately conceding that he was the only one wishing to join Hufflepuff. He couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. What a pity. We have no say in which house we belong to. Sirius shrugged. If given a choice, I would certainly steer clear of Slytherin. The train rattled along the wilderness, drawing ever closer to their destination. By the time the train came to a halt, darkness had enveloped the surroundings, and the Keeper of Keys, Rubeus Hagrid, called out to the young witches and wizards, first years. Over here. Wow, he is so tall, Lily exclaimed in astonishment beside Snape. Let us hurry and catch up. They boarded a small boat, but one was still missing. They set off only when a small, timid boy climbed aboard. Did someone poke me? Rachel felt as though someone was jabbing at his back. Yet there was only a dim light at the front of the boat, and he sat farthest from it, unable to see anything in the darkness. No. Lily and Snape both shook their heads in confusion. The boy named Peter Pettigrew looked behind him in terror. A tentacle covered in suckers was poking Rachel's back. Realizing he was unresponsive, it jabbed him a few more times. Rachel reached back to grab it, but only grasped empty air as the slippery tentacle slipped away. Is it an octopus or a squid? Did you see it? Rachel asked the small boy. Peter quickly shook his head, his frantic movement causing the boat to sway slightly. I heard my mother mention that a giant squid resides in the Black Lake. Snape frowned. You might want to sit back a bit. As he spoke, he grasped Rachel's arm, as if doing so would provide him with more security. Lily, both frightened and curious, also seized Rachel's other arm. Don't worry, Rachel. We'll hold on to you. Rachel smiled. Thank you both. He then shifted closer to them, turning to face the rear of the boat. Peter watched enviously, saying nothing. The giant squid employed the same tactic again, extending a tentacle, but it missed. Realizing the scent it favored had moved away, it began to slap the back of the boat. Then it was kicked off by Rachel. Rachel, you might have angered it. Lily looked on with concern, sensing something was amiss. It should be fine, it's merely being playful. Before he could finish his sentence, the little boat was lifted entirely, and then it sped forward. First years. Hagrid stared in bewilderment at the small boat floating in the air. How did they go so fast? They already outpaced him? Chapter 12. The Sorting Hat. Several tentacles gently lowered the boat, and while the occupants were still recovering from the shock, two tentacles slapped the back of the boat once more. Giant squid. Come play with me. You'd best join Slytherin. That way, I can stick to your window every day. We'll never part. At the moment Rachel lifted his foot, it vanished in a flash. Rachel, you see, even the heavens won't allow me to join Slytherin. Peter, still seated, forgot his fear, gazing at Rachel in admiration. How remarkable. Standing up and brushing off his backside, Rachel stepped out of the boat. And Lily and Snape snapped back to reality as all four awaited Hagrid. Children, there's no need to fear. The giant squid means no harm. Hagrid hurriedly approached them with his lantern. But why did these little witches and wizards appear so relaxed? Lily, your hair is wet. Severus, wash your hair. Shut up. I just washed it yesterday. Can I join you? Hagrid, forget I said anything. First years, this way please. Hagrid awkwardly walked past them, his insect-like eyes glancing at the peculiar little witches and wizards, relieved to see them seamlessly integrate into the line. There are peculiar ones every year, but this year, particularly many. The castle doors echoed 3 times under Hagrid's knocks, swinging open to reveal a tall, serious-looking witch with black hair standing at the entrance. They were handed over to this lady. Minerva McGonagall, that was her name. Rachel stood still, barely comprehending what the professor spoke, before they were led inside the great hall. For long tables were filled with people, adorned with golden plates and goblets, candles floating in the air, illuminating the hall brightly. Most of the attendees watched the newcomers with great interest, and Rachel even detected a hint of affection in the eyes of some witches. Merlin, oh my. While he was lost in thought, Professor McGonagall had already produced a high stool and a tattered hat. Is this what determines our houses? Snape whispered to Rachel. It must be. Dirty. Lily looked gloomily at her freshly washed hair. Not far from them, James was disdainfully eyeing the worn hat. How long has it been since that hat was washed? Sirius grinned. Perhaps it has never been washed. As Professor McGonagall called the roll, each little wizard approached to be sorted into the houses they would belong to for the next 7 years. Sirius Black. Gryffindor. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. The sound of glass cups clattering could be heard from the Slytherin table. Sirius laughed as he ran towards the Gryffindor table. Lily Evans. Gryffindor. Remus Lupin. Gryffindor. Peter Pettigrew. Gryffindor. James Potter. Gryffindor. What is happening? Has Gryffindor hit the jackpot? Rachel pondered. So many had entered Gryffindor? Even that timid little boy? Could it be that beneath his fragile exterior lay a wild heart? Rachel Shafiq. Hearing his name, Rachel stepped forward to don the hat. Let me see. You're rather reluctant to move? A voice echoed in Rachel's mind. Please allow me to be sorted into Hufflepuff. Why not give Gryffindor a try? You possess courage. Please allow me to be sorted into Hufflepuff. Perhaps Slytherin would suit you as well. Would you not consider it? Please allow me to be sorted into Hufflepuff. You possess a sharp intellect, suitable for scholarly pursuits. Have you not thought of Ravenclaw? Please allow me to be sorted into Hufflepuff. The sorting hat declared. Hufflepuff. Thunderous applause erupted from the Hufflepuff table. Lily, seated at the Gryffindor table, let out a sigh. Severus Snape wore a knowing expression. Severus Snape. Slytherin. Casting a glance at Rachel, Snape approached the Slytherin table and took a seat beside Lucius Malfoy. Rachel, meticulously adjusting his robe at the long table, knew that from this moment forth, he was a bona fide Hufflepuff. The students beside him regarded him with curiosity. Not only was he strikingly handsome, but he also bore the unique surname Shafiq, a name that evoked a sense of allure tied to a mysterious lineage. Yet, observing his aloof demeanor and lack of desire for interaction, they hesitated. Thus, throughout the evening feast, Rachel did not find anyone to converse with, nor did anyone approach him. A first-year newcomer to Hufflepuff, he followed the head boy down to the dungeons of Hogwarts. Passing a painting of hanging fruits, they halted before a cluster of wooden barrels. The method of entry into the Hufflepuff common room differed from that of other houses. The head boy stood at the forefront and addressed the young witches and wizards. Gaining entry requires no password. We merely need to tap the bottom of the second barrel in the second row in the rhythm given by our house founder. He demonstrated once more, and the barrel lid rotated open, revealing a passage barely wide enough for a single person. Wow. However, heed this. Should the rhythm be incorrect, or the order, or if the wrong barrel is tapped, another barrel will explode, dousing the intruder in vinegar. They filed into the Hufflepuff common room, which was predominantly adorned in yellow and black, with a low circular ceiling. Though underground, Rachel could still clearly see the gentle breeze stirring the grass and dandelions outside. Inside, yellow and black sofas were arranged, and above a gleaming brass ornament hung a portrait of Helga Hufflepuff. It was the perfect sanctuary in Rachel's mind. He longed to hurl himself onto those inviting sofas and roll about, as they appeared so soft. Boys, follow me. Rachel replied, all right, I'll be there shortly. One must admit that sleeping underground eliminated most of the noise. Rachel was fortunate to occupy an entire dormitory, which might have been merely a stroke of luck for him. Sprawled out on his bed, he exhaled comfortably. This way, he need not worry about anyone seeing his suitcase. After tidying his bed, Rachel crawled into his suitcase. As soon as he emerged from his modest abode, Cece pounced on him, rummaging about excitedly. With a sigh, Rachel pulled out a few galleons from his robe. Here. Keep this for now. If I find myself short on funds, I shall borrow from you. Gently ruffling Cece's little head, Rachel tossed him into his cozy nook. Hey, don't be greedy. A swarm of tree guardians rushed in, each clutching a few trinkets in their claws. He then made his way to the lake, where he discovered the remains of entrails floating on the surface, and felt reassured as he headed toward the pigsty. Choo-Choo enveloped him in a grand embrace, marking the completion of another day's tasks. Truly, I am utterly exhausted. Chapter 13. Transfiguration Class with Gryffindor. Hey, don't poke at me. It's making my eyelids ache. Rachel gradually sat up, blinking to find two little black beans staring back at him. Ducky. Rachel sank back into bed. Can we not poke my eyelids? The creature, known as Ducky, wrapped its branch-like arms around itself and bent forward to gaze at him. What time is it? Rachel glanced at the wall clock. It's only 7. Ducky feigned another attempt to poke at his eyelids, prompting Rachel to finally rise. From now on, you shall serve as my personal alarm clock. Patting the little guardian's head, he settled it upon his shoulder. Rachel got up to wash up. You stay cozy in bed. I'll change clothes and no peeking. Ducky raised a tiny wooden finger in defiance, then leapt onto his pillow. As Rachel exited the common room, he spotted Severus. Severus, how did you find this place? Rachel exclaimed, delighted to see the boy standing before the barrels. I had kept an eye on Snape's wandering gaze. In truth, he had awoken early and inquired around until he located the inconspicuous wooden barrels. However, the Hufflepuffs were reluctant to allow members of other houses to enter, so they merely revealed the location of the barrels before leaving. I wonder what classes we have on the first day. I'm quite eager. A glimmer of excitement danced in Snape's eyes. I've heard history of magic is rather dull, but it's perfect for napping. Rachel and Snape walked toward the Great Hall, encountering few students. Thus they were among the early arrivals. See you later, Sev. See you later, Lazybones. They parted in the center of the hall, each heading to their respective house tables. After Rachel finished 2 syrup tarts, 2 eggs, a small cake, and a glass of pumpkin juice, Professor Sprout arrived to distribute the class schedules. With the schedule in hand, he approached the Slytherin table, where Lucius Malfoy was poised to speak to Snape, only to find that a figure had preempted him. Severus, let us see. Do we share any classes? Wrapping an arm around Snape's shoulders, Rachel leaned in. The 2 schedules were placed side by side. Thank goodness, we have potions together. Rachel's eyes gleamed as he spotted the identical potions classes. Also flying and defense against the dark arts. Snape nodded, pleased. What about Lily? Does she have any overlapping classes? Rachel rose to scan the Gryffindor table, and noticed Lily animatedly conversing with 2 girls, so he refrained from looking further. Just at the start of the term, she has already made friends. It's a pity I only have 1 person in my dorm. Though he expressed regret, deep down he felt a sense of joy. Do you want to? Never mind. Snape abruptly fell silent, as Slytherin was not particularly fond of permitting outsiders. But it was quite convenient, after all. Bestowing Snape a sly grin, they exchanged tacit understanding. Severus, is this your friend? Will you not introduce him? Lucius Malfoy scrutinized the sudden appearance of this newcomer, his curiosity concealed beneath a veneer of composure. Adopting the demeanor of a social butterfly, Rachel extended his hand. Hello, I am Rachel Shafiq. It is a pleasure to meet you. A facade. He was hardly pleased. Malfoy, a family that had long been allied with the Dark Lord during his time at school, now served as his foremost supporter. And as for Lucius, a flicker of intrigue crossed Lucius's eyes. Shafiq? Could it be that the esteemed one is in search of you? Lucius Malfoy, a pleasure. He reciprocated the handshake. Rachel did not dwell on this encounter as he bid farewell to the 2, and made his way to the Transfiguration classroom. Choosing a random seat, Rachel resolved to catch up on some sleep before class began. Classmate, when the teacher arrives, can we? Sirius supported his chin and regarded him. Ah, we meet again. Transfiguration with Gryffindor? Does that mean Lily is here too? Rachel glanced up and indeed spotted Lily with her 2 roommates. One girl, with silken silver hair, effortlessly transformed her textbooks into various objects. Water cups, potted plants, snails, and even a cat. Lily gazed at her with awe that transcended mere admiration. Sirius followed his gaze and chuckled. Isn't it quite astonishing? I mean her actions. Rachel, puzzled, replied. What's wrong with her? Sirius squinted his eyes, pondering how a muggle-born, a novice which with no prior exposure to magic, could possibly achieve such feats. A natural master of transfiguration, perhaps? Rahel, however, remained indifferent, his only desire being to succumb to slumber. Noticing his stillness, Sirius turned to engage in conversation with Potter and Lupin. So adorable. A kitty. Oh dear. It doesn't allow anyone to touch it. Such a fierce feline. Where did this cat come from? Suddenly, a sleek, glossy tabby cat sauntered in from outside the door, moving with elegant grace. Many cat-loving girls yearned to hold it, while several boys were equally tempted. Yet the cat, small but fierce, was ready to defend itself. Its claws poised for action, it would swipe at anyone who dared to approach. After surveying the classroom, the cat successfully spotted the slumbering lazy one. Amid the envious gazes of others, it leaped onto Rahel's desk, its paw pressing down on his face, creating a small, star-shaped indentation. At that moment, onlookers were torn between envying Rahel's angelic visage and the cat's soft, starry paw pads. Poke. No response. Another poke. Still no reaction. Sirius chuckled at the scene, marveling at how this little Hufflepuff could truly sleep. I wish I could have a cat walk on me too, thought the girl across the aisle from Rahel, nearly brought to tears by the sight. Oh kitty, I adore you. Come to me. As Rahel dozed, he felt a tickling sensation on his face. Something soft and fluffy prodding him. He opened his eyes to find a tabby cat pressing against him. Upon meeting his gaze, the cat leapt from the desk and headed toward the podium. In a shocking turn of events, it transformed into Professor McGonagall before everyone's astonished eyes. The room was filled with stunned silence. McGonagall's authoritative gaze swept over the students. I expect you all to adhere to decorum. Should anyone engage in horseplay or whispering during my class, I will ask you to leave and never return. Consider this a warning. Sleeping is also unacceptable. Her glare landed specifically on Rahel, who offered a sheepish smile in response. The little witch beside him frequently glanced his way, her eyes brimming with admiration. You've got quite the nerve, James Potter leaned over to say to Sirius. Sirius replied, Professor McGonagall is not to be trifled with. She is a stern and just teacher. It's quite peculiar that you haven't joined Gryffindor. But her method of waking me is rather gentle, Rahel quietly responded. James flashed a grin at Sirius. I think this brother is quite likable. Heroes recognize one another. Turning a match into a needle is simple yet complex. Merlin, for heaven's sake, how do you manage it? Rahel gazed longingly at the two transfiguration prodigies beside him, lamenting why his match remained merely a matchstick. Gryffindor had already gained 10 points. Sirius, feeling the weight of Rahel's gaze, shifted uncomfortably, wondering why this new friend seemed so peculiar, and averted his eyes. James remained unfazed. You just need to understand the material and structure of the needle, like this. After considerable effort, Rahel finally conjured a silver needle. He had to admit that his talent for transfiguration was rather lackluster. Chapter 14. Who Moved My Trunk? After 2 lengthy classes, Rahel was feeling drowsy. Had it not been for Duck discreetly pinching his nose, he might have toppled into his plate. Upon returning to the dormitory, he enjoyed a deep slumber, only to be awakened by a dog's paw. A snow-white spaniel lay atop him, its wet black eyes staring intently. You've come out to play? Rahel rubbed the dog's head, and the spaniel joyfully nudged his palm. I have class in the afternoon. You need to return to your trunk. Picking up the spaniel, Rahel entered his small trunk. Snuggling in its cozy nook, Duck returned to the tree, while the little spaniel confirmed that all was normal. Rahel secured the trunk and exited the dormitory. The afternoon's history of magic class was shared with Ravenclaw, and he was surprised to find that nearly all Ravenclaws could successfully resist Professor Bin's hypnotic effects and scribble furiously. This realization stirred a twinge of guilt within him, but he soon succumbed to sleep without a care. The little Hufflepuff witches and wizards were aware of a peculiar new student who was solitary and mysterious, yet engaged in conversation with a new Slytherin and several Gryffindor witches. Hello, Rahel. May I befriend you? Rahel stared blankly at the smiling boy blocking his path, noting the Hufflepuff emblem on his chest, yet he had no recollection of this boy. May I ask who you are? I'm Adrian Hill, a 4th year living above you. It's a pleasure to meet you. Adrian grinned, revealing 2 small canine teeth, but Rahel remained uninterested. Likewise, but I have things to attend to. Let us talk next time. Rahel forced a smile and turned to head toward the Hufflepuff common room. However, he felt a hand grip him. Although Adrian appeared slender and charming, he had a surprisingly strong grip. What's wrong, Rahel? In a hurry? Actually, I'm quite curious about you. Why do you always yes, so could you please let go of me? Rahel shifted his gaze from the hand gripping his arm to the boy's smiling face. I think you need help, don't you? You can tell me. I want to assist you. No, thank you. With a swift motion, Rahel freed himself from Adrian's grasp and hastened toward the common room. 3 long knocks, 1 short, 2 short, 3 long, and finally a long knock. All right. You may enter. Rahel knocked on the wooden barrel again, not allowing himself a moment to roll on the soft sofa in the common room as he hurried back to his dormitory. Initially, he felt no sense of unease until he attempted to open his trunk. Besides the clasp, the trunk was secured by 2 magical spells. The person opening it had to knock gently according to a specific rhythm for the clasp to unlock. Rahel, however, sensed the traces of an unlocking charm, implying that the upperclassman who had detained him was facilitating someone's stealthy entrance into his dormitory to open the trunk. Squatting in front of the trunk, Rahel felt a stirring in his chest, but hesitated to open it. Perhaps that person was still nearby? Using the trunk as cover, Rahel discreetly drew his wand. revealing charm. To his astonishment, a pair of feet appeared beneath the curtains. The person reacted quickly. In the next moment, a spell was cast, and Rahel was propelled backward, his wand rolling into the corner. His alertness was commendable, but what good was it? A first year, no less. To his surprise, it was a girl, adorned with the Hufflepuff emblem on her chest. Rahel clutched his chest as he stood. I suggest you leave quickly, otherwise what's wrong, little one? Are you going to run away or tell a teacher? Just as those words left her mouth, the door behind Rahel slammed shut. He sighed internally. You're not a Hufflepuff, are you? Polyjuice potion? The girl's expression suddenly turned blank. Stop with the nonsense. Tell me how to open the trunk, or I will be forced to use an unforgivable curse. A black cloak suddenly enveloped her, seemingly too short, leaving only her head, neck, and feet exposed. I warned you to leave quickly. Rahel retrieved his wand, placing it back within the folds of his robe. The girl's eyes widened in terror. What is this? Why can't I move? What is happening? This is a package I received after class, a keepsake from Ethel. The creature, known as a dread bat, or living shroud, is classified as a level 5 danger by the Ministry of Magic. You're fortunate. This one is only a juvenile, lacking hunting experience. Ethel's gifts had always been rather hardcore, and Rahel could only accept his father's heavy affection with resignation. That said, since he began school, Ethel's gifts had become increasingly outrageous. The venomous leopard and the bat. Might we soon encounter a creature with the head of a man, the body of a lion, and the tail of a scorpion? The girl clearly recognized the name, her eyes now brimming with tears. Please save me. You do not wish to take a life, do you? The cloak had already muffled her voice, and despair gradually seeped into her gaze, her tears cascading from the corners of her eyes, only to be swiftly absorbed by the cloak. Rahel made an unexpected move. Call forth the guardian. A silver light shot forth from the tip of his wand. Though it was but a small stream, it was sufficient to dislodge the juvenile creature from the girl. Rahel swiftly seized the creature, and tossed it into the wardrobe, securing it with a robust charm. The girl collapsed onto the ground. Your potion will soon lose its efficacy. It would be wise to exit quickly, and inform your accomplices not to entertain any thoughts of confronting me. Rahel observed her from above. Had he not locked the suitcase, the girl would have been oblivious to her own demise. Thank you. As she vanished through the door of the common room, Rahel slowly returned to his bed. Who could be coveting his suitcase? Why had the magical creature sent by his father suddenly escalated in danger level? What should he do in the future? These questions swirled around him like a fog, and Rahel, who had intended to coast through school, reluctantly realized he must steel himself and strive to learn. At the very least, he needed to possess sufficient self-defense capabilities before danger arrived. Releasing the spell, the bat crashed through the wardrobe door, lunging at his face. This juvenile exhibited an alarming capacity for learning. Had it truly discerned human weaknesses after just one encounter? Call forth the guardian. The black cloak crumpled on the floor, trembling. Very well, you are quite perceptive. Rahel lifted it, first casting a countercharm on the dormitory door and windows, then swiftly diving into the suitcase. This creature must be allocated its own territory to thrive. Otherwise, as it grew, the beings within the suitcase would become prey to its whims. Chapter 15. Potions. Slughorn felt both elated and anxious. Why? His joy stemmed from the fact that he would be teaching a class of young wizards from Slytherin and Hufflepuff that morning. Particularly a young wizard named Rahel, whom he favored. If he could forge a connection with Shafik, would he still have to worry about gold? As for his anxiety, every Shafik was a calamity in the realm of potions. Rahel's father, uncles, and aunts were no exceptions, and Rahel likely wouldn't he be either. Upon entering the potions classroom, he immediately spotted that golden head, albeit seated among Slytherins. Rahel appeared quite pleased today. Severus had arrived early and even saved him a seat. Severus, how did you find your first night at Hogwarts? Rahel inquired, his eyes sparkling. He had heard that the Slytherin dungeons were dark and cold, the entire space painted in shades of murky green, and through the common room windows, one could glimpse the giant squid and other aquatic creatures, as if residing within a sunken ship at the lake's bottom. Not bad at all. It's quite enjoyable to fall asleep to the sound of the water lapping. Severus replied, though the corner of his mouth began to twitch. That wretched squid has taken to clinging to my dormitory window. Hearing his teeth grind, Rahel offered a sheepish laugh. Perhaps it has had its eye on us since that day. Attempting to steer the conversation elsewhere, Rahel asked, what do you think we will be taught in the first lesson? Before Severus could respond, a portly old man ambled past them. Welcome, everyone, to my potions class. Potions, while challenging, can also be quite simple. The distinction lies in your patience, meticulousness, and a touch of talent. He beamed as he surveyed the classroom. delighted to see the eager young faces gazing back at him. In the near future, his slug club would be enriched with fresh talent. Exceptional children always deserved encouragement, and there would be rewards in every class. However, to pique the young wizard's interest, he raised a finger. My reward is reserved for the most outstanding student of this session. Now who can tell me the ingredients of the boil cure potion? When no hands were raised, he urged, be bold. Correct answers earn points, while incorrect ones incur no penalties. In truth, any young wizard who had glanced at the textbook beforehand could have answered, yet few dared to raise their hands. No one. This is perplexing, Slughorn mused, regarding the group of young wizards. Surely, my rewards combined with house points are enticing enough? What a pity. The boil cure potion is what we shall explore in our first lesson. After discussing the theoretical knowledge, they proceeded to practical application. It seems there's no break. Rahel pouted. Professor Slughorn appeared intent on conducting 2 consecutive lessons. Perhaps this would aid the young wizards in solidifying their memories. Are you feeling sleepy? Severus inquired, tilting his head toward him. A bit, Rahel admitted, looking somewhat fatigued. Yesterday he had delineated a territory within the suitcase and relocated several piglets, a calf, and lambs into it. The little bat seemed utterly ecstatic, flitting about in its designated space, nearly crashing into him. Actually, you could rest against me for a while, Severus suggested, his face slightly flushed. Rahel shook his head, attempting to remain alert. You'd be in for it. My head is quite heavy. Sleep. I'll wake you if the professor comes. Observing Rahel lean against his shoulder, Severus allowed a faint smile to flicker across his lips, adjusting his shoulder height to ensure Rahel's comfort. Crush the venomous fong, brew the slug juice, and follow the steps to incorporate the ingredients. Finally, removing the cauldron from the fire before adding the hedgehog quills. The entire sequence was executed seamlessly, without awakening Rahel, who remained nestled against him. Lazybones, Severus murmured quietly. The professor is here. Rahel jolted upright, his eyes vacant as he resembled the other young wizards engrossed in potion making. Oh, what a splendid boil cure potion. 5 points to Slytherin. Slughorn exclaimed, marveling at the potion in Severus's cauldron. Another prodigy. The other young wizards turned to observe them. Their expressions varied but all tinged with envy. Rahel discreetly gave a thumbs up, eliciting a grin from Severus. And what of you, Mr. Shafik? Slughorn turned his gaze to Rahel. Oh dear, I'm in trouble, Rahel thought, offering a sheepish grin. I haven't begun yet, Professor. Severus was about to speak, but Rahel tugged at his hand. Slughorn nodded. Then we must hasten. You still have time to complete it before class ends. With that, he resumed his pacing. If I tell him we worked on this together, you needn't do it alone. Severus frowned at Rahel, puzzled by his reluctance. Thank you, Severus. But this is your work. Professor Slughorn is aware of this. Hence he will only award you the points, Rahel whispered. If you say that, his regard for you will plummet. And what of it? I'll explain it to you in detail after class. Rahel positioned his cauldron and began following the textbook instructions. Just 1 slug. It can be scooped up now. You don't need to add so much venomous fong powder. Remember to lift the cauldron from the fire shortly. Fewer hedgehog quills, even less. Severus felt a throbbing headache. It was his first encounter with someone who used a scale, as if it were of no purpose. Had Rahel not avoided an explosion, Severus would have been heralded a hero. So can you tell me now? They asked as they exited after class. Rahel cautiously glanced around before speaking in a hushed tone. That was my oversight. My father once mentioned this professor to me. Slughorn has a penchant for selecting talented students. And character is among the criteria. If you are invited to join his slug club, your future is virtually assured. Those students have made significant contributions across various fields. So if you seek power, status, or connections, his gatherings provide an advantageous route. I hope you make a favorable impression before him. That way, you can achieve success without aligning yourself with the Dark Lord's faction. And what about you? You seem reluctant to do so. Snape gazed intently at him. You know my situation. Slughorn is drawn to me solely because of my family, as I possess little talent myself. Even amidst those creatures, Rachel pouted, feeling a twinge of disappointment. That is your talent. Snape grew anxious, insisting that your knowledge of magical creatures is your advantage. You are not without merit. It's merely that your potion-making skills are not as strong, he blinked, reminding him, we have only just begun. The priority is learning. Is it not what you said? Thank you, Severus. Chapter 16. The Peculiar Girl. You need to completely relax. Resist not. You're too tense. Let go a bit more, take a deep breath. The boy complied, and indeed, the devil's snare loosened its grip on his hand. Oh, thank you. I am Bowen Hill, and you must be Rachel. It is a pleasure to meet you. The boy, sporting two charming dimples when he smiled, expressed his gratitude to Rachel. Hello, wait a moment, Hill? Rachel raised an eyebrow. Is Adrian your brother? The boy, noticing his odd expression, became flustered. Yes, he is my brother. What's the matter? Has he been bothering you? I apologize. My brother means no harm. He might even have a crush on you, he added shyly towards the end. Rachel. A crush? Is it genuine? Does he have friends from other houses? Listening to the boy's account, it sounded rather conspiratorial. Yes, he has made some new friends, though I am unsure of their house. Why do you ask? Bowen was puzzled by his intent, yet answered truthfully. I wish to speak with him, Rachel said cautiously, avoiding Professor Sprout's scrutinizing gaze. Huh? Are you serious? Bowen's face turned crimson. But you are only 11. Isn't it too early? Merlin, what are young witches thinking these days? It's not that I'm seeking him for anything significant. Rachel was certain that the girl had silver hair. And though there were a few silver-haired individuals at the school, they were not numerous. If she could glean information from Adrian, that would be splendid. Bowen blushed even more. Regardless, my brother would be thrilled. If I learn anything, I shall find you in the neighboring dormitory. Thank you kindly. Rachel patted him and moved toward the Gryffindor side. James and Sirius were engaged in light banter, with Remus and Peter seated beside them, along with Lily and her two roommates. The silver-haired girl. Rachel pondered. Rubbing his chin, one of Lily's roommates had silver hair, yet he recalled that the girl who had attacked him seemed quite disdainful of first years. As he approached, that girl shrank closer to Lily, as if afraid of him. Lily, who had been attentively listening to the lesson, turned to her friend upon sensing her proximity. Viola. What troubles you? Mary also glanced over. What's wrong? Headache? Quietly shifting closer to Remus, Rachel cast a complex gaze at the girl. Did he appear frightening? Surely not. I inherited my parents' splendid genes. I am beloved by all. Even my relatives adore me. Why then does this girl seem so distinctly different? I would never utter something so trite as, hey woman, you have caught my attention. At this thought, Rachel shivered and inched closer to Remus. The silver-haired girl, Viola, shook her head, leaning even closer to Lily. I'm fine, you need not worry about me. Though she said this, her eyes darted towards Rachel. Lily and Mary followed her gaze, spotting the blonde boy conversing with Sirius. Oh my, he is quite handsome, Mary exclaimed softly. His long, curled lashes fluttered as if attempting to captivate hearts. Yet Lily furrowed her brow. Viola, what is wrong? Did he bully you? Viola merely lowered her head. It's nothing. Truly nothing. Lily, please do not inquire further. Meanwhile, Rachel remained unaware that the girl who had intruded upon his dormitory was merely a few steps away. He was engrossed in conversation with James and Sirius. Indeed, she is a prodigy, yet how could a muggle-born possess silver hair? Perhaps it is a case of atavism, akin to the likes of Marrow. So do you fancy her? Not at all. I find Lily to be far superior. A prodigy? What makes you say that? That is precisely the marvel. She is nothing like a typical first year. She possesses a wealth of knowledge, excels in charms, potions, and transfiguration. There is seemingly nothing she does not know. Surely many must admire her? Do not misunderstand. We are not among them. Perfection is a myth, and to us, she resembles more of a mere mannequin. By the way, when did you arrive? James and Sirius turned to look at him, and Rachel shrugged. Since James mentioned Lily was better. Oh, James ruffled his hair. So what do you think? I believe we would make a splendid pair. What say you? Sirius shook his head, clucking his tongue. I say, how old are you? Is it not too early to ponder such matters? Lily is not such a superficial girl. Rachel propped his chin on his hand, observing Professor Sprout at the front of the greenhouse, who was expounding upon the uses, characteristics, and dangers of the mandrake. His words piqued James's interest. Do you know her? Are you acquainted? We are neighbors. We met before the school year commenced. Noticing Lily glance his way, Rachel offered her a slight smile, to which she responded with a playful grimace. James squinted. You do not harbor feelings for Lily, do you? As if prepared to draw wands for a duel at any moment. Rachel appraised him, finally shaking his head. Dear James, not everyone is like you. In that case, James straightened his posture. Dear Rachel, may I visit your home during the holidays? I shall have to ponder this carefully, and see if we can indeed become true friends. Rachel replied solemnly. Sirius perked up. Is there a story behind this? Of course. I must ensure you won't betray me. That sounds rather mysterious, just wait and see. James thumped his chest, declaring, for the sake of friendship. Rachel swiftly pulled down his hand. We are in class, my friend. Sirius chuckled, while James sheepishly scratched his head. Too excited. Speaking of which, have you both grasped the knowledge from this lesson? Rachel regarded the two skeptically. He was confident in magical creatures and herbology, having learned about them since childhood. Yet these two had just been chatting idly. Could they be self-taught? It's all in the textbook. Professor Sprout has a habit of saving the important points for the end of class. What she teaches now is merely the essence. Indeed, indeed. It's time to take out the notebooks. Peter, who had been a silent witness to their daydreaming throughout the lesson, was utterly astonished. So, this is how one can learn. Chapter 17. The Mystery. After class, Rachel was promptly whisked away by Lily before James could interject. Rachel, those candies, were they a prank? Lily's green eyes bore into Rachel. The Evans had written back to her, revealing that those candies were anything but ordinary. Some would produce a slight explosion. Others tasted of soap, and some even danced within one's stomach. Rachel vehemently shook his head. Of course not. Those are honeydew sweets. We assumed it was a wizarding family when we visited, and in the course of conversation, we simply lost track of time. Lily's expression softened. So Honeydukes is a confectionery shop. Their sweets are exceedingly popular. You will know when we reach third year, and can visit Hogsmeade. Rachel sighed in relief. In truth, those candies pose no harm to the human body. You can certainly reassure your aunt and uncle. Speaking of Penny, have you offered her an apology? The two strolled towards the hall, oblivious to the curious glances cast their way. I took the liberty of writing separate letters to my parents and to Penny. Yet she has not replied. At the mere mention of Penny, a shadow of sorrow clouded Lily's gaze. I ought not to have looked, nor should I have allowed Severus to see. Do you think Penny will forgive me? They paused at the side entrance to the hall. She is your sister, your kin. Rachel regarded her thoughtfully, suggesting they discuss it face to face upon their return. Perhaps she has already forgiven you. Come, let us enter. As he spoke, he began to walk inside, only to suddenly recoil upon reaching the corner. James, you startled me. What are you doing lurking in the shadows? Lily peeked out from behind him, inquiring, What's the matter, Potter? Were you eavesdropping on our conversation? Upon seeing Lily emerge, James blinked in surprise. What's wrong? Am I not allowed to be here? Is this road exclusive to your family? Lily rolled her eyes and turned toward the Gryffindor long table. Rachel remarked, James, surely this isn't your method of courting girls? She gathered her hair into a small bun at the back of her head, ensuring it wouldn't interfere during dinner. What's the matter? I haven't even mentioned you yet. What's going on? Didn't you say you weren't fond of Lily? Suddenly he covered his mouth. Rachel crossed her arms, clearly having noticed he followed them the entire way. Eavesdropping won't grant you the full story. Lily is clearly upset. Don't ask me why. Seeing that James was about to speak, Rachel raised her hand, asserting that it was her private matter. Very well, James tossed his hair back. If you truly find yourself enamored with Lily in the future, then we shall compete fairly. Rachel sighed deeply, shaking her head as she stepped into the hall first. Did you hear that? Upon entering the hall, Rachel directly seated herself beside Beau. Rachel, you've arrived. Do you have time tomorrow at noon? Beau smiled warmly at her. Yes, did he mention where we should meet? Rachel grabbed a treacle tart and snatched 2 chicken legs. Tomorrow at noon at the library entrance. Suddenly, a head popped up beside Beau, also wearing a cheerful expression, albeit with a more charming allure. Rachel exclaimed, Adrian, since you're here, why do you need to go to the library? Rachel was puzzled. Adrian shook his head. It's not that. I simply wish to spend some time alone with you. Rachel replied, no way. With a resigned nod he acquiesced. Fine then, as you wish. He quickened his eating pace, knowing he had astronomy class later that evening and needed to prepare. However, halfway there he was intercepted. Rachel, where are you headed? It was none other than Severus. I'm returning to the dormitory. What's the matter, Severus? It dawned on him that he hadn't spoken to Severus since their class together that day. Here, your potions notes. You'd best memorize them. Rachel accepted the notes, exclaiming, wow, this is thorough. How long will it take to organize all this? Thank you, Severus. Seeing her take them, Severus smiled broadly, pleased that she appreciated them. After parting ways, Rachel returned to her dormitory and delved into her trunk. Where's little V? Rachel spun around and spotted V hanging despondently from a spruce branch. I haven't mistreated you. Why are you so down? Rachel looked up at him. You have food and drink, and such a vast territory. What's there to be unhappy about? Noticing the black cloak turned away from him, Rachel felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Come with me tomorrow. In a flash, V zoomed in front of Rachel, moving like a bolt of lightning. Then, he began to shriek and dash about his vicinity. However, the black cloak halted mid-air, demanding obedience. After a moment of stillness, Rachel nodded. I'll come for you tomorrow. So be good, all right? Not minding V's spiraling antics behind him, Rachel climbed out of her trunk. The next morning, she attended Charm's class alongside Gryffindor and, fortunately, displayed a natural talent for the subject, earning Hufflepuff 5 points. You four look rather glum. What has happened? It was only at the end of class that Rachel mustered the courage to voice her curiosity. It's nothing, we just bumped into someone, Sirius shrugged. Remus hung his head, while Peter wore an expression of strange longing. It's not my fault. He was blocking my way, James said, though his eyes occasionally darted toward Rachel. I'm feeling guilty, are we? Rachel arched an eyebrow. Oh really? Did you apologize? No. Professor Flitwick announced the class was dismissed, and they all made their way outside. Rachel, it was just a bump. There's no need to be like this. Sirius spread his hands in exasperation. Rachel nodded. Well, that's splendid. Now I have something to boast about. My friends are a bunch of little rascals, aren't they? James looked distressed. It's not my fault I was spending time with Lily. She's ignoring me because of him. You know who, Rachel? It's that Snape. Rachel couldn't help but chuckle. Listen, James, if you don't change that horrid attitude of yours, Lily will never look your way, understand? I'm off. See you later. Waving goodbye, Rachel hurried toward the hall. Hey Rachel. Adrian settled beside her. I still don't understand why you insist on going to the library when we could finish our conversation now and save the extra trip, Rachel remarked, sipping on pumpkin juice paired with smoked bacon. Sweet and savory. Don't you think the library has a romantic ambience? Adrian leaned in closer. Rachel replied. I'm only 11, and you're merely 14 or 15. I feel as though that pumpkin juice is lodging in my throat. Perhaps you should seek someone else for a date. I just have a few questions. First, who sent you to intercept me that day? Second, who is your new friend? Which house are they from? And what year? Finally managing to swallow the juice, Rachel inquired. What? I intercepted you? Adrian's surprise was tinged with a hint of glee. What did I say? Nothing too outrageous, I hope? Rachel pressed her forehead. No. Nothing like that. Then what about that new friend? Oh, she's a 6th year from Hufflepuff. I can't recall her name. Adrian scratched his head. I just remember her wearing the Hufflepuff crest on her chest. How strange. Just as I thought. Rachel patted his shoulder. It's all right, thank you. Just as she was about to rise, Adrian tugged at her sleeve. So would you still be willing? Unwilling. Thanks for the affection. Rachel swiftly slipped away. Chapter 18. The Revelation. Racing back to the dormitory, Rachel was left breathless. Merlin, he was serious. Yet, judging by his demeanor, he seemed unaware of his actions. Could it be a confundus charm? Emerging from her trunk, Rachel felt a small bulge at the chest of her school robe, which, upon closer inspection, was barely noticeable, only revealing itself with prolonged scrutiny as it faintly pulsed. You mustn't harm anyone, understand? Gently prodding the small bulge, Rachel grabbed her textbooks and exited. Rachel, Bo happened to be leaving too. Shall we go to class together? Surprised, Rachel asked. Aren't you going with your roommates? They usually always stuck together. Bo scratched his head. Well, they had something to attend to, so they left ahead. Then let us walk together. Rachel nodded in agreement. The two made their way towards the greenhouses behind Hogwarts. In the previous class, Professor Sprout had brought in Devil's Snare, which seemed rather unreasonable, don't you think? It can be somewhat dangerous. A small plant won't cause any harm. Professor Sprout intended for us to distinguish between Devil's Snare and the crabapple, and she warned us not to touch it. Even so, it shouldn't be placed so close to us. Suddenly, Rachel heard Severus panting as he dashed over, finally catching up to her. Severus. A smile blossomed upon Rahel's previously expressionless face. You need to exercise. Severus Snape, still catching his breath while leaning on his knees, glanced at the person beside Rahel. Hello, I am Rahel's friend. My name is Boven Hill, Boven said, revealing a gentle smile. Rahel blinked. They had only just met a few days prior. Snape's demeanor cooled slightly. Greetings, Severus Snape. Supporting his deeply bowing friend, Rahel squinted and smiled. How are you feeling now? Snape replied, firmly gripping Rahel's wrist as he straightened up and led him toward the greenhouse. Boven clicked his tongue and followed suit. To their surprise, today's herbology class was a joint session with Slytherin and Hufflepuff. Had they both overlooked this detail? Sitting happily beside Snape, Rahel inquired, isn't it wonderful to have class together? Indeed, Snape responded, pulling out 1,000 magical plants and fungi to peruse. What happened to your hand? Rahel's keen eyes noticed the wound on his hand. Snape concealed his hand within his sleeve. I had a little fall. You fell by yourself? Or were you bumped into? Give me your hand, Rahel insisted, her gray eyes calmly fixed on him. Unable to resist her, Snape extended his hand. Several abrasions marred his skin, some even oozing blood, indicating a rather severe tumble. Rahel rolled up his sleeve and noticed more blood seeping from his elbow, letting out a sigh. She produced a vial of healing ointment, applying it to his wounds, and ceased only when she observed the injuries healing swiftly. Take this for now. I will bring more next time. It will help your wounds heal faster. Do you have any scrapes on your knee? After a moment's hesitation, Snape nodded. Remember to apply the ointment when you return. There's no need to worry about running out. Rahel comforted him with a pat on the shoulder. A flicker of disappointment crossed Snape's features as he replied, all right. Not far away. Boven watched their interaction and turned his head away, feeling inexplicably melancholic. Rahel appeared quite joyful when with him, and they were of the same house. Why then did Rahel share laughter with a Slytherin? Boven, Professor Sprout is observing your dormitory friend, someone reminded him. This brought him back to reality. All right. Meanwhile, Snape and Rahel quietly conversed during the lesson. Rahel, feigning interest in his notes, asked, Does Malfoy often seek you out? Not frequently, but he always inquires about your well-being. Seemingly eager to understand you, Snape replied, his lips moving slightly. Then he tries to lure me into the queue, hoping to gain some credit before graduation. Typical Malfoy. Rahel whispered, ensuring only Snape could hear. However, the dark-haired boy seated near him revealed a slight smile. I informed him that you relish spicy food, despise sweets, dislike animals, and enjoy sports and travel. Rahel bit his lip to suppress laughter. You truly are wicked, but I appreciate it. The two shared a silent laugh. Yet, an odd matter arose. Rahel clutched his chest. My dormitory was invaded. Someone attempted to open my trunk but failed. What? Snape furrowed his brow. Did you see their face? Or were they disguised? Such vile acts must be reported to a professor. The polyjuice potion has considerable power. Her attacking spell is formidable. Were it not for little V. Oh, speaking of little V. Rahel produced a baby bat from the inside pocket of his robes. I named him Little V. The black cloak shifted slightly before settling again. He has fallen asleep, Rahel murmured. Snape gazed at it in astonishment. A bat? Adult ones are quite dangerous and rare. Juvenile ones are even scarcer. Your father is remarkable. But tell me, did you not wait for the polyjuice potion to wear off? That way, you could discern her identity. I cannot overpower her. If she were desperate enough to silence me, what then? Rahel recoiled slightly. Fortunately, she lacks courage. Once little V entangled her, she surrendered. Could she be connected to Lucius Malfoy? Snape suddenly pondered. Lucius is aware that you possess a legitimate trunk. Rahel set down his quill. That would not benefit him. And he would not be so direct. The two contemplated in silence until the herbology class concluded, still without resolution. Perhaps we should approach this from another angle, Snape suggested. Noticing Boven from the corner of his eye, let us hasten towards the castle. Perhaps the individual's true intent is not your trunk, but rather someone else? Are you suggesting she aimed to please someone by attempting to steal my trunk? This is her personal endeavor? Rahel Muset. Typically, if one knows a trunk contains magical creatures, especially hazardous species, they would avoid it, unless they possess the means to escape unharmed. Clearly, that individual does not. Thus, she must have overheard something but failed to grasp the entirety of it. This is merely speculation, Snape nodded. Rahel's eyes widened in realization. It must be her, that Gryffindor. The silver-haired one? Snape raised an eyebrow. Huh. How did you know? As they traversed the entrance hall toward the dungeons, Rahel remarked, she enjoys trailing after Lucius Malfoy. Snape sighed. A foolish one indeed. Oh, why do you sigh as well? Rahel asked. Perhaps I am influenced by someone, Snape replied. Then I shall refrain from sighing. And you shall too, Severus agreed. This is your promise. Chapter 19. Exposed. Indeed, when Rahel nonchalantly revealed little V, the sound of cutlery clattering echoed from the Gryffindor table. Lifting his gaze, he saw Lily anxiously inquiring after the girl named Viola. The truth became painfully complex within Rahel's heart. Was the girl's mind stuffed with Raffy grass? Exchanging a glance with Snape at the Slytherin table, they both sighed in unison. With no classes over the weekend, Rahel had initially intended to spend joyful moments with Severus in the small trunk, but on a tranquil afternoon, Professor Sprout sought him out. Mr. Shafik, the headmaster is looking for you, the kindly witch said, concern etched on her face. The headmaster was seeking him? Rahel's first thought was of his trunk. Had he been exposed? Snape, standing under the corridor awning, looked at him with worry. Rahel offered him a reassuring glance, following Professor Sprout upstairs. All the while, she kept muttering, Mr. Shafik, though you may not pay much attention in class, I know you are a good boy. When you enter the headmaster's office, do not be anxious. Professor Dumbledore is always kind to students. One might even describe him as gentle. All right, Professor, Rahel nodded repeatedly, even though he knew Professor Sprout could not see him. Lemon snowball, Rahel exclaimed, my love. As Professor Sprout adjusted her hair, she noticed the stone lions parting, and she waved her hand behind her. Come along, child. Ascending the spiral staircase with the headmaster, Dumbledore awaited them at the door. Viola, Professor Slughorn, Lucius, Adrian, and even Lily were present. Rahel thought, this feels like a public execution. Mr. Shafik has arrived, Professor Sprout announced, her demeanor noticeably more reserved. Rahel immediately perceived that his headmaster was even more socially anxious than he was. The old headmaster nodded at her. Thank you, Pomona. Professor Sprout offered Rahel an encouraging glance before turning to leave. Once the door was firmly shut, Dumbledore surveyed the assembly. Recently, a matter of grave nature has occurred, and I believe it necessary to provide everyone with an explanation. The sharp gaze behind his crescent-shaped glasses pierced directly at Viola. Professor Slughorn's face had long lost its smile. Viola took a sudden step back, unable to meet the gaze of the two professors. Having pilfered Professor Slughorn's potion, manipulated her classmates with the imperious curse, and invaded the common room of another house to assault Miss Lowell, you have been expelled from Hogwarts due to the aforementioned transgressions. It was only then that Adrian realized he had been subjected to the imperious curse, a wave of dread washing over him. Viola stared blankly at the venerable headmaster, bewildered by the expulsion. Was it not true that Dumbledore never relinquished any student? Even that giant named Hagrid remained at Hogwarts despite being accused of murder. Moreover, how could he possibly know of her actions when she had been so discreet? Headmaster, you cannot expel me. My actions did not result in any grave consequences. Why must I be expelled? She pointed an accusing finger at Rahel, who was carrying a box containing dangerous magical creatures. He was the one who ought to be expelled. Suddenly the focus shifted to Rahel, who instinctively recoiled, internally lamenting. Could you not be a bit cleverer elsewhere? This tactic of diverting blame is quite cunning. The others regarded Rahel with peculiar glances, while only Professor Slughorn and Lily wore expressions of concern. The headmaster, hands clasped behind his back, nodded. This is precisely what I wished to address. The decision for Rahel to carry the box was mutually agreed upon by the Ministry of Magic and myself. Every magical creature within has been duly registered and tamed by the Ministry, otherwise, his box would not have even gained entry to Hogwarts. Is there any further doubt? Rahel thought to himself, how delightful it is to hear the headmaster spin such fabrications. However, it seems his box cannot remain concealed any longer. You should leave now. Miss Lowell. Horace, kindly escort her out. The two elderly gentlemen exchanged glances, and Professor Slughorn nodded. You may return, Mr. Shafik, but I require you to stay. Once the crowd dissipated, Rahel finally spoke. Headmaster, you are deceiving them, are you not? There are no registrations or notifications at all. The old headmaster smiled faintly. What leads you to that conclusion? Listening to the headmaster, could it be that his words held some truth? Rahel's eyes widened, although he was reluctant to admit it. The creatures indeed posed a significant risk, and it had taken considerable resolve for him to bring them here. Do not bear any burden, train them well, as your father would have wished, correct? Now go on. Bestowing upon him a mysterious smile, Dumbledore guided him toward the door. Rahel watched the headmaster's smile diminish through the narrowing gap until it vanished. Feeling perplexed, he could only descend the stairs. Rahel, are you all right? I cannot believe Viola would do such a thing. Lily was standing beside the stone lion, waiting for him, and hurried to catch up upon seeing him emerge. Oh. It's you, Lily. Rahel snapped back to reality. I'm fine. I didn't mean to keep the box a secret from you. It's just that the fewer people who know, the better. As he spoke the latter part, he felt a twinge of guilt, unable to comprehend why he had instinctively confided in Severus while neglecting Lily. It's nothing. Everyone has their privacy, right? After what happened with my sister. I've come to understand that. Lily waved her hand dismissively. So, do you want to come? I mean, to see my little box. Rahel scratched his head. Since it could now be made public, would she like to come and play? Really? Lily's face lit up with joy. That's wonderful. Thank you, Rahel. She joyfully embraced him, and they bid farewell in front of the fat lady's portrait. As Rahel watched her enter the common room, he turned to leave, only to collide with the quartet. Leading the group, James stood with his arms crossed. You were indeed deceiving me. How do you explain that? Rahel raised an eyebrow. Are we still going to my house for Christmas? Yes. Are we still friends? Of course. Have you apologized yet? I'll do it now. The other three stared in astonishment. Was this truly James? Are you an imposter? Sirius rubbed his eyes, still having difficulty believing that the person who had just walked away was James. Perhaps it's for love? Rahel replied solemnly, but Remus appeared rather frail. Was he unwell? Sirius immediately shifted his focus. Madame Pomfrey said he is ill and requires treatment every month. Remus nodded, offering a faint smile. Thank you for your concern. Yet that smile on his pale face resembled more of a grimace. Chapter 20. A day trip with the little box. Rahel, you are truly inconsiderate. Such a wonderful opportunity and you didn't invite us. The three stood in astonishment before the tapestry of the giant troll on the 8th floor, turning around to see James and Sirius sprinting up the stairs. Just as the staircase unexpectedly shifted direction, the two barely managed to step onto the 8th floor. That was close. James patted his chest. Sirius, breathless, exclaimed, Didn't we agree to be friends? Rahel, you're being unfair. Snape, who was standing beside Rahel, scoffed, drawing Lily's curious gaze. What's wrong, Severus? There seems to be some friction between them. Rahel spread his hands. And what of Remus and Peter? Aren't you inseparable? Peter went with Remus for his treatment. The two approached Rahel. So, are the three of you not having any issues? Rahel scrutinized James and Sirius, then glanced at Snape. I apologize, didn't I, Snape? You can't deny that. James ruffled his dark hair in irritation, as if conceding to others was an unbearable task. Snape remained expressionless. Sirius, hands in pockets, noted that this was already a significant step for James. Rahel sighed deeply. Take it slow. Grasping Snape's hand, Rahel led the way toward the wall. After silently reciting, I need a place where I won't be disturbed, a door appeared before them. Behind him, James and Sirius exchanged bewildered glances, both recognizing the uncertainty in the other's eyes. So those two are a pair? I misjudged Snape? James pondered. Seems like it. That was hasty, brother, Sirius replied. I was careless, but what is this door? Perhaps it's a secret room discovered by Rahel, Sirius speculated. Where is he? Came Rahel's voice from inside the box. The two jumped, hastening to enter the room of requirement, only to find Rahel. Are you sure you entered through this little box? Sirius and James crouched beside the suitcase, peering inside. Rahel's head suddenly popped out from below the opening, descending the small ladder. Oh, I love this! James exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Sirius, I'll go first. Sirius steadied the box. I'll follow right after. The two descended one after the other, and the already cramped little room became even more so. Oh dear, it's quite tight in here. Hurry up. Who just stepped on my foot? Minutes later, they stood on the green lawn. Wow, Rahel, this is amazing. James looked up at the white clouds, blue sky, and green grass, excitedly grabbing Sirius's hand, only to be forcefully shaken off. Hey, what's wrong with you? He turned to find Lily glaring daggers at him. He instinctively reached for his hair, only to make his already messy hair even worse. It's Evans. I'm sorry. I thought you were serious. Sirius stood a short distance away, chuckling at the spectacle. Lily ignored him and walked over to Rahel. Sessa, are you happy lately? Rahel stood beside Sessa's little nest, scratching its belly. Sessa's little paws are constantly resisting your fingers. Rahel, is this a niffler? Lily asked, curiously observing Sessa. Does it like shiny things? Indeed, but it's best not to offer it anything directly, or it will become quite attached to you. Noticing Lily reaching into her pocket, Rahel cautioned her. As if understanding his words, Sessa shot him a reproachful look with its glistening little eyes. Lily beamed with delight upon seeing the adorable creature. With a gentle flutter of its little nose, Cece reached out with its tiny paws towards Lily. Just as Lily was about to embrace it, Rahel pushed Cece's paws away in the opposite direction. Cece, let us take a stroll inside. Ignoring the distressed Cece, Rahel turned towards Snape. Severus, you're here again? Snape stood amidst the grove, surrounded by a group of tree guardians, while a duck perched on his sleeve, flapping its wings. Which one would you like? The left hand? Or the right? He spread his hands, revealing a beetle in one and fairy eggs in the other. The duck extended a small twig to reach for the fairy eggs, but Rahel's face suddenly appeared over Snape's shoulder, startling the duck. Let us skip the fairy eggs and stick with the beetles. Severus. You're going to spoil them, Rahel lamented, concerned that they might refuse to eat beetles in the future. Snape withdrew his right hand. As you wish. Let them have the beetles. The duck. Let us go explore elsewhere. Rahel took the beetle from Snape and scattered it among the tree guardians, leading him away. Severus. Are you not angry? Rahel glanced at the two fools skipping stones by the lake. Angry? You mean about them bumping into me? Snape furrowed his brow. Not at all. There will be plenty of opportunities for them to make amends. Rahel quietly gave him a thumbs up, and Snape smirked slightly. What is this, little Sirius? He called towards the two by the lake. Hearing his voice, they all approached the water's edge. You once told me to stay away from the lake, for there's a horse-shaped water monster within. Snape turned to Rahel beside him. Is it because it eats people? Hearing that something inside devours humans, James and Sirius instinctively inched closer together. Rahel, is this water monster truly that dangerous? What? Are you joking? Eats people? James exclaimed in horror, glancing at the cluster of broad-leaved cattails on the water's surface. That lump of grass eats people? Noticing James edging closer, Snape distanced himself slightly. You're looking down on me now? James scoffed at him. It doesn't he eat people? Since I arrived here, it hasn't he consumed anyone? Casually stepping between James and Snape, Rahel remarked. 3 paths. Which one shall we take first? Sirius surveyed the distant, indistinct intersection. To the left lay a unicorn settlement. The middle path led to the snowman hillocks, and the right housed the Urklings and the mole-like creatures. Lily cupped her face. Unicorns. Evans, do you fancy unicorns? None of your business. Brother, you've been getting the short end of the stick lately. Where's little Moony? Snape couldn't help but wonder. Rahel turned to look behind him. I've opened a new path. That forest is tricky and easy to get lost in. James, Sirius, and Lily halted their bickering and exchanged glances. Another new species? Time is of the essence. I suggest you take the left path. Compared to the other two, the unicorns are less perilous, although they tend to shy away from male wizards. Rahel tilted his head at them, having already traversed these routes with Severus, leaving their decision to the 3 of them. Evans, you choose. James lazily directed this at Lily. Sirius had no objections either. However, Lily disregarded Rahel's suggestion and opted to seek out the snowman hillocks. Surprisingly, the snowman took a great liking to Lily, lifting her and spinning her around, causing her to erupt in delighted laughter. James and Sirius watched with envy. Chapter 21. A stirring. Rise. Rise. Infuse some emotion into it, and let us try again. Rael. Why does your broom take off with just a shout? Is there a secret? Oh, if your broom is a timid soul, then you'll need to adopt a firmer attitude. If it's a, what do you think my broom is like? May I swap with you? If you wish. Snape crossed his arms, observing the two chatting and laughing across from him, his eyes occasionally flashing with irritation. This fellow named Bohill had taken to pestering Rahel ever since they met, clinging to him during classes and lingering after. Rahel, that blockhead, let him cling on. Speaking sweetly and languidly, blissfully unaware of how much he was being taken advantage of. Severus, aren't you going to practice? Avery noticed Snape standing still, and followed his gaze. The handsome boy with golden hair wore a gentle expression, while his face bore no overt emotion. One could feel his inherent kindness and patience. The boy beside him grinned widely, 2 adorable dimples appearing. His brown eyes fixed intently on the other boy's face rather than the broom. So concerned about Rahel? Though one had to admit such a person would make a fine friend, there was no need for Snape to cast those glances at him. Avery fell silent in annoyance. Avery has a point. Your attitude towards Rahel doesn't suggest mere friendship, more like, I know you aren't. Snape murmured, turning away. Mulciber, sans signe danger. Quickly added, I'm saying we're only in our first year. We'll have plenty of time. Out of Snape's sight. Avery and Mulciber both sighed in relief. For some reason, though they were purebloods, they always felt inferior in Snape's presence. Madame Hooch stood among the young wizards, a uniquely designed whistle adorning her chest. Students who have received their brooms, please mount them. When I count to 1, at the sound of my whistle, you shall push off the ground with vigor. Remember. Her eagle-like gaze swept over the young wizards. You may not ascend to great heights without my permission. Ready. 3, 2, 1, go. You lot. Why aren't you in the air? Madame Hooch quickly approached the few remaining on the ground. The other students were seated on their brooms, feet dangling in midair, while only Rahel, Bo, and Snape remained firmly on the ground, heads held high. Rahel, didn't you receive your broom? Why aren't you riding it? Madame Hooch inquired, hands clasped behind her back. The other students turned their heads to watch. Rahel's gaze wandered. I'm afraid of heights. Snape swore he saw Madame Hooch's lips twitch slightly. And you too? Why aren't you airborne? She turned her attention to Bo and Snape. I didn't make the broom take off. I'm sorry, Professor, Bo mumbled, his head lowered, seemingly ashamed of his inadequacy. Snape frowned at him. Was that a strange feeling? Was it his imagination? Let us try again. Madame Hooch, seeing that Snape remained silent, assumed he was in the same predicament. Rahel. Give it another go, just low flying, extend your legs and you'll touch the ground. She patted Rahel's shoulder, urging, hurry up. Still need to ascend. Reluctantly, Rahel mounted the broom, pushing off the ground. It barely lifted. Ouch. Sitting on the broom was terribly uncomfortable. Couldn't they add a seat to these things? That's a household broom. You can't add a seat for competitions. After a while, Snape finally managed to float up and slowly moved beside Rahel. Oh dear. Did I just say that out loud? Rahel leaned forward, pressing against the broomstick. Suddenly Snape, who had just been beside him, tumbled to the ground, replaced by Bo. I'm so sorry. I didn't know the broom would suddenly go out of control. Bo apologized profusely while still on the ground. Snape furrowed his brows, slowly rising and brushing off the dust. It's fine. Rahel landed beside him, grabbing Snape's hand. Are you alright? Did you hurt anything? Snape shook his head, opening his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately said nothing. Madame Hooch, who had been overseeing the others, approached them. What happened? Did you collide? If you're uninjured, keep practicing. She gazed at them with a serious expression. Stumbling was commonplace, far more so than the brutality of Quidditch. She then turned her attention to the halted young wizards, urging them to ascend once more. Take a few more laps, and remember to grip your brooms tightly. If you aspire to join the house team as second years, you must fly better, faster, and more adeptly than your peers. After class, Rahel tugged at Snape and darted away, while Boren struggled to keep up. The two conversed as they traversed the Quidditch pitch. Did he step on your hand? Rahel inquired, looking intently at his friend, insisting that he must share everything with her, keeping no secrets. Snape raised an eyebrow at Rahel's rare display of firmness, questioning whether he ought to run to her like those bullied children, weeping and seeking comfort. It's different, Rahel countered, racking her brain. He is doing it deliberately. But you have no conflict with him. Why would he target you in such an odd manner? Snape fell silent. Do you truly not understand? Understand what? Rahel blinked, pondering what it was that she should know. He is envious of our friendship. He wishes to usurp my position as your friend. What expression is that? Rahel's features scrunched together. Are you suggesting I'm some sort of heartthrob, that everyone desires to be my friend? Heartthrob? Upon hearing this term, Snape allowed a faint smile to surface. It is rather apartment goodness. Should I blush? Rahel chuckled helplessly, yet she felt there was more to it than that. I recall the scene in the headmaster's office when Adrian, Boren's brother, reacted upon hearing the headmaster's punishment of Viola. Rahel strained to remember that day, a sardonic smile gracing his lips, reminiscent of a lofty derision. Just moments ago, that same feeling had emerged in Boren. After silently listening to Rahel's narration, Snape slowly reiterated, lofty derision? If not for the prejudice against blood status. These brothers are half-bloods. There must be some unknown reason behind it. Rael, in a fit of agitation, ruffled his otherwise smooth hair, sighing regardless. I truly hope Christmas arrives swiftly, so we can return home. Has your father ever come home for Christmas? Snape guided him to sit beneath a beech tree, tidying his once neat hair now resembling a bird's nest. I don't know. Rahel obediently allowed him to fuss. But I don't believe I ever mentioned to James that we live together. Snape ceased his ministrations. Let them come then. They will no longer target me. Why is that? Rahel's eyes brightened. Did you give them a piece of your mind? Not exactly. Snape's gaze flickered. It's because of Lily. For some reason, James Potter has convinced himself that Lily and I are not a possibility. Hence he now harbors a sense of what must be guilt towards me. Unbelievable. Does his brain also brim with rubbish? Chapter 22. Double the surprises. Ever since Lily encountered Choo-Choo, she has devoted herself entirely to him. This left James in a profound state of dismay. Their mutual affection leaves him in a quandary. James, shall we have a snowball fight? The thickly clad Sirius squatted opposite James, attempting to divert his attention with snow. Time has flown by, and Christmas break is upon us. The outdoor areas of Hogwarts are blanketed in a thick layer of white, with every footfall producing a satisfying crunch. James in agony clutched his ears. No. At the mere sight of snow, his mind conjured images of Lily dashing towards Choo-Choo. Remus and Peter crouched beside him. What's the matter with you, James? Remus appeared somewhat unwell, yet noticeably better than in recent days. Peter merely huddled nearby, casting concerned glances at James. It's because of Lily. Sirius angrily slammed Snow into the ground. James, you weren't like this when we first met. How could the brother he once deemed a good friend become an infatuated fool? Suddenly James looked up. Why can't Choo-Choo accept my approach? Why does he howl at me the moment I step onto the snow? The three of them. So you're bothered by Choo-Choo? Is it the snowman from Rahel's trunk? Remus paused slightly. Peter shrank back. Surely the snowman is terrifying. It's adorable, enormous even. The key is, it's incredibly cool. James gestured animatedly, his face alight with excitement. Just don't let anyone touch it. Sirius also found himself quite troubled by this. Choo-Choo seemed to accept Rahel, Snape, and Lily, yet would not tolerate them. I must try again during the winter break, James declared, clenching his fist. Right. My family has already agreed to let me stay. I can spend the entire break there. Sirius nodded. My mother surprisingly didn't scold me. I'll join you. I must remain at school. You know, I have to receive treatment every month. Remus managed a weak smile. Peter was tempted, but glancing at Remus, he decided to stay. What are you all huddled together for? Holding some sort of ritual? Rahel and Snape approached the four of them side by side. Can we join? Rahel asked with a beaming smile. Of course. The four expanded their circle, leaving space for two, positioning themselves perfectly between Sirius and Peter. Bad news. Rahel raised a finger. Lily won't be going home for the holidays. Her family is away. Sirius perked up. And what about you two? Look at you. Our parents are also away on business. Rahel, weary from squatting, unconsciously edged closer to Snape. Snape nodded. It's up to you whether to return or not. Then let us all stay together for Christmas. Peter, who had been quietly sitting aside, suddenly spoke. So it's settled. Aren't you all tired from squatting for so long? Tired, but we have to chat together. Let us go back to the castle. It's too cold. Be careful. Rahel. My legs are numb. On Christmas Day, the Great Hall was adorned with various decorations, and Hagrid had brought in an entire pine tree. With a flick of his wand, Professor Flitwick adorned it with small gifts, and fairies flitted among the branches, resembling twinkling stars. Due to the low number of attendees at dinner, Headmaster Dumbledore decided everyone would dine at a single long table. During the meal, James deliberately chose a seat close to Snape to express his sincere apologies, and their conflict came to a temporary resolution. The following morning, Rahel was in the common room unwrapping gifts. Sitting beside the Christmas tree, he read the parchment in his hand. This is my first perfect advanced potion, and I wish to share this joy with you. Your dearest friend, Severus Snape. The potion bottle prominently bore the label Joy Potion. Rahel's smile widened, impossible to contain. There were also gifts from Lily, James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter. Ethel and Lena had brought yet another little creature, a baby acromantula. Upon first encountering the small spider, Rahel nearly flung it away. The basketball-sized creature had arrived, but how on earth does one tame such a thing? Watching the acromantula click its pincers within the glass enclosure, Rahel felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. What are you angry about? I'm not even angry. In that moment, Rahel completely lost his composure. Why is it a spider? Don't bother me. I'm feeling sad. He glanced around to see if anyone was there. Who is bothering him? Rahel felt a surge of panic. Invisible? Suddenly, a silver, ape-like creature appeared before him. Its large black eyes hidden beneath long fur, subtly revealing a hint of sorrow. Not one but two. The monkeys extended their claws to wipe away the tears pooling in the corners of his eyes, seemingly attempting to comfort him, and one embraced him. Feeling the soft, cool texture of their fur, Rahel calmed considerably. Thank you. I feel much better. Rahel gently patted the little monkey in front of him. The invisible beast nodded, standing beside him as they both gazed at the now silent eight-eyed giant spider. I want a place to stay, a grand villa. The eight-eyed giant spider finally spoke. I'm hungry, I want to eat meat. There's no villa, but there's a forest with plenty, Rahel replied. If you want something to eat, you must catch it yourself. Rahel sat alone on the ground, having risen early enough that no one else was downstairs at this hour. Click, click. The spider's pincers clashed a few more times in irritation. Still angry? Little Fu hasn't he even said he is upset. Oh, Little Fu is your neighbor. Be a good boy and come home with me, alright? Rahel smiled at the quietly standing invisible beast beside him. The beast nodded, and Rahel waved his wand, causing the gifts behind him to levitate, while he tucked the joy-inducing potion into his pocket. With the invisible beast nestled in his arm, and a plethora of gifts floating behind him, Rahel made his way to his dormitory downstairs. Are you trying to deceive me? Where's the forest here? Let me out, and we'll fight to the death. The eight-eyed giant spider flailed its 8 legs within the glass box. Did you hear that? Once the gifts were safely arranged, Rahel entered the box and stepped onto the grass beside the small house. So, what do you think? Should we settle here? Or shall I take you for another stroll? Looking at the adorable and docile invisible beast cradled in his arm, Rahel's eyes brimmed with delight. The child was simply too well behaved to resist spoiling. The invisible beast pointed at the ground. Alright, just remember to take care of yourself. From now on, I shall call you good boy. How does that sound? The beast nodded. Hey, I'm getting angry. The spider's front legs incessantly tapped on the glass box. Why are you ignoring me? Go play for now, Rahel whispered to the good boy. Once it wandered off, he turned back. What do you want? Raising an eyebrow, Rahel sat opposite the spider. A place to live, food, and freedom. None of these can be absent. Are you in cahoots with that person to deceive me? At this, the spider grew even angrier. You can't possibly be lying about having my kind, can you? Who said there was anyone like you? Rahel responded, puzzled. I've been here for so long and haven't seen a single one. Liar. But there is food, shelter, and what defines freedom? This stumped the little spider. It's just eating, playing, and being free. Shall I call you Little 8, then? Rahel, unable to bear seeing it struggle further, decided to relent. It's a must to ask. First, you take me to find a place, and only then will you pass. The little spider shook its head vigorously. Unable to suppress the corners of his mouth from curling up, Rahel waved his wand, causing the glass box to float. Let us go. I'll help you find a place. Chapter 23 Gifts. Hey, this place is quite nice. Upon entering the forest where Little Fu resided, the spider ceased its complaints. You should have said so sooner. You made me quite vexed. It sprawled comfortably in a large pit, stretching its legs. I'll allow you to call me Little 8. Yes, thank you for your gracious permission, my lord. Rahel replied helplessly. You'll have to build your own nest, and there's plenty to eat in the forest. And Little Fu lives in this area too, so no fighting, alright? Got it. Why are you so nagging? Little 8 rubbed its feet, preparing to spring into action as it dashed into the depths of the forest. This is no spider. It's as if a long-lost ancestor has returned. Rahel sighed lazily. Upon arriving at the small house's entrance, he found the good boy waiting for him. Rahel hugged him reluctantly before stepping out of the small box. On the other side, Severus Snape, lying on a dark green duvet, was roused from his slumber by an itch on his face. Upon opening his eyes, he saw a small creature with branches for limbs standing on his chest, bending over to scratch him. A tree guardian? He murmured. With all his roommates having gone home, he realized it couldn't belong to anyone else but him. Quickly making his way to the common room, Snape discovered Rahel's card among a pile of gifts. When you see this card, you must have already met him, right? Severus likes tree guardians, and since this little one likes Severus too, I decided to bring it to him. The potted plant is its home. I've hung some soil beetles and fairy eggs on the branches, so Severus can name it and take good care of it. Your friend Rahel. Next to the Christmas tree stood a conspicuous potted plant adorned with 2 small packages. Glancing at the note in his hand, Snape carefully tucked it away under his pillow. He placed the potted plant on his bedside table, so that he could see the little creature as soon as he opened the curtains. To his surprise, the 4 friends had also sent him gifts, indicating that they genuinely considered him someone worth befriending. A gift from Eileen's mother was particularly unique. A large collection of potion recipes, some of which were not found in textbooks. Lily gifted each of her 2 friends a hat. Thus, when 2 heads, one blue and one orange, appeared before everyone, they were all taken aback, with only Lily clapping her hands in delight. In the familiar and obliging room, the group stood in a space resembling a broom closet. James was dissatisfied. Evans, is this what you gave them? Lily turned her head. Yes, aren't they lovely? And what about me? What's mine? James removed a peculiar-looking item from around his neck. What is this? Earmuffs. Rahel stepped forward to take a look. The muffs were a misty blue plush, and shaped like a bear. Lily nodded. Potter, you mustn't eavesdrop anymore. James donned the earmuffs with indignation. I'm not listening. And what's your deal? He turned to Rahel. You actually gifted me a bundle of fur. Do we not deserve a decent gift from you? Sirius, Remus, and Peter also turned their gazes toward Rahel. A bundle of fur for each of us? Is there something special about it? Unicorn tail hair. I went through quite a bit of trouble to obtain it. Rahel spread his hands. They certainly wouldn't let me pluck their tails while standing still. Unicorn tail hair? Remus's eyes widened, and Peter was so excited he could hardly breathe. Sirius was momentarily astonished as well. Oh well, that's quite a valuable gift. James scratched his head. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Rahel, can we go today? Sirius asked, his eyes gleaming with intensity. How is Choo-Choo feeling? This time, I must succeed. James clenched his fist. Rahel set down his suitcase. Don't worry about Choo-Choo for now. This morning my parents sent another high-risk, basketball-sized 8-eyed giant spider, and surprisingly, we can communicate peacefully. In short, as long as we don't enter the forest where Little Fu is, everything will be fine. The other 5 exchanged startled glances. 8-eyed giant spider? Is it the same species as those raised by Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest? Sirius involuntarily took a step back. James had been to the Forbidden Forest with him. The 2 had once walked through the forest cloaked in invisibility, and had witnessed Hagrid conversing with Aragog. The spider's fearsome appearance, colossal size, enormous pincers, densely arranged 8 eyes, and the web that could blot out the sun had terrified the 2 young wizards. Yes, but this one is still a juvenile. And the forest it resides in has been sealed off, So the creatures inside cannot come out. Snape's eyes flickered. Did that mean he had been to the Forbidden Forest? Rahel jumped into the suitcase first, followed silently by Snape, then Lily. I'm coming too. James slapped his thigh. Naturally, Sirius followed James. Remus and Peter, being newcomers, felt nervous. Remus, Peter. It's fine, come down. James called from the edge of the small ladder. Let me out, you little rascal. Where's the freedom you promised me? Little 8 pounded its front legs against the edge of the forest, but its attempts were clearly in vain. Although there appeared to be nothing before it. Upon contact, a membrane-like barrier emerged, blocking its path. The little foo beside it had already given up, hanging limply from a tree branch. Rahel, is your name Rahel? Let me go play on the other side. Rahel, exasperated, covered his ears. Oh my goodness. How can there be such a cacophonous spider? Aragog's words were never so abundant. Is this truly just for amusement? With a skeptical gaze, Rahel shook her head, suspecting it was merely in search of sustenance. No, I'm only playing around. Those behind you seem rather enticing as well. Why not let me have a taste? Just for fun? To her astonishment, a smile manifested upon the multitude of eyes adorning the spider's head. Turning around, Rahel noticed Lily, James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter huddled together, shrinking back at the words of the creature. TSK, how dull. Your courage pales in comparison to that of this beast. Small 8 began to crawl toward Snape. The usually silent Severus, who had been crouched beside Rahel, finally spoke. Isn't the venom of the acromantula quite precious? A single vial fetches 100 galleons. Rahel nodded. Does Severus desire some? Freshly extracted is far superior. His gaze occasionally flickered towards small 8. I believe this situation is quite satisfactory as it is. Farewell. No sooner had she spoken than small 8 hastily retreated from the forest's edge. What a coward, Rahel remarked, rising to her feet and giving her friend a gentle tug. Rahel, can the sounds here be heard from outside? Several of them walked alongside Rahel, and Remus casually inquired. No matter the commotion within the box, it remains unheard outside. However, one can hear the sounds from the outside while inside. Remus's eyes sparkled momentarily before dimming once more. The burden of his identity as a werewolf destined him to a life of concealment and wandering. Had it not been for the generous provision of a transformation space by Professor Dumbledore, attending school would have been impossible for him. This is already quite good. One must not be greedy, he admonished himself silently. Chapter 24, Doubts. Choo-choo. James waved cheerfully at the figure in the snowy expanse. The tall figure turned, only to pivot back once more. Rahel bore a piglet upon her shoulders and nudged James's shoulder with her elbow. Toss this to it. It enjoys eating. The exquisite and handsome young master hoisted a pink piglet, a sight that continually captivated the eyes of the quartet and Lily on their journey through the snow. The thought of having to carry a pig weighed heavily on James's mind, creating a moment of hesitation. Yet Sirius naturally took the piglet. Allow me. I refuse to believe Choo-choo can resist. Sirius, join in. James, no longer hesitating, hurried alongside Sirius as they trudged up the slope with the piglet. The stench wafted around their nostrils, with mud and unidentifiable filth coating the piglet. The moment they grasped it, both Sirius and James regretted their decision. The Black family, renowned in the wizarding world for their pure bloodline, had bestowed upon Sirius a life of luxury since birth, leaving no room for familiarity with livestock. James, as the pampered child of the Potters, had never encountered such a situation either. The piglet seemed to sense its impending fate, succumbing to an involuntary release, leaving a conspicuous mess in the snow. James, should we let go of it? I'm uncertain. Will Choo-choo become even angrier? The two exchanged timid glances, prompting Rahel to shake her head in disapproval. Merlin, this will not do. This time, Choo-choo did not rise to shoo them away, but rather turned slowly to accept the offerings from their hands. Just as James and Sirius were about to burst into tears of joy, Choo-choo, before their very eyes, struck the piglet with a single blow, shattering its skull. A crisp crack echoed, and the piglet's head immediately deflated, leaving James and Sirius's faces ashen. Remus and Peter instinctively took a step back, while Lily merely blinked, betraying no further emotion. Snape remarked, "You'll grow accustomed to it." The two cautiously retreated to Rahel's side, their admiration for Choo-choo gradually fading, replaced by a profound sense of bewilderment. Are you frightened? Rahel raised an eyebrow, observing them. Indeed, it is perhaps too early for an 11-year-old wizard to witness such things. Sirius's expression was a complex mix of emotions. Has it always been like this? Did you face such scenes from a young age? All eyes turned towards Rahel, intrigued by the nature of her childhood. It was not always thus, Rahel reminisced. When Choo-choo first arrived, it knew nothing, unable to hunt, and would only nibble on snow when hungry, so I brought a piglet before it. When the pig attempted to flee, what was I to do? I struck it with a stone, and with a splash of blood, Choo-Choo enjoyed its first hearty meal. From that day forth, it has fed in such a manner. Seeing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Rahel chuckled. Wow, you wouldn't believe it, would you? James let out a heavy sigh. You scared me witless. It sounded so real. Sirius clapped his hand against his chest. Rahel, that just was hardly amusing. Peter nearly stumbled to the ground, prompting Remus to steady him. Shouldn't we head back? Lily glanced at Choo-Choo, who was devouring the piglet, then turned to the group. Let us go, let us go. Following their encounter with Choo-Choo, James and Sirius were momentarily disinclined to revisit Rahel's box. Rahel didn't mind. As she continued daily with Snape to gather ingredients, some set aside for future sale, and others handed to Snape for potion making. Lily still sought out Choo-Choo for play, even providing feeding services in Rahel's stead. As winter break came to an end, it signified their return to the rigors of study. How many spells did Professor Flitwick teach this year, anyway? The Easter assignments are overwhelming. Has my transfiguration spell malfunctioned? What were the characteristics of the biting vine again? I have a question. The group turned their attention to Rahel. Are the final exams truly significant? Alas, this could not be blamed on Rahel. In his memory, only 2 examinations held any weight. Naturally, he had devoted all his time to more advanced studies. Practical spells, offensive spells, defensive spells, and the defense against the dark arts. These were the magic he intended to master for his future life. At that moment, he sat at the Hufflepuff table, while the others occupied their respective house tables. Ancient runes? Rahel, why have you begun studying ancient runes? Bo leaned over to glance at the book before Rahel, flipping its cover to reveal the title, A Beginner's Guide to Ancient Runes. I merely perusing. Flipping a page, Rahel replied. Ever since he had discovered the peculiarities of Bo and Adrian, Rahel had endeavored to distance himself from the brothers. Alas, being of the same year and the same house, their paths inevitably crossed daily. Bo always wore a cheerful expression, while only Rahel and Snape knew he was far from as innocuous as he appeared. Rahel, why do you enjoy spending time with Snape? Bo queried, his head propped up with a smile. Furrowing his brow, Rahel patiently responded. Because we have been friends since before enrollment. They harmonized well, despite some initial ideological clashes, ultimately reaching consensus. He truly did not wish to be disturbed while reading. He was, after all, an unpopular figure. But if he were to turn bad in the future, would you still like him? Bo's smile seemed affixed to his face as he remained focused on the dazzling boy beside him. Realizing he could no longer concentrate on his reading, Rahel turned to face him. Do you believe he will turn bad? What does he know? Who can say? He was already gloomy and unlikable. If he were to endure a few instances of bullying, he would surely descend into darkness. Bo spoke with excitement. Isn't that amusing? Rahel, you shouldn't associate with him. Taking several deep breaths, Rahel closed his book, suppressing the urge to hurl it at Bo's forehead. Farewell. He turned and exited the hall. Gloomy? Unlikable? Enduring bullying? Descending into darkness? Shouldn't he be around him? After calming down, Rahel strolled along the path, deeply contemplating Borwin's words. What could they possibly mean? Suddenly, he felt a slight jolt on his shoulder as a figure hurried past him. I'm sorry. A faint voice drifted by like a gentle breeze, dissipating into the air. Rahel bent down to collect the paper that had fallen to the ground. Your paper. Behind him lay an empty corridor, devoid of the girl's presence. Gazing at the small, square characters scrawled upon the page, Rahel couldn't help but wonder what they could possibly signify. Even ancient magical scripts did not resemble this. Chapter 25. Between social anxiety and social bravado stood Rahel. I knew it. Miss Bird must be feeling shy. A senior rushed by Rahel, and from his demeanor, it appeared he was acquainted with the girl who had just passed. The senior backtracked, exclaiming, Oh, isn't this Miss Bird's notebook? Don't misunderstand. I can read it. Clearly he was quite the adept, wasn't he? Senior, do you know that student? Rahel inquired, concealing the notebook behind him. The handsome senior flashed a brilliant smile. Of course. She's a junior in my house. You can trust me with it. This page will be returned to her safely. As he reached for the paper in Rahel's hand, he unexpectedly grasped at thin air. I trust you would be willing to introduce me to that student. Wouldn't you? Rahel regarded him with suspicion. Handing over the paper would merely provide him ample justification to pester the girl further. Oh, which house are you from? I don't believe I've seen anyone with your appearance before. Don't take it the wrong way. Perhaps you still have a bit of catching up to do compared to me. The senior offered him a dazzling smile, seemingly mistaking him for one of Miss Bird's admirers. Rahel replied, You should just return it to me. Seeing the senior momentarily frozen in place, Rahel added impatiently, "Before I lose my patience." Suddenly, the senior was petrified. Rahel swiftly drew his wand and pointed it at the senior, who immediately froze in place. In that instant, Rahel's perception of him transformed from a mere nuisance to a foolish boy, with an inclination to harass girls. Ravenclaw? Rahel mused, glancing at the house emblem emblazoned on the frozen senior's chest. What if he didn't know anyone from Ravenclaw? Please return it to me." A soft voice, delicate as a whisper, pierced through the air behind him. Rahel shivered, startled by how silently she approached. He turned to see a girl with disheveled black hair obscuring her face, her dark eyes peering through the strands. She was petite, clutching a book and a notebook in her arms. Rahel wondered how he had even noticed her eyes. Was she even more socially anxious than he? He handed the page to her, saying, "Here, if he bothers you again, just cast a nasty curse on him, or inform your head of house, Professor Flitwick. He is a fair teacher." To avoid frightening the girl, Rahel softened his tone before preparing to turn away. "Excuse me, may I ask your name?" she inquired, her voice tinged with urgency. "You may call me Rahel Shafik, a first year from Hufflepuff." He nodded at her and began to walk toward the Hufflepuff basement. This was merely a trivial episode in Rahel's life, until the day of the final examinations. As Rahel and his friends were fervently scribbling during the exam, 2 students were carried into Madame Pomfrey's infirmary. One was from Hufflepuff, named Borwin Hill, a cheerful boy whose smile revealed 2 charming dimples. Upon being admitted to the hospital, his body was covered in scabies, and he lay on the bed, scratching his face, neck, and arms incessantly. The other was from Ravenclaw, named Gilderoy Lockhart, a handsome boy whose dazzling smile showcased a brilliant set of teeth. Unlike the former, his body was covered in pus-filled boils that erupted at the slightest touch, sending pus flying everywhere. The commonality between these 2 cases was that Madame Pomfrey was utterly at a loss regarding their ailments, and could only wait for them to subside on their own. As soon as Rahel exited the examination room, Borwin's roommate sought him out. "Borwin is hospitalized. You must go see him." "Why should I visit him?" Rahel blinked, puzzled. His roommate, growing anxious, exclaimed, "Aren't you his good friend? Borwin talks about you incessantly in the dormitory. He must have misjudged you." With that, he stormed off in a huff. Rahel thought, "I've been sneezing a lot lately." When his other roommates inquired about him, he deliberately spoke loudly, "What good friends? It's merely Borwin's one-sided affection." Life was not easy, Rahel sighed. Closing his eyes, he felt as though his vision had diminished. Was it an illusion? Before long, Adrian approached him again. "Rahel, I've decided to pursue you." He stood stunned as he watched Rahel run away. "I'm serious. Is now the right time to say that with your brother in the hospital?" Rahel retorted, "No, it's never the right time." Neither of these brothers seemed sane. As Rahel rushed down the stairs, he inevitably collided with someone at the corner. "Rahel, why do you look so exhausted?" Snape instinctively steadied him, slightly taken aback. "Nothing. Just encountered a creep." Leaning against Snape for support, Rahel straightened his posture. "A creep?" Snape's lips tightened. "Another one? Who is it?" he inquired. As they walked, Rahel pulled him downstairs. "In any case, those brothers have serious issues." He recounted the entire sequence of events, summarizing, "They're both in quite a predicament." Walking down the grassy slope by the lake, they encountered James and his friends. What a pair of unfortunate souls to be cursed on examination day. It seems to be dark magic. Madame Pomfrey has no remedy. Thankfully, it's merely a prank. "Did they have a falling out with someone?" Rahel asked, concerned. "Quite dreadful," he remarked as he approached Snape. "Your news has multiplied." "Oh, it's Rahel and Severus." James chuckled. Snape nodded in acknowledgement. "Did you just mention dark magic?" They all settled beneath a beech tree. "Indeed, this is no ordinary curse. Madame Pomfrey could easily dispel common spells, but this one must resolve itself," Sirius nodded. "Not even potions work." Snape's eyes flickered momentarily. "Well done," Rahel smirked. "I've been unimpressed by him for quite some time." "Who cares what he means by that? As long as they unite, all the bullying and darkness are mere nonsense." Snape chuckled. "I thought you would be worried about him." "I still remember when he stepped on your foot," Rahel scoffed. "It's not a big deal, it's just uncomfortable," he replied. For heads leaned in closer, sensing a story unfolding. "It's about what happened in flying class childish." James fumed after listening. "That's just awful." Sirius echoed his sentiment vehemently. Remus nodded silently, while Peter's little eyes darted around, remaining silent. "But James, have you forgotten your own past misdeeds?" Chapter 26. Something extra. "What are you all doing?" As the semester drew to a close, it was no surprise that Ravenclaw had once again claimed the House Cup. Yet the Hufflepuffs were unfazed. The following day, Rahel, Snape, and Lily arranged to gather their belongings and catch the Hogwarts Express, and fortune smiled upon them as they found an empty compartment. However, upon disembarking the train, Rahel realized he was followed by 2 individuals laden with various bags. James, he chuckled, didn't you say you couldn't come for the winter break? Sirius and I decided to crash at your place for a few days. Right. We want to see your home. Sirius nodded in agreement. Home. As Rachel exchanged a glance with Snape, she chuckled. Our home is a bona fide Muggle residence, and I live here with Severus. How fortuitous. It will be lively with more company, and I am quite curious to learn about Evans's daily life. James shrugged, remarking that living with 3 or 4 people was merely a matter of numbers. I believe I may have developed an infatuation with all things related to Muggles, he added. Sirius nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed. Rachel tilted her head to seek out Lucy. Just as she called for him, there was a resounding pop, and Lucy, adorned with fan-like ears and clad in a simple servant's uniform, materialized before the 4 of them. Master Rachel, Master Snape, the Master and Mistress have returned, and Mrs. Snape is here too, Lucy exclaimed joyfully. I have come to escort you home. Are these your new friends? His curiosity piqued as he observed the 2 companions behind Rachel. Long time no see, Lucy. This is James Potter, and the other is Sirius Black, both my friends who shall be residing here for a while. Rachel introduced her new acquaintances with a smile. After they exchanged pleasantries, Lucy led everyone back home via apparition. Upon entering, Rachel was immediately enveloped in an embrace. Rachel, my darling, have you missed your mother? Exclaimed a stunning beauty with peacock blue waves cascading down her back, as she playfully pinched Rachel's cheeks. The warmth of maternal affection arrived suddenly and fervently, leaving one unable to resist. Rachel's attempts to wriggle free proved futile. He could only endure as his face was squished and squeezed. Ethel discreetly distanced herself from the mother-son duo. Snape stood momentarily stunned, instinctively moving to stand beside the smiling Eileen, and they began conversing. James and Sirius exchanged bewildered glances, utterly astonished by the overt display of emotion from Rachel's mother. Mother, I've brought friends home for a visit, Rachel said, casting a resigned gaze at the beautiful woman before him. Friends. My darling has made new friends? She replied, tossing her hair playfully. Why are you still standing there? Invite your friends in. Rachel thought to himself, it's been a while. My mother's ability to change moods has only grown stronger. In truth, he needn't have beckoned his friends, for his mother had already ushered them to the sofa before he could even react, while Lucy timely served them juice and cocoa. Rachel and Snape perched themselves on the other side of the sofa, trembling slightly. In mere minutes, Lena was engrossed in delightful conversation with James and Sirius, seemingly oblivious to their presence. Severus, I suddenly feel quite sorry for James and Sirius, Rachel whispered conspiratorially into Snape's ear. Feeling a tickling sensation on his ear, Snape tilted his head uncomfortably, replying, rest assured, Aunt Lena knows her boundaries. By the way, my mother mentioned she bought a new house. Would you like to take a look? It's just across the street. Now, Rachel glanced at the animated James and the exuberant Sirius, concluding that their conversation would likely continue indefinitely. The 2 quietly slipped out of the house and onto the lawn, where Rachel stretched luxuriously. These 2 fools are going to be thoroughly embarrassed by my mother, he mused, following Snape's lead as they strolled leisurely. Perhaps this was for the best. It was certainly preferable to being insincere. They embarked upon a pebble-strewn pathway, traversing a road until they stood before a quaint, albeit slightly aged, building. It appeared to be in its pre-renovation state. Snape stood before the door, gazing upward. Rachel, standing beside him with a look of yearning, inquired, so, can I come over for dinner in the future? Casting him a peculiar glance, Snape responded, I shall reserve a room for you. The 2 shared a mutual understanding, deliberately avoiding mention of the other Snape. Perhaps Eileen had resolved to emerge from the shadows of her past and embark on a new beginning? Upon returning home, they found James and Sirius already engaged in animated conversation, referring to Lena as Aunt Lena. The 2 boys were astonished to discover someone who understood them so well. Their beloved Aunt Lena reciprocated their affections, and curiously, she also shared their disdain for certain things. There was simply no one in the world more in tune with them than Aunt Lena. After dinner, the 3 adults retreated to the study to discuss matters, while the 4 children remained on the living room sofa, chatting idly. Lucy brought them fruit. Lucy, you've got new clothes, Rachel exclaimed, noticing the striking difference in Lucy's attire compared to before. Upon realizing Rachel had noticed his new outfit, Lucy joyfully spun around. These were a Christmas gift from Mrs. Snape. I love them. Ah, a gift from Aunt Eileen? Rachel glanced at Snape, who was also looking at him, and they both smiled. As Lucy bounded into the kitchen, Sirius leaned closer to Rachel and asked, "Why is your mother so understanding?" His eyes sparkled with envy. James gave a thumbs up, declaring, "I have a feeling we are going to be the best of brothers." Leaning against the wide armrest of the sofa, Rachel brushed aside a stray lock of hair to regard the two boys. "Haven't you noticed anything peculiar?" he queried. "Have you not wondered why?" Snape also directed his gaze at them. Under the scrutiny of two pairs of contrasting eyes, James and Sirius's initial excitement gradually subsided. Something is amiss. There must be a reason behind this, James pondered aloud, recalling how they had been momentarily swept away by joy, compounded by Lena's striking appearance, leaving them momentarily oblivious to the uncanny coincidences at play. Is she a natural legilimens? James was the first to regain his composure, shuddering at the thought of nearly divulging his childhood mishaps. Sirius's expression shifted as he recalled an embarrassing incident involving Regulus stuck in their home's floorboards. "Regulus, I'm so sorry. Though mother means no harm, she can be a bit mischievous," Rachel frowned. The sensation was peculiar, as if his mother could appear from any corner at any moment. He instinctively glanced behind him. Thankfully, there was no one. Sirius suddenly seemed to make a connection. "So, the reason that you chose you is because of your mother?" Rachel nodded with resignation. Chapter 27. One could not lie. The moment a falsehood was uttered, it would be discovered, and once uncovered, one would face the consequences. Yet Rachel had devised his own clever strategy. By simply emptying his mind in his mother's presence, he could avoid detection. Over time, he developed the habit of zoning out whenever Lena was around, which in a way, proved advantageous. Of course, he mostly spoke the truth, for lies inevitably unravel. In the end, under the nurturing love of Lena, Rachel blossomed into a polite, reliable young man of integrity. "Rachel, life necessitates it. I've wanted to ask this for a long time." James pointed at the square black object on the long table against the living room wall. "Can I listen to this?" "Of course," but Rachel looked anxiously at his friends. "Don't you all take naps?" Three heads shook in unison. Rachel pouted, "Oh, very well. I shall retire for now. Do look after one another." He cast a deliberate glance at Snape, who nodded, and Rachel felt reassured as he entered his bedroom. "Goodness, you two have quite the bond," Sirius remarked as he sidled up to Snape. "How does this work?" James leaned in as well, observing Snape casually fiddling with the radio until it crackled to life. Switching to the news channel, James and Sirius listened intently. Reports of sewage overflow in a public restroom at some location, owls behaving contrary to nature by foraging during the day, the road surface mysteriously cracking. Initially deemed due to defective materials, the Ministry of Magic has its hands full. Sirius chuckled. Such things are always happening. Underneath the grand bridge spanning the river, a faceless corpse was retrieved, its neck bearing marks of strangulation, devoid of any apparent signs of suicide. A murder case, James rubbed his arms. Muggles can indeed be quite terrifying at times. The man had been missing for 7 months, coinciding perfectly with the winter break. Severus Snape listened intently. Following a police investigation, it was revealed that the man was named Baldwin Hill. The three exchanged glances. "I recall that the one who was admitted to the school hospital was also named Hill," James said, somewhat incredulously. "Could they possibly be related?" Sirius waved his hand dismissively. "Rest assured, there are countless people named Hill in the world. The chances of such a coincidence are slim." "That Hill indeed has a Muggle father," Snape pondered thoughtfully. "But could it be mere coincidence?" James seized the radio and pressed the power button. "No more of this, it's getting increasingly eerie." "Then let me take you to the room. Lucy has already prepared it." Snape rose, leading the two upstairs, treading lightly. "Why does Severus read like a snotty brat?" James muttered under his breath. "Which room belongs to Rachel?" Ignoring the unsettling sensation in his chest, James inquired. Hearing the muttering, Snape cast him a blank stare before continuing to lead the way. Sirius's lips twitched as if he were about to laugh, but he ultimately restrained himself. "James, you aren't thinking of choosing the room next to Rachel's, are you?" "That room is mine." Snape headed straight for the 3rd floor. "Your rooms are upstairs." "James." "Sirius. This room has a private bathroom, though the lighting is rather poor. Sometimes one must turn on the lights even during the day." "Who wants it?" Leaning against the wall, Snape crossed his arms, observing the duo. James shook his head at the sight, while Sirius was indifferent. "I'm accustomed to dark places. I'll take this one." One room was at the northernmost end of the floor, while the other was at the southernmost. James stood on the balcony, surveying the playground below. "This one's great, absolutely splendid," he exclaimed, noticing a girl on the swing. "Wasn't he that Lily? And who was the one beside her?" "Her sister? I've heard they have a close relationship," James said, turning back excitedly. Snape's expression was inscrutable. Are you considering approaching her sister? Wouldn't that backfire? Sirius nudged James. Lily doesn't even like you yet. That's why I'll start with her sister, James declared, his face filled with confidence. Oh dear. He.s. hopeless. Snape and Sirius sighed in unison. At that moment, Lily, seated on the swing, inadvertently looked up and spotted the three boys on the balcony. James waved enthusiastically, but Lily turned to converse with Petunia. Oh dear, looks like you've been schooled. Sirius spread his hands. James still lacked a clear understanding of his own position. I'm going downstairs to meet Evan's sister. With that, James dashed down the stairs. Snape and Sirius, still in his room, were about to follow when they heard a loud thud, followed by James's groan. They exchanged glances. Trouble was brewing. Upon descending to the second floor, they encountered the adults emerging from the study, their expressions curious upon seeing the two. Olena is heading downstairs first. James, how are you feeling? James had already sat up, though his expression remained dazed. She knelt beside him to examine his injuries. A dislocated wrist and a mild concussion. No need to worry, dear. Lena smiled as she gently ruffled his hair. You really like Lily, don't you? No worries. She'll come to see you soon. While speaking, she suddenly exerted force. And with a crack, the wrist was reset, eliciting a dramatic yelp from James. All done, now you should rest well. She lifted James and gently placed him on the sofa, tucking a small blanket over him. Ethel and Eileen exchanged questioning glances with Lena, wondering what had happened to the boy. Lena waved her hand dismissively. Nothing serious, he was just eager to go out and tripped on the stairs. Rachel was awakened by the loud noise, groggily rising and slowly exiting his room to descend the stairs. What happened? You're awake? I was just about to call for you. James fell down the stairs, but fortunately, his injuries aren't severe, just a mild concussion. He has already taken some medicine and is resting. Upon seeing him descend, Snape stood up to greet him. Rachel rubbed his eyes as he approached. That's a relief. Why is he crying? Snape and Sirius both glanced toward the prone James, noticing the dark lashes adorned with glistening droplets, which refused to fall despite his efforts to shake them off. James, why haven't you opened your eyes after waking? Sirius questioned, puzzled. Doesn't he want to go play with Lily? Staring blankly at the ceiling, James sniffled. So embarrassing. Give me a moment. Chapter 28. In the midst of learning. Evans. Just admit it. You've already considered me a friend, haven't you? Otherwise, why would you have given me a Christmas gift? Each day. The mended James delighted in standing beneath Lily's house, calling out to her. As for Lily, she could only cover her ears and remain curled up in her room. Were it not for the prohibition against using magic outside school, even Petunia was moved by James's persistence. Lily, wouldn't you consider coming down to talk to him? The sisters reconciled the moment they returned home, with Petunia seemingly accepting this established fact, and the two resumed their harmonious relationship as they had in their childhood. Petunia, sister. Lily sighed, I've already been down but he still. Petunia pouted, regardless he's bound to leave eventually, right? It won't be long. She wasn't wrong. James and Sirius would soon return home, reluctant to part ways. James made a special trip to bid farewell at Lily's house, and this time, she surprisingly emerged promptly. Evans, are you happy today? James stood at the corner with his hands behind his back, grinning broadly. Lily forced a smile. Potter. You better have a reason for this. Hey, I'm about to leave, James said, his toes tapping against the ground. Are you really going to keep talking to me like this? Lily blinked. We'll see each other again when school starts, right? Plus, I'm studying arithmancy right now. Your constant calling will be quite distracting. That subject is of little use, James shrugged. What made you suddenly want to learn that? Because it's one of the few subjects that doesn't require a wand. And don't you find it intriguing? Predicting the future with mathematics is fascinating. But I can't chat anymore. I still have half of my work to finish. See you at school, Potter. Lily waved goodbye and turned to re-enter her house. Hey, you still haven't told me why you're so cold towards me. James reached out, but the door closed firmly before his eyes. Lily. Why doesn't she like him? Petunia shared the same question. The two returned to the activity room, where stacks of books lay piled high, some showing signs of age while others appeared brand new. Before Lily lay a hefty tome, its pages filled with various formulas and principles. Her eyes were fixed on the book, yet she did not move, simply staring at it. It's not that I don't like him, she murmured. I just wonder if he truly likes me, at least not right now. Is he merely relishing this chase? Lily, her sister, exclaimed, astonished. How could you come to such a conclusion? In Petunia's memory, her sister had always been innocent and carefree. When had she begun to harbor such thoughts? Ever since certain events transpired. Doesn't he really know me? How could he genuinely like me? Lily smiled faintly at her sister. Moreover, I don't wish to focus on such matters right now. I have many things to do and much to learn. Magic, much like the tome laid before her, may harbor knowledge that is arcane and perplexing, yet having resolved to pursue her studies, she must not allow distractions to sway her focus. In brief, she is determined to learn, postponing matters of romance for another time. While Lily immerses herself in her studies, on the other side, Rahel and Snape are also engrossed in their own academic pursuits. The Shafi couple and Aaron have provided ample coins and potions before embarking on yet another journey. Although Rahel is unaware of their destination, it is undoubtedly fraught with peril, and the creatures they encounter are likely to be dangerous as well. He can only infer their general whereabouts through the offspring they send back. A few days prior, Ethel had sent back an egg resembling that of a Niven snake, leading Rahel to speculate that they might be in the flying continent. However, given the high demand for such serpent eggs in the black market, this remains but a conjecture. Soon his suspicions are confirmed, as a second offspring is dispatched, a juvenile venomous horned beast, accompanied by a letter. The letter states that this little creature is motherless and would perish if left alone, requesting his care as they continue their studies of magical beings. Rahel muses. Perhaps this place has become a sort of sanctuary. Such a tiny creature requires milk. It's time for Lucy to feed it. Very well, master. Rahel's activity room has been transformed into a sunken space, with a staircase-shaped pit at its center, adorned with soft cushions. Surrounding the room are shelves brimming with an array of books. Beside Rahel and Snape lie several stacks of tomes, though their subjects diverge significantly. Rahel's selections include forgotten ancient magic and spells, monsters and their habitats, healing manuals, magical lexicons, and magic symbol compendiums. In contrast, Snape's assortment is more eclectic, comprising titles such as Advanced Potion Making, Revealing Dark Magic, Practical Defensive Magic Against Dark Arts, Mastery of Practical Potions, Deadly Magic, and Curses and Countercurses, interspersed with texts on dark magic. Such minuscule text, Rahel, magic cannot remedy nearsightedness. Snape gently pushes Rahel's head away from the book. To be honest, my eyesight has indeed been declining recently, Rahel admits, rubbing his eyes. I might need to procure a pair of spectacles, perhaps even a magnifying glass. Snape nods. What of your beloved silver-trimmed pair? Oh, my dear silver frames. Rahel clasps his heart, as if struck by a sudden thought, only to fall into despondency again. But they are without prescription. I can visit the optician tomorrow for some lenses. Snape has never witnessed Rahel wearing those glasses, and secretly anticipates the moment. By the way, Severus, is it not premature to study dark magic? Rahel inquires, glancing at the titles beside Snape. Moreover, dark magic can influence one's mind. Stretching and resuming his seat, Snape replies, rest assured, if I sense anything amiss, I shall cease immediately. Besides, you are here, are you not? Rahel nods earnestly. Well then, to prevent Severus from ending up in Azkaban, let us strive onward. Snape can't help but chuckle. Is Azkaban truly too? Severus, have faith in yourself. Every first-year student dabbling in dark magic harbors the potential to end up in Azkaban. Then you must visit me, bringing along some sustenance. The food there is sure to be dreadful. Let me think, roasted bread, meat pies, and roasted lamb chops. Perhaps in the future, you would be willing to bring some brandy or wine. Chapter 29. An unexpected surprise. Ever since acquiring his spectacles, Rahel's small silver frames have become an indispensable accessory, perched upon his nose with every occasion. It must be said that wearing glasses lends Rahel an air of mystery. In James's words, he appears more refined. The holiday swiftly passes, and they once again embark on their journey back to Hogwarts. This time, however, there is no need for a small boat. Upon disembarking at Hogsmeade, they board a carriage seemingly drawn by invisible forces, transporting them toward the castle. Today Regulus will be sorted, Sirius exclaims with palpable excitement, his legs bouncing in anticipation. Although he knows Regulus is likely to be placed in Slytherin, he muses that if another Gryffindor were to join, their mother would surely lose her composure. James, intrigued, leans forward. Is he much like you? Oh, not at all, Sirius scoffs. I am the bane of my mother's existence. He is her pride, owing to the family's support of such views as dominating Muggles, or those of Muggle descent. Regulus is an ardent admirer of that ideology, perhaps influenced by our mother. Is that so? What a pity, James shrugs. Here they come, young wizards, Remus announces. The line of young wizards entering bears expressions of profound trepidation, reminiscent of their own first day. Rahel cannot help but recall the moment he seriously suggested to Lily that they could sort him by drinking vinegar, eliciting an involuntary smile from Snape. A moment of historical embarrassment, well noted. As Rahel spots Snape smiling, he instinctively turns away thinking, that was something my father said. Not I. The notion of sorting by vinegar is utterly ludicrous. How could that possibly be attributed to him? Adrian and Bowen, however, maintain rare expressions of neutrality, both glancing toward a boy in the queue who bears a striking resemblance to them, albeit with a more demure demeanor. Rahel, taking note, raises an eyebrow. How many children does this family have? It feels as though they are nesting dolls, each one appearing in succession. I hope this one is a bit more normal. He too has been sorted into Hufflepuff. Perhaps this is fate. Sirius's brother Regulus finds himself in Slytherin, closely followed by a boy who hops along as though springs are affixed to his feet, also entering Slytherin. Two gazes turn toward the Ravenclaw table. One belonging to a girl afflicted with severe social anxiety, the other belonging to the charming older student, Lockhart. Three more sets of eyes are cast from the staff table. Dumbledore winks at him, Professor Slughorn raises his glass with a smile, and Professor Sprout may be watching him. Or perhaps she is observing the newly seated young Hufflepuffs. This time, he has thickened his skin to sit among the girls, as Adrian and Bowen are not fond of them. By distancing himself from them, Rahel can indulge in 3 additional servings of roast beef. Yet, he cannot fathom why the girls around him eat so delicately, cutting their beef into morsels the size of broad beans to fit into their mouths. At that moment, Rahel was tempted to ask them if they were truly satiated with such portions. Ultimately, he refrains. No matter, their light appetites allow him to feast a bit more. He pities the girls, striving to maintain their composure before him while ultimately going hungry. As dinner concludes, Rahel swiftly departs, having already retreated to his dormitory before the prefects guide the first years to the common room. Once he has settled his belongings, and is perusing the additional textbooks, a knock sounds at his dormitory door. Senior Abio? Rahel inquires, opening the door to find a somewhat freckled, amiable upperclassman, Hufflepuff's newly appointed prefect. Rahel has seen him from a distance on a few occasions, but has never spoken with him. Shafiq, these 2 first-year students will be your roommates. Rahel Merlin. My blissful solitary existence has come to an end. This is Raymond Hill, and the other is my younger brother Darren. I entrust them to your care. The senior ABO smiles warmly, waving as he turns to ascend the stairs. After he left, Rahel stepped aside to reveal the passageway, inviting the newcomers in. Raymond Hill was a shy young boy, remaining silent as he dragged his luggage to the bed diagonally opposite Rahel. Darren, on the other hand, was more extroverted. He first dragged his belongings to the bed next to Rahel's, leaving them unattended, and then sat on his own bed to engage Rahel in conversation. Most of my family are Hufflepuffs. The Sorting Hat mentioned I possess traits of a Gryffindor, but ultimately, I chose Hufflepuff, as I felt I would find more like-minded companions here. What about you? The boy with brown hair and a sprinkling of freckles glanced between Rahel and Raymond, his expression neutral, yet his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Rahel, feeling a bit vacant, was fortunately rescued by Raymond's interjection. My family is also predominantly Hufflepuff. I have 2 brothers. My younger brother lives next door. His favorite topic is a senior named Rahel, but it seems my older brother also enjoys mentioning Raymond, who still has a hint of baby fat. He hesitated to speak. The senior named Rahel interjected, we still don't know your name. Did you live alone all last year? Darren inquired curiously, having heard from his brother that this senior was quite an extraordinary individual. He often kept to himself and possessed a mysterious trunk rumored to house all manner of strange and wondrous creatures. Rahel Shafiq, he said, trying to avoid looking at the hill boy. You can call me Rahel. I lived alone last year because I had an extra person. Merlin. When would this awkward conversation end? Raymond covered his mouth, realizing he was the senior his 2 brothers had been talking about. How unfortunate. It's getting late. Shouldn't you unpack your luggage? Oh, you're right, I haven't had a chance to unpack. Then I'll do it now, Rahel said, opening his small trunk. It's time for feeding. That baby manticore must be starving. Rael? Rael. Raymond, who had finished unpacking, initially wanted to speak with the handsome senior, but was taken aback to find him gone. Is something the matter? Rahel's head popped out from his suitcase. Raymond gasped, is that the mysterious trunk? My brother told me about it. Darren, feeling quite at ease, draped his arm over Raymond's shoulder. Indeed, so don't even think about sneaking in while I'm away, or else you might end up in dire straits. Rahel said as he climbed out of the trunk. That sounds rather terrifying, Darren said, rubbing his arms, his gaze toward the trunk now tinged with respect. Raymond, however, appeared contemplative. Chapter 30. Do wizards enjoy jogging? With the addition of 2 roommates, Rahel could no longer live as he once did. Now, the only creature that could remain outside for extended periods was Ducky, who steadfastly served as Rahel's personal alarm clock. However, this time, Ducky's actions seemed tinged with urgency. Just as Rahel opened his eyes to speak, he saw Ducky leap from his bed to Darren's. Rahel, is it going to poke Darren's eyelids? Is one person no longer sufficient for you? A startled cry emerged from behind Darren's bed curtain. What is that? Ducky ignored him and, upon seeing that he was awake, jumped towards Raymond's bed. Thank you, I'm already awake, Raymond said, pulling back his curtain to find Ducky climbing up his bed sheets. Ducky, who had been deprived of poking eyelids, returned to Rahel's bedside table in a huff, drank the cold water from the glass in one go, and sat in his little pot sighing. Rahel, is this how you wake up? Darren, now dressed, jumped down from his bed and curiously approached Ducky. Rahel's voice came from behind the curtain. Yes, he is my personal alarm clock, a rather thoughtful tree guardian. Ducky, let's go. Rahel flung aside the curtain, washed up, and grabbed his trunk in one fluid motion, quickly heading toward the door. Don't forget to lock the door. He made a face at Darren, and Ducky scampered after Rahel, jumping into the pocket of his robe. Oh right. Rahel backtracked to the door. It's best to leave early on the first day. I wouldn't want to get lost and be late for class. Goodbye. Raymond stared blankly at Darren, who had made a valid point. Then hurry down from your bed, Darren urged, stamping his feet in anxiety. Heavens, being late would be so embarrassing. Carrying his suitcase, Rahel decided to use it as a daily backpack to prevent the two little rascals from sneaking into it. He naturally settled down near a girl, reaching for a croissant to nibble on. Midway, Professor Sprout came by to distribute the schedule, leisurely spooning porridge into his mouth as Rahel perused the timetable. It seemed quite similar to the previous academic year, except the herbology class appeared to have diminished, replaced by potions. The spoon slipped from his hand and fell into the bowl as Rahel hastily made his way to the Slytherin long table. Seeing that Severus had someone sitting to his left, Rahel took the opportunity to sit on his right. Rahel, good to see you again, Lucius said, a polite smile gracing his face as he looked down at him with an air of arrogance. Beside him sat a blonde beauty, appearing somewhat aloof. Her attention primarily focused on Lucius. Good day, Lucius, Rahel nodded. He then turned to Severus. Severus, have you seen the schedule? Severus moved his schedule in front of Rahel. I noticed that the potions class has increased. It seems we will still have potions together, as Professor Slughorn has his own considerations. That's splendid. Rahel sighed in relief, having confirmed his thoughts after a long contemplation. Without Severus, he would be utterly lost in potions. Just as he was about to return to his long table, Lucius called out to him, Rahel, do you have time this afternoon? Lucius, his face rigid, suggested, perhaps you would like to join me for a game of Quidditch? I'm sorry, Lucius, Rahel said, spreading his hands apologetically. It's truly unfortunate, but I have a fear of heights. I fear I would disappoint your good intentions. I heard you enjoy sports? Lucius's gray eyes fell on Severus, filled with scrutiny and doubt. Yes, I enjoy running. Did you know? Watching the sun peek over the horizon while jogging is my favorite pastime. Rahel said, feigning seriousness and nodding earnestly. Jogging? Is that not a pastime beloved by Muggles? Lucius could hardly believe it. The Dark Lord was seeking to recruit a family that embraced Muggle interests, which was entirely contrary to his principles. Noticing the change in Lucius's demeanor, Rahel cautiously inquired, what's wrong, Lucius? Is jogging not a suitable pursuit for wizards? Suppressing the flicker of emotion in his eyes, Lucius shook his head. It's nothing. I hope to have the honor of visiting your estate during the holiday. Without waiting for Rahel's response, he departed with the blonde beauty, leaving Rahel pondering. That certainly seems to be the case, Severus remarked, a smile playing on his lips as he glanced at Rahel. Rahel plopped back down on the bench. Jogging is still a sport, isn't it? Can I still have that? He eyed the last piece of syrup pie on the communal plate in front of Severus, licking his lips. I'm hungry again. With not many around, Severus moved the plate toward him. Go ahead. Rahel cheered, picking up the knife and fork to dig in. What do you plan to do if he genuinely comes to visit? Severus asked, scrutinizing him. If the host is not home, he can't just barge in, can he? Even if he wanted to, he'd need the capability. This syrup pie is truly delicious. Sweets always lift one's spirits, Rahel exclaimed. Just then, Severus's gaze shifted to Rahel as he noted, you're going to be late. Oh, Merlin. Rahel stuffed the remaining pie into his mouth, grabbing his suitcase. What about you? I have no classes this morning. Good luck. Rahel nearly choked. Well, I shall take my leave. See you at noon. Professor McGonagall remained as stern as ever. Mr. Shafiq, I trust you will arrive at the classroom on time next time, rather than stepping in as the bell tolls. She nodded at Rahel and commenced the lesson. First and second years utilized the same textbook, the ever-familiar Guide to Basic Transfiguration, though Rahel's copy was nearly worn to tatters. What have you done to your textbook? Sirius regarded Rahel's battered book with disdain. Its cover was crumpled beyond recognition, and the pages were dog-eared and torn. Practicing, Rahel surreptitiously glanced at Professor McGonagall. I tried all the methods over the summer. Although it was quite the effort, I succeeded. Congratulations, James offered a thumbs up. I am genuinely pleased for you, Mr. Shafik. However, might I request you refrain from conversing further? The sudden voice startled them, and the group collectively shrank their necks, responding, Yes, Professor McGonagall. Throughout the remainder of the class, Professor McGonagall frequently passed by their side, leaving the young wizards no opportunity to speak. They were left to diligently wave their wands, earning numerous points for their respective houses. Chapter 31. Haley Bird. Have you heard? Old Pringle is retiring next year. I hope the new administrator is amiable. Otherwise, it will rob us of much amusement, Remus. Night excursions are quite enjoyable, too. Do you fancy night outings? Aren't you weary? Oh, Rahel, you have no idea. This castle harbors countless secrets. Do you wish to graduate merely knowing the routes to each classroom? James and I are determined to explore every nook and cranny of Hogwarts, striving to leave no stone unturned. If only we could map it all out. Alas, I fear only you two would be inclined to engage in such endeavors. Opportunity knocks but once. I've heard the Shrieking Shack is haunted. Do you truly not wish to see for yourselves? Haunted? That sounds rather eerie. Perhaps we should pass. After Transfiguration class, the group made their way to the Great Hall, conversing about James and Sirius's nighttime escapades involving the old caretaker and the ghostly occurrences at the Shrieking Shack. It appeared James and Sirius had resolved to traverse every inch of Hogwarts, having already embarked on several nocturnal adventures, which often left old Pringle in a fit of rage. Recently, they seemed intent on exploring the Shrieking Shack, though they had yet to devise a means to reach it, much to Remus's relief. Rahel was indifferent. Although he was not fond of exertion, he was willing to meander through the Forbidden Forest, where he might forage for herbs, provided he was fortunate. However, the centaurs in the forest posed a challenge. They would gallop before him, warning him that he had trespassed upon their territory, and that, as a mere human cub, he ought not to wander there, lest he invite unnecessary trouble and danger. Should they encounter him again, they would resort to forceful measures to expel him from the forest or worse. At midday, Rahel brazenly took a seat at the Slytherin table, undeterred by the unfriendly or curious glances from those nearby. Did he truly say that? Snape paused his actions, turning to look at him. Dumbledore has an agreement with the centaurs. They are not permitted to harm human cubs. I believe he was merely trying to frighten you. Thus I paid it no heed. Moreover, I have made a new friend. Rahel lightly shook the fork in his hand. A friend? A friend from the Forbidden Forest? Snape raised an eyebrow. Another friend? Indeed. Rahel replied, his eyes sparkling. A centaur cub named Firenza. Though he is younger than us, he speaks quite formally and is rather charming. I shall accompany you next time. Snape pursed his lips, returning to his meal. You must stay close to me. We shall take another route. If the centaurs discover I have befriended one of their young, they would certainly hang me by my ankles. At the thought of such a scene, Rahel shivered involuntarily, finding it quite terrifying. Sitting across from him, Regulus listened intently to their conversation, feeling a mix of astonishment and concern. His brother's friends, like him, disregarded school rules and acted on whims, yet despite his inner longing, he could not follow suit, out of respect for his mother, for the family. Regulus, what troubles you? His companion noticed him lost in thought. Oh, I was pondering whether there will be a Quidditch tryout soon. Regulus snapped back to reality, glancing at his dorm mate. Really? I thought you were thinking about your brother. Chuckled Ronan Hawke, a chocolate-skinned lad with a broad grin. Regulus shook his head and remained silent. As class time approached, a light rain began to fall, casting a gloomy pall over the castle, and infusing the air with a chill. Only the torches lining the corridors provided a warm glow. The fireplace in the History of Magic classroom crackled with flames, and Rahel deliberately chose a seat near it. A few Hufflepuffs, including Beau, settled nearby, though this time, Beau did not sit beside Rahel, as his roommate detained him, leaving Rahel to watch a girl take the seat that was rightfully his. May I sit here? Excuse me? Rahel looked up from his book to find Haley Bird standing beside his chair, her dark hair obscuring her face and her dark eyes peeking through. Ah. She was speaking to him. All other seats were occupied, leaving only two vacant in front of Professor Binns, seemingly uninviting. He nodded. Please do. Thank you. I'm Haley Bird. I appreciate your help in retrieving that page last time. Haley took her seat, her gaze cast downward, not meeting Rahel's. Yet her voice resonated clearly through her curtain of hair. Does she always speak so slowly? Rahel mused, considering whether her previous evasion of Lockhart stemmed from his loquacious nature. It was but a simple task. Did he seek you out again? Rahel's curiosity piqued. Could Lockhart's stay in the hospital wing be somehow tied to her? Just then, Professor Binns floated into the classroom and settled down, commencing his lecture on the history of giant tribes. Only then did she respond. He did not seek me out again. Rahel nodded, falling silent. Out of the corner of her eye, Haley observed Rahel, slowly revealing a hint of perplexity. Who exactly was this individual? He had seen her notes without displaying any signs of disapproval, which at least suggested he had no intention of exposing her. Yet that did not entirely assuage her unease. That feeling had returned, the sensation of being scrutinized. Rahel furrowed his brow, striving to clear his mind. This sensation was reminiscent of facing his mother, but more pronounced and aggressively invasive. After this peculiar feeling subsided, Rahel reflected. He glanced around. Apart from Beau, everyone else was either sleeping or taking notes, including Haley Bird beside him. Meanwhile, Beau stared intently at him, an unsettling smile gracing his lips. Could it be Beau? But why? Rahel found himself baffled. Did he believe he had cast the curse last semester? The cause of the student's affliction had been investigated by the heads of both houses, yet they had ultimately found nothing. Those two students had suddenly succumbed to illness while walking, just as the first years were preparing for their final exams. By the time the exams concluded, the perpetrator had long vanished. Beau, having suffered a setback, ground his teeth in frustration, knowing he had outperformed in other areas. Yet in magic he could only concede defeat. Chapter 32, The Fluffy Little Secret. After Rahel shared the matter with her friends, a sense of caution crept into their minds, and the training for the brain-blocking technique was promptly placed on Snape's agenda. Over the weekend, James participated in the selection trials for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and successfully secured the position of Seeker. Consequently, his days became unexpectedly hectic, with the majority of his time devoted to Quidditch training. Thus, when Rahel and Snape encountered James, Sirius, and Peter on their way back to the castle, he was taken aback. "James, what are you up to?" Rahel halted, revealing himself. Snape, standing beside him, lifted the disillusionment charm. Before them floated three heads, their owners seemingly compelled to huddle closely together for some reason, creating a comical yet eerie sight. "Is that an invisibility cloak?" Snape inquired, scrutinizing the bodies that had vanished. "Clearly a useful tool for nocturnal escapades." "Oh dear, since we can't scare them, let's give up," James sighed, retracting the invisibility cloak. "Since we've met, shall we go find Remus? Isn't he off seeking treatment?" Snape crossed his arms and glanced in the direction they had come from. "You aren't thinking of searching for him at the Whomping Willow, are you?" "Das no jest." Rahel turned to look back, recalling the previous incident where a boy had nearly lost his eyes. "But Remus is in there," Peter whispered. "We wanted to find out what illness he has, so we followed him, only to discover that he didn't go to the hospital wing, but instead followed Madame Pomfrey in this direction." Sirius glanced around swiftly. Rahel raised his gaze to the sky, where stars twinkled against the deep blue night, a full moon hanging at the horizon. "It's clearly nighttime. What ailment requires treatment under the cover of darkness?" "Did you hear that?" Peter suddenly clutched Sirius's sleeve, exclaiming, "The Shrieking Shack has begun to haunt again." "There will be plenty of opportunities at the Shrieking Shack." James donned the invisibility cloak once more. "But Remus's situation is more pressing. Are you coming in?" He peered out from the cloak, his eyes fixed on Sirius and Peter. "Old Pringle shouldn't be around, right?" Sirius scratched his head. "If we all go invisible, can Rahel and Severus keep up with us?" "You needn't worry about that. We have our means," Rahel replied, looking at Snape. "Severus, are you coming?" Snape cast the disillusionment charm on himself again. "If you wish to go, I shall certainly accompany you." Rahel concealed himself once more. "Then let us proceed together." "Can we really see?" James's voice came from ahead. "How many fingers am I holding up?" Though aware he could not see, Rahel raised an eyebrow. "Did you extend your hand?" "Wow, I can really see!" Sirius exclaimed in astonishment, and Peter's face mirrored his wonder. The group followed the path where Madame Pomfrey and Lupin had walked, arriving at the base of the Whomping Willow. Suddenly, the previously still branches sprang to life. Sensing something approaching, swish, crack, bang. "Do you have any plans?" Rahel shouted, dodging a thick branch that swung dangerously close to Snape. The other three ducked and weaved as well. "Nope." "Then how did they get in?" He hissed as a branch struck his arm, leaving a trail of blood. Rahel. Seeing him injured, Snape drew his wand, aiming at the tree trunk. Petrificus totalis. A flash of light surged forth, and the thrashing branches abruptly halted, drooping limply as the entire tree fell still. What happened? The three, looking disheveled, cautiously approached them. Is it petrified? It has healed as before, Snape replied, mending the wound on Rahel's arm. I suspect the spell triggered some sort of mechanism. Thank you, Severus, Rahel beamed. A mechanism? James stepped forward to examine the tree trunk, noticing burn marks from the spell on a knot. Good eye, Severus. Sirius gave him a thumbs up. Let us go. I feel the truth is drawing near. The group slipped through a hole at the tree's roots, traversing the secret passage for quite some time until they encountered an upward slope. The howling grew closer, accompanied by the sounds of snapping wood and clattering objects. Wait, everyone stop, Rahel whispered. Don't you think that sound resembles a wolf? Regardless, James furrowed his brow, his expression turning serious for the first time. Let us draw our wands. Be cautious. I'll scout ahead. With that, he crouched down and slowly moved inward. The remaining friends exchanged glances before following suit. After all, they could not allow their friend to face danger alone. The room was empty, the windows boarded up, and the commotion emanated from upstairs. To their right, a door stood ajar, leading into a dim corridor toward a foyer. The group crept into the foyer, where a spiral staircase ascended directly to a closed room. Sirius made to step onto the stairs, but Snape yanked him back. What are you doing? Sirius whispered angrily. That must be where Remus is. Listen, Snape urged in a hushed tone. The howling in the room gradually subsided, morphing into heavy, labored breathing before finally falling silent. After a moment of stillness, James boldly ascended the stairs. I'll go check. Sirius quickly followed. Wait for me, James. Rahel and Snape trailed behind and James, summoning his courage, slowly turned the doorknob. Through the crack, they glimpsed a creature resembling a wolf lying on the ground, gradually transforming into Remus Lupin. Remus! James rushed in, crouching beside him to assess his condition. Rahel reached out but grasped at nothing. Sirius dashed inside too, and Rahel exchanged a glance with Snape. Together they assisted James and Sirius in lifting Lupin onto a reasonably sturdy bed. The four stood at the bedside, gazing at Lupin's pale, ashen face, devoid of color. In silence. Remus Lupin was a werewolf. The so-called treatment was merely a ruse to conceal the truth. We've been completely oblivious all this time, Sirius remarked, his expression a complex amalgamation of emotions. He has been disappearing once a month since the beginning of the term, and that whomping willow was planted when we first arrived. James shared his sentiments. He must have suffered greatly from being bitten by a werewolf. Rahel frowned. Are we just going to leave him here? Madame Pomfrey should come to take him back. If we take him away hastily, it may alert the headmaster and Madame Pomfrey, Snape stated, his gaze unfeeling. One only needs to think a little to understand. This matter must have been sanctioned by the headmaster. However, for other young wizards, having a werewolf at school is always a perilous situation. Then let us depart. This matter must remain confidential, Rahel concluded. I presume Professor Dumbledore has his own considerations, and our sole duty is to keep our lips sealed. Wait, where's Peter? The four descended the stairs, finding Peter squatting at the corner of the staircase. Oh Merlin, please don't let anything happen to you. Listening to Peter's anxious ramblings, they exchanged glances, each feeling a twinge of exasperation. That he made it this far is already commendable, James shrugged, stepping forward to pat Peter on the shoulder. Let us go back to the castle. James. Serious? It's wonderful to see you all safe. Along with Rahel and Severus, Peter's eyes shimmered with tears. Seeing you like this, I thought you'd met your end. Let us go, let us go. Let Remus have a good sleep. If he's willing, he can come into my trunk. That's indeed a splendid idea. Chapter 33. The reveal. Upon returning to school the next day, Lupin sensed that his friends were acting strangely. James and Sirius, who had always been kind to him, were now excessively attentive, offering him assistance in walking, feeding him water, and even personally delivering food to his mouth, as if he were on the brink of death, about to depart from this world. Peter often gazed at him with tearful eyes, while Rachel consistently inquired if he required assistance. Even Severus encouraged him not to keep his troubles concealed. Eventually one day he could no longer restrain himself. What is wrong with all of you? Have I contracted some terminal illness of which I am unaware? During the afternoon break, coinciding with the weekend, the group formed a circle upon the grass not far from the greenhouse. Remus Lupin brushed aside James, who was leaning on his arm, pushed away the water Sirius offered, and halted Peter's hand as he reached for an umbrella, breathing a sigh of relief at Rachel and Severus's stillness. Did you say it, or shall we? James, no longer ingratiating himself, crossed his arms over his chest and turned his head to look elsewhere. Confess openly, or face the consequences. Rachel smiled as she produced Duck, who waved a small branch, threateningly tapping it against the ground. Hey, the joke's gone too far. Rachel twisted her face and whispered to it. You're making my hand hurt. Severus stifled a laugh beside her. Remus, you really ought to speak up. You have nothing to hide from us? Sirius also crossed his arms. Peter mimicked them, and Rachel and Severus exchanged glances, all folding their arms, leaving Duck with no choice but to hop onto Peter's shoulder. The five of them stared intently at Lupin, causing him to feel a chill of apprehension. Passers-by drifted by, oblivious to the small gathering on the ground. Yet Lupin still felt as if he were being scrutinized. What? He stammered, unable to meet their gazes. No, there's nothing. Could they have found out? Or was there something else? Oh fine, I've been researching some information lately. James pouted. Since Remus was not speaking, he had no choice but to take the initiative. Wait James, let us change locations. There are too many people here. How about we go inside my trunk? Why didn't you say so earlier? Let us go. Rachel, James and Sirius. Before Remus could finish his sentence, he was pulled away by the others. Once inside, they moved further in. I'll lock the trunk. When everyone had exited the little shack, Rachel waved her wand, and the lock on the trunk clicked shut. They seated themselves on the grass once more, though considerably more relaxed. The Niffler returned to Rachel's side, obediently sitting on the ground and offering her a large, round red apple. Rachel, you've even grown an apple tree in your trunk? Sirius instantly forgot what he had intended to say. I want one too. Noticing the well-behaved creature produce another apple, he reached out to take it, only to see it turn and be handed to Severus instead. Sirius, throughout the journey, Lupin had been preoccupied with the thought of whether they were deceiving him, or if they were aware of his secret, yet did not shun him for it. The world's attitude towards werewolves was predominantly one of revulsion, a wish to distance themselves. People believed such malevolent and dangerous beings should not exist. His father had drawn the wrath of Fenrir Greyback with a single remark, leading to a life of monthly transformations that rendered him nearly lifeless. He once thought that hiding away was his destined fate, yet Professor Dumbledore had granted him the opportunity to attend school, where he made friends who shared his ideals. If they knew he was a werewolf, would they still wish to befriend him? Lupin watched his friends, who were laughing and chasing one another over an apple, and pain, conflict and sorrow flickered in his eyes. James, give me back my apple. Then you'll have to catch me, hey? No magic allowed. Oh come on. You're all acting like children. They were simply indulging themselves. Rachel, this apple is too large, I can't finish it. Peter, you eat too little. Oh. Don't give it to Rachel. Give it to me, and I'll trade you. Just as James lunged towards Peter to grab the apple, Sirius yanked him back by his ankle. First, give me my apple back. I'm not lying. There's really only this one. The two of them rolled around on the grass, while Rachel laughed so hard she could barely breathe, and Severus bore an expression of exasperation as Peter wiped the apple and began to munch on it. After a lengthy commotion, James and Sirius collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. After a while, they both sat up. Remus, regardless of Lupin still lowering his head, James draped an arm across his shoulders, still smiling. I've looked up some information. As long as there are no humans nearby, werewolves 1T exhibit strong aggression. We believe that with our talents, we could manage to become animagi. Sirius also shifted closer to Remus. I want to help too. Peter chimed in, his cheeks bulging, yet his words were clear. Rachel leaned in before that. You can stay inside my trunk. Chio can keep you company. While there aren't any potions to treat this condition yet, there are ones that alleviate pain and invigorate. I will regularly bring you some. Severus also awkwardly expressed concern in his unique manner. Lupin raised his head, staring blankly at them, unsure of what he felt inside, only sensing warmth and heat. He briefly thought he had misheard, that this was an illusion. Or perhaps he was dreaming. What are you talking about? It seemed something was about to spill from his eyes, and he quickly blinked. Noticing his odd reaction, James waved his hands. We didn't mean to follow you. Rather, we wanted to accompany you. James, the more you explain, the worse it sounds. We wanted to know what illness you have because your complexion is really pale. I'm sorry, Remus. We indeed followed Madame Pomfrey and you into that little cabin. Rachel scratched her head. At first, we didn't think much of it. We just felt that Remus's condition was worsening, and as friends, we couldn't turn a blind eye. Lupin felt both touched and angry. This was far too dangerous. What if they got hurt? What if they were killed by him? He trembled, covering his face, his muffled voice emanating from his hands. I could never forgive myself. But Remus, James spread his hands. We waited outside until you transformed before entering. Sirius muttered quietly, we're not that foolish. In any case, from that day forward, they shared a common secret, and their bond grew stronger than ever before. Chapter 34. The Ambiguous Haley. Time swiftly passed, and Halloween arrived. This time, Lupin spent the full moon night within the trunk. The inaugural attempt was a resounding success. Chio perfectly restrained the transformed Lupin, as the werewolf's claws could not breach Chio's robust defense, even immobilized by its embrace. From that day forth, a snowman named Chio took residence in Lupin's memories. It offered him healing hugs during his agonizing transformations, and accompanied him in venting his frustrations when his emotions spiraled out of control. They could even sit together in silence at times, doing nothing. Chio, you are so warm. James, serious, and Peter also set aside their fears of Chio, frequently visiting it to play and bring it little piglets. To prevent it from growing bored, Lupin often brought different kinds of beef and lamb. However, Lily had not been seen for quite some time. Lily had not been faring well lately. When Rachel inquired about her in potions class, Severus hesitated for a moment, but ultimately spoke the truth. The Slytherins seated around them perked up their ears. Purebloods and half-bloods might not face discrimination, but those of Muggle descent certainly would. Rachel and Severus were known for their peculiarities in Slytherin and Hufflepuff, and everyone was aware that they had a Muggle-born friend in Gryffindor. Recently, blood discrimination had been surging within the school, leading to escalating conflicts and tensions, evolving into larger and more intense confrontations. All of this stemmed from that nameless figure, who proclaimed to champion a wizard-led world. Certain pureblood families have long believed that wizards should reign supreme over Muggles. As their banner was raised, a multitude rallied in support, and for a time, Voldemort garner d'immense popular favor. Reports of Muggle-born wizards falling victim to sinister fates became increasingly frequent, with daily broadcasts detailing the names of the missing and deceased wizards. The ominous dark mark often loomed in the skies, refusing to dissipate, while Muggle deaths were countless. Each day, multitudes perished due to various unusual disasters, or inexplicably succumbed while walking down the street, leaving them bewildered about the cause of their demise. Amidst this atmosphere of fear, even Hogwarts was no longer an unassailable sanctuary. Groups of 3 or 5 would frequently ambush solitary Muggle-born students, causing everyone to walk with tension in their bodies, wands at the ready, ever wary of curses that might be cast from the shadows. Though Rachel and Snape remained largely unaffected, Lily had indeed been a direct victim of such an attack. Fortunately, her combat instincts were commendable, and she often walked with friends, thus escaping any significant harm. They derisively referred to her as a mudblood. Snape's expression was complex. Once, he too had nearly found himself among those who harbored such prejudices. However, since spending time with Rachel, he had come to realize how much he had distanced himself from his former self. I wager Lily surely cast a curse at that individual, Rachel mused with a shrug. Lily is no delicate flower, and given her excellent academic performance, it would be unsurprising for her to possess a greater repertoire of spells. Snape nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Professor Slughorn had only lightly scolded her, as he held a certain fondness for Lily. Another vital point was that the old professor was not particularly fond of blood purity discrimination, as Rachel whispered to his side. Snape leaned in, his brow furrowing. Your potion's hue is incorrect. It should be a yellow-green. Oh dear, what am I to do now? Rachel exclaimed in distress. Stir, add ingredients, extinguish the flame? What should I? The textbook offered no guidance for this juncture. Extinguish the flame, Snape coughed, the pungent odor overwhelming. Hastily, Rachel snuffed out the cauldron's fire, and ultimately presented a bottle of pale green potion to Professor Slughorn, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yet the professor's gaze conveyed a sense of pride. Indeed, arranging for them to be together was the wisest decision he had made, with Snape playing an indispensable role. As they traversed the corridor towards the Great Hall, they encountered James and his companions, and so, they agreed to seek out Lily after their meal. Looking for me? Lily scrutinized the boys with suspicion before a smile broke forth. Could it be you need assistance? Once outside, they strolled slowly along the path towards the Whomping Willow. No. I was merely concerned as I hadn't seen you lately, Rachel replied, pushing back a strand of hair behind his ear. Your hair is getting quite long. Perhaps it's time for a trim? Due to those little cliques at school, Snape interjected, completing his thought. James leaped beside Lily. Evans, do you need me to protect you? He made a comical face, causing Lily to stifle a laugh. You smiled. James grinned widely. How is your mood now? I'm perfectly fine, not a thing to worry about. Lily stated warmly as she walked among them. The troublemakers have been chased off by Mary and me. However, the last encounter had been rather urgent. And a shadow crossed her face as she added, had it not been for a Ravenclaw girl coming to our aid, Mary might have ended up in the hospital wing. A Ravenclaw? Just one? Is she really that formidable? Various voices chimed in as Lily pouted, glancing around in confusion at who had spoken. She paid little mind to their chatter, having heard that her reputation was somewhat tarnished. People claimed that those who drew near her would be cursed by misfortune. Yet, since she had saved me, it suggested she was a kind-hearted girl. Oh my, speak of the devil, there she is. Haley, Lily exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards the girl across the way. Haley? Rachel adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses, focusing on the girl conversing with Lily. Was that not Haley Bird? Why her? He murmured to himself. The gazes of the other 5 fixated on him. Do you know her, Rachel? Snape's eyes darkened slightly, unbeknownst to him. More people had gathered around Rachel. Deep confusion etched across Rachel's face. She once, he began, but fell silent as Lily approached with her new friend. This is Haley, the one I just mentioned. Haley Bird, her spells are remarkable. She's the one who saved Mary and me. Lily beamed as she introduced them, while Haley stiffened. So, after all that careful concealment, it has all been for naught. But this girl is destined to be the mother of the Savior. In that moment, instinct took over. Haley felt a pang of regret. And what of this group? How had Snape aligned with James and his crew? Never mind. She must continue to remain hidden. Planning to flee as soon as she graduated, the world was far too perilous. Observing the timid girl greeting them, Rachel felt a twinge of embarrassment. It seemed that this girl, with her formidable strength, had no reason to fear that Gilderoy Lockhart. He had been the one to overreact. However, when his gaze met Haley's, an unusual sensation surged within him, a silent, wandless legitimacy. This Haley was anything but ordinary. Chapter 35. The Hill brothers. Raymond Hill had known since his enrollment that his 2 older brothers did not wish for his academic journey to be a tranquil one. Thus, when he found himself cornered by them, he felt no surprise. The corridor was devoid of anyone else. Darren, who had been walking with him, had just gone to seek out a girl he fancied, while other students were gathered in the great hall for dinner. Little Raymond, where do you think you're off to? Adrian blocked his path, a smile on his lips akin to one often seen on Rachel's face. In contrast to his 2 brothers, Raymond still bore the cherubic roundness of youth, but his eyes were sharp and elongated, giving him a more aggressive appearance. When he wore his stoic expression, he exuded a formidable presence. At that moment, he regarded his 4 years older brother with a guarded demeanor, as though he were a nefarious assailant rather than a family member. Adrian, why do you always have to be the first to intervene? Came the voice of Borwin from behind Raymond, a coil of rope wrapped around his hand, though its purpose was unclear. Adrian's face darkened slightly. What are you doing here? You're just making a mess. Raymond, come here to your brother. He will take you to paradise. Borwin disregarded Adrian, his tone tender, almost resembling that of a caring older brother. Yet his actions told another story. His fingers nervously twisted the rope, his arms trembling with the effort of suppressing something. How troublesome, Raymond mused inwardly. Adrian excelled in magic, but Borwin preferred the rope in his hands, moving swiftly in close quarters. Regardless of whom he attacked first, he would surely find himself ensnared by the other. However, for the moment, his brothers seemed to be toying with him, much like a cat playing with a mouse. What to do? He suddenly glanced behind Adrian, slowly raising his hand. Rachel. Rachel? As Adrian turned, a flash of light surged forth, and he fell to the ground. Borwin, however, lunged towards Raymond. A manic grin plastered across his face. Raymond, father is eagerly awaiting your reunion. Soon mother will come to find you too. For a fleeting moment, Raymond felt a surge of panic, but he quickly rolled aside, the rope narrowly grazing his cheek, leaving a faint scarlet line. Had Borwin woven steel wire into the rope? Just as Borwin aimed to ensnare him with the rope around his neck, his attack fell short. Once again, a radiant light burst forth, causing Bowen to fall onto the ground. It was only then that Raymond, feeling somewhat drained, slowly sank to the floor, attempting to calm his rapidly beating heart. It must be said, you two have significantly regressed. He playfully poked his 2 older brothers on their foreheads, leaving behind red imprints, before standing up to adjust his collar and tuck in his shirt. Feeling that all was well, he lifted his leg and walked towards the hall. From the moment Adrian intercepted him to the conclusion of the skirmish, no more than 5 minutes had elapsed. Initially, Raymond did not comprehend why his 2 brothers targeted him. Eventually, he realized it was because he did not possess their peculiar tendencies and could not keep pace with their thought processes. For reasons unbeknownst to him, his brothers had taken to troubling him from time to time. The eldest, Adrian, reveled in mingling among boys, a veritable deviant, possessing an unsettling fondness for inappropriate advances. The second brother, Bowen, harbored a peculiar penchant for nooses, a genuine little pervert who delighted in the act of strangulation. Although Raymond had never committed any harmful acts, There were moments when he felt he too was on the verge of becoming a deviant. Not a deviant, yet treading the path toward one. He felt pity for their mother, who still believed her 3 sons to be exemplary and well-behaved children. What puzzled Raymond was that neither of these two had ever contemplated harming their mother. He could only speculate that perhaps her strength surpassed theirs. And what of Rachel? How much weight did he hold in the hearts of his brothers? A veil seemed to exist between him and his brothers, and another between the 2 of them. A chasm also lay between the 3 of them and their mother. Raymond was oblivious to the fact that his brothers regarded him as a naive simpleton. Even if he were aware, he would be indifferent, for it was evident that among brothers, someone was fated to perish. It was a rare sight to see him dining at the Hufflepuff long table. He reverted to his shy demeanor, taking a seat beside Rachel. "Ah, you're here? If I linger any longer, Slytherin will devour me. Did you manage to avoid any attacks while alone?" Rachel regarded this boy favorably. At least far more than his 2 brothers. As Raymond reached for food, he replied, "I'm a half-blood. They wouldn't dare to do anything to me. It's no longer about pure blood or half-blood. They simply find it amusing." Rachel waved his hand dismissively. "Regardless, do take care of yourself." As roommates, they got along well. And Rachel didn't mind exchanging a few more words. A flicker of a smile appeared in Raymond's eyes. "All right," he nodded in agreement, "I will." The 2 fell into a comfortable silence, eating their meals, until Raymond suddenly spoke. "Rachel." Rachel turned his head. "Try to keep your distance from my 2 brothers." Noticing remnants of pie clinging to the corners of his mouth, Raymond offered his handkerchief to wipe his lips. "It's new and used." Rachel blinked and ultimately accepted it, having forgotten to bring his own. "Thanks, Raymond. I'll return it to you after washing." As he patted the younger boy's shoulder, Rachel was about to head back to the dormitory when Raymond called out to him. "Are you going back alone? Shall we walk together? Those 2 deviants will awaken soon." Rachel lifted his gaze toward the Slytherin long table, where Snape had also risen, their eyes meeting, both sharing a faint smile. Following his gaze, Raymond clearly saw it as well. "Then do be careful on your way." Watching the 2 figures disappear through the side door of the hall, Raymond lowered his head, poking at the lamb chop before him, lost in thought. Chapter 36. Did I owe you money in my past life? Hiss hiss hiss. Are you suffering from cat disease? If you're not hitting those 2, why are you hitting me? Smack. Hiss. Why are you still hitting me? What have I done wrong? Smack. Hiss. Let us just live this way. What more can we do? Rachel, with a face full of frustration, squatted beside a pile of grass by the small hut, where a 3-headed snake coiled in front of him, the rightmost head hissing and flicking its tongue. However, just as it cautiously attempted to peck at another head, smack, a ruler came down upon its head. Thus the scene unfolded. The leftmost head hissed, "I want to eat steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roasted flower ducks." The middle head retorted, "Hiss hiss kneel. How dare you be so rude? I am the king." All right, you've said so much I can't understand. But you should be able to understand me, right?" Rachel squinted his eyes, his expression threatening. The 3 heads of the snake nodded in unison, frightened. "That's good. Don't fight among yourselves, understood?" Rubbing each snake head gently, Rachel stood up and walked to the other side. The previously returned baby venomous leopard was brought back again. This time by the headmaster, who took him to the principal's office to retrieve it. After 2 years apart, it had grown considerably. "How wonderful to eat," he exclaimed, pushing another cow towards it, marveling. The cub shot him a disdainful glance before swiftly biting through the cow's trachea. "This is the offspring of that female leopard caught with the strength of our whole clan. Initially, we intended to rear it for breeding. But this cub has always been rather disobedient, showing tendencies for self-harm. So we've entrusted it to you, Rachel. Make sure to raise it well." This was the exact wording of Ethel. After all the twists and turns, it had fallen upon his shoulders. The youth Rachel, who bore the hopes of his entire clan, expressed his profound sorrow. Ever since this leopard arrived, he had been well fed for the past month or so, with every meal consisting of meat. Aside from the lack of freedom typical of a leopardess life, he had everything one could wish for. Yet, it should be noted that the cub hardly ever moved. And during its time here, Rachel had yet to witness it self-harming. What had the other uncles and aunts done to induce such behavior? "You should get up and move around. Don't just lie there and sleep. It's not good for your health to sleep right after eating." Rachel, with a fishbowl-like membrane on his head, crouched outside the barrier, cautiously poking the cub with a stick, which was lying with its back to him. The cub lazily turned over, then resumed sleeping. Poke, 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 poke. Smack. The bushy tail swept through with a gust of wind, instantly splitting the tip of the stick, which then snapped in half. "Sigh, living this way, is there no meaning to your life as a leopard?" he lamented. It's just that the territory isn't as vast as imagined. Cheer up, cheer up. Enough of that. Did I owe you money in my past life? And you've come to collect in this one? Noticing the cub threateningly bringing its forelimbs to its mouth, Rachel swiftly changed his tone, halting his nagging. So this was the method of self-harm. He had learned something new that day. It was the first time he had encountered a creature lazier than himself. I'm off now. Next time I'll bring you fish. Patting its nose, Rachel stood up and exited the box. Time passed swiftly, and before long, Christmas had come and gone. From the letters sent by Ethel and Lena, Rachel grasped the gravity of the situation outside the school. The elders had begun to conceal their residences. Even Rachel's own muggle home had been hidden away. The small building belonging to the Snapes was now ready for occupancy, and Eileen had employed various means to render it invisible to the naked eye. Even Sirius's father had utilized numerous methods to make the Black family mansion non-existent. Everyone seemed to be gripped by fear. Voldemort's actions were exceedingly brutal, and they could only choose to hide themselves, striving for a semblance of peace amidst the chaos. Yet his ranks continued to swell, comprised of fervent admirers, opportunists, and those who simply found it amusing. Headmaster Dumbledore was busier than ever, often absent from the school, and Ethel, Lena, and Eileen had seemingly vanished, having not been heard from since that letter. Had it not been for the assurance from the headmaster that his parents were safe, Rachel might have thought they had completely disappeared. I thought you were gone. A charming young beauty with long, straight black hair squatted beside his box, gazing at the entrance. Oh. Rachel paused, patting his chest. What are you doing squatting by my box? You startled me. He glanced up again, and there stood Severus Snape against the wall of the room of requirement, holding something resembling a crown. What is that? A crown? Such a genuine crown is indeed a rarity these days. Snape approached him and offered assistance, saying, Your little creature found this. It couldn't fit in its pouch, so I kept it in my hand. The creature, Cece, climbed from Snape's school uniform pocket onto his shoulder, flailing its limbs in a dance, demanding its shiny prize. This crown is truly exquisite. May I have it, Cece? The elegant young lady, Haley, playfully teased Cece with her finger, only to be unceremoniously pushed away. What is a beautiful girl? Cece retorted. I only want my sparkly trinket. Rahel clicked his tongue and took both Cece and the crown from Snape's hands, turning to Haley with a curious gaze. Is there dark magic involved? No. But there is something I find intriguing. Although there were no protective spells on it, after all, it was a Horcrux. Haley's heart raced. Rahel's offspring was quite remarkable, having stumbled upon one of the fragments. What to do? She felt a surge of excitement. Rahel awaited her response, and when he saw her frozen in thought, he waved his hand in front of her eyes. Haley, aside from dark magic, is there anything else that piques your interest? Oh, indeed. The fate of souls can also be considered divination, and the wheel of causality. Haley slowly began to enumerate on her fingers, returning to her senses. Her studies differ from mine, leaning more towards the realm of souls. Snape glanced towards the exit. Should we not be on our way? Let us go. Wait. In the bemused glances of Rahel and Snape, Haley hastily tousled her hair, letting a portion fall over her eyes, concealing her face while leaving only a narrow gap for her eyes to peek through. She hunched her back and awkwardly clutched several textbooks to her chest. Timidly reappearing before the two, Rahel placed his hands on his hips. Must you truly do this, Haley? Such a lovely girl. And yet you choose to present yourself in this manner. Concealment is not achieved in such a way. Of course, this makes it much easier for people to overlook me. Haley replied, shaking her finger in a dismissive manner. Speaking of which, about that crown. Here, be cautious. Anything that catches your eye is likely perilous. Rahel gently extracted the crown from Cece's small claws and handed it to her. Cece, indignant, delivered a tiny punch to him before turning to seek refuge in Snape's embrace. Thank you. I assure you, when the results are in, you will be among the first to know. Rahel, your bubblehead charm is still active. Fate is a curious thing. Through twists and turns, Haley became their friend. Her first unveiling of her true self startled everyone. Her striking appearance and forthright demeanor made her seem like a different person entirely compared to her former self. Her research into dark magic greatly impressed Snape, and they often exchanged ideas and findings, while misunderstandings with Rahel were resolved. The group would gather to play wizard chess and concoct mischief. Before long, summer vacation arrived. Chapter 37. You really dare to come? Upon returning home, Snape was whisked away by Eileen, leaving only the family of 3 and Lucius behind. Prepare for a guest today. At the dining table, Ethel pretended to cough discreetly, lowering his brows to feign seriousness. Lena nudged him with her elbow, her eyes filled with playful reproach. Come now, it's just Lucius visiting. Rahel thought to himself, In the past, hearing of guests at home would send him into a frenzy, even wishing to hide away in his room. But Lucius? Which Lucius? The one from the Malfoy family? This is unprecedented. That Lucius Malfoy truly dares to show up unannounced? Right before his parents, no less. Rahel's grip on his knife and fork tightened, nearly bending them in half. Ethel, somewhat perplexed, replied, "He claims there are some distant family ties. And he has come to visit." Family ties? Among pureblood families, who doesn't he have some connections? It felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him. Rahel found it utterly absurd. "But you said the Malfoys had allied with Voldemort. By all accounts, we shouldn't be associating with them anymore." Lena shook her head, her wavy hair swaying behind her. "He expressed a desire to visit. We can't just turn him away. A letter has already been sent. He likely knows where we live now, so let him come. It's merely a different way of maintaining discretion. Oh, by the way, sweetheart, tell me, how have you been faring at Hogwarts?" Lena leaned forward slightly, a teasing smile gracing her lovely face. The couple had heard that Rahel had not blown up a single cauldron at school, thanks to young Severus. His other grades were decent, not outstanding. But he had learned all that was necessary, and even taught himself what he hadn't been instructed in. Why has the topic shifted so swiftly? Rahel blinked, suddenly wide awake. Still not enough. He set down his knife and fork, adjusted his collar, and placed his hands on his thighs, sitting up straight. "During my 2 years at Hogwarts, I have garnered much experience. Firstly, regarding my studies, although I have consistently completed all assigned coursework on time, I have also..." Ethel suddenly found the beef in his mouth unappetizing, feigning a yawn and signaling to Lena with a look. "Why did you have to bring that up?" Lena also covered her face, silently indicating, "How was I to know he would take this route? He had been so adorable as a child. He never spoke so formally, as if delivering a report. How unnerving. Dad, do you think what I did was right?" Rahel's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He had devised numerous methods for the well-being of the family pet, which carried the disease virus in its respiratory system, capable of infecting humans and other creatures. Thus, whenever Rahel took the pet out for a stroll, he would cast a bubblehead charm on it, ensuring it wouldn't spread the disease no matter where it roamed. The pet, begrudgingly referred to as the food bucket, had become rather lethargic, indulging in meals and naps, gradually gaining a bit of weight. Hence, Rahel had decided upon this name, agreeing with the creature that once it shed some pounds, and was willing to take regular walks, it could shed the moniker. The food bucket. Suddenly motivated to lose weight, Ethel's eyes widened in surprise, and he nearly jerked in disbelief, dropping his hand with a rueful laugh. Giving our son an encouraging nod, Ethel leaned over to Lena and whispered, "What did he just say?" Lena turned her gaze aside, mumbling, "I have no idea." She had attempted to delve into Rahel's thoughts, but her permissions were insufficient. Rahel's mental shield successfully thwarted her attempts at legitimacy. Their son had grown, harboring his own little secrets. "Ethel, you'd better watch out." Rahel blinked innocently. "What's wrong with my parents?" "Yes, indeed, keep it up," Ethel chuckled, glancing at the clock. "Shall we?" Lena seamlessly continued, "Shall we prepare?" Lucius Malfoy arrived with his fiancée, Narcissa Black, which surprised Ethel and Lena slightly. It appeared he had more than just Voldemort's orders in mind. The initial meeting was filled with polite exchanges, but Lucius and Narcissa, seated on the living room sofa, appeared decidedly uncomfortable. This discomfort peaked when Rahel flicked the switch for the living room lights. Lucius managed better, given his family's historical service to the Muggle royal family. But Narcissa's eyes betrayed a well-concealed disdain. "It feels a bit dark in here, is it better now?" Lena smiled, though her expression didn't reach her eyes. She leaned back against the armchair, her hands resting naturally on her abdomen, ready to cast a spell at the slightest sign of trouble from the two guests. Ethel propped his head with one hand, observing the young couple before him. Lucius's mind was consumed by the Dark Lord's instructions, and upon hearing the words, he turned his gaze towards Lena, his countenance brightening considerably. "Thank you, madam." He then embarked on an enthusiastic discourse about the Dark Lord, extolling his philosophy as profoundly aligned with the will of the people, and lauding his formidable magical prowess, expressing the honor of being personally recruited by him. Only at the end did he reveal his true intentions, not merely to accept his overture, but rather to forge a cordial alliance between their families, thereby facilitating future commercial interactions. It would be splendid if Rahel could serve as the godfather to their future offspring. Rahel interjected, "You're already planning for children without even being married?" As soon as the two departed, Ethel immediately leaned towards Lena, inquiring, "My dear, what do you think their intentions are?" Rahel also leaned in on the other side. Lena couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the father and son duo, both sporting similar innocent expressions. They aim to play both sides, sensing a potential imbalance. Hence their desire for a dual approach. However, Ethel pondered whether the godfather proposition was too hasty. Was it a gesture of sincerity or merely a financial maneuver? My dear, do you think they know we are associated with that individual? Rahel frowned, perplexed by their cryptic behavior. Lena shook her head. That remains uncertain for now. But since Lucius has extended an olive branch, we might as well accept it. Ethel slumped against the armrest of the sofa, resigned to the idea of another business trip. You're leaving again. Rahel lamented. At least take me with you. Upon hearing about the impending trip, Lena also felt disheartened. Alas, my dear. We must do our part for peace. Ethel ruffled his hair. It's not that we don't wish to take you, but the nature of our mission is perilous, and danger lurks at every corner. Rest assured, I will ensure the house is well concealed before your mother and I depart. You will be safe here. And Lucy will look after you. At the mere mention of her name, Lucy appeared before the trio with a swift flourish. I shall take excellent care of young master. Her large eyes brimming with tears. Oh, the poor master and mistress, tirelessly toiling away, and the poor young master, so often separated from family. She pulled out a tiny handkerchief from her pocket, and began to sob uncontrollably. The three exchanged knowing glances, each choosing to remain silent. How could they explain to Lucy that she was the only one truly grieving in this household? Chapter 38. Time flies. Thus, time passed gradually, and in their third year, new elective courses were introduced. Professor Ketterburn lavished praise upon Rahel, deeming him an exceptionally talented student in the care of magical creatures class. The other companions also selected various courses. Snape, like Rahel, opted for ancient runes and care of magical creatures, while Lily chose care of magical creatures and arithmancy. To everyone's surprise, Sirius enrolled in Muggle studies. Throughout the years, James and his friends diligently attempted to master the art of animagus transformation, a process fraught with stringent conditions and intricate steps. They scoured every corner of the castle in search of the right time and place, yet opportunities were scarce, leaving their progress stalled while they awaited the storm to arrive. The group would often plan weekend excursions to Hogsmeade, indulging in butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks, purchasing sweets from Honeydukes, and frequently visiting Zonko's joke shop. Recently, Haley had been acting mysteriously, often disappearing, yet she still engaged in discussions with Snape, who had a vague inkling of her endeavors, but chose not to intervene. Rahel's little trunk had welcomed several new family members, including a winged horse, while the other young creatures had grown considerably, often causing mischief within the trunk. After graduating, Narcissa married Lucius and invited Rahel's family to the ceremony, only for Voldemort to make an unexpected appearance. Clearly, the Malfoy family held significant stature. Fortunately, with Lucius's forewarning, Rahel's family managed to make an early exit, thus avoiding an encounter with Voldemort. This incident prompted Rahel to reconsider the notion of the godfather role. Snape's potion-making and dark art skills had matured significantly, and he had begun experimenting with crafting his own spells. Rahel's studies in runes had also progressed, as he endeavored to translate more ancient texts. However, his friendship with Firenze was eventually discovered by the centaurs. As Rahel had anticipated, he was pursued through half of the Forbidden Forest, arrows whizzing past him, though fortunately, Firenze was not exiled from his kin, allowing Rahel to continue visiting him, albeit with increased caution henceforth. The three Hill brothers had transitioned from pairs to solo endeavors, with Adrian vanishing shortly after graduation, leaving no trace, not even to his own family. Borwin's obsession had escalated. He now fantasized about killing Rahel to fashion him into a work of art. Yet, Rahel had long since prepared for his advances, and he had never succeeded. Raymond remained unchanged, attending classes with Darren and occasionally teasing his older brother for his reluctance to wield a wand, while often seeking Rahel for casual conversation, which explains Snape's frequent eye rolls. Regulus had become a seeker for Slytherin, often conversing with a handsome dark-skinned boy named Ronan Hawke, who would say the most nonsensical things. But Regulus listened intently, perhaps aware that his friend genuinely cared for him. In the blink of an eye, Rahel and his companions were on the cusp of their OWL's year. Congratulations to our Lily and Remus for becoming prefects. In a compartment on the Hogwarts Express, the 7 friends gathered, each face aglow with smiles. The table in the center was laden with an assortment of food and sweets, while some held pumpkin juice, milk, or lemonade. After a hearty toast, Rahel took a generous sip of milk. They were now 15, and James and Sirius had shot up like rockets, barely reaching 6 feet. While Snape had also grown taller, and Lily had gained some height as well. Rahel, however, was only slightly taller than Peter. How does it feel to be a prefect? Rahel leaned against the innermost window, grinning as he observed Lily and Remus. Having just maintained order on the train, Lily and Remus hadn't eaten anything yet, prompting the others to band together to purchase some snacks. At that moment Remus, holding a cauldron cake, was about to take a bite when he heard Rahel's query and shook his head. Exhausted. I'm really famished. Thank you for the treats. They saved my life. With that he took a hearty bite of cake, swallowing it almost whole. Lily, sitting with her feet swinging off the seat, remarked, I had breakfast, so I'm alright, but Remus is the one who hasn't eaten at all. Poor thing, eat more, Remus. Sirius pushed all the food within reach toward Remus, while James offered treats he had brought from home. Severus, can we not read? Peter said, fixating on the book in Snape's hands, which contained the material for their upcoming academic year. Little did they know, the top student was right beside them. At that, everyone's attention turned to Snape's book. What is it? James leaned in for a closer look. Advanced potions? But Severus, Remus interjected. Didn't you already master that? Revisiting to reinforce knowledge, Rahel chimed in, casually resting his arm on Snape's shoulder. I bet Severus has already completed the Newt's potion syllabus. With a sidelong glance, Snape remained silent, merely nodding with a smile. Even while organizing notes for Rahel, he had perused the Advanced Potions book in advance, and had developed his own insights regarding certain ingredients and methods. The specifics would naturally become clear once they entered the advanced class. How is your animagus training progressing? He whispered. Previously, when James approached him with inquiries about potion knowledge, he was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that mastering the intricacies of animagus potion knowledge was essential. However, this realization ultimately extinguished any remaining possibilities for Rahel. Snape himself was not particularly adept at transfiguration. Thus neither of these kindred spirits harbored aspirations of becoming animagi. Ah, do not even mention it. Speaking of this, Sirius becomes rather disheartened. We have been awaiting a storm, yet behold, it has been 3 years without a single occurrence. Hence, timing is indeed a crucial factor. James pondered how much longer they would need to wait. Peter sulked, his talents insufficient, still lagging behind James and Sirius. As his potion was still in the process of being concocted, Lupin gazed at his friends, his heart a tumult of emotions. They had invested so much for him, and time had not dulled their friendship. Rather, it had woven their bonds tighter. He truly hoped they could remain this way forever. Chapter 39, Mission Accomplished. Senior Shafiq. Please accept this. In the outdoor corridor, a girl shyly thrust an envelope and chocolate into Rahel's hand, smiling as she turned to rejoin her companions, who walked away. Glancing back with teasing smiles, Rahel looked down at the chocolate in his hand. Recently, the chocolates the girls had been giving him had grown increasingly large. Much like this one, nearly matching the size of his face. While indulging in sweets could elevate his spirits, this chocolate. Why was he still standing there? He should hurry along. Who had given it to him? From a distance, he spotted Snape striding toward him, the hem of his robes billowing behind him. Upon reaching Rahel, he presented 5 sizable pieces of chocolate, all of which were also for you, courtesy of the Slytherin girls. Staring at the chocolate pieces larger than his face, Rahel remained expressionless, sniffing. He could not consume them. They were too sweet, almost bitterly so. Then let them vanish, Snape commanded, pointing his wand at the chocolates. And Rahel joyfully observed as they disappeared, as if they had never existed. After vanishing the chocolates, Snape's stride appeared considerably lighter. Let us proceed. They are waiting for us at the usual spot. Yes. Rahel beamed as he caught up with him. Have they succeeded in their practice? Indeed, the results are quite promising. Coincidentally, a storm had struck just last weekend. At that moment, they had been idly chatting in the great hall when, with the first drop of rain, James and Sirius had dashed outside. This torrential downpour had persisted intermittently for an entire week, occasionally illuminated by lightning. Although Peter had joined them a bit later, they had all achieved success. They had merely mentioned wanting to surprise a few individuals, agreeing to meet at the Shrieking Shack. There was no surprise but plenty of fright. As Rahel stepped onto the floor of the Shrieking Shack, a large, dark mass lunged toward him. Wingardium Leviosa. With an elegant flick of his wand, the object floated into the air. A massive black dog, resembling a bear, flailed its limbs, and Rahel carefully lowered it to the ground. Upon landing, the black dog morphed into a human form. Not amusing at all, Sirius exclaimed, brushing himself off as he stood. Did you guess it was me? He added, inadvertently sticking out his tongue. Your form is that of a black dog. Rahel's eyes sparkled. Well done, Sirius. Do you feel any discomfort? Snape extracted his notebook, preparing to record research data, as a sleek, polished stag ambled in behind Sirius. Is that James? Snape's writing paused, That form would not fare well in public, easily drawing the attention of the zoo. How do you feel? James leaped forward, transforming back into human form. Fantastic. This sensation is exhilarating. Wait, why can't we go out? I wanted to transform and frolic on Muggle streets. What about Peter? Rahel asked, a sudden frown crossing his face. Lupin approached them with a gentle smile. Peter is right here. He pulled a scruffy gray mouse from his pocket. The mouse trembled, its beady black eyes wide with fear. What's wrong? Can't you transform back? Snape furrowed his brow, jotting down more notes. The mouse squeaked frantically in Lupin's grasp, its tiny paws scratching at him as it attempted to leap away, only to retreat in apparent fear. This. Peter, listen to me, James said, taking the mouse from Lupin and holding it at eye level, striving to envision Peter's human form as vividly as possible. Don't rush, you can practice more. He then set Peter down. After a moment of stunned silence on the ground, the mouse swiftly enlarged, its ears vanishing as its features sharpened, and Peter finally reverted to his human shape. I thought I would never transform back, Peter exclaimed, tears streaking his face, a large bubble of mucus forming at his nose, suspended for an age without bursting. It's all right, Peter. You're back now, aren't you? With practice, you will one day master it effortlessly. James was both amused and exasperated. Peter had never taken his practice seriously, often forgetting steps, which had led to his transformation difficulties. Sirius chuckled from the side. Why are you still blowing bubbles? Hurry and wipe your face, it's filthy. Lupin timely offered his handkerchief. Rahel shook his head in exasperation. Thankfully, it was merely a false alarm. Since everyone was well, would anyone care to accompany me to find Hagrid? Rahel raised his hand, eagerly gazing at his affectionate companions. Just as he spoke, Peter's cries abruptly ceased. James looked skyward, avoiding Rahel's gaze, while Sirius mirrored James's actions. Lupin slowly turned away, feigning ignorance to Rahel's call. And Snape suddenly found his notebook exceptionally captivating. Oh dear. We still have to serve detention, right? Yes, detention, James chuckled, sensing the silence around him, and feeling compelled to speak first. Me too. Right, us too. James stumbled over his words. I'll conduct experiments. Yes, experiments. He lowered his head, avoiding Rahel's eyes. Meanwhile, James nudged Sirius's arm, their heads leaning conspiratorially together. I bet a silver sickle that Rahel won't realize Severus's feelings for him by graduation. James's lips moved, and had Sirius not been right beside him, his words would have been barely audible. Sirius smirked. 2 sickles. Severus will confess before graduation. You two are truly childish, remarked Lupin as he moved closer to them. However, I believe James's prediction may hold merit. I think Sirius makes a valid point, Peter quietly added. What is valid? Rahel suddenly interjected from beside them, causing Peter's face to fall. He timidly glanced at Rahel, then cast a pleading look toward the other 3. What? James feigned ignorance. Oh right. Weren't you going to find Hagrid? His eyes darted between Rahel and Snape. Oh no, the agreed time is fast approaching, Rahel exclaimed, turning to dash toward the secret passage. I'm off. See you tonight. Oh dear, Severus, Sirius lamented. Rahel has run off. Snape tucked away his notebook, smirking slightly. If I were you, I would contemplate how to navigate tonight's detention rather than mock your unfortunate friend. With that, he turned his back to his companions, waving his hand. I'm off as well, see you tonight. Just a joke, Severus. Chapter 40, Hagrid's Dream. Hagrid's cottage is nestled at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, with a vast vegetable garden sprawling behind it. Every Halloween, the Great Hall of Hogwarts is adorned with the enormous pumpkins cultivated by Hagrid. Rahel, pulling a box behind him, hurriedly dashed out of the passageway beneath the Whomping Willow and made his way straight to Hagrid's abode. There, Hagrid had been peering out the door for quite some time and, upon spotting the breathless Rahel, he joyfully waved at him. Hagrid, I'm so sorry for being late. I got held up, Rahel panted, on the verge of bending down deeply to catch his breath, only to be enveloped in Hagrid's embrace. Hagrid's small, dark eyes sparkled with excitement. Rahel, is it true? Do you really have? His gaze was filled with anticipation, as if Rahel were his savior. I truly do. I've long dreamed of having a dragon. Shoo. Rahel broke free, vigorously gesturing for him to be quiet. Hagrid had longed to raise a dragon, and a year prior, during the holidays, Ethel had slipped an egg into his box. The Peruvian vipertooth, one of the smaller dragon breeds, grows to a mere 15 meters in length as an adult, yet is renowned as the fastest of all known dragon species. Their long teeth are venomous, and they have a preference for human flesh. Rahel and Hagrid had forged their friendship in 3rd grade when Hagrid had sheltered him from a pursuing centaur. Now that the dragon hatchling was tamed, Rahel felt it was time to introduce it to his friend. Come on, let us head inside. It's unwise to linger out here, Rahel said, patting Hagrid's sturdy arm as he followed him into the cozy cottage. Would you like some rock cakes? Perhaps a pot of tea or pumpkin juice? Hagrid's disheveled beard couldn't conceal the joy radiating from his face, his rosy cheeks glowing with health. No, Hagrid. Your last rock cake nearly knocked out my teeth. Should I bring you inside or take it out? Rahel squatted down to open the box, pausing midway. Hagrid's size made it difficult to fit into such a small box, and Rahel wondered if the enlargement charm would work. Upon hearing his thoughts, Hagrid's beetle-like black eyes lit up. Really? Can I truly fit inside? He completely missed the latter part of the sentence. Rahel extracted his wand and pointed it at the box, quickly casting the spell. The box expanded before Hagrid's eager gaze, growing until it was large enough to accommodate him before finally stopping. Let us go. Rahel proudly patted the now table-sized box. Hagrid cautiously lifted one leg and stepped inside, his eyes sparkling with delight as he planted his foot on the solid stairs, then extended the other leg. Encouraged by Rahel's gaze, he vanished into the box. Rahel craned his neck to check on him. It's a bit low in here, mind your head, and try to avoid those glass jars. Some things inside are toxic. That door leads deeper in. You can open it and explore. Seeing that Hagrid had safely reached the grassy expanse outside, Rahel tumbled into the box to join him, giving his arm a pat. Let us go. This is paradise. Hagrid grinned widely, his mouth nearly reaching his ears. Rahel, having this box is simply marvelous. He couldn't help but cup his hands around his mouth and call out, hello little ones. Rahel was infected by his joy and broke into a smile as well. We can visit often. This way. Peppy is the Peruvian Vipertooth's territory, located near the Unicorn Domain. They ventured deeper into the woods, and after a while, they emerged into a wide plain. Above them soared a young dragon, its scales smooth and brass-colored, with a black ridge along its spine. It circled above a herd of cows and sheep, waiting for the perfect moment to swoop down and, in an instant, snatched a cow before Rahel's eyes. Affectionately patting its head, Rahel gently urged Hagrid forward. Don't do anything just yet. If it bows to you later, you can give it a pat on the head. Peppy eyed Hagrid warily, but Hagrid gazed back with a kind and tender expression, as if he were looking at his own child. His affection for creatures ultimately earned Peppy's trust, and it lowered its head. Hagrid tentatively reached out to stroke its head, his face breaking into a childlike grin. After a reluctant farewell to Peppy, Rahel continued on, leading Hagrid further. There are some creatures you've likely seen in the Forbidden Forest. Perhaps you'd like to meet Beer? Beer is a thestral, Rahel explained, noting Hagrid's puzzled expression. I named it that because it loves beer. And it gets particularly cheerful whenever I mention it. I have a few bottles of butterbeer in my cottage, Hagrid said as he prepared to head back inside. Wait, no, Rahel exclaimed, pulling him back. It's prone to drunkenness, and when it gets drunk, it becomes uncontrollable. Hagrid halted, scratching his head. Oh well, I truly adore this place. I'll be sure to visit often with the box. He patted Hagrid's shoulder reassuringly as they approached Beer. The massive horse lay sprawled on the ground, its snowy coat gleaming and its bright eyes filled with life. Undoubtedly, it was a majestic creature. Yet it was sleeping. Oh dear, not again. Rahel sighed in frustration. This child is wonderful in every way, but its sleeping posture is quite peculiar. It prefers to lie on its side. He approached and patted the horse's head. Beer. You can't sleep like this. You'll get sick. Raising its neck, Beer recognized Rahel and obediently stood up, though its gaze flickered, avoiding his. Are you feeling unwell? Rahel asked, running his hand along the horse's neck, feeling a sense of helplessness. If this continues, you'll surely develop colic. Beer tossed its head, indicating that it was perfectly fine and could continue lying there indefinitely. Hagrid stepped forward, and Beer's reaction mirrored Peppy's. It was initially wary, but the giant had an aura of purity. It nudged Hagrid's palm, and he joyfully embraced it. Hagrid's spirit soared throughout the day. Rahel's magical creatures possessed a unique sensitivity. They could comprehend human speech, perhaps a testament to Rahel's innate talent. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, Rahel strolled back to the castle, where he spent a warm and peaceful evening with his friends, perhaps a small reprieve from the weight of impending exams. Chapter 41 Tom Riddle. The following morning, as Rahel made his way to class, he overheard the news of James and Sirius blowing up Filch's office. Students along the path were abuzz with chatter, discussing how Gryffindor's Quidditch star and his dashing best friend had once again delighted everyone with their antics. However, not everyone in the crowd was pleased with their actions. Filch, in particular, was far from happy. In fact, he was furious. These two rascals had ambushed him and left his office in utter disarray. Since his arrival at Hogwarts, He had diligently contributed to the safety and order of the school, often finding students in the dungeons, and he didn't do it for his own enjoyment. No. He did it for the sake of their futures. Yet 2 little ruffians consistently evaded the pursuit of Mrs. Norris and him, proving utterly incorrigible. Just yesterday, as he was preparing to take them to clean the chamber pots, his own chamber pot had exploded, showering its contents across his desk, chair, bed, and ceiling. Merlin's underpants. Those things are impossible to clean. He scrubbed until his hands ached, and still he couldn't get it off. As if it had fused with the ceiling, emanating a nauseating stench. Fortunately, the mess was green, so at least it didn't look as repulsive. Without uttering a word, his office had long been thoroughly explored by James and Sirius. They were even aware of the exact location of the kettle, having replaced its contents with their homemade prank bombs. With a flick of their wands, chaos ensued, sending objects flying in all directions. During the charms lesson, Rachel nearly succumbed to laughter as she overheard the duo recounting their mischief. It was evident that James and Sirius had mastered the art of troublemaking, and they would likely face a week of detention as a consequence. Enough about us. Weren't you part of Slughorn's Slug Club? Why haven't you been attending lately? James inquired playfully. Rachel clicked her tongue. Neither is Severus attending. It's rather dull there, although Lily is present, usually in the company of her friends. What do you mean? Lily is there? James's eyes lit up. Then suddenly his expression fell, as if he realized he would need an invitation to join her. Never mind. I can see her at other times. He feigned indifference as he picked up a quill, only to set it down again in frustration. Sirius chuckled softly, attracting the attention of a group of girls seated a few rows back. As Professor Flitwick announced the end of class, they rose and made their way outside. If you were to tell her that Mr. Pointyfork invited her to Hogsmeade this weekend, wouldn't she become a tad curious? Leaning against James, Sirius devised a clever scheme. James found it amusing. After all, Lily's next question would undoubtedly be, who is Mr. Pointyfork? They would have a topic to discuss. Bigfoot. That is quite a brilliant idea. Noticing the two whispering, Rachel stealthily moved between Remus and Peter. What are they discussing? Could Pointyfork and Bigfoot possibly refer to them? Remus and Peter nodded in unison. Moonface, Remus pointed to himself. Wormtail, he gestured toward Peter. Rachel remarked, why not give yourself a nickname as well, Big Lazy James? He grinned wickedly as he and Sirius encroached upon her. Rachel, in mock irritation, delivered a playful slap to both of their heads, urging them to be quiet. Ouch! They exclaimed in unison. Remus and Peter couldn't contain their laughter, and just then, Snape arrived. After understanding the context, he placed his hands in his pockets. Mr. Pointyfork, he intoned in a peculiar tone. I believe Lily might not be inclined to go out with you after all. Boom! Rachel glanced up at the sky, puzzled by the sudden rumble of thunder. Why? James slowly slumped against Sirius, lamenting Lily. How could you be so heartless? Snape pinched the bridge of his nose. Enough with the dramatics, James. Lily is with Haley. Haley has made significant progress in her research and is waiting for us. In an instant, James straightened up and strode off. I knew it. Lily must have been delayed by other matters. After walking a short distance, he turned around to find his friends still standing in place. Puzzled, aren't we going to find Lily and Haley? Yes, but do you know where to go? Oh dear. I have no idea. He retraced his steps, gesturing dramatically. Severus, please lead the way. Nodding, Snape proceeded toward the moving staircase, and the group descended into the dungeons, passing the potions classroom until they halted before a narrow, dilapidated door. Snape knocked 3 times, then twice, and the door creaked open, revealing a disheveled, vacant-eyed witch. They instinctively took a step back. Was this Haley? Cradled in her arms was an infant. Haley, you have a child? Rachel exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had heard rumors that Haley's experiments were ahead of their time, but this was a leap too far. Huh. Oh, I'm fine. What were you saying? Haley's dark circles under her eyes suggested she was in a state of disarray. Lily peered around her. Come in quickly. We mustn't be seen. Oh. James stepped inside. Where's Peter? Peter's gone. I'm right here. It felt oddly suspicious, as if they were up to no good. Rachel muttered, sorry, I forgot my glasses. The room was cramped, filled to the brim with 8 individuals, making it a struggle to close the door. Fortunately, there was enough space between them to allow for a few fingers' width. Wouldn't it be better to go to the room of requirement? Rachel leaned against a shelf, looking utterly disheartened. Snape stood beside him, his expression inscrutable. Yet he held Rachel's hand, contemplating thoughts known only to himself. This will be my little haven. I have observed that this room is abandoned. It shall serve me well. Haley, regaining her composure, declared, I've decided to name him Tom Riddle. Chapter 42. quite unexpectedly. Since the arrival of little Tom, the 8 of them, while balancing their studies, frequently visited the infant. The once carefree individuals suddenly felt the weight of newfound responsibility. They ordered baby supplies such as formula and diapers via owl from outside the castle, transforming their weekend trips to Hogsmeade into shopping excursions for baby goods. Haley took charge of purchasing. Rachel's bag served as a means of transport, while the others provided cover. In summary, a year passed, and by the time they completed their OWLs, little Tom showed no signs of growth. Standing at Hogsmeade Station, Haley carried a bulging backpack and held a birdcage in her hand, facing Rachel and Snape. Is there something wrong with your child? Perhaps you should get him checked? Rachel gestured with an imaginary screwdriver, mimicking a turning motion. Snape intervened. Little Tom merely has a few issues with his soul. Haley will take good care of him. Right now the priority is our matter. What matter? Rachel pulled his hand from Snape's grip, his voice trembling with evident anxiety. We're fine, absolutely fine. Haley. I'm not deaf. Why are you shouting? Don't scare my little Tom. If he gets startled because of you. Haley's voice rose in panic. But it gradually faded under Snape's watchful gaze. Rachel, unperturbed by her sudden shift, declared, I'm boarding the train now. See you next year. With that, he hurried aboard the Hogwarts Express. Haley watched his hasty retreat, intrigued. Is there a wolf chasing him? Severus, what do you think? Catching a glimpse of Snape's expression, she cleverly ceased her inquiries. Oh, never mind, Your Highness, the future Snake King, as you wish. Snape flicked his cloak and boarded the train. Haley observed his departing figure. He definitely has that air about him. Once aboard, Snape meticulously searched each compartment until he finally found Rachel at the end of the last empty carriage, leaning with his head resting on the table, gazing out at the scenery. He opened the door and sat down opposite him. Rachel, Snape called softly, do you truly believe? No response. Big lazy. He turned to face Rachel. I know you aren't asleep. Slowly, Rachel sat up, the silver chain on his cheek swaying gently. His gray eyes behind the glasses reflected a hint of embarrassment. That's not what I meant. I was just wondering if you genuinely think there is a romantic connection between us? He furrowed his brow at Snape, his face still bearing traces of confusion. They had been together since the start of the school year, never apart for long. Perhaps Severus had simply grown accustomed to their companionship and misinterpreted their feelings? Snape gazed quietly at him. Actually, I wanted to say, I have a girlfriend. Oh, Severus has a girlfriend. After a brief pause, Rachel suddenly felt as though his heart had vanished, a heavy weight settling in his chest, making it difficult to breathe. Oh, I must say, congratulations on eliciting a smile from him, albeit one that appears somewhat forced. I have yet to witness such a sight, Severus. You truly excel at concealing your emotions. It seems he struggles to meet the gaze of the person across from him, lowering his head in a moment of shyness. It was merely a jest. Yet, as he fixated on him, a hint of amusement flickered at the corner of Snape's mouth. See, he harbors affection for him as well, does he not? The indolent one is rather honest after all. A jest, you say? Despite a tinge of irritation, Rahel could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. Suddenly, he found the scenery outside the window quite enchanting and turned his gaze towards it. The flush of his ears betrayed him before Snape's watchful eyes. With his chin resting in his hands, Snape remained silent, simply observing him. The train rumbled across the fields, golden sunlight streaming through the glass, illuminating the face of the long-haired youth, his shoulders, and the distinctly defined fingers. He gazed lazily out the window, his eyes slightly squinted, a hint of weariness gracing his handsome visage. Opposite him, in the shadowy recess where sunlight dared not tread, the boy with dark hair and eyes wore a smile, his gaze unwavering upon the sun-drenched youth. How she wished time could freeze at this very moment, Lily mused silently. In the next instant, she rapped on the compartment door. Both boys turned their attention to the aisle, and upon seeing Lily, Rahel opened the door, allowing her to slip in and take a seat beside him. I apologize for interrupting your delightful moment, Lily said, awkwardly touching her nose, her gaze flitting between Rahel and Snape. I merely came to, escape for a bit. She then produced a book and began to read in silence. Another visit from James? Indeed, it was not long before the name Evans echoed from outside the compartment, followed promptly by the door being flung open. Evans. A fuming James appeared, his hair disheveled. Lily let out a soft huff in response. What does that huff mean? James asked, crossing his arms in exasperation. You're still reading? Can't you spare a moment to chat with me? Perhaps you currently find books far less captivating. Lily replied nonchalantly, turning a page. Oh, how utterly disheartening. James slammed the compartment door shut and stormed off without a backward glance. Once he had departed, Lily finally raised her eyes from the book, knowing full well she hadn't absorbed a single word. You have feelings for him, don't you, Lily? Rahel leaned out to check for anyone outside the compartment before turning back to her. But what exactly is going on between you two? Snape, sitting across from her, arched an eyebrow, having only just sorted through his own emotions before turning to instruct another. I am a Muggle-born wizard, he is pureblood. Lily revealed her vulnerability at this moment. I have been acutely aware of this since 4th year, especially in times like these. Her voice was somewhat dry. In such dark moments, I am destined to be in peril, but he is different. Suddenly, the compartment door burst open again. I don't care about that. Danger 1T seek me out. I intend to find them. James reappeared, still fuming yet sporting a hint of a smile. Evans. So I was never pining after you alone, was I? His eyes sparkled, and in that instant, the pride of a Hogwarts Quidditch star seemed to return to him. Lily smiled, pursing her lips. Think what you will. As they disembarked, James's shout caused Lily's cheeks to flush crimson. At that moment, everyone at King's Cross Station would know that this boy fancied a girl named Lily Evans. Chapter 43. The Evans Couple. In high spirits, Lily walked ahead of the two boys. She traversed a filthy little stream, strolled along a cobblestone path, and passed through a playground. Ahead lay her home, also Rahel's. To outsiders, it appeared merely as a solitary house. However, this time, the Evans couple did not stand at the door awaiting her arrival as they usually did. For reasons unknown, an unsettling feeling stirred within Lily, though she chose to dismiss it. Perhaps her parents were merely busy, needing to work late, she reasoned. After parting ways with her two friends at the doorstep, she retrieved her keys and opened the door, only to find the Evans couple standing in the living room, both facing the entrance with an unnerving rigidity. Upon seeing her, Mrs. Evans wore a smile, yet tears streamed down her face as she silently implored, Lily, run. Then, as if nothing were amiss, she turned to the still-standing Lily and said, Lily, why are you just standing there? Come back. Mr. Evans maintained a stiff smile. Lily, your mother has cut your favorite apples, come quickly. Yet she did not enjoy apples. Her mother urged her to flee. A sense of panic enveloped Lily as she realized something was terribly wrong. Suddenly, she was yanked back by a force, and her legs instinctively followed that pull, propelling her to run. She was oblivious to her actions, unaware of the explosions behind her, and felt something whizzing past them. She sensed that it was a spell guiding her, deftly maneuvering her left and right. The cacophony and flames abruptly diminished, as if they had entered a protective barrier, and she suddenly realized she was safe. Lily, are you all right? A voice called to her, and she gasped for air, grasping the arm of the person before her. Mom. Dad. A grim voice from a distance called out, Lily Evans. She recognized it as coming from her home. Rahel and Snape exchanged concerned glances. Since their families had not yet returned home, Snape decided to follow Rahel. Before they reached the house, they noticed something was amiss with Lily. She stood at the doorstep, seemingly in shock. Rahel signaled to Snape, opened the trunk, and handed it to him while stealthily slipping behind Lily. Upon glimpsing the scene inside, he understood. The Evans couple had been subjected to the Cruciatus curse. Yet, for reasons unknown, Mrs. Evans had managed to break free from its control, doing so without any outward signs. Perhaps she was aware that both she and her husband were doomed, and she only wished for Lily to escape, to reach the Shafiq household where she would be safe. Perhaps there was a moment when she regretted not heeding the Shafiq couple's advice. Her husband had said they desired a simple, stable life, rather than living in perpetual fear as muggles. Thus their home lacked any form of protection. However, those two wizards had no intention of killing them outright. They were roughly yanked by their collars and dragged into the open space in front of the house. Are you truly going to stand by and watch your parents be killed? A languid voice emerged from beneath the hood and mask, seemingly certain that Lily would reveal herself for the sake of her parents. Inside the barrier, Lily's eyes brimmed with tears. She could hardly contain her urge to rush out, but Rahel and Snape, gripping her arms, restrained her, silently urging her not to act impulsively. Draw your wands, Rahel said gravely. He then shouted into the trunk, Be good, little fox, Peeves and Crookshanks. We need your help. The Niffler was the first to emerge, followed by Peeves and Crookshanks, who tumbled out grumbling. It's up to you now. Take out those hooded figures and protect that couple, all right? Rahel looked at them expectantly. Enough chit-chat. I'm off. Crookshanks nodded, and Peeves dashed out after him, while Fox floated to the side like a piece of fabric. As for Rahel, he and the other two raised their wands in unison, Expelliarmus. The hooded figures had yet to react when suddenly, a multitude of creatures surged forth from the void. They hastily raised their wands to defend themselves, but their wands flew from their grasp with a loud pop. The ensuing scene was one Lily turned away from, not out of compassion, but due to the visceral horror of the bloodshed. As Rachel contemplated the barriers, a piercing scream echoed from their doorstep. It was Penny's voice. Lily's pupils dilated in shock. The Evans couple had just managed to extricate themselves from peril, only to witness their eldest daughter ensnared once more. Two hooded figures appeared abruptly, seizing Penny, who was dragging a suitcase towards home. Startled, she dropped the suitcase, which toppled to the ground. Damn it, those two fools. Unable to handle such a trivial matter. What manner of creatures are these, and is that a dragon? Should we not? One of the hooded figures spoke, his voice laced with terror. A dragon, the Peruvian vipertooth, swift and venomous. The two of them stood no chance against it. The three creatures, engrossed in their meal, cast wary glances at the sudden intruders, their eyes fixated on the girl they held captive. It was clear from their gazes that as long as they clutched her, they would pursue her to the ends of the earth. Disarm your weapons. 3. Avada Kedavra. Alas, they were a moment too late. For spells erupted. The green light striking Mrs. Evans, her eyes widening in confusion before she collapsed, never to rise again. The three red beams struck the two hooded figures, sending their wands flying, ultimately meeting the same fate as their predecessors. Mama. Penny cried out, cradling her mother's lifeless body, her sobs echoing in the void. As the green light loomed to engulf her, it was Mrs. Evans who shielded her, bearing the brunt of that curse. Perhaps she was unaware of its nature. And she would never know. With no Death Eaters remaining, sorrow engulfed the clearing. Penny clutched her sister's shoulders, her voice hoarse from despair. Aren't you wizards? Don't you wield magic? Save her, Lily. Can't you make wilted flowers bloom anew? Save Mama. The dead cannot be resurrected. Not even the Dark Lord Voldemort, who sought to defy death, was but a pitiable fool at the mercy of the Grim Reaper. Tears streamed down Lily's cheeks, her face pale as Mr. Evans knelt, burying his face in his hands, emitting muffled sobs. Rachel and Snape stood beside them, exchanging glances that conveyed helplessness, heaviness, grief, and doubt. They had anticipated this day would come, yet it arrived with such swiftness. Why did the Death Eaters insist on Lily's presence? The magical creatures retreated, the small Voldemort enveloping the shattered remains, leaving only traces of blood upon the lawn. The Ministry of Magic had not sent a letter of expulsion, perhaps signifying the urgency of their situation. Mrs. Evans' funeral took place on a rainy day. The torrential downpour washed away the blood, yet could not cleanse the shadows and sorrow that loomed over the mourners. Mr. Evans could not accept the reality of his wife's departure, nor the overwhelming guilt that consumed him, spiraling into melancholy until he passed away before Lily's 6th grade break. Penny managed the funeral alone, leaving her sister a sum of money and a letter, choosing to depart from this place and seek a new beginning. Chapter 44. The reason. They are all dead? Not a single one returned? In a vast chair, a strikingly handsome man with black hair and red eyes lounged against the armrest, meticulously examining his wand, not sparing a glance for the kneeling figure before him. The chandelier above cast a brilliant radiance, flanked by several figures in black cloaks, some regarding the central figure with disdain. The woman, no, the girl, kneeling on the floor had silken silver hair, perhaps a result of sleeplessness or disquiet. Strands of white threaded through her tresses. Suppressing her fear, she lowered her head and replied, "Yes, master. Both groups were devoured by magical creatures. It seems someone is secretly protecting Lily Evans." Magical creatures? The man leaned forward, curiosity piqued. What kind? A dragon, an acromantula, and a thestral. So it was him. A sudden glint of vengeful light ignited in her eyes. Were it not for that thestral, she would not have faltered, nor for that Rachel, or Dumbledore. Hatred seemed to embolden her, her voice steadying. "Master, they all hail from a boy named Rachel Shafik. Should I?" "Viola, cease your scheming before me. There is no need for deceit in the presence of Lord Voldemort. Do you understand?" Voldemort's demeanor turned icy, a slight flick of his wand causing the kneeling girl to scream in agony. A figure clad in opulent attire, and with platinum hair approached, wielding a serpentine wand. Positioning himself beside the girl, he inclined his head. "Master, have you summoned me for a task?" "Oh, Lucius," Voldemort raised his hand dismissively, the girl struggling to rise, blood dribbling from her lower lip, perspiration mingling with it as it fell to the floor. "I've heard you have a favorable relationship with the Shafik family?" The red-eyed lord regarded Lucius with keen interest. Though the man bowed his head, the tension was palpable. "Is there tension, Lucius? It seems you harbor secrets from me." "Not at all, master," Lucius answered stiffly. "At your behest, my wife and I visited the Shafik residence. They agreed to engage in business with the Malfoy family. Yet the Shafik couple has mysteriously vanished. They have a son. Bring him to me. I know you can manage it, correct, Lucius? The time for loyalty tests has arrived. Do not disappoint me." Just as Lucius Malfoy began to sweat profusely, resolving to comply, a voice abruptly interrupted from the side door. Master. I believe it is unwise to act hastily. The woman who emerged, though aged, bore no traces of time upon her visage. Not conventionally beautiful, yet possessing a unique charm in her eyes. The onlookers stepped back, leaving only Voldemort, Lucius, Viola, and the woman in the hall. Voldemort lowered his gaze and lifted his chin, gesturing for her to continue. The power of the Shafiqs is immeasurable. We cannot confront them yet. Since we failed with Lily Evans, we can strike through the Potter family or the Longbottoms. The woman stood submissively before Voldemort, seemingly unconcerned about reprimand. Should either of them perish, Harry Potter will never be born, or we could simply target Longbottom as our adversary. Voldemort paced before the woman, his expression inscrutable. But what reason do I have to act on this? Eva, merely based on your word? The Potters consort with Muggles. The Longbottoms are Aurors, having captured many. I have decided, once that infant is born, I shall personally end him. The man's eyes gleamed crimson. A prophecy? No one can kill me but myself. Eva rolled her eyes inwardly. It seemed her prior words had fallen on deaf ears. This master knowingly ventured into danger. Was she too verbose, or should she remain silent? Yes, master, you are wise. Her smile belied her true feelings, perhaps reflecting how she would be perceived by Raymond had he been present, casting doubt on her demeanor. Yet this woman named Eva bore no resemblance to his mother, her name being the only distinction. You may leave, Viola remains. Yes, master. The other two retreated respectfully, leaving Viola trembling upon the ground. Tell me all you know about that boy. Viola, who had been bowing her head, suddenly raised it, her silver hair sweeping back in an arc. Master, you intend to recruit him? Her eyes widened in disbelief. She had exerted every effort to join the Death Eaters, all in the hope of one day avenging herself by slaying Rahel. Yet now, her master revealed his desire for Rahel Shafiq to serve him? Was this not a slap in the face? Viola, a hint of impatience flickered across Voldemort's countenance as he pondered. With a mere Rahel, I could command the entire Shafiq. Why would I not seize such an opportunity? As my capable assistant, I expect you to demonstrate a modicum of intelligence. Ultimately, fear compelled her to yield. At this juncture, even Viola, in her ignorance, recognized that her value in the Dark Lord's eyes paled in comparison to that of Rahel. Should she persist in her obstinacy, she would undoubtedly meet her demise. Reluctantly, she divulged everything she knew regarding Rahel, lowering her previously uplifted head and awaiting her fate. Severus Snape, the future double agent and Rahel's closest friend, was the information she had provided upon her initial pledge of allegiance to me. The Dark Lord knelt before her, acknowledging his undeniable talent. The two were inseparable. One would inevitably follow the other. Where there is light, darkness follows. The issue, however, lay with Rahel. Viola, do you comprehend what must be done? She did not know. Voldemort regarded her with a semblance of pity. This was the reason she could only serve as a mere weapon. Yet it was perhaps a blessing, for he need not worry about her harboring ulterior motives, correct? In a nearby alcove, Eva rolled her eyes once more, unaware that he was indeed privy to the truth. She shook her head and departed. Chapter 45. Post-graduation prospects. Dear Lily, by the time you read this letter, I will have departed. Do not come searching for me. Perhaps one day we shall reunite, but that time is not now. I must admit, I once harbored deep envy towards you. Since childhood, you have displayed extraordinary talent, which has endeared you to our parents. How I yearned for magic. Although Dumbledore's response was gentle and diplomatic, it extinguished all my hopes. On the day my mother passed away, I wished with an urgency I had never known that magic could save her. Yet magic could not save her. Magic is not omnipotent. I still crave such power. Yet my fondness for it has waned. I continue to love you, Lily. You shall forever remain my sister. However, I believe it is best for me to live as an ordinary person, with an ordinary husband and ordinary children, and to spend my days away from the magical world. I no longer hold you responsible for that incident. Yours lovingly, Penny. Tick-tock. Crystal tears fell onto the letter, and Lily's vision blurred, the ink running as the paper blossomed with tiny flowers. Her home had been shattered. She could never return. Lily leaned against the cupboard in the living room, arms wrapped around her knees, her gaze hollow as she stared out at the treetops, tears cascading down her cheeks. Rahel nudged James, offering him a blanket, which he understood, bringing it to Lily's side. He draped it over her and sat down beside her, silently keeping her company. Sirius, transformed into a large black dog, lay listlessly in another corner of the living room, while Rahel and Snape sat on the sofa, anxiously watching Lily. The quartet from 6th year had not shed their mischievous nature. They had crafted a Marauder-esque map, rendering Filch and his Mrs. Looney their lifelong adversaries. Upon hearing of the tragedy that befell Lily's family, they expressed heartfelt sorrow and sympathy. Since learning of Lily's mother's death, James had gradually matured, always appearing when she needed him, ready to help. Sirius had been living at James' home since running away during the summer after 5th year, planning to spend time at Rahel's after 6th year, though Rahel's parents had also vanished. Since the 5th year holiday, there had been no word of them. Even Dumbledore was unaware of their whereabouts. This uncertainty left Rahel, who had come to terms with her feelings and resolved to pursue Severus, in a state of hesitation once more. "What are you thinking?" Snape inquired, observing her lost in thought. "Uncle Esau and Aunt Lena?" Rahel suddenly looked up. "Severus. Grant me 2 years after graduation. If I can return, I will officially pursue you. You intend to go alone, without me?" Snape was initially taken aback, before becoming somewhat melancholic. He did not register the latter part of her statement. He only knew that Rahel intended to leave him. "It is perilous. You could die. Aunt Eileen needs you. You are her only kin." Rahel patted his hand. Despite the multitude of emotions swirling within him, he wished for both Aunt Eileen and Severus to be well. "You are also my family." Snape gazed at her stubbornly. "I need you too." Rahel felt a mix of emotions, touched yet distressed. How wonderful it would be if they could be more than friends. She leaned down and embraced Snape, resting her head on his shoulder as she softly said, 2 years, Severus. Let us give each other time to discern whether this is kinship or love. It is love. Sirius rolled his eyes dramatically. "Even I know he has fancied you since 2nd year. How have you not noticed?" "Oh dear. I forgot there was a dog in the corner." Rahel's face flushed with embarrassment. Social death had struck her unexpectedly. Lily's muffled sobs echoed from behind them. "We all see it. Severus is particularly fond of you." James closely followed her, offering her a glass of water. "Indeed, Rahel, it pains me to witness this. He has endured 4 years before revealing it. He's practically a ninja turtle." "Really?" Rahel, momentarily forgetting her embarrassment. Her eyes sparkled. "Then I must ensure Severus doesn't leave. I will return as swiftly as I can." After graduation, Rahel set forth immediately, while Snape stood at the dock, watching her grow ever more distant. A sense of loss swelling within him. They truly had never parted. The Order of the Phoenix welcomed an influx of new faces, yet Snape was not among them. He occasionally provided potions, but otherwise remained sequestered in a small shop in Nocturne Alley. When James and Lily wed, Rahel sent a gift. Yet her absence left a tinge of regret, and Penny remained unreachable. Ultimately, Lily tracked her down, visiting with James. After Lily's repeated insistence, James refrained from any action. Though their first meeting was awkward, it was nonetheless amicable. On July 31, 1980, Lily and James welcomed their child into the world, naming him Harry. On the day of his birth, the outskirts of Godric's Hollow were teeming with Death Eaters, including werewolves and dementors, all bowing to a striking man striding forward. He approached the Potter residence with an air of nonchalance, as the baby's cries harmonized with his footsteps. Inside, the adults were preoccupied with the infant, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. As was customary, it was time to stretch one's legs. A whisper echoed in the darkness, unnoticed by anyone. Gradually, the number of Death Eaters dwindled, panic spreading through the crowd. Even Voldemort sensed something amiss. Most had yet to comprehend the situation before a sharp pain struck their legs, causing them to faint, and soon even their bodies vanished, leaving only a few of his most trusted followers. Little 8. I'm being drained dry. Peeves burp. Little Voldy. I'm so full. Choo-choo. I'm feeling a bit peckish. At last, the Death Eaters retreated as commanded, while Voldemort strode alone towards the front yard, where a white-haired elder donned in a purple starry robe regarded him solemnly. "Tom, it has been some time since we last met. Do you not wish to come closer and engage in conversation?" As Voldemort came to a halt, the elder offered a faint smile. Disgust was evident on Voldemort's face. "Dumbledore, you remain as hypocritical as ever. I presume there are quite a few spies among the Death Eaters that you've placed?" The old headmaster appeared utterly innocent. "Oh, who can say? Perhaps you are not as beloved as you believe, are you? Shall we make a wager, Tom?" At that moment, Dumbledore resembled a mischievous old child. If you were to fall, your power would collapse in an instant, fragmented and forsaken. Yet that would not be the case. That young lady from the Black family remains utterly loyal to you. Avada Kedavra. The curse was evaded. Several green bolts of light flew forth, all deftly dodged or blocked by the old headmaster. Neither could gain the upper hand over the other, while Rahel paced anxiously nearby. What to do? Venturing out now would be akin to delivering oneself to slaughter, and the situation was dire. Sighing, he thought, if even the headmaster cannot overcome Voldemort, then surely no one in this world can. As the skirmish ceased, Rahel sensed a lull in the chaos, and was about to rise slowly against a tree trunk when footsteps approached. Startled, he reached for his wand, but was whisked away through apparition along with his trunk. Chapter 46. Homeward Bound. Ouch. Rahel nearly toppled onto a nearby chair, but the one who had transported him steadied him with a firm grip. Thank you, Rahel smiled. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. Tears welled in Lucius's eyes. How could you? Wah. Lucius pulled out a small handkerchief and blew his nose vigorously. My poor master. Lucius. Rahel exclaimed joyfully. You're here too? No wonder I couldn't find you back home. And who is beside you? Before he could finish, he was enveloped in an embrace. Your eyes. At first, he could hardly believe that the figure before him, with their eyes covered in black cloth, was indeed Rahel. How could it be all right? You should have taken me with you, Rahel. I'll take you to St. Mungo's. Severus? Rahel quickly grasped him. No need for that. This will heal in time. The black cloth merely expedites the process. Really? You're not deceiving me? Severus inquired, pinching his fingers inquisitively. The golden-haired man before him nodded with a smile. Severus, where are we? Rahel tentatively touched the objects around him. Before him stood a narrow table, topped with a partition. I'm in the apothecary in Diagon Alley, selling potions and ingredients. During times like these, they are in high demand. As Rahel's hand nearly knocked over a bottle of liquor, Severus awkwardly moved it further away. Rahel halted his exploration, straightening his posture. What a pity, he attempted to reach out but Severus promptly caught him. How is Aunt Eileen? After a moment of silence, Severus replied, She's doing well. What about you? Have you found them? That's good. Rahel's lips trembled slightly. I haven't found them. Perhaps one day they will emerge from some thicket. Both men silently lied to one another, perhaps to spare themselves from further sorrow. Severus, is that Bellatrix and Rahel? Lucius happened upon the two standing opposite each other in the small shop. However, upon noticing the black cloth over Rahel's eyes, his expression dimmed. Feigning ignorance to the black cloth, Lucius approached. Aren't you going to visit your godson? The little dragon adores the Peruvian viper-tooth model you gifted him. I will visit him once my eyesight improves. Rahel gently shook his head, the golden strands by his cheeks swaying slightly with emotion. Seeing Lucius's gaze shift to him, Severus interjected before he could speak. Bellatrix is no more. Ah, Severus, Lucius pocketed his hands. I know you still have some in stock. You always keep a few for yourself. Share a bottle with me, and I'll pay double. None. Severus turned away. What do you need so much belladonna for? A lunatic in the order, Lucius replied, somewhat exasperated. Look, this noose around my neck has left me like this. The pattern of bloodlines coiling around his fair skin was striking, and Severus instantly recognized the traces of dark magic upon it. Belladonna cannot cure this. He drew his wand and cast a counter curse, causing the blood to cease seeping and gradually form scabs. Thank you, Severus. Lucius stepped forward, attempting to embrace Severus, but Severus took a step back in distaste. Rahel stood aside, listening with a smile as they conversed. However, upon hearing about the noose, his smile froze. How could he be in the order? Someone who revels in torture, like him, would surely prefer the company of Death Eaters. Furthermore, it was utterly incomprehensible for Dumbledore to have welcomed him into the order. Is he that pervert? Severus glanced at him. A pervert? Lucius shuddered. He doesn't fancy men, does he? Both Rahel's smile and Severus's gaze urged him to trust himself. Indeed. Moreover, he may have mistakenly taken you for me. Apologies, Lucius, Rahel shrugged. He was quite disappointed not to have killed me, or turned me into an art piece. While they bore some resemblance, it was not entirely accurate. Despite sharing similar hair and eye colors, Rahel's features were gentler, with softer contours to his lips and a smile that uplifted the corners. Lucius, on the other hand, appeared sharper and more distant when he lifted his chin to meet others' eyes. Then you owe me some compensation. Lucius extended his hand, realizing Rahel could not see him. He added, how about helping me with the child? Rahel crossed his arms. You'd best get past Narcissa first. Oh, sissy, she's quite tense at the moment. Which is why I was wondering if I should let her have a proper rest. The little dragon has been keeping her awake. Lucius sighed deeply, reflecting on his own sleepless nights. With the thought of having a godfather, the tension in his heart finally loosened. Regardless, I will persuade her. I must take my leave. He waved and exited the apothecary. Rahel pondered how Lily and James were faring. He had unknowingly moved beside Severus. Severus, how did you find me? That dark wizard didn't even detect me. Funny you should mention that, Severus chuckled. I was just exiting James's back door and spotted a sneaky figure stuffing an acromantula into a suitcase. Once I confirmed it was you, I brought you back immediately. There's a curious detail. The Dark Lord seemed to have known Harry was born today. Lily and James had just returned home when he arrived. Dumbledore was likely waiting there deliberately. Rahel suddenly halted. Severus, did you hear that? He drew out his wand. Hear what? The sound of apparition. Severus's eyes fixated on the shop's entrance, where the Lestrange couple, Dolohov and Rosier, among other Death Eaters, stood. If Lucius hasn't betrayed us. The Death Eaters seemed oblivious to the existence of the small shop, lingering for a moment before wandering elsewhere. Only then did Severus exhale in relief. They cannot find this place. Completing his previous statement, Severus relaxed against the counter. Lucius seems particularly fond of you, merely because you are Draco's godfather? It relates to generations past. My grandfather once saved his father. Besides, one should never put all their eggs in one basket. What are your plans moving forward? Severus's gaze fell once more on the black cloth. If I do not intend to join the Death Eaters, then it must be the Order. Remaining neutral isn't difficult. Though it may mean a lifetime of hiding. Epilogue 1. Eileen's life. As a member of the pure-blood family of Prince, my childhood was not particularly joyful. Among my siblings, due to my quiet demeanor, I was often the one overlooked. Fortunately, I possessed a notable talent for potions and a sharp intellect, even rising to the position of captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team during my school years. Yet I still had few friends. The young man named Shafik is one of the few who wishes to befriend me. He possesses a formidable family background, excels academically, is strikingly handsome, and has a cheerful disposition. Apart from the hereditary flaws he bears, he seems to lack any shortcomings. As for me, aside from my talent for potion making and a reasonably capable mind, I find myself bereft of any other attributes. We are indeed two individuals on entirely divergent paths. My insecurities are etched deeply within me, an unchangeable reality. After graduation, I plan to venture into the Muggle world in search of fortune, and diligently prepared myself for it. On my journey to find employment, I encountered Tobias, a man destined to be entwined with my life. At our first meeting, he was polished and courteous. Though not conventionally handsome, he presented himself as a clean and respectable individual. It was not long before we fell in love. Like all enamored couples, we spent our days in blissful companionship. Tobias promised me a happy home, and he indeed delivered. As his career flourished, he proposed, and in that moment, tears filled my eyes, rendering me speechless, and all I could do was nod incessantly. Thus 2 years turned into 3, then 5. I had always believed that my happiness would be everlasting, until our son, Sef, turned 3. By then, Tobias's career had begun to decline, and before long, he faced bankruptcy. The financial ruin, compounded by Sef's magical outburst, made it impossible to conceal the truth of my identity as a witch. I endeavored to explain, to convey that despite my powers, I had never intended to harm him. When the word monster escaped his lips, we both froze in disbelief. He seemed to be stricken with guilt and retreated to his study, slamming the door behind him. As our debts mounted, we were compelled to sell our home and move into the dilapidated and squalid Spider's Alley. In such a grim environment, coupled with the relentless pressure from creditors, Tobias grew increasingly irritable, and I became more worn down. Our quarrels escalated, often provoking Sef to tears, leaving me guilt-ridden for not being able to provide him with a joyful childhood. One fateful day, after a particularly heated argument, when Tobias swung a chair leg at me, I realized we could never return to the way things once were. Days passed in a strained manner, until one day Sef returned with news of having met another young wizard, Rahel Shafik. The surname Shafik transported me back to my student days. I would never forget the explosion that had sparked from him, nor his radiant smile. I had been foolish back then, failing to seize the opportunity. Yet I hoped for Sef's bright future, encouraging him to befriend the young gentleman. To my surprise, Ethel himself came to visit, inadvertently knocking Tobias unconscious. In that fleeting moment, countless thoughts flashed through my mind. Perhaps Sef truly could have a promising future without retracing my troubled path. He remained as amiable as ever, agreeing to all my conditions, perhaps influenced by the young gentleman. Subsequently, I accompanied the couple on their travels, and those days were immensely fulfilling. My earnings were more than sufficient to cover Sef's expenses for the remainder of his life. However, one day they granted me a year's leave, with pay still forthcoming, and I sensed that their destination was perilous. They vanished without a trace, leaving no indication of where they had gone or what they had done, and I found myself at a loss to search for them. Sef found someone he cared for, graduated, and secured his own livelihood. The key to Gringotts' vault had long been entrusted to him, and I felt as if I had no lingering regrets. Therefore, when Tobias plunged a fruit knife into my heart, I made no attempt to save myself. Instead, I summoned the last of my strength to cast a killing curse upon him. The thought of dragging Tobias down with me brought me a strange sense of joy. After all, he had fulfilled the promise made at our wedding, had he not? Sef would surely grieve, but I trusted that the young gentleman would remain by his side. Chapter 47. Did a sun fall from the sky? Joining the Order of the Phoenix. However, do you truly trust Lucius so implicitly, confident that he will not expose your shop? As evening descended, Rahel removed the black cloth covering his eyes and slowly opened them, his gray pupils reflecting a hint of emptiness. Of course, there are other defensive measures. Upon seeing him remove the cloth, Snape immediately straightened his posture. Shouldn't you have waited to adjust before opening your eyes? When darkness falls, all will be well. The eye disease curse combined with venom is truly lethal. Removing Snape's hand that shielded his vision, Rahel offered a slight smile. And you? Despite his vacant gaze, Rahel remained spirited. Still here with you? I am, of course, following you. I have received a letter, Rahel. I am delighted that you have applied to join the Order of the Phoenix. Yet I still hope you can remain in the shadows to assist us rather than confront the battlefield directly, as Severus should too. In the spacious and well-lit office of the headmaster, the elderly man clad in matching nightcap and robe rose from behind his desk and approached Rahel and Snape. Returning here after many years is quite nostalgic. It feels as though nothing has changed, and the old headmaster stands before me just as he did upon our first meeting. The two nodded in agreement. Consequently, in the ensuing battles, the Death Eaters discovered a plethora of peculiar entities appearing on the battlefield. Poisonous leopards, swarms of spiders, unicorns, and even a troop of succubi, all striking at the Death Eaters without time for antidotes, nor any means to eliminate the succubi. In any case, the common trait among these creatures was their incredible speed. Who knows how they achieved it? The only known killing curse that could harm them simply could not land. The members of the Order of the Phoenix appeared almost transformed, their strength suddenly amplified. Rodolphus was struck and rendered immobile, forced to be levitated away by his companions. Godric's Hollow Potter residence. What a thrill! Sirius danced exuberantly, unable to believe the extraordinary strength I had exhibited at that moment. Did you all see Rodolphus's reaction? Like a dancing giant who suddenly fell victim to a petrification curse. Yes, we witnessed it. Our great foot still possesses its legendary prowess. Ha 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 ha. In early October, we celebrated our victory, and friends from our school days gathered at Lily and James's home, seated together in the living room. Little Harry's cradle was placed beside Lily, and as if infected by the laughter, he too began to giggle, his joyful sounds eliciting peals of laughter from those around him. Little Harry, you're feeling cheerful too, aren't you? Sirius playfully poked Harry's face with his newly grown stubble, but Harry retaliated by pushing him away with all his might. Remus, chuckling, restrained Sirius, saying, "All right, Sirius, Harry might not appreciate that." James and Lily embraced one another, smiling as they watched their friends frolic, unbothered by the possibility of their playfulness upsetting little Harry. "Harry, look at this." Rahel magically produced a fluffy, cream-colored creature from behind him, instantly captivating Harry's attention as he reached out for the soft bundle in Rahel's hand. Holding the fluffy creature, Harry beamed, revealing his toothless grin. "TSK, just like James, so silly." Snape observed toothless Harry and couldn't he help but smile. Just as James was joyfully laughing, he suddenly became displeased. "Hey, Severus, what do you mean by that? Am I silly? Harry is the clever one, you know nothing." "I stand corrected, dear wife. Harry is indeed the clever one, just like you," James replied, attempting to appease Lily with a smile. 2 words, from the heart. Ignoring James, Lily approached Peter and sat beside him, her expression laced with concern as she rested a hand on his shoulder. "What's wrong, Peter? You've seemed anxious since earlier." The others, who had been laughing and playing, paused to glance in their direction. "What's the matter? If you need help, just say the word, Peter." Sirius patted Peter's shoulder vigorously, causing Peter to sway slightly, yet he remained unresponsive. "What's wrong? Have you encountered some difficulty? Is it that you have a crush on someone but feel too shy to confess?" The absurdity of the situation continued to escalate. Could it be that it was his mother? Peter remained silent for an extended period, shaking his head, dismissing it with a weary sigh. How could he articulate his predicament? He had received an invitation, or rather, a threat from Voldemort. The newly imprinted dark mark on his arm still throbbed with a searing heat, a testament to his capitulation to Voldemort and his betrayal of the Order of the Phoenix. Should he confide in them? If he did, how would they react? What would Dumbledore think of him? He dared not gamble on those uncertainties. Each face before him was etched with concern. Yet none had any inkling of his recent brush with death. Tomorrow, Voldemort would learn the entire truth, and Peter could only feel remorse for Rahel, as he would be compelled to relay every detail to the Dark Lord. At the Potter residence, the inhabitants were still engaged in their usual banter, while Voldemort's mood was decidedly less cheerful. It was not due to a defeat in battle, but rather because he had received a package containing a boy whose features bore a striking resemblance to his own, with large, round eyes akin to two gleaming grapes. Suddenly, Voldemort found himself in possession of a child who mirrored him closely. A youthful indiscretion, perhaps? Regardless, the woman who had sent him the package seemed to harbor unclear intentions. But the child arrived at a most opportune moment. As he listened to Peter's report, his gaze fell upon the infant, who stirred slightly and settled into a deeper slumber. Master, Bellatrix eagerly proposed to raise the child, interrupting Peter's trembling delivery with a raised hand from Voldemort. He believed he had conceived of a brilliant idea. If Ava claimed he could not personally kill Harry Potter, then this child would take on that task. I shall rear him myself. Wormtail, you may return. Henceforth, report on Harry Potter's movements punctually. I wish to know everything. Yes, Master. All Death Eaters received the directive to cease their activities and await further instruction. The Ministry of Magic was astonished to discover a sudden decrease in terrorist attacks, with those still instigating fear swiftly apprehended. Their fate, release or Azkaban, depended on how quickly they confessed their transgressions. As Christmas approached, Rahel, suitcase in hand, visited Malfoy Manor to retrieve his godson as per their agreement. However, the atmosphere in the manor was unusually somber. Lucius Malfoy, idling at home, sat in the study with Narcissa, both wearing furrowed brows. They were engaged in a conversation when Rahel emerged from the Flu network. Chapter 48, A Curious Situation. What could this sudden cessation of all activities for the sake of raising a child possibly mean? Perhaps it is the desire for an heir, Narcissa mused. I have seen that child. He is a near replica of the Master. It is possible that both he and young Draco will commence their education together. This is a good thing. Why do you both seem so troubled? Stepping out from the warmth of the study, Rahel brushed off the soot from his robes. Relieved that he no longer had to devise acts of terror, right? Raising a child could also provide him with a legacy. Rahel, mind your words, Lucius exclaimed, waving his hands in distress. How can you speak of the Master in such a manner? Rahel paused, shaking off the dust from his hands. He is not my master. Oh, Lucius, just pretend you didn't hear that. With a heavy heart, Narcissa rose. I entrust you with young Draco. Of late, Voldemort had frequently visited their home concerning the child, and the couple felt a shiver of fear whenever he drew near Draco. Thus, they could only leave Draco in Rahel's care for a time, at least until Voldemort's attention shifted elsewhere. Rest assured, I will ensure he is well fed and healthy, Rahel assured, extending his hands, only to hesitate as he sensed the weight in his arms and reconsidered returning to the fire. Could he not use the Flu network? Concealing his expression beneath the black cloth, Rahel's demeanor remained inscrutable, yet Narcissa could still discern a hint of innocence in his face. Indeed, you would do best to travel by air, she replied through gritted teeth. If you dare to harm my precious son, Rahel, you will face dire consequences. Oh dear. Rahel recoiled slightly, feeling an inexplicable chill, attributing it to the cold of the journey ahead. As he watched the unreliable figure of Rahel vanish into the sky on a thestral, Narcissa's worries only deepened. Lucius, do you think Draco will be safe in his company? She implored, seeking reassurance from her husband. Of course, there will be no issues, Lucius replied, patting his wife's shoulder to ease her mind. Yet he too felt uncertain. Having noticed Rahel's increasingly reckless behavior since associating with Sirius and James. Nevertheless, he resolved to place his trust in Rahel. Within a couple of months, it became evident how rash his earlier decision had been. Rahel had absconded, taking his barely one-year-old godson and Severus to the Modi's Labnon flying elf sanctuary, ostensibly to study the lifestyle of golden snidgets, but in reality, they were on holiday. They remained away for 2 years, even making a detour to China to return Chiu home. While they had yet to return, photographs had arrived. Images showcased Chiu amidst snowy landscapes, holding a picture of little Draco. Others depicted the trio lying in a wheat field, peering at the mooncalf's dance, and finally Rahel, Draco, and Severus fleeing in terror from a rampaging erumpent. As Narcissa flipped through the photographs, her heart swelled with joy, yet tears streamed down her cheeks involuntarily. Draco smiled radiantly in the images, even calling out Mama and Papa to the camera, an idyllic childhood that she and Lucius could never provide. Lucius, seated across the study, gazed at the photo of his son, yearning for him. Since Voldemort learned that Draco had been taken by his godfather, he had not returned to Malfoy Manor, which relieved the couple but also filled them with anxiety. Their master was now solely focused on raising a child, Would he turn his attention back to Rahel? Unbeknownst to Lucius and Narcissa, Rahel and Severus busily resumed operations, reviving their small shop business. With synchronized flicks of their wands, they swiftly eradicated the pests that had proliferated during the prolonged vacancy. After sharing a lunch with Lucius, Rahel perched himself on a small stool at the shop's entrance. With Draco seated on his lap, the baby's golden curls tickling his chin. As he sensed another presence beside him, Rahel turned his head to speak, only to be interrupted by the voice of the newcomer. "Uncle, what is that on your neck?" "My neck?" Rahel replied calmly, "It's a mosquito bite." "And who are you, if I may ask?" "I'm Heine," the child declared earnestly, "but I cannot tell you my last name." "That is what my father said." "How mysterious. What do you think your father is like?" Rahel inquired with a smile, finding the child rather endearing, especially as he spoke more clearly than little Draco. "My father is a silly man." "Father?" Draco suddenly wrapped his arms around Rahel's neck, nuzzling his head against his shoulder. Pushing aside his golden locks with his finger, Rahel pinched the baby's chubby cheek, preparing to remind him, "Draco, I have told you many times. You are his godfather? You two look remarkably alike." Heine observed with a hint of envy in his dark eyes. "My father never treats me like that." He lowered his head, but Rahel, unable to see, failed to address the child's emotions in time. Everyone expresses their feelings in diverse ways. Perhaps your father simply struggles in that regard. "What are feelings? How do you express them? How can I make my father like you?" His voice carried a note of urgency. "This little one, how remarkably mature he seems." Even though he sounded much like Draco, Heine's authoritative voice echoed from a distance, causing passers-by on the street to steer clear. Even though the Ministry of Magic has entered into a truce with Voldemort, agreeing not to engage in hostilities for 2 decades, the populace remains haunted by memories of the past, a sentiment that has not improved even after 2 years. "Oh, my father is here to see me. I must take my leave. It was a pleasure to meet you, uncle. May I come to visit you again?" Upon seeing Rahel nod, he joyfully exclaimed, "Until next time," and dashed off into the distance. Voldemort's skeptical gaze flitted between Rahel and the small child in his arms. Was this man attempting to abduct his son? He certainly did not appear to be of good character. "Do not respond to strangers who speak to you," he admonished, casting a cool glance at his son. "Hold tight. If you wander off again, I will have to trouble myself to find you." "All right, father," Heine pouted. This foolish old dad, who lost him because he was walking too quickly, now sought to place the blame on him. The father and son passed by Rahel, both casting him glances. Heine, of course, was enamored with this handsome uncle, even with his eyes covered, especially given his gentle demeanor. Voldemort, on the other hand, felt a sense of familiarity with both the child in his arms and Rahel, yet with so many individuals in the world sharing the same hair color, he could not ascertain if this was indeed the subordinate he had longed to recruit, especially one rendered useless due to blindness. Chapter 49. The reunion comes swiftly. That voice sounded familiar. Rahel tilted his head, listening to the man's calm voice as he spoke to his son, and a flicker of understanding ignited within him. It was the voice he had heard that day near Potter's old residence. Voldemort's voice. Voldemort's child, so starved for affection? An image of a small boy sitting rigidly before a father who was cold and stern flashed through Rahel's mind. A father who never offered words of encouragement or a comforting embrace. How tragic. "Shall we send little Draco to find his mother and father?" he suggested, gently bouncing the small child in his arms. "No," the little dumpling pouted. "I want to find Uncle Severus. Hand him over. I will return him to you." As soon as he heard his name, Snape slowly approached. "Let us go together. It has been quite some time since I last saw the two of them." Rahel handed over the wailing Draco, who was protesting that he did not wish to go home, and stood up with Snape's assistance. This time at Draco's insistence, the 3 of them, along with a small house elf, settled onto the back of a flying creature. Upon entering the gates of Malfoy Manor, the creature consciously lowered its altitude, and Draco's clear laughter echoed in the ears of the 2 individuals walking below. Rahel, who could not see, and Draco, who had a poor memory, along with Snape and Lucius, who had never met, whizzed past the 2 men without recognition. The gust of wind brushed against little Heine's face, while his negligent father had already donned a protective shield for himself, neglecting to provide one for his son. "Father, why must we walk? I would prefer to ride on that flying giant," Heine lamented, pouting in envy, realizing his father still had a touch of thriftiness about him. Voldemort yanked him by the back of his collar, his expression dark as he strode towards the end of the corridor, disregarding whether Heine struggled or not, and dragged him into the hall of the manor. Lucius, ever astute, had already awaited the arrival of his master alongside Narcissa. "Lucius, tell me, who was the one riding the dragon?" Voldemort inquired, suppressing his anger as he stepped into the hall. How dare someone so brazenly ride a dragon before him? The crucial detail was that the creature moved so swiftly he had not even caught a glimpse of who it was before they vanished. Lucius lowered his head further. Did my subordinate not see what occurred with the dragon, my lord? Oh dear, Rahel, you have returned only to stir up considerable trouble. Lucius's eyes were nearly brimming with tears. Lift your head, Lucius. Lucius straightened slightly, though his gaze remained downcast. Narcissa stood beside him, maintaining a poised demeanor, having not once given her husband a glance but subtly nudging his wrist. Lucius understood. It was time to showcase what he had learned from Snape about mind cloaking. He met Voldemort's gaze, who indeed had not discerned the figure of the dragon rider within his mind. Voldemort then urged Hayne forward. Do not be anxious. I merely hope our conversation can flow more naturally. He donned a smile. I believe Draco should be returning soon. I brought my son to pay a visit. You would not turn us away, would you? Lucius and Narcissa both nodded in agreement. I have heard whispers that his godfather is quite enigmatic, elusive like a dragon. Never to be seen, he remarked, casting a glance at his son. Hayne, go find your brother to play. Your father and Uncle Lucius have matters to discuss. Remember to inquire about who his godfather truly is. Hayne sighed inwardly, thinking, foolish old dad, pretending so seriously, yet to this day, he does not even know who the soft little dumpling's godfather is. A vague suspicion began to form in his mind, but it required confirmation. With his father's nod, he ascended the stairs, searching for Draco's room. During the times when the young master was away, his father had brought him along a few times, and he had felt embarrassed at those times, as if they were intruders. Without the host introducing them, he had wandered about, though in Lucius's eyes, it appeared as if he were merely searching for someone. Hayne, a precocious child, felt that his father had nearly brought disgrace upon him. He had no hope of becoming a dragon like his father. He needed to forge his own social circle and followers. Was Draco Malfoy to be his first? Yeah. At his age, he was still sucking his thumb. Could he truly become his first follower? Hayne gazed at the innocent Draco with a mixture of disdain and undeniable envy. His father was so stern. At times, he felt as though he were merely a tool in his father's eyes. A plastic father-son relationship he could manage alone. Hayne approached and sat down formally. I am Hayne Gunter. Gunter is my mother's surname, and I am a descendant of Slytherin. What about you? He regarded the platinum-haired child with a solemn expression, as if they were two heads of state meeting. The platinum-haired boy turned to look behind him. Daddy. Under the effects of the disillusionment charm, Rahel grimaced, clutching his forehead. What a misfortune. Hayne followed his gaze but saw nothing. Do you only know how to call for your father? He said helplessly. I don't want to talk to you. Draco sulked, turning away. You want to steal my godfather. I dislike you. I could also have him as my godfather, Hayne replied, his expression suddenly growing cold. That way he would not belong solely to you. The words slipped from his lips, and he froze momentarily. Originally said out of spite, he now considered it a clever idea. If he could not rely on his father, why not seek another? No. The godfather belongs to Little Dragon. On the other side, Draco was already causing a ruckus, regarding Hayne with the eyes of an enemy. His godfather, the one who took him on adventures, the one who was always gentle and would hold him, could not be anyone else's. Meanwhile, Snape, also under the disillusionment charm, nudged Rahel's arm, signaling that it was time for him to make his appearance as a godfather. Yet Rahel lazily leaned against Snape, patting his shoulder, suggesting that squabbling children was perfectly normal. As long as they did not resort to physical violence or unleash magical chaos, everything would be manageable. It proved to be true. Draco subconsciously believed that he could not possibly defeat Hayne, while Hayne felt that someone destined to become a leader should not act impulsively. Thus, the two boys sat on the carpet, staring at each other in silence for an extended period, neither making a move nor uttering a word. Chapter 50. Peter's Sincerity. With a crackle and a pop, sparks flew, and it seemed as if an invisible thread connected the two children until Narcissa appeared. Upon seeing his mother, Draco raised his head and opened his arms wide. Mother. Hug. Narcissa's heart melted, yet mindful of her master's child present. She first greeted Hyena with a bow before embracing Draco. Young master, your father awaits you downstairs. Little dragon, stay here. Draco pouted, whispering something in Draco's ear. Narcissa then led Hyena downstairs. Before departing, her gaze lingered meaningfully by the bookshelf for a fleeting moment, unnoticed by anyone except for two furtive figures in the corner. I told you the disillusionment charm is unreliable. Rahel, who was just about to step out the window, caught Snape's gaze and turned to see Narcissa returning after seeing off her guests. Arms crossed as she observed him. Caught in the act, he decided to dispel the charm. Why haven't you left? Narcissa approached Draco, pulling back the little rascal who was about to embrace Rahel. Wasn't he just saying goodbye to little dragon? Rahel shrugged. He left. Send my regards to Lucius. With that, the two and the dragon vanished once more, and Narcissa lifted Draco to carry him downstairs. Little dragon. We are going to find Daddy. Daddy has flown away. Daddy is downstairs. How could he fly away? Just now he said he didn't want little dragon anymore. Narcissa. Rahel. Peter had been struggling with sleepless nights lately, tormented by dreams of the deceased Lily and James, their faces etched with disappointment as they stood at the foot of his bed, questioning why he had willingly become a spy for Voldemort. Upon waking, he realized how absurd this was. Lily and James were very much alive. They would never question his loyalty, as subconsciously, they were kind and forgiving souls. And he had not yet betrayed them. Perhaps guilt had taken its toll. Peter finally decided to visit the Potters on a gloomy, rainy day. Lily and James were unsurprised by his arrival, as Peter had been a frequent visitor since little Harry was born, even more so than Sirius, the godfather. At 3 years old, little Harry was much like James, unable to sit still. Under the influence of his mischievous father, his antics had only escalated. Each time Peter visited, Harry delighted in smearing his jam-covered face on Peter's trousers, looking up with a goofy grin for his Uncle Peter. Peter, feeling guilty, indulged Harry's mischief, never reprimanding him, which made Lily feel even more embarrassed, while James simply laughed heartily. During this visit, Harry climbed onto Peter's lap, reaching for the scant remaining strands of hair on his head. Lily, James, I am truly sorry. Peter sat on the couch, his watery eyes avoiding the gaze of his two friends. Lily, as gentle as ever, reassured him. Peter, share what troubles you. We will help you. Hey mate. If you fancy someone, go for it, James chimed in, placing a hand on Peter's shoulder, or you'll regret it. His expression feigned seriousness. Peter, feeling a mix of embarrassment and gratitude, shook his head. Lily, James, I hope you'll allow me to finish what I have to say. When little Harry was born, Voldemort approached me. He wanted me to infiltrate the Death Eaters within the Order of the Phoenix. I swear, I was terrified. He pleaded with his friends. He wants me to report on Harry's development, and it's already been 3 years. Development? Don't all children grow the same? James scratched his head, perplexed. He can't raise a child? James. Lily glared at him. This isn't the time for that. Alright, James caught on. But you needn't be so afraid. Smack. Lily's children's book slammed onto the table. This information needs to be relayed to Professor Dumbledore. Peter, you may need to prepare for the role of a double agent. He could choose to remain silent or bury his thoughts deep within. After all, there was no war now, and he would not expose himself. Yet, he chose to confide in them, to face the wrath of his former friends, affirming that he was still their friend, and their bond remained in his heart. Peter, thank you for your willingness to speak up. But I have a question, James, now considerably more composed, asked. Why does he need to know about Harry? He gestured with his arms, seemingly trying to convey his confusion. Peter felt a weight lift from his shoulders, his voice lightening. It's because of a prophecy. It is said that a child capable of defeating the Dark Lord would be born at the end of July, into the family of those who have resisted him 3 times. The Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. Only one of them can survive. That's about it. However, the prophecy has been broken. The Dark Lord believes Harry is that child, but he does not intend to mark him as a rival. He has decided to put his own son in harm's way. In simpler terms, it requires a sense of ceremony. Is he trying to know his enemy to ensure victory? Lily's gaze shifted to young Harry. He was blissfully unaware that all of this concerned him, beaming with delight as he had once again outsmarted his Uncle Peter. Peter felt blood trickling from beneath his nose, curving around his lips before pooling in the dimple of his chin, forming a circle. Ah. Harry clapped his hands, his little face alight with the joy of a successful prank. Oh, Merlin's stinking socks, Lily exclaimed, holding her forehead. Harry, you mustn't do that. Her eyes, hidden behind her palm, shot daggers at James. Look at the example you're setting. James chuckled, playfully shooing Harry away from Peter's lap. In conclusion, Lily said with a serious tone, you must continue your reports to Voldemort. Professor Dumbledore will protect you. They all trusted Dumbledore, believing he could lead them toward a peaceful and prosperous future. Peter nodded, lowering his head. They did not blame him, and chose to trust him. This trust weighed heavily on his heart, and he did not wish to betray it. He was, in truth, rather indecisive, often following James and the others without voicing his opinions, many decisions made by mere chance. Just as when James declared his intention to practice a Nimigus transformation. Despite doubting his own potential for success, he still joined James and Sirius in gathering potion ingredients, repeatedly casting the transformation spell with his wand aimed at his heart. As long as he was with them, he felt he would never be afraid. He still wished to cherish this friendship, after countless sleepless nights. Chapter 51. Heine and Harry's first encounter. After that, Voldemort received increasingly detailed reports regarding Harry Potter, to the extent of recording when he ate snacks or visited the restroom. With Lily as his mother, Peter's reports became considerably easier. 3 years flew by in an instant. Voldemort, reviewing today's parchment detailing Harry Potter's joyful childhood, silently compared it, concluding that his own son was far superior. That little brat Potter is doomed. Just look at this. What is this? From 8 to 9 a.m. riding a child's broom. From 9 to 11 a.m. walking with his godfather. From 11:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. mealtime. Afternoon nap until 2:30 p.m. followed by an afternoon of playing with a child's wand, and in the evening, frolicking about. He found it shameful that his son would have to duel such a little wizard. He didn't need to feel embarrassed for Heine. She felt embarrassed enough on her own. Here's what happened. This morning, she had intended to seek out the charming blonde uncle for fun, hoping soft little Draco would be there too, as she had missed him after months apart. However, upon entering Diagon Alley, she spotted a massive black dog chasing a small dark-haired child, with onlookers either laughing or expressing disdain, none stepping forward to help. Looking at the child before her, Heine thought of her own father. Is my father as unreliable as that? Contemplating this, he resolved to assist him, driven by their shared plight. Initially, he intended to hurl a stone at the black dog, hoping it would turn back and chase him. Once he lured the creature to a secluded area, he would draw forth the wand bestowed upon him by his father to put an end to it, thus ensuring the safety of the little one. Alas, his overconfidence in his aim proved disastrous. The stone missed the black dog entirely and instead struck the small, dark-haired child. The items in his grasp scattered across the ground, eliciting a chuckle from passers-by who caught sight of the disarray. Young girls blushed yet could not resist the urge to look. What a predicament! He had committed a misdeed. The black dog, as he had wished, glanced back at him, its expression oddly human-like, conveying a sense of appreciation. Heine felt that had the dog possessed opposable thumbs, it would have surely given him a thumbs up. The little one, too, felt guilty for his actions and scrambled to gather the scattered items. Feeling remorseful, Heine stepped forward to assist him. I'm sorry. I accidentally saw the things on the ground, he stammered, momentarily taken aback. Among the scattered items were photographs, all depicting the same man who sported shoulder-length, slightly curled black hair. His expressions ranged from aloof to exuberant, undeniably elegant and handsome, with a smile that radiated warmth. Yet, some of the images were decidedly inappropriate for children, such as the infamous handsome man emerging from the bath shot. The dark-haired child beamed like a ray of sunshine. It's fine. I just wonder if my godfather will mind. What do you think, godfather? Following his gaze, Heine noticed the black dog beside them, exuding an air of indifference. The dog smacked its lips and rolled its eyes. Heine glanced between the photographs and the dog, realizing why it had pursued the child. It was an animagus, the very same person who was the little one's godfather. They were one and the same. With a rueful expression, Heine apologized. Forgive me, sir. The black dog scrutinized him for a moment but did nothing, instead nudging its godson, suggesting he climb onto its back. Harry waved cheerily at Heine as he mounted his godfather's back with a charming flair, the pair quickly vanishing from Heine's sight. Dejected, Heine ambled along the street, silently taking a seat beside Rachel. Today, Rachel was once again basking in the sunlight at the roadside, busy preparing potions for a substantial order that had come into Snape's little apothecary, drawn by his remarkable skills. Essentially, he was busy earning a living for his wife. Has Draco not come? He inquired, resting his chin on his hand as he surveyed the bustling crowd. Rachel, surprised, replied, No, but don't you dislike the little dragon? Not quite. They both have godfathers, yet I do not. My father seems to lack friends, save for one woman who is desperately intent on becoming my mother. Heine mimicked Sirius's gesture, clicking his tongue. Today I met a little dark-haired child, but I felt utterly embarrassed. Upon hearing his tale, Rachel erupted into laughter, his hearty chuckles drawing the attention of passers-by who, upon recognizing him, shared in his mirth. Little Harry and Sirius often behave in such a manner. You needn't feel ashamed. Harry is notorious for his mischief in this vicinity, but please keep Sirius's status as an animagus under wraps. The smile lingering on Rachel's lips revealed his delight in the situation. His name is Harry? Harry Potter? Heine's eyes widened. Could he be the rival his father had warned him about? Yet he appeared so radiant, like a little sun, drawing others in. Have you heard of him? Did your father tell you? Rachel raised an eyebrow. News of Peter had circulated among every member of the Order of the Phoenix. They all knew Voldemort was grooming his son to one day eliminate Harry Potter. While many viewed this as an idle threat, the resulting peace of the last 20 years was undeniably advantageous. Oh, how do you know? Hein was taken aback, but it struck him as peculiar. When he met Harry, he genuinely felt they could become friends. Yet his father insisted he was destined to be his lifelong adversary. The key lies in how you perceive it, rather than your father's opinion. Hein pondered Rachel's words thoughtfully. Rachel's vibrant voice grew nearer as Harry, like a little cannonball, dashed into his arms. Did little Harry misbehave today? He teased, grinning at Harry. Did you attempt to sell your godfather's photograph? Where is your godfather? Instantly, Harry pouted. Uncle Rachel, how do you know everything? My godfather is upset. He doesn't want me anymore. Sirius, panting, arrived shortly after, exclaiming, I chased him halfway down the street. This little rascal has the same energy as James. As they settled on the other side, Sirius, having regained his breath, joined Rachel. Harry, realizing his deceit had been uncovered, shyly buried his face in Rachel's embrace, inadvertently facing Hein, who was struck dumb as Harry stuck his tongue out at him. Rachel chuckled softly. Undoubtedly, certain inappropriate photographs had been concocted by James. Harry, in a flurry, revealed the entire collection, leading to the earlier commotion. Chapter 52 Friends. Here they come. Indeed. It's time for more exercise. Rachel smiled. So Harry have the photograph sold? At this, Harry looked up, beaming, 10 silver sickles, Uncle Rachel. Someone is willing to pay 50 gold galleons. Was your godfather quite popular during his school days? Harry's green eyes sparkled with curiosity. If he were indeed popular, perhaps he could earn some pocket money. Sirius, sensing Harry's intentions, felt a headache coming on and held his head in exasperation. He silently chanted, children speak without restraint. Harry is still young, let us not overreact, just a verbal reprimand should suffice. He was quite popular. Girls lined up to pursue him all the way down Diagon Alley. However, Harry, he gently stroked the little one's head. That is your godfather's photograph. Did you obtain his permission before attempting to sell it? No. Harry shook his head. I actually hadn't gotten around to selling it yet. I wanted to raise the price, but then my godfather appeared. Fortunately, you hadn't committed a grave error. Then little Harry, Rachel lightly pinched his nose. Shouldn't you apologize to your godfather? Harry obediently turned. All right, godfather, I'm sorry. Good boy. Sirius ruffled Harry's hair. This is all James's fault. When we return, I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. He threatened, shaking his fist. Hein stared, dumbfounded, at the scene before him. What kind of people were Harry's elders? Hey, I'm Harry Potter. You can call me Harry. What about you? Harry nestled against Rachel, leaned towards Hein, flashing a broad smile. Heingant. After a brief pause, Hein replied. Oh, I know you. Harry pouted. You're Voldemort's child. And what of it? Hein replied anxiously. Do you think we are? I wanted to meet you, Harry mused, rubbing his chin. I'm curious about the kind of person you are. It's so strange to be labeled an enemy before even meeting. And now? Hein looked at him expectantly. Feeling a bit shy, I hope we can become friends. Harry nodded. Then we shall be friends. As friends, could you do me a favor? Harry beamed his signature smile. Could you lend me some money? Just as Hein was about to agree, his eyes widened in shock. I don't have any money, he murmured, feeling somewhat embarrassed. What a predicament. His new friend was asking for help, yet. Sirius and Rachel exchanged knowing glances. Harry was off again. Harry scrutinized Hein's hair, clicking his tongue. Wow, is he really Voldemort's child? He is so easily deceived. What else do you have? Toys, candies, and even a flying broomstick would suffice. I only have this heirloom pendant box from Slytherin that I took off my neck. This is for you. Harry shook his head, declining it, expressing his disinterest. It was evidently a family treasure, something he could never accept. Then there's nothing left, at this moment. Heine's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling an ostrich wishing to bury itself. Is that so? Nothing at all? How pitiable indeed. Harry struggled to dismount from Rachel, and settled beside his new companion. Foolishly, he pulled a handful of peppery candies from his pocket, offering, here, have some sweets. Sirius, who had been quietly listening nearby, raised an eyebrow, while Rachel made an exaggerated wow expression. Little Harry has grown. Heine looked up in astonishment. Was he just teasing him? Thank you. Heine unwrapped a candy and popped it into his mouth. Shortly thereafter, flames erupted from his nostrils. Oh dear, what is happening? He exclaimed in panic. Did you grow up in the Muggle world? Harry asked, his eyes filled with curiosity. You've never had sweets before? Not that I. Heine froze, rendered speechless. Harry. How do I extinguish this fire? It will extinguish itself. Harry blinked innocently. This new friend was indeed a bit dim. It seems your father is quite strict with you. He tossed a candy into the air and caught it in his mouth. Too many sweets aren't good for your teeth. Suddenly he recalled something. Wait a moment, Godfather. Sirius, radiating a paternal smile, instinctively responded. The potion. The dental health potion. I completely forgot. Harry glanced up at the sky. It was nearly time to head home. Sirius paused, realizing he had forgotten as well. Hina, see you next time. He patted Hina on the shoulder and turned to dash into Snape's shop. Uncle Severus. Snape glanced up, only to see the disheveled little imp rushing into his store. Without pausing his work, he directed, your potion is on the right. Second shelf from the door, third tier, sixth column from the left. Harry pouted. Uncle Severus, don't you miss me? I haven't come to play in ages. Miss you? Snape scrutinized him from head to toe. Perhaps a mirror would help you wake up? Couldn't it be 2 mirrors? Harry recalled the last time he nearly wrecked half his shop. Not kicking him out was already a great act of mercy. Harry, clearly remembering the previous incident, offered a sheepish smile, unexpectedly sheepish. After thanking his dear Uncle Severus, Harry sprinted outside. Godfather, we're going home. Sirius got up, brushing off the dust. See you, Rachel. The two of them hurried back home, but Hina gazed at the retreating figure of his new friend, his heart once again filled with despondency. Uncle Rachel. Does Harry really consider me a friend? Hina looked hopefully at Rachel, yearning for an affirmative response. Rachel was taken aback, wondering why he thought that. He didn't even glance back at me when he left. Does Harry have many friends? Not many. He has met Ron a few times. And his 2 twin brothers get along better with him. Neville doesn't hang out with him often either, as his grandmother is quite strict. Fearing little Harry might lead him astray. The Longbottoms are good friends of ours. But you are the first he has actively befriended. Really? Hina's mood brightened significantly, genuinely looking forward to their next meeting, until he arrived home and found his father waiting for him in the hall. That buoyant feeling vanished as if doused by cold water. Chapter 53. Harry's malicious intent. Did you have fun? The man with his back to the open doors of the manor slowly turned, a chilling smile gracing his face. Hina, I am deeply disappointed in you. Voldemort's expression darkened. I raised you not to flatter that boy. It was not flattery. Hina met his gaze unflinchingly. A measured display of humility was necessary. I do not possess such formidable magic yet. What purpose does direct confrontation serve at this moment? Oh, Voldemort expressed intrigue. It seems you have your own plans? Hina pulled a handful of candies from his pocket and held them out to his father. Would you like some, father? Has my son lost his wits? I warned you that sweets erode your will. He regarded the candies with intense disdain. That old bee loves such nonsense. These are spicy. Hina rolled his eyes internally. Try it, he urged, taking his father's hand and placing a candy in his palm. This is not merely candy, it is the fruit of victory. He tucked the remainder away joyfully and bounced into the house, anticipating what amusing reaction his dear father would have. Hina. Not long after, Voldemort's roar echoed throughout the manor. Exactly, this is how it should be. Suddenly, he seemed to discover the thrill of mischief. Why not join forces against an enemy? Isn't it delightful? Upon returning home, Harry was welcomed by Lily's warm embrace. He planted a hearty kiss on his lovely mother's cheek and cheerfully asked, Mom, did you miss me? Lily beamed back, well, let us hear it. What trouble have you gotten into this time? Or what do you wish to buy? Following closely behind Harry, Sirius gave her a thumbs up, noticing James, who was standing beside a platter. He wrapped his arms around James's neck. James, I need to discuss something with you. Sensing impending mischief, James immediately set down his plate and ducked under Sirius's arm. The two of them playfully bickering as they dashed into the front yard. Before long, they were both rolling on the ground, accompanied by shouts of "You kicked me. I kicked you back," thus managing to clean the front yard's floor in the process. In the dining room, Harry sat at the table, twirling a small knife and fork in his hands. Yet his gaze lingered longingly on his empty plate. Lily settled beside him, her voice gentle. You seem preoccupied, my dear. Mom, I met him today. Harry turned toward his mother, Hina Granger, at Uncle Rachel's. Lily was clearly prepared for a lengthy discourse, resting her chin on her hand while her other arm lay naturally on her lap. What are your thoughts? Does his father truly wish for him to defeat me? Harry's face twisted in concern. He even offered me a family heirloom. I've never met someone so foolish. If he were to encounter Fred and George, he would surely be tormented to tears. Harry imagined the scene, gradually wearing a worried expression, as if genuinely concerned for his new friend. He'd probably cry beautifully. Lily met Harry's gaze, smiling softly. I'll take care of it, no need to thank me. Just as Harry was about to respond, James and Sirius returned, supporting each other, covered in dust and bruises. It's been ages since we had such fun. The last time was when I was in beast form, battling with Remus. You are far worse off than I. Hey, why do you always exaggerate your own glory? Speaking of Remus, Lily rose to serve them dishes and beef, filling the table to the brim. The two men ceased their banter, shaking their heads in unison. Remus has been struggling to find work due to his furry little secret. He can only stay in one place for a while before his colleagues notice that he weakens every full moon, forcing him to leave. Because of this, his abilities have not been properly utilized, and his life is always marked by misfortune and poverty. His mother has passed away, and although his father is delighted to see him, he refuses to return home and disrupt his father's previously tranquil life. James had sent him some money, and Rachel had also attempted to invite him to work at Shafiq's estate, yet these gestures did not wholly alleviate Lupin's predicament. As long as his transformations remained perilous, he would never be able to lead a stable life. Whenever he visited friends, he always presented himself in the best light, evidently not wishing for them to worry about him. I miss Uncle Remus, Harry pouted. Hasn't he come to see me lately? Is there no remedy for him? He had heard that someone was already developing a cure, but it was still in the experimental phase. Perhaps in a few years, Remus could lead a normal life. Sirius's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Indeed. How could I have forgotten this? Is it news from your department? James's eyes brightened as well. Is it accurate? Exclusive news. Absolutely reliable. It will be available in no more than 5 years. Then this should be significant news. I wonder if I could interview him, Lily said with a smile. Speaking of which, your colleague Rita Skeeter. James's expression turned complicated, always maligning Harry in her reports. Do you have a conflict with her? Hearing his name, Harry perked up. He had not yet seen the newspaper, and was not very literate. His peers did not care about such things, and Fred and George were even less concerned. Their attention focused on pranks. All his information came from the idle chatter of adults. Rita Skeeter? I've never heard of her before, Lily shrugged. She just enjoys sensationalizing and distorting facts. She is a bit of a bully. Since I maintain a relatively mild temperament at the ministry, she probably thinks offending me is of little consequence. Rest assured, I have my ways of sending her to Azkaban. Why are you both looking at me like that? She asked in confusion. Why do their expressions seem so strange? The two of them thought their mother could be quite intimidating at times. Harry suddenly voiced the thoughts of the two gentlemen. This little brat, James glared. Sirius quietly stood up. I'm full. Thank you for your hospitality. I have some matters at the ministry, so I'll take my leave. Giving James a parting glance, Sirius quickly departed. In any case, that night, James slept in the study while Lily embraced Harry, sleeping soundly. Chapter 54. Draco and Harry's first encounter. When Rachel returned after 2 years on a business trip, he personally brought back a young Sphinx, adding another member to the sanctuary. However, the previous cubs had all matured, and this one, named Blackjack, was likely the second youngest in Rachel's suitcase, with the youngest being a newborn unicorn. This journey was certainly arduous. Upon returning, it was already evening. Rachel went straight upstairs, took a shower, and fell into a deep sleep, undisturbed even by Snape's movements as he got in and out of bed. He slept soundly until dawn. The next day, upon hearing that his godfather had returned, Draco eagerly rushed to the apothecary. He remembered Rachel's words before he left. When he turned 8, he could enter his godfather's suitcase. Learning from Uncle Severus at the counter that Rachel was upstairs, Draco hurried up the stairs in leaps, and Snape couldn't stop him. Rachel was still asleep. Not long after, Harry arrived as well, waving to Snape and pointing upstairs. After receiving an affirmative response, he dashed upstairs too. Though Snape's shop was not large, its advantage lay in having 2 floors, trading on the ground floor and living above, making it convenient and swift. Upon ascending the stairs, to the left was a dining area and kitchen, essentially a small kitchen with a tiny table and 2 chairs. To the right was a combination of a bedroom, bathroom, and balcony, from which one could view a corner of Nocturne Alley. As Draco reached the top of the stairs, he spotted a figure lounging on the large bed. Golden hair lay tousled at the head of the bed. The beauty's eyes were closed, and his chest rose and fell with each breath, with several red marks adorning his collarbone. Are there even any mosquitoes in this weather? Draco wondered briefly before becoming lost once more in his godfather's beauty. He leaned over the bed, closely observing Rachel's face. Many people said they resembled each other, yet Draco knew it was merely their hair and eye colors that were alike. Their features were distinct, and their temperaments even more so. However, Draco adored his godfather. The bedside was adorned with photographs from their time together. Naturally, there were plenty of pictures of Lucius and Narcissa, yet Draco favored the one with the moonstruck beast. Suddenly, A loud gasp broke the silence behind him. He turned to find a boy with tousled black hair and green eyes staring at him incredulously, then looking at Rachel on the bed. "Who are you?" Draco asked, a hint of annoyance in his voice. This unknown boy must have snuck up while Uncle Severus wasn't he paying attention, but did he know his godfather? He stepped down from the bed, crossing his arms before the boy. "What is your relationship with him?" The boy did not respond to him. Instead, he posed a new question. At this, Draco's expression brightened with pride. "He's my dad." The black-haired boy frowned. "Who is that busybody down there? What is he to you?" Draco grew impatient. "Who on earth are you? Don't interrupt my time with my dad." Before he could finish, he was struck in the face, momentarily stunned. Throughout his life, neither Rachel nor the Malfoys had ever hit him. This was his first experience of being punched. Harry's disdainful gaze fell mercilessly upon him. "I can hardly believe that Uncle Remus has a child behind Uncle Severus's back. And he is already this old with such a terrible temperament." Harry could only lament that Uncle Severus must have been utterly smitten with Uncle Remus to tolerate such a situation. No wonder Uncle Severus's expression had been filled with helplessness earlier. Ignoring the crimson-faced Draco, he walked straight over to Rachel. "Uncle Remus, you're awake. The sun is shining on your backside," Harry exclaimed, rubbing Rachel's cheek. Harry?" Rachel, feeling the pressure on his cheek, stirred awake. He usually needed a moment to rise, but Harry's rub had roused him thoroughly. "Uncle Remus, have you been up to no good?" Harry inquired with an innocent expression. "No good." Rachel blinked. He had fallen asleep right after returning yesterday, with no time for mischief. "Then tell me what your uncle has done that is so bad?" Not in a hurry to get out of bed, Rachel rested his hands behind his head, watching Harry's angry expression with amusement. Harry glanced toward the nearby figure. "Is that your child? Who else?" Rachel turned his head to see Draco standing nearby, rubbing his eyes. "Little dragon?" Draco approached the bed, sniffing and lifting his head. His eyes red, nose pink, and traces of tears on his face. "Why are you crying?" Rachel was perplexed. What had transpired while he was asleep? "Uncle Severus adores you. How could you have a child as old as me?" Harry pouted, seemingly unperturbed by Rachel's lack of guilt. Draco was on the verge of tears again. "He hit me." Rachel immediately understood. Harry thought he had a child with Severus behind his back, and Draco, having never seen Harry, assumed he was merely a meddlesome child who had wandered in. "It's all a misunderstanding." He took Draco's hand, handed him a handkerchief, and turned to Harry. "This is my godson Draco, the sole heir of the Malfoy family. Harry, you've misunderstood. But he called you Dad. That was just for fun." "Who knew you would think like that?" Draco said between gasps. "Ah, what a grand misunderstanding." Having come to a realization, Harry chuckled softly. "I apologize, Uncle Rahel and Draco. I misunderstood you both. I am Harry Potter. Oh, please do not cry." Taking the handkerchief from Draco, Harry gently wiped away his tears. "Shall we be friends?" He flashed a broad smile at Draco, reminiscent of the one he had once given to Hina. Draco's eyes widened. "You are Hina's friend, the one who enjoys pranks. So you must be his spoiled friend?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "The one who never strays far from his father?" Ina." Draco clenched his fists. "I shall make you regret it." Harry pinched his arm, discovering it soft and devoid of muscle. In a true scuffle, the odds would be 50-50. "What are you doing?" Draco glared at him. "This is a matter between Hina and me. You cannot interfere." "Oh, just remember to call me when you two are fighting. I could earn a bit of pocket money." "What money?" "Betting, of course. Your odds would surely be quite high." "Ha. If you have the ability, don't run away." It was only after the two little rascals had dashed off that Rahel, clutching his belly from laughter, finally got up. Chapter 55, Returning to Hogwarts. The wind chime by the door jingled. In truth, it served no practical purpose and was mostly decorative. Yet the elderly man who stepped through the door clearly possessed an undiminished childlike heart, having reached out to ring the chime. The two individuals, their heads close together in hushed conversation, turned toward the entrance to see an elderly man with flowing white hair and a beard reaching down to his waist, striding toward them. They quickly rose to greet him. "Severus, Rahel, it is a pleasure to see you both again." Dumbledore smiled and nodded at them. "I must first extend my congratulations. I hear Rahel's eyes can now see light. Is that correct?" Neither Snape nor Rahel found this surprising. After all, he was Dumbledore. Wasn't he? He seemed to know everything. Snape regarded him with a probing gaze. "Headmaster, you seldom visit here. I presume you have something of significance to discuss?" With a flick of his wand, the sign indicating the shop was closed appeared, and chairs floated gracefully to the group as they settled beside the shelves brimming with potions and ingredients. Dumbledore habitually rested his hands on the arms of his chair. "It is this." His gaze shifted from behind his crescent-shaped spectacles to these two former exemplary students. Professor Ketterburn and Professor Slughorn have decided to retire early. They have recommended their prize students, which are you two. And I wish to know your thoughts on this matter. Snape and Rahel exchanged astonished glances. To teach at Hogwarts? But headmaster, as you can see, Rahel turned to survey the shop. This establishment is both our livelihood and our home. If we were to teach at Hogwarts, we would have to close the shop. I believe your house elf would be more than willing to assist. Besides, there is a fireplace in the office, allowing you to return via the Flu network at any time. The possibility of returning at will did seem appealing. Rahel glanced at Snape, signaling him. What do you think? Shall we go? Snape nodded slightly. Thus, the decision to teach at Hogwarts was made rather effortlessly. The elderly man left with a cheerful demeanor, delighted even by the minor collision with the two little rascals. My apologies. Harry and Draco paid little attention to the oddly dressed old man as they ran, their faces flushed yet brimming with excitement. They halted in front of the apothecary. The Nimbus has released new models. Draco's face was alight with admiration. If only my father could help me, I could certainly catch up to a Muggle helicopter. I can join the Quidditch team by second year, Harry declared, clenching his fist, determined to earn a broomstick of his own. Suddenly, Draco pondered aloud. Which house do you think you will be sorted into? Ideally, he hoped they would both be placed in Slytherin, allowing them to attend classes together. Speaking of which, my parents are both Gryffindors, and so are my godfather, Uncle Peter, and Uncle Remus. Uncle Rahel is Hufflepuff, Professor Snape is Slytherin, and Aunt Haley is Ravenclaw. Harry counted on his fingers. By that logic, I suppose I shall also be a Gryffindor, he concluded. Draco's expression fell. I will likely be in Slytherin since my parents are both Slytherins. And Hina probably will be too. Mentioning Hina, they both paused, uncertain of where she would be sorted. However, given Voldemort's affiliation with Slytherin, it was probable that Hina would end up there as well. I think I just heard my name. A voice behind them called out, and as they turned, Hina stood there with her hands behind her back, beaming at them. Hina, you are here too, Harry exclaimed, patting her shoulder enthusiastically. Draco glanced up at the sky. But it's about time for me to head home. My father said my godfather would take me back. Rahel poked his head out from the shop. Why not stay for lunch before you leave? It would be good for you to catch up. Little dragon, your father has already agreed. Draco cheered. So Hina is. Hina blushed slightly. I just came to mooch a meal. No wonder you arrived at mealtime, Harry realized. After lunch and a brief respite, they returned Harry and Draco home, while Hina, due to her unique status, had to make her own way back. Once home, Rahel adhered to his customary nap schedule. This time, Snape unexpectedly closed the shop, intending to rest as well. They lay face to face on the bed. Happy? Very, Rahel replied. I never imagined I would return to Hogwarts one day. Teaching there seems quite appealing. I wonder what Filch will feel upon seeing me again. At this, Rahel chuckled lightly. Awkward? He certainly won't be too thrilled. Snape observed their intertwined fingers. Firenze will likely be delighted. I haven't seen him in ages. He must have become a pillar among the centaurs by now. Do you miss him? Snape inched closer. We could visit him, discreetly. Sure, and Hagrid too. That big oaf cried at my graduation. When I officially take up my position, I'll visit him and bring a dragon egg. Rahel, do you remember Haley's child? Snape's gaze fell, and he felt the rhythmic breathing against his chest. Rahel had fallen asleep nestled against him. A gentle smile graced his lips as he drew the person in front of him closer, closing his own eyes. Soon, the time for the new student's arrival would arrive, and the two newly appointed professors needed to prepare for their journey to Hogwarts. Lucy received Rahel's instructions to stay at the shop, which continued to operate normally, though no custom orders were being accepted. As a trusted house elf, Lucy expressed his contentment in maintaining order and ensuring the shop's safety. Although their friends were surprised by the news of their teaching positions, they all offered their blessings. Yet, the children felt a deep sense of reluctance, for apart from holidays, they would not see each other for quite some time. Chapter 56, The Sloth's Lethargy Chronicles. It was only upon becoming a teacher at Hogwarts that Rahel fully comprehended how exhausting the role could be. The Care of Magical Creatures class at Hogwarts was not available until the third year, and its popularity had always been a topic of intrigue. Rahel's predecessor, Professor Ketterburn, had a penchant for handling dangerous beasts much like Hagrid, although he lacked Hagrid's physique and defenses, often ending up injured. Naturally, students were not eager to place themselves in constant peril, which meant that during Ketterburn's tenure, this elective was primarily chosen by the brave. However, there was no denying Ketterburn's passion for magical creatures. Apart from Hagrid, Rahel had never encountered anyone more devoted to magical beasts than he. If it were not for the unfortunate loss of an arm, Professor Catterburn asserted that he could continue teaching for several more decades. However, despite the limited enrollment in this elective course, Professor Rahal found himself exceedingly occupied with 5 different grades. In his spare time, he also had to contend with the affections of certain graduating students, a situation that only persisted for a single semester. The reason for this lay with another newly appointed professor. Professor Snape was undoubtedly the most intimidating instructor at Hogwarts. He exuded an innate aura that compelled even the most obstinate students to comply. Whispers among the students often claimed that Professor Snape was particularly unreasonable. Any student attempting to woo Professor Shafiq would find themselves a target of Snape's ire, resulting in a deduction of points from their house, albeit a mere fraction. Unreasonable, yet remarkably effective. In contrast to Rahal, Snape's teaching responsibilities were far more intricate. Firstly, there was the sheer volume of work. Like other core subjects, potions classes were held for all 7 years. The scheduling at Hogwarts was rather perplexing. Without the collaboration of 2 houses, the core subject teachers would struggle to manage their classes. Secondly, there was the preparation of materials. All necessary ingredients had to be prepared in advance, discarding any that were damp or spoiled, ensuring that each student had their own set of materials along with some spare. In summary, the 2 newly appointed professors found themselves in a state of disarray for some time before gradually acclimatizing to the high-intensity existence of Hogwarts educators. On that particular morning, Rahal was set to teach the third-year Gryffindors and Ravenclaws, with the chosen location near the entrance of the Forbidden Forest. Upon arrival, however, the students were met with an absence of their instructor. Before them lay a clearing adorned with pink mushrooms boasting black bristles. Although it was a small patch for the moment, the fungi were growing at an astonishing rate, causing some nearby students to instinctively step back. Yet, their retreat proved futile as these peculiar entities, reminiscent of both plants and animals, continued to expand in irregular shapes, some encroaching upon them while others stretched toward the Forbidden Forest. An urgent sense of dread enveloped them. If they did not act swiftly, these organisms would soon engulf the area. But how to proceed? Setting them ablaze? That would merely singe their bristles while leaving their core intact. Reducing them to ashes? Oh, that would only expedite their reproduction. Creating barriers? Hardly a solution, as it would only impede their advance, if only slightly. What on earth are these? I believe there is an introduction to this in the textbook. I forgot to bring mine. How about you, Percy? Quickly, this looks rather grotesque. Hokulrap, a highly prolific organism, resembling pink mushrooms with sparse black bristles, known to cause significant damage to gardens and lawns. It has been observed that the venom of the chameleon snail can kill the Hokulrap. A chameleon snail? Where would we find one at this juncture? Right here. It really does change color. How amusing, the grass is on fire. This snail truly burns. Everyone remember to wear dragonhide gloves. To their left, the chameleon snails appeared to be somewhat constrained in their movement, endlessly circling within a limited area. The grass they traversed began to wither and smolder, a consequence of the toxic slime produced by the snails. Rahal had specifically instructed them to wear dragonhide gloves. With the diligent efforts of the young wizards, one by one, the chameleon snails were hurled into the midst of the Hokulrap, causing the pink mushrooms to visibly shrivel and disappear where the venom touched. However, a new dilemma arose. Sir, over here. That area is the lawn. Merlin, this is exhausting. Wouldn't it be quicker to throw them directly? Once all the Hokulrap were eradicated, Rahal finally leaped down from a tree trunk. 5 points were awarded to both Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. He emerged from the Forbidden Forest with a beaming smile. Professor, why did you arrive so late? The crowd began to stir with excitement. If you were here, we wouldn't have panicked like this. Rahal raised his hand to quiet them. The 5 points for Gryffindor go to Mr. Weasley, who was the only one to review the textbook in advance and found the solution in record time. Percy's eyes shone brightly among the Gryffindors, while the others wore expressions of mixed emotions, surprised that their first lesson of the 3rd year unfolded in such an unexpected manner, unaware that their every action was observed by the professor. And what about the points for Ravenclaw? Inquired a particularly curious young wizard. Rahal noticed the house emblem on the boy's chest. He was a Ravenclaw. He nodded in acknowledgement. The Ravenclaws looked at him expectantly. This is precisely what I was about to address. Miss Penelope from Ravenclaw reminded her classmates to wear their dragonhide gloves, an essential aspect of today's lesson. At this, Rahal adopted a serious demeanor. When encountering such creatures, the foremost task is to ensure your own safety. I must say, without Miss Penelope's reminder, many would have neglected this precaution. despite my prior notice about the gloves. Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon her, Penelope's cheeks flushed slightly, yet her eyes sparkled with delight. Ensuring one's safety is paramount. Utilizing the creature's characteristics is the goal. You all performed admirably today, but I hope for even better results next lesson. Class dismissed. Cheers erupted among the young wizards, their spirits soaring. Another rumor about Professor Rahal circulated. He never assigned homework. Lower years had no assignments, while the upper years were required to bring parchment and quills to complete their work before the end of class. They likely did not realize this was Rahal's subtle attempt at leisure. Even his uniquely creative teaching methods were designed to allow him to discreetly hide away. He could avoid intense eye contact with the students, speak little, and merely ensure their safety from the shadows, offering hints when they were at a loss. The class time would pass swiftly, with points awarded to outstanding students along with a brief summary. Of course, when teaching about dangerous creatures, he remained close to the students, ensuring no teaching mishaps occurred in his classes. Gradually, the students became accustomed to his teaching style, and more young wizards opted for the care of magical creatures class. Much to the quiet delight of the old headmaster, who felt he had made a wise decision. Chapter 57, Old Friends. The morning passed swiftly, and it was time for lunch. Besides dining in the Great Hall, students could sneak into the kitchens, but if they were unaware of the way, they would have to remain in the hall. Professors, however, had the luxury of fetching small plates back to their offices, simply voicing their desires to the plates. Rahal's office was located on the second floor of Hogwarts, conveniently situated by the staircase landing. Each morning at 8, the steps leading down would halt at the platform, much to Rahal's convenience given his early classes. After a simple lunch and a brief nap, Rahal descended the stairs with his briefcase in tow. A dragon egg was on the verge of hatching, and he intended to witness the birth of this little life alongside Hagrid. As he made his way down the sloping path, he encountered a pair of twins, red-haired, with identical faces, even the positions of their freckles mirroring one another. The Weasley twins were among the few who could pose a challenge to both Hagrid and Filch so early in the term. Now, they were laughing and joking as they approached Hogwarts, when George caught a glimpse of Rahal from the corner of his eye and immediately nudged his brother. "Hello, Professor Shafiq." Rahal, perplexed, nodded. Could these boys be up to mischief again? A distant roar echoed, causing the twins to simultaneously retract their necks, exchanging mischievous grins before bursting into laughter and running off. Rahal continued to tread the path from whence he came, the modest abode of Hagrid not far ahead. However, his vision remained rather impaired, rendering him unable to perceive Hagrid, who stood forlornly before the flailing Whomping Willow, his brow furrowed with concern. After all, Hagrid's figure merged with that of the tree, appearing to Rahal merely as a dark blotch upon the landscape. Confident in his eyesight, he had carelessly allowed his silver-rimmed spectacles to dangle from his neck. Thus, as Rahal unwittingly ambled past Hagrid, the two missed each other entirely. Approaching Hagrid's cottage, the pumpkins in the field thrived splendidly, seemingly awaiting their harvest to be transformed into jack-o'-lanterns. Yet their master was absent. Rahal knocked several times on the door, only to be greeted by the excited yapping of Fong within. Yet no one answered. "Have we ventured into the Forbidden Forest?" Rahal mused aloud. He turned and walked toward the entrance to the Forbidden Forest beside the cottage. Before long, a snow-white figure materialized before him, with platinum hair, azure eyes, a well-defined muscular torso, and the lower half resembling that of a horse. The centaur Firenze stood before him. "It has been quite some time, my friend," he called out. "Friend?" Rahal tilted his head in inquiry. The creature appeared to be a mere mass of white, leaving him puzzled. He donned his silver-rimmed spectacles, and his vision instantly cleared. "Firenze!" Rahal exclaimed, joyfully extending his arms. "It has been far too long." Firenze took a slight step back. "I believe it is best to forego the embrace." His expression was neutral, yet his gaze flickered toward the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Rahal understood immediately and reluctantly lowered his arms. "The stars are gradually dimming, Rahal. This phenomenon is of your concern." Firenze gazed skyward, his eyes seemingly penetrating the azure expanse, perceiving the stars beyond. Rahal's eyes flickered. Firenze had begun again. "But you remarked just last time that they were quite bright. 3 years ago there were already signs. Turbulent undercurrents are afoot. You must exercise caution, Rahal." He nodded solemnly and turned to retreat into the depths of the forest. 3 years ago, Rahal stood frozen in place, unable to recall the precise events of that time, save for the vivid memory of the first meeting between Heine and Harry. Was the answer thus glaringly obvious? He dismissed the thought of seeking Hagrid and pondered the path back to the castle. As he passed by Hagrid, who was still by the Whomping Willow, the giant waved at him. "Hagrid! It has been ages." Rahel beamed as he turned to face him. Without hesitation, Hagrid enveloped him in a heartfelt embrace, his joy palpable. Rahel, the memories of graduation are still fresh. In the blink of an eye, you have become a professor. Hagrid released him, his beetle-like eyes glimmering with pride. Indeed. Professor Kettleburn is retiring. Rahel raised the box in his hand. Would you care to witness the hatching of a baby dragon? I imagine you would be quite eager. Though it seems something has ensnared you? He peered past Hagrid, noticing that the Whomping Willow had settled, though its branches bore many scars, as if it had been subjected to an explosion. The grinning faces of the Weasley twins flashed through his mind. Hagrid turned, pondering. I wonder if Professor Sprout would be willing to tend to it. It is quite injured. I really should have found that pair of troublemakers sooner. They rival James and the others in mischief. What could they possibly be doing to it? Surely it cannot be mere amusement? Rahel recalled the hidden passage beneath the tree. Hagrid shrugged. Perhaps. I would appreciate it if you could locate Professor Sprout. She should know how to treat the Whomping Willow. Just as Rahel was about to nod. He hesitated. Hagrid, Professor Sprout is currently teaching in the greenhouse. Should we see the baby dragon first? Oh, that would be splendid. The two hastily abandoned the Whomping Willow and returned to Hagrid's cottage, where Fong excitedly greeted Rahel, practically washing his face with affection. However, before Rahel could even open the box to welcome the newborn dragon, it leapt out, landing with a thud against Hagrid's chest. The little creature stared up, wide-eyed, only to encounter a massive bushy beard. Startled, it let out a burp, uncontrollably spewing a cloud of black smoke. Such a spirited little rascal. Rahel chuckled heartily. Hagrid, trembling with excitement, cradled the hatchling. Look at it, Rahel. Isn't it adorable? So small. The dragonling began to squirm in his grasp, letting out a series of cries, prompting Hagrid to set it on the table. Shall we name it? Rahel positioned himself at the table's edge, intercepting the dragonling's escape attempts. As it tilted its head and changed direction, leading to a merry chase. Me. Hagrid rubbed his hands together shyly, his beard twitching, and Rahel recognized his amusement. Nodding. He looked at Hagrid expectantly. He himself was rather inept at naming things. Surely Hagrid would fare better. What about Lebra? Hagrid cradled his hands over his heart. As a Libra, I believe it should get along splendidly with the others. Rahel nearly applauded. Isn't that far more melodious than Pipsqueak? Lebra glanced from one human to the other, burping again. These two humans are quite peculiar. I cannot comprehend their words. I am hungry. I wish to eat peppers. I want to go home. Chapter 58. The Year of the Youngster's Enrollment. After discerning Lebra's culinary preferences, Hagrid freed a patch of his pumpkin patch to plant peppers. Erecting a greenhouse, the magically enhanced peppers flourished rapidly, and Lebra consumed them even faster. This brought Hagrid both joy and anxiety. When he intended to clear another patch for more peppers, Rahel intervened just in time. Concern breeds confusion. Within my box, we can freely cultivate the planting area and control rainfall, sunlight, and temperature, all while ensuring Lebra's snack freedom. The two entered the box, wands waving in unison. As the land surrounding the habitat of the Peruvian vipertooth was encircled with fencing, and pepper seeds were evenly sown into the soil, sprouting in no time. An unbreakable bond built upon peppers blossomed between the man and the dragon. Rahel maintained a 4-point routine between the office, classroom, hall, and Hagrid's cottage. Yet, something felt amiss. Ah yes, he missed the irate presence of a certain man standing before him. His office, though modest, featured a desk to the left upon entering, with an array of quills, ink, and parchment neatly arranged against the wall. To the left was a small plate. He could not resist the temptation of sweet treats from the house elves while grading papers at his desk. On the right, a fireplace crackled with warmth. Rahel typically traversed between home and school through it, though he seldom utilized it. A large bookcase partitioned the workspace from the resting area, with the door to his bedroom concealed behind a portrait. Upon moving the portrait aside and entering the bedroom, one could find Rahel nestled under the covers in bed. Severus Snape stood at his bedside, narrowing his eyes in scrutiny. I believe Mr. Shafiq would remember that your unfortunate partner is awaiting you for dinner? Rahel wrapped himself tighter in the blanket. But it's so cold, Severus, he pleaded, casting a forlorn gaze at the impassive dark-haired man. Snape surveyed the room, ultimately concluding that Rahel's reluctance to venture outdoors was justified. At the beginning of September, he had transformed his office into a rainforest ambience, not humid, but rather imbued with a refreshing coolness. Now, as December drew to a close, he had removed the previous decor and added several small stoves, rendering the entire space delightfully warm. The chill that accompanied Snape upon his entrance dissipated swiftly. This is not a valid reason for a wizard to remain indoors, Rahel. We possess warming charms. He deftly lifted the heavy blanket enveloping Rahel, calmly casting a warming charm upon him. Rachel reluctantly extricated himself from the warmth of his bed, being urged by Snape to the grand hall on the first floor, where the remaining faculty and students had already gathered. They were likely the last to arrive. This was what a communal dinner entailed. Rachel fixed his gaze upon the back of Snape's head, his eyes imbued with a sense of melancholy. Had he known that it would be a collective meal, he would have chosen to abstain from attending. Surely you must be weary, to treat me with such indifference. Snape guided him to sit beside Professor Flitwick, with Professor McGonagall conveniently positioned to Rachel's right. Professor Flitwick, with his high-pitched voice, beckoned them to take their seats, but momentarily faltered upon noticing their clasped hands, before returning his focus to the meager remnants of meat on his plate. Time slipped away unnoticed. And soon 2 Christmases had passed in the blink of an eye. Young wizards of Draco, Harry, and Hermione's age were on the verge of enrollment, with acceptance letters dispatched simultaneously from the Hogwarts Owlpost in Hogsmeade. Harry received his letter while fiddling with James's old firebolt, a relic of the Comet series, intended for his flying practice. As he accepted the letter carried by the owl, and examined the envelope, Draco, in his room with a tail-wagging dog, and Hermione, seated in the library perusing books, also received their letters from the owl. Just like their parents, the Hogwarts acceptance letter remained unchanged, the emblem in green ink evoking nostalgia. Draco leapt from his room, while Harry descended the stairs, carefully tearing open his envelope, and Hermione remained seated, calmly awaiting Voldemort's arrival. Regardless of the reactions of wizarding families, Muggle families receiving such correspondence would undoubtedly harbor concerns. Most would assume it to be a prank, yet, who would go to the trouble of training an owl to deliver a letter merely for a jest? As the Granger couple sat together in their living room watching television, on this rare day off, their daughter Hermione was also by their side. Upon hearing the tapping at the window, Hermione glanced up to see a flat-faced owl peering in with wide eyes, hesitating to enter, which brought a smile to her face. Though perplexed, the Grangers responded with friendly smiles. The owl delivered the letter and hooted twice. Tentatively, Hermione took the letter, and after reading it aloud with her parents, the 3 unanimously decided to reply to Professor McGonagall, as they had a plethora of questions. The owl, instead of departing immediately, remained at their feet and hooted twice more. But they failed to grasp its meaning. With no food forthcoming, the owl reluctantly took the letter and flew away. Such occurrences transpire annually, an inevitability. In light of this, it was imperative for Hogwarts to dispatch professors for the purpose of orientation. Rachel's task was to visit the Granger household, addressing their inquiries and offering a comprehensive guide to Diagon Alley. Selecting a wizarding robe that closely resembled Muggle attire, Rachel prepared to set out for the Granger residence. He could have easily apparat, yet due to the high Muggle density in that area, a taxi nearby would serve as a more discreet alternative. Simultaneously, Snape was on his way to the home of a family by the name of Finnegan, as their response indicated a greater abundance of questions. Ding dong. The door swung open, revealing a girl with tousled brown hair gazing up at Rachel, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Oh, you are a professor from Hogwarts?" she exclaimed, her expression a mix of surprise and shyness. Although this was not Rachel's first experience guiding a Muggle family, the girl's reaction was unprecedented. Rachel nodded silently, his fingers beginning to fidget. The Granger couple welcomed him warmly, and as they settled in the living room, Rachel got straight to the point. "I believe you must be quite curious about Hogwarts and the wizarding world. I am here to clarify any uncertainties you may have." He nodded at the couple and glanced at the quiet girl, who turned her face away with a deep breath. Chapter 59. All together now. Rachel's brows involuntarily twitched, and his fingers fidgeted again. Wait, weren't there supposed to be questions? He cast a sincere gaze upon the smiling couple. Mr. Granger observed his daughter, who appeared uncharacteristically silent after having spoken incessantly since receiving the letter yesterday. He recalled her inquiries from the previous day and asked, "Could you demonstrate such powers to us?" This was a familiar request. Rachel nodded and retrieved his wand from his robe pocket, pointing it at a glass on the table. To their astonishment, the glass enlarged before their very eyes. "Oh," Rachel mused internally, puzzled. It was clearly transfiguration, yet the effect was akin to a rapid enlargement. Stealing a glance, he noted the skeptical expressions on the Granger couple and the girl, his heart sinking. "Oh, they can't possibly think this is. What is this magic?" The girl questioned, her chin raised defiantly. She was now deeply suspicious, fearing it was a ruse to lure them into some nefarious scheme. Rachel thought, "I knew it." "No, it isn't. I could conjure entire rooms if I wished." Just as he felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, Hermione suddenly fixated on his collar. What is that? It's crawling around your collar. The bowtruckle, upon hearing her exclamation, hid behind Rachel's neck, cautiously peeking out with its little leaves trembling, its black bean-like eyes brimming with fear. Muggles, how terrifying. They won't eat the bowtruckle, will they? The Granger couple leaned back warily at the sight of the creature. Rachel extended his hand to his collar, and the bowtruckle clung to his palm, too frightened to move. Little lazy. Rachel exclaimed in surprise. It should be with Severus. How did it end up with me? What? It's with you? The girl furrowed her brows. Oh yes. Its name is Little Lazy, and it's a bowtruckle. It was supposed to be with my, partner. Don't be afraid, they are quite shy. As Rachel rambled nervously, he grew increasingly anxious. Did they believe him or not? Would they go to Hogwarts? No, logically, all young witches and wizards with normal magical capabilities should attend school, so this girl must go. Thankfully, he only needed to bring this one student. Otherwise he would truly be pressed for time. I want to go, Mom and Dad. The girl bounced in front of the Granger couple. I believe this is real, and I can verify it. The latter part of her statement fell on deaf ears for Rachel, who was overwhelmed with emotion. She had finally decided to attend. As the family conversed, they suddenly felt the atmosphere in the room lighten significantly. Most notably, the young professor before them appeared to have received some wonderful news, his demeanor brightening. I think you'll need to bring some money, as wizarding currency differs from Muggle currency. Noticing their attention directed at him, Rachel finally spoke. We need to visit Gringotts for an exchange. Professor Shafik, I sincerely apologize for not introducing myself sooner. I am the Professor of Care of Magical Creatures at Hogwarts. You may call me Professor Shafik. Rachel thought to himself, I will never take on such a task again. I am Hermione Granger, Professor Shafik. Shall we set off now? Upon realizing Rachel's amiable disposition, Hermione boldly met his gaze. Rahel nodded, gesturing for them to follow. After what felt like an eternity of travel, they arrived at the Broken Cauldron Tavern. Even amidst the back-to-school season, a diverse array of patrons occupied the establishment, sipping their drinks or indulging in inebriation. The proprietor, Tom, busied himself within, occasionally urging the waitstaff to serve more beverages. The Muggle? A malicious glint settled on the Granger family. Was Professor Shafik there to escort the new students? What a foul stench emanates from the Muggles. The animosity in his gaze seemed almost palpable. Suddenly, a hush fell over the tavern. Some patrons displayed expressions of keen anticipation, while others lowered their heads, striving to diminish their presence. If you cannot restrain yourself, Dalahov, you may truly find yourself confined within Azkaban. With a warning glare, Rahel tilted his head towards the family following him, encouraging them to proceed without fear. He could only express his bravado verbally. Should he act against them, he would gain nothing. Otherwise, the truce would be rendered meaningless. Yet this was also the reason Muggle families required a professor's accompaniment, no matter where they were. Muggle discrimination lurked, and professors needed to ensure the safety of students and their families, stabilizing their mental states. Come back to provoke me when you can best me, farewell. Without casting Dalahov another glance, Rahel strode directly toward the wall leading to Diagon Alley. Dalahov's face turned ashen instantaneously. Under his fierce glare, the Granger couple leaned on each other for strength, while Hermione, bewildered by the source of such hostility, chose to walk past them with her back straightened. Rahel drew his wand and nonchalantly tapped the wall a few times. As the surface shifted, the clamor within filled the ears of the Granger family. Diagon Alley gradually materialized before them, a sight that was both mundane for Rahel, yet breathtaking for those visiting for the first time. The Granger couple, initially skeptical, were now awestruck by the scene, momentarily forgetting their fears, their heads swiveling to take in every detail as if wishing for multiple pairs of eyes to capture every angle. Hermione widened her eyes, gripping her mother's arm tightly, matching her pace closely. Soon they arrived at Gringotts, the hub of wizarding currency. Bowing slightly to the goblin at the entrance, Rahel walked straight through the bronze doors of the white building, the goblin returning his gesture. As they passed the second door, Hermione stared at the inscription, "Enter Stranger." This served as a warning to thieves. Anyone attempting to rob Gringotts must be prepared for curses. Hermione turned her head, spotting a boy with dark hair and eyes standing beside her, offering a slight smile. "Actually, I wanted to ask if you had seen." Suddenly, Hayne appeared before them. "Oh, where's your father?" Hayne grinned. "He ditched me. I was just about to ask where you were, and then you showed up." Behind them, Lily, James, and Sirius ascended the pristine white steps, and upon seeing Harry with his friends, Lily suggested they help Harry buy his books, which conveniently included assisting Hayne as well. Thus, Sirius led Harry, Hayne, and a nervous Hermione further inside. Chapter 60, The Heart of Diagon Alley. Within the Marble Hall, Numerous goblins behind the tall stools were weighing treasures, while a few individuals stood in the central space. Rahel and the Granger couple remained together, as a goblin assisted them with their transaction. Across from them stood Lucius and Narcissa, keeping their distance, with Narcissa suppressing her disgust. Draco attempted to approach Rahel, but was restrained. The goblin led them to the underground vaults. And just as Draco's figure vanished behind the door, Sirius entered Gringotts, with Harry, Hermione, and Hermione already engaged in conversation. Sitting on a broom? Yes, because Quidditch is an aerial sport. I absolutely adore Quidditch. Rahel. Is this young lady your responsibility for the new students? Sirius approached Rahel, occasionally glancing at the girl behind him. Rahel nodded, indeed. I brought them to Gringotts to exchange currency. He then inquired, looking at Sirius, did Hermione come alone? At this, Sirius revealed a mischievous grin, not exactly. Voldemort is probably searching for him in the streets right now. Meanwhile, on the main thoroughfare of Diagon Alley stood a solitary figure, immobile in the center of the road, resembling a statue. Passers-by either hurried by with heads bowed or shot him glances filled with animosity, or they skirted around him at a distance. The figure remained unfazed, steadfast in his position. Standing still in such a manner amidst the chaos of the crowd would presumably increase the chances of being located, or so he recalled reading. He pondered this while scanning the throng for his child. A gust of wind swept through, causing his cloak to flutter slightly, the hem at his ankles curling in the breeze before settling back into stillness. Hermione should be able to find him, he mused after a few moments. Hermione had successfully gathered all her supplies alongside Harry. Her wand, unlike her father's, was made of purple wood with dragon heartstring. Declining Harry's invitation to visit his home, Hermione stood at the street corner, observing the figure in the center of the road. From her vantage point, she could see the chiseled profile of her father in the sunlight, his demeanor cold and indifferent, and the habitual gesture of reaching into his inner pocket for his wand when impatient. Hermione had never truly understood her father. As a child, she believed he viewed her merely as a tool to eliminate obstacles in his path, having taken her in due to a prophecy. Thus, throughout her upbringing, she never attempted to draw close to him, believing their relationship did not require such affection. She assumed her father felt the same. However, as the years passed, he exhibited more concern for her. Now he accompanied her to procure school supplies, leaving her feeling somewhat disoriented. Father, have you been waiting here for me the whole time? She approached him, gazing up. The man lowered his head, their eyes meeting. You are such a fool, Hermione. To have gotten lost. I was left with no choice but to wait for you here. I was always on my own. I thought you had grown accustomed to my independence. Besides, you have other means to monitor my movements, do you not? Hermione felt a peculiar awkwardness enveloping her. It was an odd sensation, akin to two previously unfamiliar individuals suddenly engaging in emotional exchanges, as if her father had transformed, intent on becoming a devoted parent. Voldemort's expression remained neutral as he extended his hand toward her. Hermione looked at his outstretched palm with confusion. Was he offering to hold her hand? Yet her arms were already laden with books. Noticing her hesitation, Voldemort effortlessly took the stack of books from her, which had seemed burdensome to her, but were trivial for him. He then grasped Hermione's hand, and together they strolled slowly along the main path. Have you discovered something? Voldemort inquired casually. Surely not. Has he uncovered my secret of stealthily photographing my son? Hermione was perplexed. I have always known. And I assumed you were aware that I knew. Is that not the basis of our relationship? Voldemort was taken aback. What do you know? Isn't the notion that I am destined to be Harry Potter's adversary something you fabricated? Hermione frowned. Was the purpose merely to pit us against each other? She cast a suspicious glance at her father. You cannot have forgotten so quickly, can you? The elder's lips parted, unable to articulate a word. This had indeed been his initial thought, persisting even until Hermione turned 3. Yet as time progressed, his perspective transformed. Why should Hermione, with such a wretched childhood, be forced to rise with the dawn each day to read and practice spells? That was unjust. Moreover, one cannot help but perceive this wretched Potter as exceedingly feeble, hardly deserving of being his rival. Yet he may still serve as a whetstone for Hermione. In any case, with him around, Hermione is bound to achieve remarkable heights. A mere Potter is of no consequence. My only concern is that I do not wish for my son to become a wastrel. After all, Potter is the chosen one, and thus a fitting adversary. Voldemort replied with a rigid expression. Is that the same reason you cast me into the lake when I was 2? Hermione scowled, pondering whether this was yet another facet of his father's plan to transform him into a useless being. Upon returning home via the Floo network from the leaky cauldron, Voldemort discarded Hermione's textbook and strode purposefully towards his study. You should go have lunch. I have matters to attend to. You can manage the rest of your time yourself. Watching his father's steady gait, Heine's mind slowly conjured a phrase. He is feeling guilty. Once back in the study, Voldemort reclined in the armchair behind his desk. After a brief moment, he opened the first drawer on his left, revealing a few sweets. He extracted one, unwrapped it and popped it into his mouth. Flames erupted from his nostrils as he sat there expressionless, arms crossed, staring vacantly at the desk. What could he do to earn the trust of young Heine? Meanwhile, Rachel bid farewell to Sirius and, accompanied by her family, made her way to Madame Malkin's robe shop. Spotting what appeared to be Heine's father standing in the middle of the road, she quietly guided her family to take a detour. Upon entering the robe shop, she immediately recognized a familiar figure. Madame Malkin promptly welcomed the Granger family, while Rachel instinctively moved to stand beside Snape. "Where's that family? Have you finished already?" he inquired, astonished. "So soon?" Snape turned his head, relaxing upon seeing her. "Not yet," he frowned, gesturing to a boy nearby who was taking measurements at a sluggish pace. His parents had volunteered to purchase cauldrons, and their prolonged absence suggested they had encountered some fool who had delayed them. Chapter 61 Oddities. He needed to stabilize this young boy, while simultaneously locating his parents and safely bringing them back. "Could you wait for me here for a moment?" Snape nudged Rachel. His eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. "I'll be right back. We can leave together afterward." Rachel naturally agreed with a smile. The Granger couple and Hermione discreetly observed the two. Could this be Professor Shafik's companion? Not long after Snape departed, he returned with a dark expression, followed by a disheveled man and woman. "Oh dear, I truly apologize, Professor Snape, for troubling you to look for us. Are the people in that alley all vagrants or something? Are they not bound by the law? How could they block the way in broad daylight?" The woman fussed with her attire, her voice incessantly complaining, evidently displeased with having stumbled into such a place, while the man behind her tugged at her sleeve. "Please stop talking. What if Justin hears? Even if he does, it's prudent to be cautious. The security in the wizarding world is quite poor." The woman continued to grumble, though her voice gradually diminished, as she likely did not want her son to worry about them. "Mrs. Finnegan, I believe I advised you to avoid dark alleys and stick to the main roads?" Snape's expression remained impassive, yet Mrs. Finnegan sensed the sarcasm in his tone. She fell silent, for it was indeed her insistence that led them into that alley, and her husband, unable to resist her, had no choice but to follow. What sort of place is Nocturne Alley? A gathering of dark wizards. 2 muggles entering would be like meat buns tossed to a pack of dogs. 2 would not suffice. It is not the boldness that is frightening, but rather the recklessness, and most troubling is the refusal to heed warnings. Mrs. Finnegan clearly displayed a rebellious spirit. Claiming to seek cauldrons, she had gone astray and visited other places, rendering the trip futile. Having learned her lesson, Mrs. Finnegan ultimately followed the 2 professors and the Granger family. The wand shop, the bookstore, the cauldron shop, the pet shop. Finally, just before the lunch hour concluded, Rachel and Snape each returned their respective families home. Exhausted after the meal, Rachel slumped in a small chair by the dining table, resembling a sloth, while Snape sat beside him, perusing his lesson plans. In the corner, the fireplace flickered momentarily, and a head emerged. Rachel, half asleep, propped himself up, while Snape, noticing but not looking up, continued his reading. The head waited for a moment, realizing it had not captured their attention, then fully stepped into view. Is there truly no one willing to offer a cup of tea to a weary traveler? The kind-faced old man stood before the fireplace, smiling at the 2 occupants of the room. Rachel, bleary-eyed, sat up, while Snape lifted his gaze from his lesson plans, and Dumbledore conjured a cup of red tea with a flick of his wand. An empty glass jar in the corner transformed into a chair, and the old headmaster seated himself opposite the 2. "What are your opinions regarding Voldemort's application for the position of defense against the dark arts professor?" "Voldemort is applying to be a teacher?" Rachel awakened somewhat, speculating that it might be for Heine's sake, as he seemed rather invested in his son. Snape nodded in agreement. The old headmaster's expression turned contemplative. This matter was significant, and he deemed it necessary to consult with all faculty members, as there had originally been a suitable candidate. "So you are in favor?" He suddenly turned to face the 2. Rachel, opposition. Snape, Voldemort remains too perilous. A hint of surprise flickered across the old headmaster's face as he nodded. "Very well, we shall discuss this further at the school." Without lingering, he waved his hand and stepped back into the flames. "Severus, since Dumbledore has chosen to consult the faculty, does he not wish to offer him a chance?" Rachel reclined back in his chair, gazing at the ceiling. Snape turned to him. "Unfortunately, most faculty members are reluctant to have a ticking time bomb in the school. If there are better candidates, why not seize the opportunity? His gaze drifted from Rachel's finely sculpted profile down the defined line of his jaw to the alabaster neck, which was devoid of any adornment. Are you tired? Snape softly inquired. Rachel nodded with difficulty. Let us return to bed. In the brief interlude preceding the commencement of the banquet, Quirrell, the newly appointed defense against the dark arts teacher, became acquainted with them. After which they settled in the great hall to await the sorting of the new students. As the young witches and wizards lined up to enter, Rachel, adjusting his glasses, silently nodded. Many of the children were familiar faces. Harry and Hermione walked together, while Hermione glanced at them several times from a distance, ultimately refraining from approaching, with Ron and Neville behind them. Neville clutched a toad tightly, appearing quite anxious. The sorting results aligned closely with Rachel's expectations. Harry, Ron, Neville, and Hermione were all placed in Gryffindor, while Draco was sorted into Slytherin, and Hermione found his place in Ravenclaw. When the sorting hat announced Hermione's result, the new defense against the dark arts teacher inadvertently knocked over a knife and fork nearby. Perhaps yet another unreliable instructor? Sitting next to Quirrell, Rachel sensed a palpable tension emanating from him, particularly as he stood to bow to the students, his anger threatening to burst forth. This new teacher seems rather fiery. Does he not? Rachel nudged Snape's elbow, signaling him to glance at the instructor grappling with the beef. Snape shook his head, indicating they would discuss it later. After the banquet concluded, the new duty roster was distributed, and Rachel was astonished to discover he was the first teacher assigned for night duty, with the patrol system shifting from one teacher per night to two. His partner for the evening happened to be Severus. They exchanged a knowing smile. But from his right side came a series of impatient tongue clicks. Professor Quirrell cast a deeply resentful glare at the duty roster in his hands, as if he intended to bore holes into it with his eyes. Rahel glanced at the document once more, realizing that he and Professor Quirrell had, on occasion, been paired together. Upon noticing this, Snape's expression darkened momentarily, and he pulled Rahel away, turning to depart. Chapter 62. The stealthy Professor Quirrell. Torches flickered along the corridor, their light dancing as moonlight streamed through the open floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a pale glow upon the ground. Two pairs of feet softly traversed the illuminated floor, their delicate footsteps resonating in the empty hall. To the left stood a figure clad in a deep blue wizard's robe, with long, light golden hair cascading down to his waist, adorned with silver-framed spectacles, chains swaying at his cheeks with every step. To the right was another, draped in a flowing black robe, his dark hair and eyes exuding a solemnity that instilled an immediate sense of his formidable presence. Severus, what did you wish to convey to me during the banquet? Rahel inquired in a hushed tone. Snape raised his wand, its tip aglow with a bright light. That Quirrell may not be the genuine Quirrell. He does not even attempt to conceal this fact, Snape replied, his voice equally muted. The real Quirrell would never display such anger during the sorting ceremony, akin to a cherished junior unexpectedly placed in an undesired house. Notably, Quirrell has no juniors entering this year. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed around the corner, prompting the two to instinctively extinguish their wands and press against the wall, using the suits of armor in the corridor as cover for covert observation. Why are they instinctively hiding? Rahel pouted at the person squeezed beside him, unable to discern Snape's expression in the dim light, yet noticing the slight curl of his lips. It was reminiscent of their student days, stealthily avoiding patrolling teachers and Filch. The footsteps drew nearer, yet no figures emerged. Judging by the barely visible toes, there were two individuals out for a nocturnal escapade, one of whom was undoubtedly Harry. Cloaked in the family's invisibility cloak, it seemed James took delight in stirring up trouble. Only when the pair vanished around the far corner did they both allow themselves to relax slightly. Those pesky Potters, Snape clicked his tongue, an air of confirmation in his tone. Just as they were about to emerge, another flurry of hurried footsteps resounded from the corner, forcing them to retreat once more behind the armor. It was Quirrell. His face bore little expression, but his eyes scanned the nearly unobstructed corridor repeatedly. Clearly, he was in pursuit of the two mischief-makers who had just dashed past, though the slippery duo had already vanished. Quirrell approached the spot where Rahel and Snape concealed themselves, neither turning nor acknowledging them, instead walking straight past the suit of armor, and halting before an abandoned girls' lavatory at the corner. He lingered there for a considerable time, his expression complex, before finally casting a long glance at the sign indicating it was out of order, and turning to leave. Inside, Harry and Hermione exhaled in relief, finally able to take stock of their surroundings. The lavatory was dark and dreary, seemingly long abandoned. The mirror was marred with stains and cracks. The stone sink surface was peeling, and the floor was damp, producing squelching sounds with each step. Were a haunted house in the Muggle world to be styled after this setup, it could undoubtedly rake in a fortune. Harry boldly approached a partition door. Its paint flaking and scratched, resembling a murder scene. How rude. Though I did die mysteriously, it still hurts to be spoken of in such a manner. The weeping Myrtle suddenly emerged from the toilet tank, her head popping out. Hermione grasped Harry's sleeve tightly, her knuckles whitening. Who are you? She looked at her friend in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Harry remained composed in the face of such a terrifying apparition. People call me Weeping Myrtle, Myrtle said, her eyes shining upon seeing his face. I once knew a charming senior, always polite to everyone. Her expression shifted abruptly to sorrow, devoid of joy. I apologize. People do not like me. Peeves torments me, she lamented, before soaring into the air and plunging back into the toilet, splashing water everywhere. Harry yanked Hermione back just in time to avoid the deluge. Oh, Harry blinked. How tragic. Hermione surveyed the decrepit lavatory, growing increasingly uneasy. Should any more sounds arise? She truly might. I think it would be wise for you to mourn the loss of your house points instead. A sudden cold, deep voice interrupted from behind them. Hermione trembled once more, clutching Harry's arm tightly, pondering if that voice seemed familiar. Harry turned to the newcomer. A sweet smile adorning his face. Uncle Rahel, Uncle Severus. Rahel stepped forward from behind Snape. Gryffindor loses 5 points. Ravenclaw loses 5 points. I won't be too harsh on you this time, but don't expect such leniency from the other professors. The expressions of Hermione and Harry fell instantly. Understood, Professor? Snape shook his head. It is still far too lenient. These two little rascals display audacity, daring to roam the halls on the very first night of school. Should they encounter Filch, they would face considerable consequences. Did you encounter Professor Quirrell on your way? Snape inquired, observing the two with their heads bowed, revealing only the crowns of their heads. Hermione raised her head. We entered here to avoid him. He seemed rather frightening. At that moment, Quirrell had been staring straight ahead, almost as if he could sense their whereabouts, prompting them to make a hasty escape, ultimately failing in their nocturnal excursion. Snape remained non-committal. In any case, steer clear of him, understood? The two young wizards nodded blankly, glancing between the two professors, uncertain about their next course of action. Rahel wore an expression of exasperation. What are you doing standing there? Do you intend to spend the night here? Upon hearing this, Harry quickly pulled Hermione into the invisibility cloak, and they hurried back to their respective dormitories, just as Rahel and Snape distinctly heard their expressions of gratitude. If Quirrell were to learn of Hermione's assessment of him, would he be so hurt as to lose his appetite? Snape shrugged. Perhaps he would be enraged enough to revert to his true form. The two slipped silently out of the abandoned girls' lavatory, intending to ascend the staircase, when Professor Quirrell descended from above. He moved with great deliberation, surveying them from a height. Ah, Professor Shafik, Professor Snape. I have been experiencing insomnia and came downstairs for a stroll. I trust you have no objections? This posture inexplicably reminded Rahel of the figure he had seen in the middle of Diagon Alley that day, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Of course. Be my guest. The two stepped aside. Quirrell passed by them, hands clasped behind his back. Yet just as he reached the staircase's turn, he stumbled slightly, leaning against the banister until the staircase halted. After a moment, he stiffly straightened himself and continued his descent. Had he turned at that moment, he would have seen Rahel shaking with laughter against Snape's shoulder, who too struggled to suppress a smile. Such a posture could only belong to the Dark Lord, who had grown foolish upon acquiring a child. Chapter 63 Rumors. Since the new term commenced, grievances among the students have proliferated, particularly regarding Professor Quirrell's propensity to deduct points at the slightest provocation. Gradually, they became aware of the pattern. Whenever they spoke ill of Hermione behind her back, Quirrell would inevitably deduct points the following day. As for the nature of the relationship between Quirrell and Hermione, that remained a mystery. Several attempts to extract information from Hermione had proven fruitless. Professor Shafik, please grant us more points. Our house points are nearly depleted due to Professor Quirrell. The deductions of points seem exceedingly unjust. They could have easily been avoided. Professor, we assure you that our performance will improve in the future, and we shall not let your additional points go to waste. Please grant us a few, as Professor Slytherin has achieved a 4th consecutive championship. Professor Rachel is known for his amicable disposition among all the professors, which allows bolder students to occasionally jest with him and make reasonable requests. Rachel often responds with a smile, having rarely denied the students' appeals. On this particular occasion, as the Care of Magical Creatures class was nearing its conclusion, the students settled in a circle at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, akin to a bonfire gathering. Rachel was in the process of stowing away a soft-shell shrimp into his suitcase when the third-year students plotted to earn points for their house at his expense. "Oh. Why did Professor Quirrell deduct points from you?" Rachel inquired with a spark of curiosity, wondering if it had anything to do with his beloved son. Among the loudest voices, someone exclaimed, for some peculiar reasons, such as sucking on quills during class, resting on desks while listening, and frolicking in the corridors, hindering his passage. Once Rachel finished packing his suitcase, he sat cross-legged, propping his head up, calmly observing the clamorous students. "I doubt Professor Quirrell deducted points for such trivial matters," he remarked. "I have overheard your discussions about Heine more than once. Reflect on whether you have uttered anything unkind." The crowd fell silent for a moment. They were merely born with a streak of bad luck, unfortunate, and perhaps it was not their fault, for he is the child of Voldemort. Yet, despite the emergence of this child, they had indeed enjoyed 20 years of peace. What would happen 20 years hence? "My uncle's family was murdered by Death Eaters simply because he refused to relinquish his Muggle-born wife. Our family suffered the same fate. He should have anticipated the challenges his child would face upon sending him to Hogwarts. Was one Dark Lord not sufficient? Must there be another? Yet Heine is quite amiable." A different voice emerged from the crowd. "He is not like the Dark Lord." The conversation had successfully veered from Professor Quirrell to Heine. Rachel raised his hand to quell the chatter, pressing down again until the buzzing subsided. "I suggest you attempt to interact with Heine. Experience firsthand what kind of individual he is, and whether he may become another Dark Lord." He cleared his throat before continuing. "A father's mistakes should not be visited upon his child. People cannot choose their lineage, yet he can choose the person he wishes to become. As for Professor Quirrell..." Rachel paused momentarily, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. The protective father had nearly revealed his true nature multiple times, due to the students' cold treatment of Heine. Deducting points was likely his mildest method of intervention. He glanced around, ensuring no one was listening, and whispered to the students, "Simply keep your distance from him. It is prudent to maintain a safe distance from a potential Dark Lord, particularly one with a volatile temperament." "All right, class dismissed," Rachel announced, rising first to head toward the castle, leaving the students speechless in his wake. Are we students, or is he the student? Unbeknownst to Heine, who was at the center of the storm, he felt a sense of bliss. Draco, though appearing somewhat aloof, always saved a portion of the treats sent by his mother for himself. Harry had little in the way of food but plenty of fun, concocting various peculiar items to share with him. The Slytherins were remarkably kind, always inquiring if he needed assistance. The only downside was Professor Quirrell's excessive attention on him, which significantly complicated his nighttime escapades. Had it not been for Fred and George's assistance, he and Harry, along with Draco, would have been caught countless times by now. Seeing their struggle, Fred and George reluctantly relinquished their prized Marauder-S map for their nocturnal adventures, a decision that tugged at their hearts. Yet they no longer required it. Reflecting on the twins' words, the three exchanged glances. Harry produced the parchment, pointing his wand at the cover in the same manner as the twins, and solemnly declared, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." The ink gradually revealed itself, forming the words, "Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs offer their assistance to the Marauders." The map unfolded, layers upon layers revealing intricate details, not only of the castle's interior, but also of the Forbidden Forest and the secret passage to Hogsmeade. "Wow!" Heine exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. "This is so cool. Let us find another spot," Draco suggested, a hint of worry in his voice. "The place Godfather mentioned is safer." "The Room of Requirement? You know about that?" Heine replied, recalling that Uncle Rachel had mentioned it as well. By this time, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening, and ideally, students below the 5th year should not be wandering about. However, for young wizards like Harry, Heine, and Draco, this was the perfect time for a nocturnal adventure. Harry unceremoniously plopped down on the ground, disregarding the dust. Heine hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed suit, while Draco carefully retrieved a pristine handkerchief from his robe pocket to sit upon it. The three young heads huddled together, gazing at the parchment resting on Heine's lap. The sound of Filch's footsteps echoed leisurely down the corridor, with Mrs. Norris not far behind. "Fred and George in the Forbidden Forest?" Harry gasped. "Is Uncle Rachel there too? It seems they have been caught." Heine shrugged. Draco chuckled softly. "Uncle Severus is likely pacing in the Godfather's office. Poor Severus. That's not important. Who is Tom Riddle?" Harry suddenly pointed to a corner on the 3rd floor, where he was wandering about, clearly not a student. Heine's eyes flickered. The name sounded familiar. It was the name his father once bore. Chapter 64. The door knocks. Yet his father despised that name. much like he loathed the half-muggle blood coursing through his veins. It was not difficult to imagine that Professor Quirrell was merely a fade for his father, making it unsurprising that his letters home had vanished without a trace. Perhaps his father had not anticipated him sending letters home? Contemplating this, he chose not to share this matter with his friends. Is that all? Harry exclaimed, eyes wide with anticipation. Draco pouted. I knew you wouldn't remember. I'm used to it. Heine scratched his stylish face. It's not that important. By the way, what time is it? The three of them looked up at the clock on the wall. 10:15 p.m. Harry jumped up. We can still find another secret passage. Draco and Heine grabbed him. Isn't returning to the dormitory preferable? We need to sleep. Staying up too late will hinder our growth. Harry. While the three returned to their dormitory, Rachel had locked the twins in for the evening, instructing them to come to his office at 7 on Monday night to assist with grading assignments. Naturally, the twins readily agreed, as they had long coveted Rachel's suitcase, and where there was no opportunity, they would create one. Upon returning to his office, Rachel was abruptly shoved against the wall. Just as he was about to draw his wand in defense, a deep voice, tinged with resignation, resonated before him. Ah, Mr. Sloth. The allure of Hogwarts nights seems to captivate you, compelling you to wander every evening. The door slammed shut behind them, realizing who had him pinned. Rachel's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Severus? Release me. The lights are not yet on. His subsequent words were drowned out in the fervor of their lips meeting. After a brief kiss, before Severus could make any further move, Rachel hastily drew his wand, illuminating the room with a warm glow. The warm yellow light illuminated Rahel's face, adding a vibrant hue to his flushed cheeks, and allowing him to discern the resentment reflected in Snape's eyes. How about we go together next time? Rahel blurted out in a moment of inspiration, only to see his words dissipate under Snape's increasingly resentful gaze. Snape crossed his arms, blocking his path with an air that suggested he would not let him leave without an explanation. To Rahel's right was the side of the fireplace, and to his left was the wall, the clever positioning rendering escape impossible, compelling him to shyly avert his partner's penetrating gaze. Would you like to accompany me to Hogsmeade this weekend, Severus? Rahel endeavored to respond earnestly. How about we enjoy a drink at the Three Broomsticks? Rahel added. The adorable little wolf cub, your uncle will visit you again on Tuesday. Snape shook his head. Not sufficient. What else? Rahel was at a loss for how to make amends. His eyes filled with hopeful anticipation as he looked towards the only person in the room who might hold the answer. Stay at my place. A glint of triumphant amusement flickered in Snape's dark eyes. Then you can go anywhere you wish. The basement? Rahel pouted and leaned back. No. Snape narrowed his eyes. It's too cold, Severus. Why not stay at my place? You said it. Having achieved his objective, Snape turned and entered the inner bedroom, leaving Rahel stunned in place. Had he already calculated this? The following morning, Rahel was dragged out of bed by his energetic partner. After washing up and getting dressed, Rahel still appeared drowsy. I'm so tired, he protested, clinging to the chair at his desk, unwilling to let go. Just let me sleep a little longer. If anger could be materialized at that moment, little tic-tac-toe marks would surely have appeared on Snape's forehead. This is a punishment, the man standing beside him stated emphatically. For your repeated negligence towards me. Rahel replied, isn't this punishment a bit too harsh? Hello, Rahel. Is that you, Severus? A head suddenly emerged from the fireplace, interrupting the two's tug-of-war. Rahel, now somewhat awake, and Snape, who took a few steps back in disdain, both turned to face the fireplace. Good morning, Sirius, Rahel replied, his eyelashes still adorned with remnants of sleep. You're up early just like Severus. Well, I have to work during the week, so I'm used to waking up at this hour, Sirius cheerfully announced. Since it's the weekend, do you have time to gather in Hogsmeade? We'll be at the Three Broomsticks. Snape raised an eyebrow. You and how many others? Was their intimate world about to crumble? I was just about to mention. Haley has returned. Sirius exclaimed, grinning widely. You two should hurry, the Three Broomsticks, don't miss it. Haley has returned. Rahel struggled to rise from the back of the chair. We must go. In his mind he thought, I'm awake. Yet his body protested, I can't get up. Supporting the swaying figure, Snape calmly opened the office door. Let us go. Our date will have to be postponed until tomorrow. Severus. Can we sleep in a bit later tomorrow? Rahel asked. No, this is a punishment. A gust of wind sent a shiver through Rahel as he instinctively leaned closer to the black-clad figure beside him. Upon entering the Three Broomsticks, Madame Rosmerta quickly signaled the staff to bring them water menus upon spotting the two. They chose a table where the crowd was densest, ordering only a couple of mugs of the signature butterbeer. It's quite nice here, Rahel remarked, though the atmosphere is a bit eccentric and quiet. That's also on me. Severus. Haley exclaimed with glee. You both have arrived just as I was discussing little Tom. With Lily, James, Remus, Sirius, and Peter all present, the small round table became rather crowded, prompting Remus to seek the proprietor's approval to extend it slightly. He has grown? Rahel received the drink from the server and handed Snape a cup, taking a large sip himself. The familiar taste. He has been studying at Beauxbatons for 2 years. Lily smiled. Haley mentioned he might be even more introverted than you. Oh. Rahel raised his gaze from his cup. Does he enjoy sleeping? The kind where one could sleep until the end of time? Snape regarded him with a curious look, seemingly surprised by Rahel's self-assessment. James and Sirius burst into laughter, while Remus shook his head in resignation, and Peter discreetly cast a glance at Rahel, blinking twice. The two ladies exchanged knowing smiles, with Haley explaining no. I simply feel he has adopted a more laid-back attitude. Sirius raised his hand with a question. What does a laid-back attitude mean? It means to let go of everything. To desire nothing, to remain indifferent to joy and sorrow. The mere thought of her son made Haley feel a decade older. Imagining a turtle accompanying her daily exercises of Qigong, and the 5 animal frolics. Remus hesitated before raising his hand. What are the 5 animal frolics? A new term emerged. Chapter 65, another. Haley paused for a moment. It is a form of wellness practice from the East. I swear I only did it for health reasons. Who would have thought little Tom would follow me since he learned to walk? Practicing for many years until it became a habit. As she spoke, her voice became increasingly dry. He is more of an old soul than I am. When I reminded him he needed to prepare for school the next day, he said, Don't you worry, Mom. They want to grow legs and run away. Is that the crux of the matter? Rahel could no longer contain himself and laughed, as Snape's lips curved slightly. James and Sirius were already in silent fits of laughter, while the others struggled to suppress their mirth. Haley forced a smile. What else could I say? I could only tell him to remember everything, but the next day he nearly overslept, reassuring me that being late was no issue since the teachers had grown accustomed to it. At this, the neighboring table couldn't help but laugh, and curious patrons from other tables joined in, transforming the tavern into a sea of merriment. Ah, he truly is a wise little sage, Haley concluded. While others reveled in laughter, Snape lowered his head in contemplation. Before long, he lifted his gaze. Haley, are you aware of the Dark Lord's son? He leaned forward, lowering his voice to ensure only those at their table could hear. Surprised, Haley nodded and replied softly, I sent him. I thought you all knew. The laughter ceased, and everyone leaned in closer. We assumed that was little Tom. Indeed, I found it strange that after all the effort, the son would simply be given away. Haley chuckled in disbelief. Of course, another one was created. A flicker of light shone in Snape's dark eyes. What is this new thing? A ring. I felt a powerful aura of dark magic while passing by an old manor. After unraveling it, I acquired an ancient ring set with a black gemstone. Currently, that ring is safely around little Tom's neck. At this, James grew displeased, elongating his question. Severus, it seems you and Haley are hiding something from us? Confess. Sirius tightened his fists. Don't make me beg. Remus and Peter averted their heads, unable to bear the tension. Snape forced a smile, ready to mock. But Haley clinked her glass. Keep it down. The fewer people who know about this, the better. This was a secret of great significance concerning Voldemort, and their concealment was for their own safety. As for why Snape was privy to this information, well, it was simply because he understood dark magic better than she did. Haley's inner self shrugged with a hint of resignation. Fortunately, Snape's mental shielding had become remarkably adept. Even if Voldemort stood before him, piercing his gaze to extract thoughts, he would not reveal a flaw. It appeared that this indeed was a matter of great importance. James and Sirius ceased their previous entanglements and shifted to a different topic of conversation, which gradually veered towards the subject of matrimony. Haley, having already borne children, and with her parents long deceased, found the decision to marry entirely contingent upon her own and her children's desires. James, embracing Lily with a broad grin, reveled in the fact that he was among the first of his friends to embark on the journey of marriage, thus steering the discussion with ease. The circumstances of Rachel and Snape were well known to the group. While Lupin had long resigned himself to a solitary existence due to his furry little predicament, leaving the spotlight of pressure on Sirius and Peter. What are you staring at me for? Sirius exclaimed, his dog-like eyes wide with vigilance. I'm not ready to be buried just yet. The mere thought of such a fate sent shivers down his spine. At that opportune moment, Peter's voice broke the tension. I would like to invite you all to my wedding. 7 pairs of eyes turned towards him simultaneously, causing Peter to shrink back slightly. Is there a problem? Peter. You are truly full of surprises, Haley remarked, scratching her cheek. Given that the narrative had already shattered into disarray, Peter's nuptials seemed quite reasonable. I had no idea, Rachel exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Sirius slapped his thigh, recalling that he had indeed suspected something. Lupin covered his mouth. Peter, what do you wish to say? Peter appeared somewhat bashful. It's a match my mother introduced me to, and after spending some time together, I felt it was quite suitable. Oh, by the way, do you have time next month on the first weekend? We're planning to hold the wedding at our new home. Absolutely. A brother's wedding is a must attend, Sirius exclaimed, breaking free from Lupin's grasp. I'll be the best man. I have experience. James scoffed. You nearly upended my wedding last time. Remus and Severus are far more dependable. Sirius chuckled foolishly. Then I won't be going back. I'll stay here for a while, Haley said, leaning back in her chair with delight. I've heard that the wizarding world here has been quite peaceful for some time. It feels like a nostalgic return. Lily pondered her available time, concluding that, barring any unforeseen circumstances requiring her journalistic endeavors, she would indeed have ample time. James and I will arrive early, she said with a smile. As for the two professors, there was no need to mention. Their weekends were perpetually free. Lupin could also make time, as his furry little issue conveniently aligned, and he expressed his willingness to assist in advance. They engaged in light banter for a while longer until the taverness patrons gradually departed, prompting their farewells. Rachel had already succumbed to slumber on the table, and with no other recourse, Snape had to carry him back to the office under the guise of a disillusionment charm. Perched on the edge of the bed, Snape gazed at the unconscious beauty on the bed, who was unconsciously smacking his lips. Perhaps he shouldn't have stayed up so late the previous night? Little wolf cub, hee. The beauty on the bed, lost in dreams, reached out and grasped the hem of the dark-clad man's robe, kneading it. Straining to hear more clearly, Snape leaned down, only to be unexpectedly kissed on the face as he drew near. Little wolf cub, would you like to go home with your uncle? Snape. It seems one night is hardly sufficient. Chapter 66. The twins' detention labor. After being turned over multiple times like a pancake, Rachel finally found himself devoid of time to venture into the forbidden forest in search of the adorable little wolf cubs, as his partner was practically demonstrating that such thoughts were futile. When the twins knocked on the office door, Rachel was leaning against the wall, sighing. It was only upon hearing the knock that he snapped to attention, quickly calling out, "Come in, Uncle Rachel. We are here for detention labor." The two red-haired heads appeared simultaneously behind the open door, and Rachel, disregarding their misaddressing, gestured for them to take a seat at the desk, where two chairs had already been placed. "Oh dear Uncle Rachel, this is not like you," Fred said, producing a vividly wrapped candy. "Would you like a sweet?" George chimed in, "You seem a bit under the weather." Rachel's gaze shifted to the candy in Fred's hand. "If it weren't for that candy, I might have genuinely believed you were concerned about me." "Oh dear, plan failed." The two brothers exchanged sly glances. Rachel didn't give them the chance to act up, noting the pile of corrected Hufflepuff papers on the left side of the desk. "You can use these as reference. On the right are Gryffindor papers that are only half graded. The rest are yours. It would be splendid if you could also manage the Ravenclaw ones." Fred covertly signaled to his brother. "Do you see the box?" George subtly shook his head. The box had already been hidden away. "The two of you should just sit down and behave." Rachel raised an eyebrow. Surely these two troublemakers weren't trying to get caught on purpose? Fred clutched his chest earnestly. "Oh my, this is truly a distressing matter." George shrugged, taking a seat on one of the chairs first, and Fred, realizing the box was out of reach, followed suit. They divided their tasks, one reviewing the already graded papers, and the other reading the ungraded ones. As they immersed themselves in their detention labor, Rachel let out a slow sigh of relief, reflecting on the critical timing of capturing students for detention. To be honest, he was feeling quite sore and achy, making it difficult to maintain a prolonged sitting posture. The twins' arrival had indeed been a great help. "Wow, look at this fellow, George. What a profound insight. If you discover the giant-headed monster is about to attack you, what should you do?" Fred marveled at the answer sheet in his hand. "What did it say?" George leaned over to look. "Kick it? Excellent. That is precisely what you should do." "Well said, brother." Fred marked a large E on the parchment. "But I still prefer to give it a Tarantaligra. What year is this from?" George raised the paper in his hand. "A Kappa? Oh, we haven't covered that yet." Percy mentioned it briefly. Fred squinted at the handwriting on the parchment, lucking out as Percy's paper happened to be in his possession. "I think we could offer our dear head boy a critique. I appreciate you. Your ideas are simply splendid, but I hope you can present a different thought next time." The brothers chuckled heartily. Not aloud, Rachel's voice rang out from behind them at the perfect moment. You can only grade. Percy's grades had always been commendable. Though he had been somewhat neglectful lately, the twins turned back, their expressions mischievous. Perhaps you would be willing to offer some suggestions? To guide us? An A after all. It's OWL's year. They are far from meeting the requirements. After a moment of contemplation, Rachel responded, having appeared to be dozing while leaning against the bookshelf. Yet he had been attentively listening to every move of the two little rascals. He was well aware of how many times they had turned back. These two little devils were even contemplating another trip to the Forbidden Forest. Just grade the third-year papers. He ruffled both their heads, relishing the fluffy sensation beneath his hand. Rachel couldn't help but smile mischievously. The twins instinctively covered their heads. Dear uncle, we want to grow taller. Only he could unabashedly ruffle their hair without hindrance. No prank could deter his steps. The twins still recalled their first encounter with this handsome uncle, with his golden hair and gray eyes, a visage that, in their eyes, was no different from the garden gnomes. What truly surprised them was his amiable nature. At that time, they weren't yet in school. Their days were filled with basic reading, listening, writing, and general knowledge, followed by games and pranks. When Rachel first visited their humble abode, the brothers had flung a gnome at him, albeit unintentionally, which had incited quite the fury from Mrs. Weasley, leading her to repeatedly apologize to Rachel. He had waved her off, showing no offense, and simply picked up the dazed gnome, stating that the Weasleys were all very kind. Even if such kindness seemed unnecessary to some, the garden goblins take delight in residing within subterranean burrows, where they feast upon the roots of plants, inevitably leading to grievous losses among the flora. Some wizards opt to employ their natural adversary, the earth-digging ferret, to safeguard the plant's survival. Others, deeming such methods somewhat cruel, prefer to ensnare the mischievous goblins, render them dazed, and expel them beyond the garden's confines, thereby driving them away. However, it is not long before the goblins stealthily return, only to be cast out once more, in a ceaseless cycle. The goblins of the Weasley household are notably plump and robust, clearly having indulged in the garden's bounty, suggesting they have settled here on numerous occasions. Mrs. Weasley, flattered by the compliments, soon finds her initial embarrassment dissipated, thanks to his striking appearance. The twins, feeling a twinge of guilt for their earlier misstep, hasten to apologize, only to be unexpectedly met with Rahel's request to join them in capturing the goblins. As they grew familiar, they ventured into mischief together. Yet Rahel accepted all their antics with grace. From that moment, they realized the type of person they found most challenging. It was not the ones who exhibited anger, but those like Rahel, whose calm demeanor felt akin to striking a fist against cotton, truly exasperating. Wow, are you two still here? Have you become addicted to grading? Rahel inquired, observing the twins with curiosity, sensing something amiss, as this behavior was uncharacteristic of them. The twins exchanged mischievous smiles and bid him farewell before quickly slipping out the door. Aren't you supposed to be heading to the Forbidden Forest? No night excursions today? Fred's voice echoed from a distance. The twins' avoidance of nighttime escapades was akin to Percy violating school rules, leading Rahel to sigh, contemplating that perhaps they had indeed matured. He picked up the parchment on the table and perused through it. Most of the evaluations were well-reasoned and closely aligned with his grading criteria, perhaps even a tad stricter. It was surprising how seriously the usually jovial pair took their work. If only there were fewer peculiar comments. Perhaps in the future, he could venture out more often to recruit some sturdy help? Of course, that would have to wait a while. Who knew how long it would take to bake that pie? Reflecting on his aching back, Rahel sighed once more, pondering why a professor of a compulsory subject could maintain such sprightly energy. Chapter 67. Refusal of Entry. Ever since the twins were confined, the young wizards had become far more cautious in their nightly escapades. The most evident change was that Hein had resolutely refused to venture out at night, rarely appearing outside the common room except for classes. This predicament plagued Professor Quirrell, who missed his son dearly. On Halloween night, he found himself standing outside the Ravenclaw common room in the dead of night, attempting to forcefully breach the worn wooden door before him, only to be confronted by the bronze knocker's query. Please, discuss your understanding of death. Was this a question designed to elicit an easy answer? No. It was a question that could cost him dearly. Yet Professor Quirrell evidently did not share this sentiment, confidently proclaiming that death could be conquered, and asserting himself as the master of immortality. The knocker, however, fell silent in response. A certain father concluded that it must be malfunctioning. Surely, such a perfect answer should grant him entry. If not, then what could it be but broken? This simply would not do. How would Hein emerge if it were indeed broken? He attempted unlocking spells, shattering charms, and soul-stealing incantations, yet the decrepit door stood resolutely, as if mocking him in silence. In desperation, the newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor retreated to his office with a heavy heart. The following day, he was summoned to the headmaster's office for a chat over tea. Death can be conquered. I am the master of immortality, Tom. I had thought you might at least attempt to disguise your identity. The commotion from the previous night had triggered the castle's protective enchantments, prompting Headmaster Dumbledore to swiftly gather information through the ghosts and portraits within the school. Upon learning of Professor Quirrell's actions, a sense of helplessness welled up within him. 11 years prior, on the flatland near the Potter residence, he had repelled Voldemort's initial assault, and later felt a sense of relief when Voldemort signed a truce to protect the child. Could it be that Tom had finally found a way to appreciate familial bonds? It now appeared he had taken it too far. He had assumed Quirrell's identity to teach at Hogwarts, solely so his son could live and learn under his watchful eye. While his instruction in defense against the dark arts was indeed commendable, far superior to that of his predecessor, this did not justify his masquerade as Quirrell. The portraits on the walls began to murmur amongst themselves, and Fawkes emitted a soft cry beside the old headmaster, burying his head once more within his wings. Quirrell, seated across from him, wore an expression devoid of emotion, exuding an air of insouciance. That was Quirrell's doing. What does it have to do with me, Voldemort? Tom's bright blue eyes behind the lenses glimmered with a hint of inquisitiveness. Dumbledore was slightly taken aback. If he was not mistaken, the individual before him was exhibiting a rather brazen demeanor. Regardless, I hope that your intention in coming to Hogwarts is not to introduce that pureblood ideology into the school. The disguised Voldemort cast a disdainful glance at him. Is the old bee's head stuck in syrup? These matters will naturally be entrusted to Hein in due course. I trust my son will not disappoint me. You may keep your watchful eye on my every move. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. With that, he stood abruptly, the legs of his chair screeching against the floor, and without regard for Dumbledore's reaction, Voldemort strode out of the headmaster's office. Inside, the old headmaster gazed at his retreating figure, murmuring to himself, Fawkes, do you think Tom's transformation is a blessing or a curse? The phoenix lifted its head from its feathers, giving a gentle trill, as if in response to his inquiry. On his way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, Quirrell collided with Hein, who was surrounded by admirers as if he were a star basking in their adoration. Indeed, he was the star. According to Professor Fanfic, the others had endeavored to engage with Hein, discovering the endearing qualities concealed beneath his exterior. What an exquisite little darling. Not only does he possess striking looks, but he blushes when teased, has a delightful temperament, speaks with such politeness, and shows no signs of blood prejudice. I just want to scoop him up and cuddle him. Quirrell regretted not slapping himself in the face for having cursed Hein in secret. What connection did Voldemort and the Death Eaters have with Hein? How foolish that seemed now. Yet, this scene did not appear as delightful to Professor Quirrell. He could only see a horde of shameless individuals encircling his son, akin to a pack of wolves surrounding a defenseless lamb. Hein, oblivious to the surrounding chatter, was wholly focused on evading the piercing gaze of his father. Perhaps aware of the true identity beneath the guise of the new teacher, Hein felt a sense of discomfort facing his father, who bore a different appearance. When the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor parted the crowd to approach him, Hein instinctively took a step back. Hein, Gunter, come to my office. The satisfaction swelling within Voldemort as he towered over his son was peculiar. Hein was gazing up at him, and he found it amusing. Professor, may I ask what transgression Hein has committed? A brave girl inquired. Despite their frequent grumblings about Quirrell's unreasonable system of deducting points, they still felt a sense of trepidation in his presence. The oppressive aura emanating from this new teacher was even heavier than that of Professor Snape. As his previously warm gaze fell upon the girl, it turned icy. What is it, miss? Are you hoping for him to err? The girl felt as though she had been doused in icy water, frozen in place and trembling uncontrollably. She vigorously shook her head, unable to utter a word. The others fell silent, too afraid to speak. Hein offered them a reassuring glance and followed Professor Quirrell to the office. Professor, could you possibly slow down? As I trailed behind the formidable figure of Chilo, I found myself struggling to keep pace with his long, swift strides. In a short while he was panting heavily. Chilo halted abruptly, causing me to collide with his back, my forehead striking against him and sending him staggering forward. Oh, my apologies, Professor, I muttered, shrugging nonchalantly. It was hardly my fault. My father's pace was utterly unpredictable. Thus, once more, I was unceremoniously dragged by the collar to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, attracting the curious gazes of many along the way. Upon being released, I surveyed the office which, like all others, was furnished with a set of desks and chairs, a wall lined with bookshelves, and a door leading to an inner chamber. Each teacher's preferences were distinct, resulting in varied decorations across the offices. However, this particular defense against the dark arts instructor stood apart, as the interior was dominated by hues of blue. The heavy curtains, wall paint, and even the bedding were all shades of blue, reminiscent of my own bedroom. On the desk lay an entire collection of photo albums, accompanied by a glass jar filled with sweets, my earliest and most familiar indulgence, the pepper imps. "Father, are you still indulging in pepper imps?" I questioned, gazing at the jar with dismay. I simply could not fathom how my father could consume the same sweets for so many years without growing tired of them. At my words, Voldemort paused momentarily. Chapter 68. The Awakening. He blinked. "I am not your father. I sent a letter home, but have yet to receive a reply." I pouted. "Father, your inconsistencies are far too evident. The moment one steps into this office, everything becomes clear. While outsiders might not recognize the significance of the items within this office, I could instantly discern its resemblance to our home. My father, though he never voiced it, had a penchant for blue, as evidenced by the abundance of blue items he had procured for me, including that jar of sweets. One's behavior and expressions could perhaps be explained by a sudden change in temperament, yet alterations in lifestyle habits could not be so swiftly achieved. "You sent a letter home? What did you say?" Voldemort's irritation was palpable as he clamped his mouth shut, realizing he had revealed too much. I bounded over to him, my eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Father, what brings you here? Could it be for me? To teach, of course. Old B wouldn't let me come, so I took it upon myself." With the truth becoming unavoidable, my father had no choice but to reveal his hand. "You didn't think I came here for you, did you?" He raised an eyebrow at my foolish expression. "Do not disclose my presence here if you wish to avoid causing a panic. Moreover, as a descendant of Slytherin, how dare you enter Ravenclaw? And what is your connection with that Potter brat? What allure does that Rahal Shafik hold for you?" He rambled on, clearly disheartened. I silently dragged the hefty photo album from the desk, and in an instant Voldemort, who had been lecturing, grew flustered. He hurried forward to snatch the album from my hands, but miscalculated its weight, causing it to slip from his grasp and crash to the floor with a resounding thud. The loud noise startled me, and my gaze fell upon the open album. Despite being aware that my father likely monitored my every move, I was nonetheless astonished to find it filled with my photographs. There I was, seated beside Uncle Rahal, tossing stones at young Harry, and a candid shot of us in Diagon Alley, clearly taken without our knowledge. All the photographs had been captured by the newly appointed and capable Peter Pettigrew, who, utilizing his transformative abilities, roamed the streets to document the moments of growth shared between the Dark Lord and his beloved son. None among the Death Eaters could accomplish such a feat except him. Otherwise, do you think dear Uncle Peter has simply been idle these past few days? He mused. My father, caught in an embarrassing predicament, hesitated to pick it up or leave it be, remaining frozen in place. Yet, I was thoroughly engrossed in perusing the substantial album. The photographer displayed considerable skill. Some images possessed an almost ethereal beauty. My favorite was one where I sat alone by the window. The photographer had captured the scene from outside, lending a narrative quality to the moment. Little me was deep in contemplation about my relationship with my father, oblivious to the world outside. While I disapproved of such candid photography, I considered that the photographer was likely acting on someone else's behalf, perhaps my father, who appeared as though he had committed a misdeed. Therefore, I resolved to forego pursuing the identity of the photographer and instead confront the true culprit. "Father, you do understand that taking photos without consent is wrong, don't you?" I inquired, closing the thick, brick-like album and cradling it in my arms as I stood up. He mumbled, his voice a mere murmur as he anxiously watched my movements. What was I planning to do? Surely not what he feared. "It's confiscated. I shall take it home during the summer break," I declared, straining as I made my way toward the door, clutching the hefty album. My father extended a hand, but before he could utter a word of protest, I vanished through the doorway. With an air of melancholy, Voldemort slowly crouched down, wrapping his arms around his knees, offering himself a comforting embrace. After leaving the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, I first returned to my dormitory to stow away the album before turning towards Rahal's office. Fortunately, Rahal had no classes that afternoon, and as the weather grew increasingly chilly, he was reluctant to venture outside, allowing me the opportunity to seek his counsel. Upon my arrival, Rahal was delighted, first summoning a house elf to bring me a warm glass of milk, then producing an array of snacks. We sat side by side at the modest desk, each cradling a cup of steaming milk. "So, little Hein, what troubles you?" Rahal inquired, smiling as he sipped his milk. I solemnly set down my cup. "Uncle Rahal, I have something to tell you, and you mustn't share it with anyone else. Oh, what could it be? Rahal blinked curiously. My father is here, disguised as Chilo. He instructed me not to speak of it, claiming it would incite panic, and after much contemplation, I felt compelled to consult you. My fingers twisted nervously in the folds of my robe. Uncle Rahal, is my father truly here solely to teach? Oh, poor Voldemort, Rahal sighed, shaking his head. Little Hein. Why not consider a different perspective? Perhaps he came for you. For me? I gasped, my eyes widening in astonishment. But why? Perhaps he has sensed a familial bond within you, Rahal suggested, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Is that not a positive development? He is changing in accordance with your desires. In the past, I had yearned for familial affection, but at that time, my father himself was oblivious to the meaning of such bonds, rendering him unable to reciprocate my feelings. Consequently, I redirected that longing towards Rahal. Yet, now that my father was genuinely attempting to care for me, I felt a flicker of uncertainty. Was this reality or merely an illusion? To mask my inner turmoil, I lowered my gaze and took small sips from my milk. Rahal sat quietly beside me, refraining from interrupting my wandering thoughts. Such matters could only be resolved through my own reflection. Excessive discussion would only prove counterproductive. Time passed slowly, the milk grew cold, yet I remained oblivious. My eyes growing increasingly bright. Perhaps I truly could attempt to engage with my father as a typical father and son would. Chapter 69. Fast forward. During Christmas, Draco and Harry returned home, while Ron and the twins stayed at school to visit their brother. Both Hein and Voldemort chose to remain behind. This academic year unfolded with an unusual tranquility, devoid of the fourth-floor corridor's prohibitions. No first-year players were recruited, no trolls or Mirror of Erised, and certainly no 7 obstacles or double-faced foes. Until the end of the term, as summer vacation approached, individuals came to the poignant realization that yet another academic year had swiftly passed. The only lamentable circumstance was that their defense against the dark arts instructor had once again succumbed to the curse. He had misstepped while descending the staircase, struck his head, and twisted his neck, rendering him unfit for the forthcoming lessons. Could magic heal a concussion? Hein did not know. He wished to take his ailing father to St. Mungo's hospital, yet Voldemort resolutely refused to go, even resorting to binding magic against Hein. How could a visit to the hospital possibly suit the demeanor of Lord Voldemort? However, feeling utterly unwell, he had no alternative. Hein had no choice but to remain home to care for him, leaving little time to seek out Rachel throughout the summer. On the other hand, Rachel enjoyed a leisurely existence, seated alongside Draco and Harry under a makeshift canopy by the roadside, all indulging in boxes of ice cream with great delight. In contrast, Snape appeared somewhat reserved, having finished an entire ice cream inside the house. When the owl delivered the book list, both Harry and Draco were taken aback. 8 books in total, 7 of which were authored by Gilderoy Lockhart. Harry held the list at arm's length, questioning whether these were indeed the texts for their defense against the dark arts class. Draco furrowed his brow at the lengthy titles, feeling that, while he could afford them, the necessity was questionable. Gilderoy Lockhart? Which Lockhart? Rachel perked up. Could it be that unfortunate fellow? Ah yes, the recently renowned author. He truly was quite handsome, though not as good-looking as you. There would be a book signing event tomorrow, and they must arrive early to queue. An outdatedly robed witch passed by, casting a wistful glance as she offered them guidance. The 3 stared in astonishment as she walked past. This lady is quite trendy, Harry murmured. It seemed that individuals from 80-year-old grandmothers to 18-year-old maidens could find favor with Lockhart. Draco nodded in agreement. I am beginning to be curious about what sort of person he is. To garner such affection from so many, he must possess some extraordinary qualities. The following day, upon arriving at Flourish and Blotts, they were truly exposed to the charm of the illustrious author. The entrance was thronged with people, predominantly older witches, while a weary-looking wizard stood at the door maintaining order. I see Hermione, Harry exclaimed, promptly escaping from James and Lily's side, and dashing over to the disheveled brown-haired witch. Hermione was on tiptoe, peering into the shop, while the Granger couple appeared to be queuing to buy books, seemingly quite taken with Lockhart. You like him too? Harry posed, attempting to adopt a mature demeanor as he stood beside her. Today he donned a scarlet robe, resembling a flickering flame from a distance, intensifying the already warm summer day. Hermione glanced at him, noting his rather pallid complexion, with drooping eyes and a frown that seemed to convey an ambiguous blend of genuine and feigned sorrow. She lowered her feet from their tiptoed stance, perplexed. What's wrong, Harry? You don't seem very happy. Is something bothering you? Harry sulked, kicking at the small stones on the ground. Is Lockhart really that handsome? Compared to me? He endeavored to appear indifferent, yet his efforts seemed futile. Oh. The little witch raised an eyebrow. Harry, do you want the honest truth? No, Harry huffed, turning on his heel and sprinting towards the nearby Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. He needed an ice cream to cool down. At the ice cream shop's entrance, Draco was seated at a table, relishing a bowl of vanilla cucumber swirl ice cream sprinkled with nuts, and waved at Harry upon noticing him. Dude, where have you been? He drawled, seemingly finding amusement in the way he spoke. Harry took a seat across from him, his brows twitching at Draco's peculiar manner of speech. Why do you talk like that? It sounds quite uncomfortable. Learned it from my father. He loves this tone, Draco replied, beaming with pride. Lily passed by, casting an admonishing glance at Harry before joining the queue at Flourish and Blots, while James headed towards Rachel and Snape's potion shop. Once the parents had walked by, Draco resumed, but why are you interested in Granger? There are plenty of fine witches in the wizarding world, purebloods and half-bloods alike. Why would you choose one of Muggle descent? Préjudice, blatant préjudice. My mother is Muggle-born and she is quite remarkable, Harry retorted, waving a dismissive hand. If Uncle Rachel heard you, he'd surely give you a smack. Just then, his ice cream arrived at the table. Harry expressed his gratitude and scooped a large mouthful into his mouth, the cool sensation prompting him to squint in comfort. Draco, however, paused mid-scoop, his expression caught between conflict and embarrassment. Actually, he once slapped my palm because I called him that name, he shrugged, and I never said it again. In any case, there are plenty of good girls, but there is only one top student, and there is only one Hermione. Is that so? What a pity. It seems your top student has not given you a second thought. Draco raised his chin, signaling Harry to glance at a distance. There stood Hermione, joyfully clutching a stack of books as she exited Flourish and Blots, her expression akin to that of someone admiring a trove of treasures. Suddenly, she burst into laughter, seemingly recalling something amusing. Harry clearly observed her demeanor, yet he did nothing but rest his head on his hand, watching her and the Granger couple vanish down the Muggle street. Only when their figures had completely disappeared did he turn back to his friend. Did you see what he looked like? He inquired. Oh, Lockhart? Draco's face lit up with a mischievous grin as he bit his spoon. He is indeed handsome. Whether he possesses any actual talent remains to be seen. Suddenly, a commotion erupted within Flourish and Blots, prompting those outside to pause and observe. The noise persisted for a while before abruptly ceasing, likely due to the entrance of the newly arrived Keeper of Keys. Shortly thereafter, the tall keeper emerged, flanked by the Weasley family, and Harry's eyes brightened as he prepared to speak to them, but upon noticing the injury on Mr. Weasley's face, he halted. Clearly, this was not an opportune moment for conversation. Moreover, Lucius, who appeared even worse for wear, had just shown up, with dark circles under his eyes. Harry, I must go, Draco hastily declared before rushing towards Lucius. It seems things are rather intense, Harry remarked as he resumed enjoying his ice cream. Chapter 70. Secrets within the books. As Rachel floated back with a stack of books, James was sprawled over the counter, engaged in a leisurely chat with Snape. Both men paused in surprise at the sight of her book haul. Did you really buy books? James casually picked one up, chuckling upon seeing the title, Traveling with Ghouls. Taking family pets on a trip is indeed quite amusing. Rachel understood the humor behind his laughter. Ghouls tend to inhabit wizarding households, posing no real threat. When they find the home too quiet, they tend to make a racket to disrupt the stillness. While they may seem endearing as household pets, they likely wouldn't make for ideal travel companions. Snape picked up the topmost book, scrutinizing it with a critical eye, and after a thorough examination he deemed it lacking. He set the book down, and proceeded to drag a pile of potion ingredients into the back room. James stiflata là-haut. He is jealous. Lockhart is indeed handsome, and he is a few years our senior. I remember now. Rachel leaned against the counter, polishing her glasses. He once flirted with Haley. It's because of him that I met her. Clearly, he lacks character. Wouldn't you agree? James called out towards the back. Isn't that right, Severus? A crash echoed from within, followed by Snape's furious shout. Get out! He is eavesdropping on us. With those words, James gleefully made his escape. Rahel could not contain her laughter, only to be pulled over with a forceful grip by Snape, who seized her lips with a fierce and domineering kiss. Rahel protested. Patting his back, the shop door is still open. As if to release pent-up frustration, Snape gently nipped at his partner's earlobe before finally relenting, allowing Rahel, whose cheeks flushed with embarrassment, to breathe again. Passers-by outside offered benevolent smiles at the sight, for who among them had not weathered their own storms of solitude? Why purchase these books? Snape inquired, encircling Rahel's waist, his gaze fixed intently upon her eyes. In those crystalline gray depths, he saw his own reflection. prompting him to hold her tighter. We're merely passing the time. Let us buy some books to read. Rahel replied with a cheerful smile, patting his shoulder. Aren't you planning to brew another potion? Off you go. The Ashwinder feathers are depleted, Snape replied, still unwilling to release her. Do you not know how to open the box? There are plenty in the woods. Seeing his stern expression, Rahel planted a kiss on his cheek, urging him to lighten up Severus. Yet his countenance remained grave as he earnestly stated, I would be much happier if you accompanied me. How long have we been waiting for you? Rahel grasped his hand, leading them upstairs. Then let us go. The box awaited them in the attic. And as they descended to the woods where the Ashwinders resided, they were soon met by a familiar figure. Hey, what brings you two down together today? It exclaimed, its 8 eyes gleaming. Rahel, you really are quite inconsiderate. It's been ages since you last visited. You've come far less often than Severus has. As it spoke, it stomped the ground with its front limbs. My wife has only seen you once, when you first brought her here. As the master of this land, can't you show a little more care? Rahel felt a headache coming on from its incessant chatter. I'm not your parent. You got married. And you expect me to meet your wife? We're in a hurry, we can talk later. With that, she took off running with Snape, just managing to gather enough Ashwinder feathers before lunchtime. What's wrong with you? Came the distant call of the creature. After lunch, they lay together on the bed, Rahel idly picking up a book titled Traveling with Ghouls. Snape, disinterested in reading, toyed with a strand of her golden hair. Yet as she read, Rahel's expression gradually turned vacant, her fingers gripping the paper so tightly that the knuckles turned pale. What's the matter? Snape noticed her distress and took her hand in his. Look, Rahel murmured, placing the book between them. This is a story about humans and beasts. A wizard travels with a ghoul, and when they arrive at a dense forest, they encounter 2 groups of wizards in conflict. A couple is desperately resisting a gang, and nearby, a manticore is pacing in its cage. The wizard's arrival surprises them, and both sides cease fighting, wary of the stranger. After contemplating, the wizard decides to aid the trapped couple, but at that moment, the manticore breaks free from its magical restraints, and the smuggling gang scatters. The unleashed beast lunges at the wizard, famished and desperate, especially as it carries young within. Perhaps due to the entire forest being enchanted with a disillusionment charm, the wizard realizes he cannot escape and must fight back with all his might, joined by the couple, an act that only enrages the beast. Why would the one who offered help now turn to harm? It felt betrayed and resolved to kill the couple first. In a moment of peril, the wizard valiantly fends off the beast but fails to save the couple. He buries them beneath a grand tree, burdened with guilt, and resumes his journey with the ghoul. This is the version presented in Lockhart's book. Perhaps to infuse the tale with a touch of tragedy, Lockhart slightly describes the couple's appearance. The wife, with her peacock blue hair, is a remarkable beauty. The loss of such beauty always evokes a sense of lament, and while some may grieve, most are awed by Lockhart as formidable magic, deepening their admiration for him. What a small world it is. I never expected such a gruesome wound to resurface before me. There are no bodies, only fragments of clothing, pools of blood, and 2 wedding rings. This is what the ranger told me. Rahel stared blankly at the book between them. I could only bury these 2 rings. Uncles and grandfathers have all come. Why does he write differently? Her hand unconsciously crumpled the corner of the page, until it was tattered and worn. Snape snatched the book from her hands, tossing it aside. I am the newly appointed Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts. Once school starts, we will have plenty of time to seek him out and clarify. Rahel rested her head on his shoulder, her gaze vacant, lost in thought. Chapter 71, Professor Vase. Just like the previous Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, the new instructor sat to Rahel's right, yet Rahel, usually warm and welcoming, offered him no kindness. The professors at the head table harbored their own thoughts. Dumbledore maintained his usual composed demeanor, a woman-as hat askew on his head, the small heart dangling from it swaying with his movements, seemingly oblivious to the undercurrents surrounding him. Professor Flitwick, seated beside Snape, leaned forward, glancing towards Rahel, who merely stared at her empty plate, prompting him to turn his gaze to Snape. Professor Sprout shot a glare at Lockhart, who was babbling incessantly, as if trying to sew his perpetually flapping lips shut with her gaze. Meanwhile, Lockhart beamed at Rahel. Mr. Shafiq, I believe you must adore me for you. Oh, don't be shy. Feel free to express your fondness for me. I know you've purchased my entire collection. However, it seems you missed out on my autobiography? No matter, I would be delighted to personally gift you a copy, complete with my unique signature. Quite a surprise, wouldn't you agree? Life is filled with surprises, much like the myriad versions of myself you encounter each day. Despite Rahel's distraction, His melodious words penetrated her thoughts, preventing her from concentrating. Snape, upon finishing his discussion with Professor Flitwick, turned to find the new teacher pestering his partner, and resolved to switch seats with Rahel. Even so, Lockhart remained oblivious to the subtle discontent around him, as he had no one on his right, and thus resorted to chatting with the person on his left. Sitting next to him made Snape extremely uncomfortable. After all, no matter how thick-skinned one might be, even the toughest of facades would eventually succumb to the venom of the Serpent King. Students gradually took their seats in the Grand Hall, which quickly filled to capacity. Professor McGonagall led a line of young witches into the hall, and the sorting ceremony proceeded in an orderly fashion. Lockhart ceased his chatter, smiling and winking at the young witches seated at the 4 long tables, eliciting gasps of admiration. Yet his charm was evidently not limited to mere smiles and winks. On the first day of school, Rahel was to teach her Newt's class, and given the inherent danger of the creatures involved, she needed to remain vigilant beside her students. The manticore could withstand most spells, and emitted a soft hum when feeding. When it appeared, the students were petrified by its fearsome appearance, some even gaping in silence. "Professor Shafiq, can it speak?" a trembling boy inquired. "Professor Shafiq, can it speak?" came the echo. Before the cub, a vast space suddenly opened up, as everyone gazed at it in sheer terror. It spoke. Rahir patted the cub's head, and everyone observed that this species possessed an exceptional capacity for learning. I had never taught it how to articulate sounds, nor had I ever conversed with it, yet it grasped the concept after merely hearing it once. "Perhaps I could be of assistance, Professor Shafiq. I have encountered numerous creatures like this during my travels." Upon hearing this voice, the crowd turned in surprise. But Rahir found himself amused with a hint of anger. "What is this? Has the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts grown dissatisfied with his own curriculum, and sought to meddle in the affairs of other instructors?" Gilderoy Lockhart, clad in a resplendent green wizard's robe adorned with a matching hat edged in gold, approached with an ostentatious gait, exuding an air of self-importance. "Perhaps you have read my work, Adventures with Ghouls, and thus understand how I vanquish such beasts. It is not a formidable challenge. It merely requires precision and a modicum of courage." He spread his arms wide, resembling a speaker awaiting applause at a podium. A few in the crowd clapped out of politeness, but most wore expressions of skepticism. Rahir clasped his hands in front of him. "Professor Lockhart, might you demonstrate the circumstances of that encounter? I would like to witness what transpired that led to the demise of both parents." The blonde-haired, blue-eyed wizard mischievously winked at him. "Of course, Professor Shafiq, that is precisely what I intend to do." He stepped closer to the cub, recalling how the couple had been on the brink of death while he had collapsed in exhaustion. As that beast prepared to pounce upon the unfortunate pair, perhaps fueled by a sense of justice, I summoned the strength to raise my wand against the cruel creature, and a beam of light erupted forth, rendering it motionless on the ground. He gestured animatedly, striving to recreate the dire situation. The cub impatiently flicked its tail, prompting Lockhart to discreetly inch away, aware that in the tales of this traveler, the creature's tail was venomous, a sting equated to a death sentence, and he dared not take that gamble. "What spell was that?" a girl inquired eagerly. Lockhart chuckled awkwardly. "That spell is rather advanced. I believe you are not yet." They were in their 6th year, no longer bound by the constraints of learning. To receive the teachings of a great adventurer is indeed a privilege. Rahir raised his chin, his expression icy. Any friend observing would note the striking resemblance between Rahir's current demeanor and the sardonic expressions of Severus Snape. "In that case, very well. It is indeed a profound spell. The stunning spell. I trust you have heard of it?" He smiled, extending his hands. At that moment, Rahir was convinced that Professor Lockhart had never personally confronted a manticore. The stunning spell would scarcely tickle a creature of such high magical immunity. "Professor Lockhart, you may take your leave." Rahir's voice resonated with disappointment. "Though I am uncertain where you acquired knowledge of this species, I implore you not to mislead these students any further. Now let us commence our lesson." He addressed the entire class, dismissing Lockhart with a mere glance. The students could palpably sense that Professor Shafiq was not in his usual good spirits today, causing them to listen attentively, even refraining from jest. Lockhart stood there as though struck by a slap, his face reddening with embarrassment as he turned to leave. Chapter 72. The Truth Emerges. From that moment onward, Lockhart diminished his interactions with Rahir. In other words, he was avoiding him. Both Harry and Draco joined the Quidditch team, immersing themselves in rigorous training, yet their initial practice was fraught with conflict. While Harry and Draco supported Ron and Hermione, they found Rahir conversing with Hagrid. He was boasting about how he had banished the Banshee. "If even a single word of that were true, I would eat the teapot." Indeed, He even intruded upon my class, suggesting the stunning spell against a manticore is nothing short of a farce. This sensation was peculiar, akin to two close friends secretly gossiping about someone behind their back. While morally questionable, it was undeniably enjoyable. A knock echoed, and Fong began to bark, followed by a cacophony of sounds. Oh, Weasley, perhaps consider if your wand can withstand the spell before uttering it next time. How long will this vomiting last? Once you've expelled everything, it should be fine, right? Malfoy, step away. Hagrid opened the door, exclaiming, Good heavens, what on earth happened to you? Come in. Harry and Draco helped Ron to a chair, and upon seeing Rahier, they were not surprised. The entire school knew of the camaraderie between Rahier and Hagrid, so encountering him at Hagrid's hut was a commonplace occurrence. Rahier caught the latest slimy slug emerging from Ron's mouth, inspecting it closely. A genuine slug complete with antennae. He squeezed the creature in his hand, noting its soft, elastic texture. Who crafted this spell? Quite impressive. He raised his wand and declared, Stupefy. Ron halted mid-motion, feeling his stomach and neck, and then sat upright with a look of astonishment. I feel better. Thank you, Professor Shafiq. Rahier waved dismissively. It was nothing. Could any of you adorable souls explain what transpired? Harry and Ron recounted the events in a back-and-forth manner. Ultimately, this was a remnant of history. The pureblood ideology was pervasive. Had Rahier not expressly instructed Draco to refrain from using the term mudblood, Draco might have become just like today's Slytherin. Hermione, though puzzled by the term, understood from her friend's reactions that it was far from complimentary. In fact, it was highly derogatory. Hina pursed her lips, engrossed in thought. If research could validate the magical purity or ancestral lineage of wizards born to Muggle parents, might it not absolve them of such derogatory labels? When he shared this idea, the group reacted with surprise. Actually, you needn't take it so seriously. Most wizards nowadays do not mind intermarriage with Muggles. Only a handful of pureblood families cling to this belief. In truth, had we not intermarried with Muggles, we would have long since gone extinct. Ron scratched his head sheepishly, astonished that Voldemort's offspring was so different from his father. He realized he had been overly critical in the past, now recognizing that he had always viewed people through tinted glasses. Draco raised an eyebrow, but purebloods do have their reasons. Continual intermarriage with Muggles would gradually dilute the bloodline, leading to a future devoid of wizards, leaving only Muggles and Squibs, wouldn't it? Then how did I come to attend this school? Hermione, exasperated, ruffled her hair, making it even more disheveled. Ah, by the way, Hermione, I heard you are top of the year? Hina, unfazed, turned to Hermione. Interested in collaborating on research? Harry and Ron panicked. No, please don't. You don't plan to join me for a midnight adventure, do you, Hina? Oh, just like James back in the day? Hagrid muttered. Of course I would love to. I, too, wish to uncover the secrets within. Hermione ceased tugging at her hair. As they returned, Draco and Ron continued their bickering, while Hermione and Hina engaged in a fervent discussion about their research, leaving Harry sandwiched in between, gazing upward at the ceiling. Throughout, Rahier wore a constant smile, as if finding their debate exceedingly entertaining. In recent days, Harry and Draco experienced thrilling times, facing each other for the first time as rivals on the pitch. Naturally, neither would yield. Ultimately, Harry came out on top, causing Draco to brood for an extended period. While Harry took considerable effort to cheer him up, Hermione and Hina established a routine of studying, often spending entire weekends immersed in the library. As Christmas approached, news of the reopening of the dueling club spread through the air. Hosted by Lockhart, the club was set to commence on Monday, with Snape invited as his assistant. Little did Lockhart anticipate that immediately after the conclusion of the club, he would be escorted to the headmaster's office by Snape. I thought you would endure until the end of the term, Rahel, remarked Dumbledore, his expression betraying no hint of surprise. In truth, he had contemplated this very outcome since Lockhart's first publication. He was among the earliest to perceive the unsettling signs, as both Lockhart's narratives and the mysterious deaths of the Shafiq couple were riddled with doubt, particularly upon the release of Wandering with Ghouls, which prompted him to instantly recognize their connection. The demise of the father and mother had always been an enigma, with scant leads. The entire family had been unable to uncover the cause of death, only knowing that they had been devoured by some creature. It was thanks to Professor Lockhart's book that any semblance of clarity emerged. Rahel smiled at the visibly flustered Lockhart, though his mirth did not reach his eyes, while Snape silently held his hand beside him. Headmaster, I have brought Veritaserum, Snape announced, his gaze fixed on Lockhart, glimmering with malevolence. What do you intend to do? Lockhart stammered, sensing the impending doom. However, he quickly realized with despair that every individual present possessed greater magical prowess than he. rendering his petty tricks utterly futile. I merely hope you can reveal the truth behind that couple's death. Did you truly bury them, or did they leave behind not even a corpse? Dumbledore's tone was grave. Before Veritaserum could even be administered, Lockhart confessed to all, including his theft of others' achievements and the embellishment of certain events to highlight his own bravery. From his lips flowed yet another version of the tale. At the crucial moment when the beast lunged at the couple, the traveler, consumed by malevolence, contemplated whether their demise might grant him a slim chance of survival. He refrained from aiding them, and instead cast a binding spell upon the couple. The woman seemed to sense his intentions, but it was too late. The curse had taken effect, and he fled into the sky, leaving the couple forever ensnared in that jungle. However, the survivor was plagued by guilt. Initially reluctant to share this story, he had intended to bury it deep within his heart. Yet Lockhart's cunning allowed him to unearth the traveler's concealment. He intoxicated the traveler and extracted the full narrative from him. Soon after, the traveler succumbed to illness, and while Lockhart felt a twinge of surprise, he could not suppress his glee, knowing this would serve him well in his writing endeavors. Upon hearing this, Rahel felt a wave of realization wash over him. His parents had devoted their lives to interacting with animals, yet they had ultimately fallen victim to a human's treachery. Even Lena, a seer, succumbed to the folly of others. With the dead silenced, the prospect of revenge vanished. Thus the truth emerged, and a weight lifted from his heart. Lockhart remained a teacher at Hogwarts for the remainder of the academic year, but by its conclusion, he would be forced to depart. Under Dumbledore's admonition, he refrained from further indiscretions, behaving far more circumspectly than before. Back in his office, Rahel sat on the bed, lost in thought, with Snape by his side. After a lengthy silence, Rahel embraced the man beside him tightly. Snape felt the dampness on his shoulder as soft whimpers, akin to a small creature, emanated from Rahel's throat. Unsure how to console him, Snape could only gently pat his back. This sudden emotional outpouring, long overdue, culminated in Rahel's swollen eyes. Yet time stretched before them, and many paths lay ahead. Chapter 73 concluded. During the years of his education, many were concerned about what would transpire once the truce agreement expired. Deep down, they were reluctant to reignite the war, a sentiment particularly pronounced among families of Death Eaters with children. The legacy of their lineage held greater significance than allegiance to the Dark Lord. The rise of Heine offered hope to many. Since his 5th year, he had taken over his father's former faction, differing from his father in his preference for resolving issues through peaceful means. The Dark Lord expressed his support for all of his son's decisions. Most of the young wizards graduating from this cohort chose to work as Aurors in the Ministry of Magic. Heine, however, became the youngest Minister of Magic in history at the age of 25. His collaborative paper with Ms. Granger, Research on the Bloodlines of Wizards of Muggle Descent, sparked intense debate within the wizarding community. Many deemed it unreasonable for purebloods to speak on behalf of Muggleborns, while others viewed it as a groundbreaking revelation in the wizarding world. The emergence of more ancestral bloodlines among Muggles could positively impact the propagation of wizards. Regardless, Heine's ascension to the position of Minister of Magic was a foregone conclusion. Hermione became the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Draco joined the Aurors, and Harry continued to shine in Quidditch. Notably, Hermione chose Ron over Harry, which left Harry quite disheartened. Furthermore, Heine's unexpected confession prompted Harry to flee to the Quidditch training grounds in a state of panic. Rahel and Snape, the seasoned couple, sought a daughter from Haley, naming her Elena. The little girl was exceedingly clingy, insisting on sleeping between the two every night, severely disrupting their marital bliss. Eventually, Snape could no longer tolerate it and handed her over to Dumbledore. In a final act, Voldemort gathered all the Horcruxes he could find, trembling hands piecing them together. Heine enlisted Haley's assistance to help Voldemort restore his soul, and the Dark Lord was once again whole. With peace restored in the wizarding world, Lily and James visited the Dursleys, warmly welcomed by Petunia and Vernon. Their only regret was that the two children did not meet. Unbeknownst to them, Dudley and Harry had already encountered one another elsewhere, and had become good friends. Dumbledore had long since stepped down from the position of headmaster, finding joy in cradling Elena while lounging in a rocking chair under the sun. The warmth of Godric's Hollow filled the air, and with Elena by his side, he felt a sense of solace, pondering whether Ariana had embarked on another adventure. In the distance, a white-haired elder with blue eyes approached, leaning on a cane, his unsteady gait eliciting a chuckle from Dumbledore. Perhaps his age was akin to his own, he mused. The elder drew near and inclined slightly, asking, "Do you know the whereabouts of the Dumbledore family?" Dumbledore, somewhat perplexed, strained to discern the man's features. "I am Dumbledore. Which Dumbledore do you seek?" "Oh, I seek Albus Dumbledore. My apologies, I have yet to introduce myself. You may call me Gellert Grindelwald. I am indeed Albus Dumbledore. It has been a long time. Gellert. Chapter 46, A Dream. You are the heir of the Fanfic family, one of the 28 pureblood families. Your parents took pride in serving beneath the Dark Lord, and after their disappearance, joining the Death Eaters became your goal upon graduation. Like all aspirants to the Death Eaters, you harbored a disdain for Muggles, and opposed any sentiments of closeness to them. On the day you joined the Death Eaters, you swore eternal loyalty to your master. The mark was bestowed upon you, a testament to your fidelity, and you rejoiced. In the ensuing battles against the Order of the Phoenix, you distinguished yourself repeatedly, swiftly becoming the Dark Lord's right hand within a mere 2 years. The Fanfic ancestral home lies in the southern part of Surrey. It is a modest estate, flanked by a spacious lawn and a parallel gravel pathway, surrounded by several maple trees that, in autumn, burst forth in vibrant hues. The master of the manor awoke in his upstairs bedroom, pressing his hand against his aching forehead, perplexed as to why he had dreamt of that boy once again. In his dreams, there was always a boy conversing with him. They had shared a house during their childhood, attended school together, and the boy would silently gaze at him, quietly attending to his every need. They had spent 7 years together at Hogwarts. Yet, Rahel had no recollection of this individual. He did not even know the boy's name. He only remembered a group of Gryffindor friends, and a friend from Ravenclaw. The Gryffindor companions had ultimately fractured due to differing ideologies, while the Ravenclaw friend had departed with his child to an unknown destination. To this day, Rahel could not fathom how he had befriended a group of Gryffindors. It was now his 3rd year as a Death Eater. Recently, he had been encountering strange occurrences. The animals in the box spoke peculiar words. Lucius seemed hesitant to express himself, and even the master was not exempt from this oddity. With these thoughts in mind, he hastily donned his garments and secured a black cloth around himself. His eyes had been injured in battle, and now he was reliant solely on his hearing and touch to navigate. Today, the master was to convene a small meeting, and if he were to arrive late under the scrutiny of all present, he would likely face reproach. Apparating to the front of Voldemort's manor, Rahel gazed with pride at the intricate iron gates before him. This had been a gift to the master upon his pledge of loyalty, and now it served as Voldemort's residence. When meetings were held, they gathered in the grand hall on the 1st floor, which featured a vast recessed area capable of accommodating all attending Death Eaters. Rahel, what a coincidence that you've arrived, came a youthful voice. It was Raymond Hill, a junior from his own house, who shared a dormitory with him. With an innocent appearance, he was a fierce warrior on the battlefield, a quality that Voldemort admired, particularly his willingness to kill his own brother. Rahel nodded modestly, and as Raymond approached, the two entered the manor together. However, the senior had grown notably more taciturn since their school days. Raymond supported him as they walked at a leisurely pace, and Rahel accepted the assistance, finding it far preferable to traverse alone. Since Rahel's graduation, they had not seen much of one another until Raymond joined the Death Eaters, rekindling their connection. Is that so? Perhaps this is my true nature. As they stepped through the door, several individuals were already seated on the sofa. The Lestranges, the Malfoys, Ava, Dolohov, Rosier, and Viola, who sat further from Voldemort. Ah, Rahel, a raspy voice called from the head of the table. We have saved a seat for you. Raymond discreetly released his hold on Rahel's arm, bowing his head as he moved to sit beside his mother. Rahel continued deeper into the room, advancing slowly as all eyes turned toward him. With shoulder-length golden hair, the black cloth covering his face did not conceal his beauty. Rather, it lent an unusual allure to his striking features, blending an air of asceticism with a hint of seduction that seemed to awaken the most secret desires within those who beheld him. Thoughts varied among the onlookers, yet nearly all were fixated on the golden-haired youth. Rahel attempted to reach out and touch the sofa, confirming where he ought to sit, for taking a seat upon another would be an enormous faux pas. His outstretched hand was grasped by another's, cool and bony, as Voldemort himself guided him into his seat, leaving Rahel somewhat astonished. Thank you, master, he murmured, inclining slightly towards the figure at the head of the table in gratitude. Unbeknownst to him, the gaze of that individual bore a blatant aggressiveness, akin to a venomous serpent poised to devour him. The eyes of Bellatrix and Viola fell upon Rahel with a venomous intensity, while the others displayed a myriad of complex emotions. Rahel's presence as a wealthy member of the manor, aside from the Malfoys, was a rarity. It was no wonder the master treated him with particular favor. Lemons grow on lemon trees. Beneath the lemon tree, it's you and me. Causor, how enviable. Voldemort's meeting had but one agenda. He intended to kill, and none were to accompany him, awaiting only news of his triumphant return. Immediately, some voiced their objections, expressing a desire to follow, yet all were swiftly dismissed by Voldemort. Thus they fell silent. Before departing, Bellatrix was retained by Voldemort, indicating some pressing matter, prompting Rahel to stand and prepare to leave. Unexpectedly, Voldemort pulled him back, whispering something in his ear before allowing him to depart. Naturally, he received another glare from Bellatrix. Rahel, unable to see, returned home in high spirits, only to discover that Cecier was missing. Surely nothing has gone awry? He pondered as he collapsed onto his bed on the second floor, ruminating on Voldemort's words. What was it he intended to do upon returning to his manor? Rahel tugged at his hair in frustration, unsure how to grasp the latter part of the conversation. After a moment's deliberation, he resolved to absolve himself of worry, knowing the master would summon him through the mark. However, he did not receive the master's call. Voldemort had vanished, and the Death Eaters soon noticed that the mark on their arms had dimmed, each harboring their own nefarious thoughts. Along with this came the news of the Potter's demise and the survival of young Harry. For some inexplicable reason, upon hearing this news, Rahel felt a hollow pang in his heart. Despite having severed ties, why did this news still evoke sorrow within him? Bellatrix, her husband, and young Barty had captured the Aurors Longbottom, driving them to madness. Subsequently, the Ministry commenced a vigorous hunt for Death Eaters, leading the Malfoys to expend substantial sums, while the others feigned being under the influence of the Imperious Curse, initiating a widespread cleansing within the wizarding world. Perhaps due to the protection of his relatives, Rahel faced no inquiries. The news of Sirius' imprisonment surfaced in the papers, and upon learning that Peter was also dead, Rahel's heart skipped a beat. So, it is just Haley and Remus left now? Chapter 47. For years later, the stag and the doe have departed forever. The rat betrayed his friends, and could only retreat into darkness. The black dog, burdened by guilt, chose to enter prison as penance. The werewolf wandered far away, continuing his nomadic existence. The sloth, deceived, forgot the pure and fervent love. The bat remained stationary, waiting endlessly for the day the sloth would return. Thus, the wizarding world entered a decade of silence. Lucius, do you know what you are doing? Rahel emerged from the fireplace, barely having the chance to brush off the soot from his garments before witnessing a scene that shook him to his core. He could hardly believe his eyes as he adjusted his silver-rimmed glasses. Was this truly Lucius Malfoy? The man, with hair and eyes mirroring his own, was entangled with a woman. The woman possessed a head of silvery hair, strikingly beautiful, yet lacking grace in her movements. Upon noticing Rahel, Lucius appeared as if he had found a savior. Rahel, you've arrived just in time. Help me pull her away. If Narcissa sees this, it will lead to disaster. Rahel raised an eyebrow at the remark, contemplating Lucius' lack of discernment. He peered around the room. The study was bright and tidy, the door ajar, yet Narcissa was absent. These two seldom parted ways. Where is your wand? Aren't you going to cast her a curse or something? Rahel leaned casually against Lucius' desk, showing no intention of intervening. Rahel Shafik. Viola suddenly turned her head, fixing him with a fierce glare. We are colleagues. There's no need for such harsh words. Rahel retorted. Pfft. Who considers you a colleague? Miss Lowell, please show some courtesy to your employer who provided you with a job. You wouldn't want to return to a life of sleeping on the streets, would you? Viola relaxed her grip, allowing Lucius to regain his freedom, who quickly sought refuge beside Rahel. Given your negligence, your salary for this month is forfeited. You may leave. Rachel waved her hand impatiently, as if shooing away a fly. Viola cast a reluctant glance at Lucius before turning away and disappearing into the flames. What has changed in you, Rachel? Lucius pondered, his expression complex. Initially, he had merely altered memories. He never anticipated such a profound transformation in Rachel's character. What has changed? Let us set that aside for now. How long must we wait to meet the potion's master you sought? Is there some peculiar habit that prevents me from visiting him? Rachel, agitated, removed her glasses and began to wipe them incessantly. Despite having healed his eyes, no gratitude was required. It was often said that masters possessed their own eccentricities. And in this case the saying proved true. Ever since that meeting years ago, he had been plagued by intermittent annoyance, feeling discontent in all his endeavors. Lucius chuckled awkwardly. It wasn't he so much eccentricity as it was that Snape had taken to drinking daily. If Rachel were to witness him in such a state, the memories could very well become problematic. It was best to postpone the meeting. The master is busy. By the way, what were you intending to say when you arrived? Oh, do you have any potions to repel snakes? I often find them crawling into my bed, and they tend to wrap around him, leaving him with numb limbs. The mere thought of waking up to a snake coiling around him caused Rachel to shudder expressionlessly. Having successfully shifted the conversation, Lucius allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips. I'll message you this afternoon. Will you take the little dragon with you for a few days? Rachel scrutinized Lucius from head to toe with a stern expression. Beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow under her piercing gaze. You truly are something, Lucius. A true businessman. Rachel stepped out of the study, peering into the corridor. Where's the little dragon? Draco Malfoy. Just then, the door to the nearby bedroom swung open abruptly, revealing a platinum-haired boy with a tuft of hair who rushed out while adjusting his clothes. Yes, Godfather, Draco exclaimed, catching his breath as he stood at the study's entrance. His little face etched with seriousness. Well, that was quick. Satisfied, Rachel nodded and re-entered the study. You'll stay with me for a few days. You know how to use flu powder, right? Yes. Draco eagerly nodded, keeping pace with Rachel. No need to be surprised, Rachel said, patting the bewildered Lucius. He has always been this way. Always? Lucius lamented, clutching his chest. At home he is a chronic procrastinator. Oh, that might be your issue. Zephyric manner. With a swift step, Rachel leapt into the flames and vanished in a swirl of emerald fire. Draco made a face at his father before following suit, quickly disappearing as well. What are we searching for today, Godfather? Once through the fireplace, Draco sprinted upstairs, nearly tripping in his excitement. In the bedroom, Rachel pulled back the covers to find a snake, patterned differently than the morning's, coiled on his bed, his expression revealing his expectation. The colors varied daily, yet he felt it was the same snake, one that seemed to comprehend human speech. The serpent, as thick as his arm, opened its eyes at the disturbance, its needle-like green pupils locking onto Rachel's hand clutching the blanket. With a swift motion, it coiled around his arm, its tongue brushing lightly against his skin, inexplicably evoking a sense of unease. Licking me one tea help. You can't just invade my bed after a bath, Rachel said, holding the snake as he made his way downstairs. Draco pressed himself against the wall, wide-eyed as Rachel passed him. Standing on the lawn before the house, Rachel's voice was calm. Quickly go down. No matter how many bodies you assume, you will always be a snake. Snakes do not belong on beds. The python's tail swept around his waist, attempting to plead with Rachel's resolute heart. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Will becoming human suffice? The serpent's green eyes sparkled with strange light as it slithered in front of Rachel, seemingly conversing with him. I can't understand you. Be good and descend quickly. Don't force my hand to stew you. Rachel smirked as he grasped the snake's head, pulling it away from himself. The python seemed to find this discomforting, slowly releasing its grip on Rachel, and as soon as he loosened his hold, it slithered away into the distance. Chapter 48. The Boy Who Understands Snakes. The following day, a call came from the zoo staff. Hello, this is John from XX Zoo. Have you seen a Burmese python with a pair of striking green eyes? When Rachel picked up the phone, savoring a glass of milk, he set it down upon hearing the inquiry, the sound of glass meeting the table causing John's heart to skip a beat. I ate that snake. Rachel's voice was calm, yet his words left John utterly stunned. Ate it? He clutched his heart, nearly choking. That snake was a prized exhibit at the zoo. How could you eat it? And what about the fire-red tree python with those dazzling, large eyes? It died. Right on my bed. Heaven knows what it was like to wake up with a dead snake sprawled across me. John's voice trembled. What about the jade-gloss black mamba? It also perished. I buried it as fertilizer. Mr. Shafik. John's tone turned sorrowful and indignant. You must take responsibility for the deaths of these animals. He would surely be fired, wouldn't he? In just a few days on duty, so many snakes had gone missing, and they were all dead. Had they not congregated in that estate, he would have no idea where to begin searching. Rachel, irritated, kicked the table leg, only to find it stable while pain shot through his foot. He muttered a quiet exclamation, striving to maintain his composure. Sir, Mr. John, I believe you are aware of who should be held accountable for the snakes escaping your zoo. As for why they ended up in my home, I know no more than you do. I suggest you carefully consider my words. Every day was filled with fright and now extortion. He felt quite wronged. But they all died on your estate. Their deaths are not my concern. I harbor no penchant for killing snakes. John, of course, knew Rachel had done nothing. He merely hoped someone would take the fall. Better someone else lose their job than himself. Mr. Shafik, his tone softened considerably. I did not mean to place blame on you. If that is the case, then let us leave it as such. Oh, by the way, I've never eaten snake. I was merely jesting. Well, I wish you a pleasant day. Click. After hanging up, Rachel tilted his head back and finished the milk in one go. Then he paused, bewildered. Why had he answered the phone with such fluidity? Wasn't this a Muggle invention? Moreover, the family had numerous Muggle enterprises. Why was this so? He was baffled. The phone rang again, this time a deeper, more somber voice. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Shafik. John lacks the authority to know these matters. Until the call ended, Rachel remained in a daze. He still held shares in that zoo? The marvelous Shafik. Confounded, Rachel rose to retrieve his suitcase. As the head of the Shafik family, he still had to personally slaughter cattle. He should have his own house elf. But after all these years in the old manor, he was forced to confront the harsh reality that he had no house elf. With practiced ease, he finished butchering a cow on the grassy lawn beside his suitcase, removing the rib muscles and tossing the leftovers into the lake. By the time the steak and stew were served at the table, Draco returned, accompanied by another person. With tousled black hair, clear green eyes, and glasses held together with tape, the boy wore oversized clothing that seemed ill-fitting, projecting an aura of awkwardness. Godfather, I found a little wizard. Draco was brimming with excitement as he strolled about, surrounded by nothing but muggle children, lacking any desire to engage in conversation until a particular little boy appeared. Excuse me. What? Harry could scarcely believe his ears. Was this some newly coined insult? Hadn't they been conversing amicably just moments ago? Wizards, those endowed with extraordinary powers, proudly identified themselves as such, while referring to the ordinary folk as muggles. Rahel scrutinized the boy closely. Although the visage of his former friend had begun to blur in his memory, the untamed hair and piercing green eyes left a profound impression on him. He had no intention of uttering platitudes such as "you resemble your father," or "your eyes are just like your mother's." Surely, many would utter such phrases in the future, yet Rahel was decidedly unwilling to count himself among them. They had severed ties, had they not? "Let us eat first," he said, opting for silence thereafter. The dining table was filled solely with the sound of clashing cutlery. Noticing his godfather's discontented expression, Draco merely stuck out his tongue at the newly acquainted young wizard, planning to discuss matters more thoroughly later. After mindlessly stuffing food into his stomach, Rahel resolved to retire upstairs for a much-needed rest. The boy's unexpected presence had stirred up unwelcome memories. He still vividly recalled James and Sirius's words. "If you insist on joining the Death Eaters, we shall meet on the battlefield." Thus they parted ways. And it was only upon receiving the news of James, Lily, and their master's demise that he realized they would never speak to him again. "You again." His gray eyes darkened as he gazed at the serpent coiled upon his bed. This time, it was an unremarkable snake, drab and gray. Yet it swayed its head and tail in an alluring manner. Upon seeing Rahel, it instinctively wrapped itself around his arm, gradually encircling his slender waist. However, due to their reproductive isolation, Rahel felt no attraction whatsoever. As the snake attempted its seduction once more, Rahel turned and descended the stairs. "This is my final act of kindness. If I see you again, I'll make snake soup." "Hiss, you cannot do this. We have shared a few nights together. Do you not comprehend my affections?" In the living room, Harry listened with a twisted expression as the snake spoke. He should have felt astonished, yet what was this? A snake professing love to a person? Was this a common occurrence in the wizarding world? What else with that expression? Rahel returned from throwing the snake away, standing at the staircase with a furrowed brow. Why did the boy appear so utterly shocked? Uncle, did you agree?" Harry asked cautiously, his insatiable curiosity igniting wildly. "I want to know." Rahel, perplexed, replied. "Agree to what?" From Harry's perspective, this uncle's brow was tightly knitted. Though handsome, he exuded an aura of icy detachment that seemed almost unapproachable. He quickly closed his mouth and shook his head. A moment of cowardice. It was as simple as that. Chapter 49. You have successfully captured my attention. It was unsettling, profoundly unsettling. Half a thought, a spoonful of poison. "I wish to know. Can you enlighten me?" Rahel inquired patiently. Harry glanced at Draco, who nodded, before slowly stating, "That snake was professing love to you. You can understand snake speech?" Rahel had no intention of entertaining a snake's advances. What intrigued him was that James and Lily were not descendants of a parselmouth. How could Harry comprehend the snake's words? "Oh yes, many wizards can do that," Harry replied nonchalantly, spreading his hands. "Only parselmouths can, not all wizards can." Draco appraised him, surprised that the little boy he had casually picked up was indeed a rare breed. Rahel nodded and turned to head upstairs. What did Parseltongue have to do with him? Nothing could deter him from his path to rest. A few days later, Rahel returned Draco home. One child was already enough noise, and two would be doubly so. He was still young and did not wish to suffer the early onset of stress. On this day, he ventured to Diagon Alley to procure some potions. As a single man with missing parents and friends preoccupied with their own lives, he had to tend to himself in times of illness, making medicine essential. Upon arriving at Diagon Alley, he discovered that his usual apothecary was closed, compelling him to enter a less reputable, more dilapidated shop. This little shop always seemed to be imbued with a faint scent of alcohol, perhaps due to the owner's constant drinking. As Rahel stepped inside, a bottle rolled across the floor, landing at his feet, and further diminishing his already poor first impression of the establishment. He was not adept at potion making. The Fanfic family had a notorious reputation for their ineptitude in this area, but he could discern the quality of the potions. The potions on the shelves were evidently well crafted, indicating that the potion maker possessed considerable talent and a diligent attitude toward their craft. If only the shop were tidied up, perhaps it could grow and surpass the larger pharmacy next door. Yet the owner seemed uninterested in such aspirations. With remedies for hiccups, sneezing, and fevers readily available, Rahel found a hidden gem despite the shop's disarray. But where was the proprietor? Familiar with the surroundings, he ventured behind the counter, where he encountered the owner in full. Surprisingly, the proprietor appeared remarkably young, seemingly only 25 or 26, with greasy black hair framing his alcohol-flushed cheeks. The man was sound asleep at the table, his face pressed against the surface, creating a small bulge, and he looked as though he had not groomed himself in quite some time. While the man was quiet in slumber, Rahel tentatively poked his cheek. Receiving no response, he then flicked the man's nose. "Time to wash your face, dear shopkeeper," he whispered to the soundly sleeping figure. "And your hair as well." The potions on the shelves were clearly marked with prices. He could simply take the potions, leave the money, and exit the shop. However, the man evoked a sense of familiarity, compelling him to linger a while longer. "You resemble someone from my dreams. Have we met before?" Although aware that the man could not hear him, Rahel continued to ramble. "We lived together in a muggle house when we were young. And I blushed at you, do you know why? I can hardly recall." Snape, resting his head on the table, found the noise irritating, yet the alcohol muddled his mind, leaving him 2 days to respond. Typically, his little shop saw no visitors other than Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy. Today, however, a rather loud patron had arrived. As the effects of the alcohol began to wane, his awareness sharpened, allowing him to grasp the voice that had been disturbing him. Just as Rahel was speaking, the man suddenly sat upright, swiftly grasping Rahel's wrist and pulling him into his embrace with immense force. The large, disheveled man held him tightly, as if he intended to melt him into his very being, and the scent of alcohol enveloped Rahel, nearly intoxicating him with its richness. But who was this large, latsy man? Pushing against him gently, Rahel realized the man mistook him for a lost love. The man gazed at him in confusion, not understanding why he had been pushed away. His eyes were clouded, filled with a hint of bewilderment. "Oh dear, how infuriating. No one has dared to treat me as a mere substitute until now." "Forget it," Rahel sighed, taking a deep breath. There was little to gain from conversing with a drunken person. He had already placed the money on the counter, hoping to encounter a sober version of the shopkeeper next time. He waved his hand and turned to leave the shabby little shop, while behind him, the man stared blankly in the direction he had departed, eventually returning to rest his head back on the table. Just now, the languorous one returned. Was it a dream? Carrying a bag of potions, Rahel found himself at home, where the languorous one sat upon the sofa. The name languorous one is rather unique, though it carries an unsettling resonance. For an entire afternoon, he remained on the sofa, lost in contemplation, his discomfort intensifying, even as a snake slithered onto him, failing to alleviate his disquiet. He grasped the gray serpent that was attempting to burrow into his collar, and brought it before his eyes. "Who are you truly?" he inquired. The gray serpent froze. Had it revealed its true nature? "And who is this languorous one?" Rahel demanded fiercely. "Hiss, hiss, hiss, you can't possibly have developed feelings for another. Can you?" The gray serpent expressed its displeasure. It felt the urgency of time pressing upon it. "Hiss, hiss, hiss. I must take my leave to seek a method of resurrection. Once I succeed, I shall return to you." The gray serpent, reluctantly flicking its tongue to brush against the corner of Rahel's lips, made a strenuous effort to free itself from his grasp, retreating into the distance with a somber demeanor. Chapter 50, He has returned. Thereafter, no snakes appeared again. Rahel returned to his solitary life, accompanied only by a box of retirement provisions. Draco was to attend school, his father accompanying him to Diagon Alley, while Rahel chose not to join them. The proprietor of the little shop had closed up, apparently vanished, leaving Rahel to wonder when he might next encounter a sober shopkeeper. After the children began school, Lucius visited more frequently, yet he did so without Narcissa, who was said to be preoccupied with gatherings among her friends. Consequently, Lucius, intermittently resembling an empty nester himself, was compelled to visit another empty nester. However, his visits were invariably laced with pride for Draco, boasting of his son's prowess in potions, and the satisfaction of his potions professor, Severus Snape. as well as Draco's newfound connection with the Chosen One. This was soon followed by complaints about Draco's nocturnal escapades, insinuating that he might have been led astray by that Potter boy. Rahel consistently countered his grievances, asserting that Draco possessed an adventurous spirit of his own. Thus, they were merely kindred spirits. Would a child, fully aware that the hippogriff might be perilous, intentionally allow itself to be lured? The ordinary person would not, yet Draco had. One day, Lucius arrived with a battered visage, startling Rahel, who thankfully had some ointment for bruises on hand. His healing skills proved somewhat adept, and it seemed to work. While applying the ointment, Lucius shared a startling revelation. He had discarded a diary given by their master into the pile of textbooks belonging to the Weasley's youngest daughter. Although he was unaware of its true nature, he was certain it was a dark artifact capable of reopening the Chamber of Secrets. Rahel deemed him utterly deranged. Yet Lucius remained unfazed, reasoning that their master had been absent for many years. He had not returned, and the dark mark corroborated this, suggesting he might never return. However, he had not anticipated that the diary would be destroyed by the Chosen One and the Weasley boy, foiling his plans to rid himself of Dumbledore and costing him a servant, which left him trembling with rage. Rahel, listening to his complaints, felt utterly exhausted. He had already been informed of these developments before Lucius's arrival. Draco's letter had flown to 2 places simultaneously, Malfoy Manor and of course to him. Yet, seeing Lucius so despondent, he felt hesitant to reveal this truth to him. Moreover, there were whispers of Peter Pettigrew still being alive, Sirius Black having escaped, and the dark mark heating slightly. Heating? Indeed, since the Quidditch World Cup, the dark mark had begun to change. The Death Eaters were aware that their master might be on the verge of resurrection, and their responses varied. Lucius, naturally, felt a twinge of guilt. He had never anticipated that Voldemort would return, which placed him in a precarious position. His visits grew more frequent and tense, as the days dragged on, until one day, the dark mark suddenly blazed with discomfort. At that moment, Lucius and Rahel were seated in the parlor, locked in a silent stare. When the mark exhibited an anomaly, Lucius rolled up his sleeve while Rahel pushed his hair back to touch the nape of his neck. The mark on Lucius's arm turned a charred black, mirroring the one on Rahel's neck, and they both stood in unison. The Dark Lord was summoning them. After 13 years, he had finally returned. Rahel often felt a curious inclination. Upon joining the Death Eaters, he had been blindfolded and had never seen Voldemort's visage. Colleagues had spoken of him as a strikingly handsome man. A handsome man? How astonishing! Had people's aesthetics truly been so advanced at that time? Although Rahel's vision was severely diminished due to the mask, he vaguely discerned a serpentine visage. He stood behind a tree and Lucius nudged him, following the lead of others in kneeling to kiss Voldemort's robes, while Rahel's feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground. He had never kissed Voldemort's garments. Yet why did his colleagues execute the act with such familiarity, as if they had performed it countless times before? Ultimately, he summoned the courage to step out from the shadows of the woods, silently joining the circle surrounding Voldemort, Wormtail, Harry Potter, and the grave of Riddle. He believed himself inconspicuous, but from the moment he appeared, Voldemort's gaze was riveted upon him. Before their arrival, he had been reminiscing about his family history, recounting to Harry how his Muggle father had abandoned his mother to return home, leaving him somewhat melancholic. The appearance of the Death Eaters shattered his subdued narrative. I suppose we remain united under the Dark Mark, do we not? I see you are all as healthy and strong as ever, arriving before us with such alacrity. I ask myself, why do these wizards not come to aid their master, the one they pledged eternal allegiance to? He raised his serpentine countenance, inhaling deeply. I smell guilt. The air is rife with its stench. Voldemort calmly chastised the assembly, and silence enveloped the circle, no one daring to speak or move. He then confessed his own misjudgments, admitting that despite his awareness of the prophecy concerning Eva, he had recklessly chosen to pursue Harry Potter, which had led to his punishment. The crowd fell into deeper silence. What thoughts occupied Eva's mind remained unknown to anyone, yet her demeanor exuded calm confidence, betraying no hint of anxiety, the motives behind her inscrutable. At that moment, Rahel inappropriately recalled his transfiguration class with Professor McGonagall, where he had perpetually lowered his head to evade her piercing gaze, much like the Death Eaters now encircling them. Unbeknownst to him, a hand, longer and more slender than that of an ordinary person, gently raised his chin. Its owner, with slitted pupils, regarded him with curious interest. The thumb stroked his lips, reddening them from their pale hue. Was it utterly absurd to be lost in thought at such a juncture, Rahel? How quickly had they turned the focus onto him? Lucius still stood beside him. His status among the Death Eaters could only be considered that of a mere novice. Could it not? He parted his lips, poised to speak, But whether by design or coincidence, Voldemort's finger slipped into his mouth, brushing against his tongue. This was it. Was he about to meet his end? Rahel maintained a rigid posture, paralyzed with trepidation, yet Voldemort let out a low chuckle, mercifully releasing his hold on Rahel's chin, and turning back to the center of the circle. The others remained stoically silent, oblivious to Voldemort's intentions, only aware that Shafiq was once again in his crosshairs, just as he had been 13 years prior. Voldemort did not dwell long on the transgressions of the Death Eaters. After replacing Wormtail's arm with a silver one, he prepared to engage in a duel with Harry Potter. Inevitably, the two ascended to another clearing, enveloped by a golden net. Ghostly apparitions emerged from the tip of Voldemort's wand, swirling around the gilded barrier. Lakhel, without his glasses, was utterly oblivious to the distant happenings, as they were simply too far away. In resignation, he mimicked the movements of the Death Eaters, but soon found himself bewildered by how the spirits encircled Voldemort, allowing Harry Potter to evade their spells and vanish with a lifeless body in tow. Voldemort, in a fit of rage, nearly erupted in fury, ruthlessly eliminating a few individuals before he resumed his scheming. Chapter 51. The arrival of the previous master. Lakhel was unaware of the other tasks assigned to the others. He found himself devoid of any significant duties. Bella had once derisively labeled him a waste of beauty, a description that fittingly encapsulated Lachel's role as a Death Eater. Voldemort would never entrust him with any meaningful assignments. Occasionally, he required Lachel's magical creatures to venture out, while Lachel's responsibilities chiefly revolved around healing, predominantly concerning injuries related to magical beasts. Many were occupied with their own affairs, often absent for months. Even Lucius was rarely seen. That little brat Harry Potter returned, clamoring that Voldemort had resurfaced. However, the Ministry's actions swiftly restored Voldemort's composure after a momentary panic. Fudge's maneuvers served as a natural shield, allowing Voldemort to remain unruffled, even indulging in leisurely feasting. The thought of preparing meals for two saddened Lakhel. He wished that Louty would abstain from eating. And then there was the enormous snake he had brought back, which required a cow daily. At this rate, the livestock in the box would soon be insufficient to satisfy its appetite. On the day Voldemort was set to arrive, Lakhel concealed the cup inscribed with badgers. Initially, he had not anticipated that Cece had pilfered a cup, its engravings reminiscent of Hufflepuffs, immediately evoking thoughts of Bella. This was her possession, or rather, something Voldemort had entrusted to her for safekeeping, only for it to be surreptitiously swallowed by Cece. She had always held these low-intelligence creatures in disdain, yet this time, something she deemed beneath her had ensnared her. Furthermore, she had never imagined that her long-desired master would shamelessly linger in the abode of someone she held in contempt. At first, Voldemort had merely fixated on the box in Lachel's possession, but since those creatures heeded only Lachel's commands, upon spotting the furtive figure, he resolved to bring the entire person back. How might he make him useful? Memory alteration. He would begin with Lucius, the one he was most familiar with, striving to ensure that the modified memories bore no flaws. Individuals like Lakhel, who rarely delved deeply into matters, would not scrutinize the contradictions between their memories and actions. While others eagerly sought to prove themselves, he alone completed Voldemort's tasks with reluctance, the so-called accolades of the 2 years post-graduation being mere fabrications of altered memories. Less than a year after Lakhel joined the Death Eaters, Voldemort fell from grace. He became somewhat of a missing person in the Order of the Phoenix, having not severed ties with his Gryffindor friends. This turmoil was all a result of memory manipulation. In such circumstances, he still managed to capture Voldemort's attention. A peculiar, serene individual personally retrieved could not go unnoticed, and unexpectedly, those few glances ensnared him. At every meeting, Voldemort's gaze would linger on Lakhel, merely to witness the adorable manner in which he would yawn discreetly. Once a particular switch was flipped, Voldemort's infatuation would only deepen. Indeed, he was now brazenly surveying Lachel's entire form. The latter, with his back turned, had his golden hair swaying slightly with his movements, the apron accentuating his slender waist, while his pert posterior was enveloped in a silver robe, tantalizingly elusive. In silence, Lakhel arranged the plates upon the dining table. Having seldom been alone with Louty, he felt a twinge of discomfort, pondering how to subtly encourage the other to leave. The two sat across from one another, enveloped in silence. Lakhel felt compelled to speak. But as he opened his mouth, Voldemort halted him. The great serpent leisurely coiled around him, resting on his shoulder. Lakhel blinked. He was unafraid of snakes, yet observing a massive serpent dine was somewhat disconcerting. Unbeknownst to Lakhel, Voldemort and Nagini had exchanged words. The enormous snake brushed against his hand before gliding away. Master. Has there been any movement from Dumbledore? Why have you not returned to oversee the situation? The man across from him calmly sliced into the lamb chops, his placid visage betraying no emotion. My informant tells me they are deliberating on how to transfer Harry Potter to headquarters. Are you not planning to act? Laquelle inquired, a hint of doubt flickering across his features. This was a prime opportunity. The Ministry had infiltrated their ranks, capable of real-time monitoring of the Flu network. Harry Potter could not apparate and could only fly on a broom, leaving them ample time to act. Patience, my dear child. Once I obtain that prophecy ball to corroborate Eva's claims, I shall take action. But not now. He retrieved a handkerchief to wipe his hands, then turned, settling onto the sofa, extending his hand towards Laquelle. Come here, Laquelle. Reluctantly placing down his cutlery, Laquelle inched forward to Louty, only to be ensnared in the embrace of the latter, his wrist firmly held captive, the gentle rhythm of Louty's breath brushing against his ear, and the undulating warmth of a chest behind him. Had it not been for that bald head, this would have been a most enchanting tableau. What had violated his vision? Laquelle sighed internally as Louty's possessive demeanor returned. Fortunately, the muscles behind him were not rigid, but rather possessed a slight elasticity, allowing Laquelle to rest comfortably against the warm chest, his eyelids gradually meeting his lower lashes, and soon he succumbed to slumber. Voldemort, intrigued by the figure in his arms who had drifted into sleep, could not help but pinch his nose. Upon seeing him instinctively open his mouth to breathe, he quickly covered it again. After several such antics, Laquelle rolled away, curling up and continuing to sleep, his peculiar sleeping position leaving Voldemort quite astonished. Thus, they passed the afternoon in this manner. The following day, Laquelle awoke with a cold. Chapter 52, The Second Encounter. A wizard's cold merely required a potion. After consumption, one would often see smoke emanating from their head, indicating no significant issues. The problem lay herein. Laquelle had no supplies at home. Voldemort, who never fell ill, felt a twinge of guilt, albeit a minuscule amount, upon witnessing Laquelle's labored breathing and incessant nose-blowing. Master, I shall procure some medicine. Your status is unique. Appearing in Diagon Alley could jeopardize your plans. Laquelle tugged at Voldemort's cloak, halting his stride. The gentle pull, coupled with his soft nasal tones, brightened Voldemort's mood, and he watched with a smile as Laquelle vanished into the emerald flames. Upon arriving in Diagon Alley, discussions surrounding Harry Potter and Dumbledore echoed from every corner. Harry Potter seeks attention again. Dumbledore has lost his position as Chief of Wizengamot. Many reveled in their misfortune. The public was reluctant to believe in Voldemort's return, preferring to heed the Ministry's narrative, with only a scant few supporting Harry. These matters were of no concern to a Death Eater. Laquelle stood hesitantly before the apothecary, a shop that had been established in Diagon Alley since 1825, renowned for its excellent reputation, quality assurance, and fair pricing. He had always purchased from this establishment. However, since encountering the proprietor of that quaint apothecary, a persistent voice within urged him to visit once more, as he held an extraordinary fascination for that gentleman, hoping that today he would find the proprietor awake and in business. Since Voldemort's resurrection, Snape had concealed his shop, undoubtedly a precaution befitting a member of the Order of the Phoenix. In the eyes of Voldemort and his Death Eaters, it was a shop that did not exist. However, it remained perpetually open to Rahel, who through the bond of servitude with Lucius, became the only Death Eater capable of perceiving Snape's establishment. Today, the proprietor found himself indulging in a bit of drink, not to the point of inebriation, but enough to have him pacing back and forth behind the counter, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. The moment Rahel stepped through the door, the alarm was triggered, prompting the man to lift his gaze sharply. Remus, they decided. Upon recognizing the visitor, he froze, heart racing. Thump, thump. Snape hesitated, momentarily paralyzed by the sight before him. The figure resembled Rahel as he had once known him. Chiseled features, elegant brows, a straight nose, and distinctly defined lips formed the visage he had long yearned for. Snape's fists clenched tightly around the hem of his clothing. A torrent of questions surged within him. Why had Rahel never sought him out over the years? Where had he been during James's demise? What had transpired during all this time? And Lucius had been waiting for him. So many inquiries clamored for utterance. Yet he stood rooted in place like a coward, fearful that the person before him was merely a figment of his imagination, a shadow of his longing. Rahel, perceptive as ever, discerned that Snape was once again enamored with him. The depth of his gaze spoke volumes. Such affection could not be mistaken. My dear proprietor, how many times have you endured heartache? Rahel quipped, a smirk on his lips. The last time I saw you, you were completely intoxicated. Surely you can't be mistaking me for someone else. He refused to admit that a twinge of sadness resided within him. It must be a mere case of nasal congestion causing discomfort. Proprietor? Snape furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Rahel's expression. It was clear that he did not recognize him. You truly do not know who I am? He reiterated, seeking confirmation. I don't know. Rahel retorted, exasperated. Do I bear such a striking resemblance to your first love that it has reached the point of confusion? You are indeed my first love, Snape mused internally. The joy of their reunion began to fade, replaced by a new wave of uncertainty. Rahel had lost his memory. Why had this happened? What had transpired during the intervening years? Snape could not fathom. Forgive me, he said, pressing his lips together. What potions do you require? Rahel's heart sank. Why must such a captivating man harbor affections for another? For a cold, fever, and perhaps a potion for hiccups. Snape fell silent, bypassing him to search the shelves for the requested potions. Will you come again? He inquired, his gaze flickering with hope as he noted Rahel counting the vials. Actually, we do offer home delivery services. Home delivery. A large pharmacy does not offer such a luxury. Rahel felt a rush of excitement. He was not fond of venturing out. Yet running out of supplies necessitated new purchases. Every time he contemplated leaving, his mind was beset by indecision. If delivery were an option, he would be spared such internal conflict. Will it be you delivering them? Rahel asked with a beaming smile. Please say yes. Snape nodded, adding, if that is your wish. I could not desire anything more. Rahel leaned closer to Snape, his eyes shimmering with starlight, their breaths intertwining. Proprietor, please do not pine for your first love any longer. What do you think of me? Snape felt his cheeks flush as he averted his gaze, bewildered by how Rahel had suddenly become so enchanting. Why you should be going. He stammered, hastily handing the packaged potions back to the beautiful figure before him, and retreating into the storage room. Leaning against the wall, he pressed a hand to his heart, striving to quell the tempest of emotions that surged within him. After all these years, he still found himself captivated by Rahel's every word and action. His visage had never faded from his memory, and his feelings remained unchanged. He still cherished him, perhaps even loved him. Moreover, it seemed that Rahel, despite his lost memories, had developed feelings for him as well. With this thought, Snape buried his face in the crook of his arm, laughing with joy, though a bittersweet sensation lingered. He had finally waited for him. 16 years had passed, and he had so much to say to Rahel, yet the man no longer recognized him. By the counter, Rahel glanced at the potions in his hands, then towards the retreating figure of the proprietor, a chuckle escaping his lips. Familiar with the shop's layout, he approached the counter and discovered a piece of parchment tucked away in a corner. Scribbling down the address of the Shafik Manor along with the potion quantities and delivery date, Rahel left the small shop in good spirits. Onlookers marveled at how this establishment was still protected by the Fidelius charm, questioning how it could possibly conduct business. Little did they know, this shop no longer needed to welcome customers. Upon returning home, Rahel's eyes widened. Had he not been certain he hadn't taken a wrong turn? He might have turned back in confusion. What arcane magic had Lord been experimenting with? The kitchen was a disaster zone, blood splattered everywhere, and a cacophony of chaos reigned. With Lord standing amidst it all, covered in soot, wielding his purplewood wand, creating an alarming scene. A sheepish Lord waved his wand, and the kitchen's contents began to restore themselves. Realizing what Lord had been attempting, Rahel was taken aback. Were you trying to cook? Voldemort chuckled awkwardly. I saw there were steaks, the ones you made for lunch, so I thought. He trailed off, embarrassed, as the blood had erupted all over the place, turning the kitchen into a crime scene. Chapter 53. The First Signs. Rahel set down the potions and retrieved his wand to help tidy up the kitchen. Are you hungry, Master? Not particularly hungry, just wanted to surprise you, Voldemort admitted somewhat shyly. Surprise? More like a fright. Rahel thought, bemused. Lord typically did not eat much, and he wondered if it was too soon for him to be hungry. Not receiving a response, Rahel uncorked a potion and downed it in one gulp, only to feel smoke begin to billow from his head. Oh, he grimaced, his face contorting as his cold had completely vanished. Whose style is this? Voldemort squinted. It seems Rahel has encountered an intriguing individual during his outing, an apothecary whose potion worked wonders. I forgot to ask for his name. In my eagerness to tease the proprietor, I neglected to inquire. The thought of seeing him again next Tuesday filled Rahel with glee. Voldemort noticed nothing amiss, assuming the apothecary was merely a second-rate herbalist, and urged Rahel to prepare a meal. Nagini returned, attempting to climb onto Voldemort's shoulder, but was promptly shooed away, settling instead on the floor beside him as they both awaited dinner. Seated across from one another, they turned their gazes toward the busy figure in the kitchen. There was something delightful about having someone cook for you, especially when that someone was your beloved. Suddenly, the once clear sky darkened, a fierce wind swept through the area, and an icy chill enveloped Rahel. Both men looked up as two hooded figures glided across the lawn, frost creeping up the transparent window panes. They seemed oblivious to the presence of anyone inside, drifting toward the playground across the grass. Dementors? Rahel exclaimed, donning his glasses and leaning closer to the window. Where are they going? As he stood upright, he collided with a wall of flesh. Voldemort stood behind him, steadying him. One day, they will join us, he whispered in Rahel's ear. Meanwhile, Harry, embroiled in a spat with Dudley, unexpectedly encountered the Dementors. The guard Mundungus had abandoned his post, leaving Harry with no choice but to summon a Patronus to save himself and his cousin. Consequently, he received an expulsion letter from the Ministry of Magic. Feeling dejected, he could only write to inform his friends, yet they seemed to be concealing something from him, continually urging him to relax, insisting they could not divulge details just yet, and to behave himself. Continuing, he instinctively thought of Draco's godfather, feeling an urgent need to confide in someone about the turmoil within his heart. Suddenly, he recalled the day Voldemort was resurrected, when the Dark Lord explicitly uttered the name Rochelle, and realized that Draco's godfather was also a Death Eater. Indeed, nearly all his family members were Death Eaters. He sat dejectedly on his bed, feeling anxious and uncertain about what to do. On Monday, Voldemort returned to his manor, and some Death Eaters came back to report their progress. Reluctantly, he returned to his own manor, as Rochelle had declined his invitation for a short stay. Well, he should have anticipated just how indolent this subordinate was. Rochelle had finally returned to a solitary state, and upon awakening on Tuesday, he donned his most splendid robe, meticulously arranging his tousled hair from sleep to ensure his appearance was impeccable, before descending to prepare for his guests. At 8 in the morning, Snape knocked promptly on the door of the Fanfic residence. Compared to his inebriated state from the other day, he now radiated vitality. His dark hair was tousled, with the ends curling slightly, and his complexion had transformed from a waxy pallor to a healthy wheat tone. He still wore an elegant black robe, and as Rochelle approached him, he caught a faint whiff of a bitter fragrance carried by the breeze. Your potion, Snape remarked, his eyes brightening upon seeing him, indicating that both had prepared thoroughly for their meeting. Instead of acknowledging the potion in Snape's hand, Rochelle grasped his bare wrist and pulled him inside. Mr. Fanfic. Rochelle halted, turning to face Snape, who now appeared suddenly embarrassed. Do you know who I am? I never wrote my name. Previously, he had intentionally refrained from writing his name, hoping to reveal it to Snape in person during their next encounter, but was taken aback to discover that the shopkeeper had already deduced it. You were quite famous during your school years, Snape told a little white lie. Although he was unsure where Rochelle's memory had faltered, the Fanfic family's talents should have remained unforgettable. Rochelle invited him to sit on the sofa while he settled into his own smaller couch. Snape inadvertently caught sight of Rochelle's slender yet strong ankles beneath his trousers and quickly shifted his gaze elsewhere. I don't recall doing anything particularly famous during my school years, Rochelle said, puzzled. This was a drawback of memory modification. Rochelle's OWL's exam had caused a corner of the castle to collapse, but that memory had been obscured by Lucius due to Snape's presence, intended to protect Snape as safety by keeping him out of Voldemort's line of sight. Yet it had revealed a flaw. Recalling the memorable OWL's exam, Snape couldn't help but smile slightly. It's nothing, not particularly important, he shook his head, still smiling. I merely wanted to say, whether you believe it or not, I've been watching you since our school days. Rochelle's heart began to race. He stepped closer, gazing intently into the depths of Snape's dark eyes. Can I interpret this as a confession? Snape met his gaze directly. If I say yes, would Mr. Fanfic be willing to accept my confession? It seemed a subtle, ambiguous atmosphere enveloped them. Rochelle glimpsed a profound emotion in the man's eyes. Was it love? He averted his gaze, returning to his sofa, displaying a troubled expression. But I don't even know the shopkeeper's name. Severus Snape. Snape leaned forward eagerly. You may call me Severus. Oh, Severus. Rochelle nodded. And who is that lazy one? He wore a smile that appeared quite amiable, but if Lucius were present, he would discern that Rochelle was indeed displeased. Rochelle felt quite unhappy. This man claimed to have harbored feelings for him since their school days, yet he also had another first love. Whom did he truly favor? You. That is a name I took the liberty of assigning you, Snape confessed, aware that Rochelle might not believe him, yet he spoke nonetheless. Ultimately, it no longer mattered whether Rochelle believed him or not. He was tired of waiting. Rochelle opened his mouth to say something further when he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, followed by collapsing onto the sofa. Chapter 54. The heartbroken house elf. 16 years. I have waited 16 years, Sirius. And now you tell me to send him back. Is Dumbledore truly powerless against him? Calm down, Severus. The headmaster believes that bringing him back now is far too perilous. Voldemort's obsession with him is beyond imagination. As long as we restore his memory, he can decide the rest himself. Is that not permissible? No one will be able to unravel it. One misstep might turn Rochelle into a fool. I will not let him go. I will attempt to unravel it. I cannot bear to think of what he has endured these years. Severus, have you considered that he is still a Death Eater? As long as his memory remains unreturned, he will continue to be a Death Eater. And you have seen the mark. Of course I have seen it. How dare he? When Rochelle awoke, his first thought was that he had invited a wolf into his home. He had not expected that the shopkeeper, no Mr. Snape, was not a bashful little sheep, but rather a malevolent grey wolf. Feeling the heaviness in his limbs, he attempted to move his wrists, only to hear the clinking of metal. Rochelle raised an eyebrow. Was this an attempt to imprison him? He found himself bound in a starfish position on the bed, but fortunately, the chains were long enough for him to change his sleeping position comfortably, even allowing him to stroll about, albeit limited to a meter or two around the bed. Downstairs, two voices were conversing. One sounded agitated, likely Mr. Snape, while the other seemed to be called Sirius Black. Ah. So it was a member of the Order of the Phoenix. This bedroom was clearly not his own. His room was typically European in style, while this one was rather plain. The bed barely accommodated two people, with the wardrobe, writing desk, and bedside table crammed together. The space was limited, but it did have a balcony and a bathroom. However, the balcony door was locked, and his wand had mysteriously vanished, making it impossible to call for help. The disillusionment charm was out of the question. The place had been bewitched against it. Unable to do anything, Rochelle despondently returned to the bed, thumping the bed frame in frustration. The noise quickly attracted the attention of the two downstairs. Their conversation ceased, and one bid farewell to the other, muttering something before falling silent. The other lingered for a moment before ascending the stairs. The creaking footsteps grew nearer, and Rochelle maintained a neutral expression as the newcomer approached. Noticing the glistening in his eyes and the unshed tears on his chin, which surprised him slightly. Crying? What to do now? It seemed even more enticing. Mr. Snape, you must look quite lovely when you cry, Rochelle teased, laughing heartily from his position on the bed. His jest received no response. Snape set down the box he was carrying and stacked it against the wall before standing beside Rochelle, lowering his head to gaze down at him. How do you feel? Previously, while Rochelle slept, he had peered into his memories, discovering that all memories related to himself had been obscured, while those concerning James and Sirius had merely been altered. He wondered if the one who modified the memories had been intentionally lenient. Feeling quite angry, Rochelle pretended to act oblivious. A new memory surfaced in his mind, of him standing on the dock, kissing Snape goodbye after graduation. He was about to embark on a journey, with a vague promise of 2 years to return, yet the content of that promise remained hazy, and the purpose of his travels was unclear. This compelled him to question whether Snape had hastily woven a false memory for him, yet it felt entirely seamless. Unable to comprehend it, he decided to observe the unfolding events. It appeared that Mr. Snape harbored many secrets. Severus Snape had not pondered much on the matter. He merely sensed that his spell had faltered, indicating that this memory-altering incantation was not easily unraveled. He sniffed, then froze momentarily, casting a discreet glance at the individual seated on the bed. Noting that the other was still lost in thought, he inwardly exhaled a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he felt a gentle kick to his calf, reminiscent of a playful kitten pawing at a pant leg, imbued with an unspoken teasing allure. Would you kindly loosen the chains binding me? I assure you I won't flee. At present, I possess nothing with which to escape. Snape shot him a lingering glare before turning and stepping into the adjacent room. Before long, Rahel caught a whiff of the delicious aroma of roasted potatoes, accompanied by the savory scent of meat that ignited an appetite, mingling with the malt fragrance of butterbeer and a hint of cream. Instinctively he swallowed hard, the enticing scent making his stomach growl audibly. Observing that dusk was approaching, with the sky ablaze in crimson hues while people hurried homeward, it seemed they were eager to partake in their evening meals. Having slept through the afternoon without having had lunch, he felt a gnawing hunger, compounded by the mouth-watering aroma that clouded his senses. It was not in his nature to simply sit idly on the bed. Thus, Rahel rose and made his way outside, leaning against the doorframe to peer out. He could barely glimpse a corner of the fireplace and dining table, faintly spotting the flutter of a dark cloak. Leaning further out, he was caught in the act by Snape, who, bemused by Rahel's comical posture, couldn't help but smile. a hint of affection surfacing in his expression that made Rahel's heart skip a beat. Was this a mere figment of his hunger-induced imagination? Somehow, he found himself returning to sit by the bed, one hand indulging in a bread roll while the other, unbothered by the mess, brought a chicken leg to his mouth. Once the bread roll was devoured, he lifted a tankard of beer and took a hearty sip, offering Snape a greasy thumbs up with the hand that had held the chicken. It was hard to reconcile his unrefined eating habits with his upbringing in a large family. From the moment Snape had set the meal before him, a smile had not left his lips. To Rahel's delight, there was even his favorite syrup pie. He gazed at the plate he had previously overlooked, deftly dividing the pie into 3 portions, only to pause in confusion. Why divide it into 3? There were only 2 of them. Observing Rahel's silent actions, Snape inquired cautiously. There is someone who has been longing to meet you. Would you be amenable? In a good mood thanks to the food, Rahel nodded absent-mindedly. Snape then snapped his fingers, and a sudden crack echoed through the air, startling a house elf with large ears, who upon seeing Rahel, erupted into a fit of wailing. Young Master Rahel, I thought I would never see you again. The elf sobbed uncontrollably, as if years of longing and sorrow were to be released in tears. Lulu, please don't cry. Rahel was taken aback by the commotion, nearly choking on his syrup pie, his eyes pleadingly seeking Snape for clarification. Snape, having covered his ears immediately after the snap, managed to shield himself from the cacophony. Chapter 55. The Escape. Responding to Rahel's gaze, he leaned in closer. Over the past decade, the elf had wept incessantly, sometimes bursting into tears while merely washing dishes. Snape noticed this but kept his composure as Rahel expressed his bewilderment with a look of shock. Amidst the backdrop of Lulu's lamentations, Snape elucidated, "This is your house elf. You may doubt my words, but the bond between a wizard and their house elf is unbreakable. You can try issuing her a command." Overwhelmed by the noise, Rahel instinctively shouted for silence, and suddenly, Lulu's mouth seemed to be glued shut. Her large eyes remained tear-filled, yet she could only emit muffled whimpers. Salvation. As the meal neared its conclusion, Rahel felt compelled to understand the sudden appearance of this house elf. To his surprise, upon releasing her from command, the elf began to spill out information like a bamboo tube pouring beans. She recounted her relationship with Snape, detailing their childhood friendship. Their lives intertwined since the age of 10, sharing meals, living, and playing together until their graduation at 17, when they had exchanged heartfelt confessions and promised to marry upon his return. Having been raised alongside Rahel, Lulu had cared for him during his parents' absences, regarding him as family and never asserting authority over him. Upon learning of his parents' disappearance during their 6th-year holiday, he resolved to search for them after graduation, leaving Lulu to look after Snape, only to lose contact the following year. Once Lulu finished her tale, she ceased her tears, standing obediently with her hands clasped. Rahel, however, was lost in contemplation. The memories swirling in his mind bore little resemblance to what he had just heard. He was torn between trusting his own recollections or the words of his house elf. Though house elves cannot lie to their masters, they can be easily deceived. "You still do not believe," Snape observed, perceiving the unspoken thoughts that lay beneath Rahel's facade. He was not disheartened. He had braced himself for a prolonged struggle. Rahel shook his head. Rather than disbelief, he found himself engulfed in doubt. Previously, he had merely drifted through life, reluctant to delve into the contradictions of his actions and memories. Yet, as Snape laid these revelations before him, his internal balance began to tilt in Snape's favor. "But are you not my fiancé? How could you bind me?" Rahel suddenly recalled, extending his chained hands toward Snape, his expression earnest, on the verge of uttering, "You are not deceiving me, are you?" Snape smirked, recognizing the determination in Rahel's eyes to escape, subtly trying to entice him into unlocking the chains. This newfound audacity was uncharacteristic of him, yet it struck a chord of fondness within Snape, and he wished for nothing more than to have Rahel by his side in peace. "Once your memories are fully restored, I shall release you. The length of the chain is sufficient for you to reach the bathroom, and I will regularly bring you meals." With that, he cast a glance at Lulu, grasped the tray, and retreated into the dining room at the end of the corridor. Lulu, teary-eyed, cast one last glance at Rahel before following Snape out. Left alone in the room, Rahel wore an expressionless face as he picked up the chain from the bed, measuring it against his neck, mimicking the posture he recalled from his memories. After some time, his gaze softened, and he tossed the chain aside, reclining back onto the bed. "How difficult it is," he mused, staring blankly at the ceiling. Were it anyone else confined for an extended period in such a manner, their mental state would likely falter. Yet Rahel maintained a positive outlook. This leisurely existence, with meals delivered to him and no constraints on his metabolism aside from the inability to leave the room, was rather agreeable. Thus, he found it hard to bear the sight of Snape sleeping on the floor. The shop was modest, consisting of a single bedroom and a bathroom, and during bath times they often glimpsed things typically hidden from view, each harboring unspoken thoughts, yet neither dared to voice them. Until one day, Rahel could no longer contain himself. "Mr. Snape, you ought to come up and sleep. The weather is turning chilly, and the floor may give you a cold." This statement was entirely fabricated. Although September was approaching, summer still lingered, and sleeping on the floor would only provide a refreshing chill. That night, the room was illuminated solely by a single candlelight, the only source of illumination aside from the tip of Snape's wand in the enveloping darkness. The candlestick rested upon the bedside, casting flickering shadows that danced across Rahel's cheek, stirring emotions within him at the mere sound of their conversation. Severus Snape remained shrouded in shadows, his figure and expression obscured from Rahel's view. Yet, one could speculate that Mr. Snape might indeed feel a flutter of emotion, albeit tinged with a hint of narcissism. Contemplating this notion, Rahel couldn't help but pout slightly. The shadow in the darkness shifted, offering no response. It seemed he still had not fully grasped the depths of Mr. Snape's character. With a resigned sigh, Rahel extinguished the candlelight and slipped beneath the covers. Once his breathing steadied, Snape gradually lay down on the floor mat, a faint smile gracing his lips as he drifted into slumber. On the final day of August, Snape, in his capacity as a teacher, was set to report to Hogwarts. Before departing, he unshackled Rahel's wrists, assuring him that he would return each evening to share dinner together, after which he vanished into the fireplace's flames. The moment he was gone, Rahel hastened to retrieve his suitcase, which rested in the corner of the room. He had to lie flat on the ground, stretching his body to reach it, but despite his utmost efforts, only his fingertips grazed the surface. He resorted to tapping the suitcase from his prone position. Click. The instant the latch sprang open, Rahel's world burst into light. Observing Snape's frequent entries and exits from his suitcase over the past days, he was once again convinced of his suspicions. The way to open the suitcase was known only to family, confirming that Snape was indeed a person he could trust. Yet, what did that matter? He yearned for freedom. "Duck, I know you heard me," he called out to the suitcase. A bowtruckle, shaking off the small leaves adorning its head, emerged from the open suitcase, followed closely by another bowtruckle. The second bowtruckle clung to Duck's slender waist, attempting to drag it back, but Duck clung tenaciously to the edge of the suitcase, resulting in a standoff between the two creatures. Cece, having noticed the suitcase ajar, hopped out, sniffing around and climbing up Rahel's knee. "Cece, could you lend me a hand?" Rahel pleaded, scratching its belly. Cece turned its tiny head and scurried away instead. Meanwhile, Duck successfully wriggled free from the grasp of the bowtruckle, scampering to Rahel's feet and, in a display of humility, raised its little wooden paw to unlock the suitcase for him. Before long, with a couple of sounds, Rahel kicked off the latch at his feet, stood up, and stretched luxuriously. After so many days, he was finally free. Chapter 56, a success, yet not entirely so. At that moment, a phrase that Haley once uttered flitted through Rahel's mind, now translated into his own context as Mr. Snape's runaway little wife? Oh. The term little wife sent a delightful shiver down his spine. Haley was quite the instigator. Glancing around, he noticed his wand was absent, likely taken by Mr. Snape. This was rather unfortunate, as navigating this world without a wand proved exceedingly challenging. It appeared he would need to devise a plan to reclaim it. Back, he urged, ushering Cece and the unidentified bowtruckle back into the suitcase, leaving only Duck perched upon his shoulder. Rahel closed the suitcase, leaving it unlocked. With everything in place, he took a deep breath, grabbed a handful of flue powder, and tossed it into the hearth's flames, clearly announcing, "Hogwarts Potions Office." Before his form spiraled and vanished into the emerald fire. As he descended, he pondered whether the discovery of a Death Eater stealthily entering Hogwarts would incite panic among the students. Yet, Snape seemed unconcerned. Was it because he lacked a wand? Or did he possess an unwavering certainty that he would not resort to violence? Well, he had never taken a life, for he was a mere beauty of questionable prowess. Feeling like a hapless beauty, Rahel cautiously extended a leg from the fireplace into the eerily quiet surroundings. This was an office, its walls lined with shelves reaching to the ceiling, brimming with potions and magical ingredients. Much like the quaint shops in Diagon Alley, the potions here were arranged in a delightful chaos, evidently organized according to the owner's rituals. In the center of the room stood a desk, square and surrounded on three sides by shelves. Opposite the fireplace was a door, which Rahel surmised must lead to Mr. Snape's bedroom. The atmosphere was dim and slightly damp. Without his wand, Rahel could not conjure a flickering light or illuminate the candelabra. He resolved to thoroughly explore Mr. Snape's bedroom once he secured his wand, intending to leave a cheeky note. Rahel Shafik was here. If only I had brought a Lumos spell with me, he murmured softly. Approaching the door, he cautiously opened a crack, discovering the corridor was nearly deserted. At this hour, most were likely in the great hall awaiting the sorting ceremony. Rahel slipped out of the potions office with ease. He chuckled to himself, wondering if Mr. Snape had anticipated his stealthy escape. In the great hall, Snape felt an unsettling anxiety brewing within him, distracted by thoughts of Rahel in the small tower. He had unshackled Rahel's wrists, unable to bear the sight of the red marks left behind. Yet this act significantly heightened the likelihood of Rahel's escape. This time, he had taken advantage of Rahel's inattentiveness to stun him and bring him back. If Rahel had been vigilant, locating the cunning Bowtruckle would not have been an easy task. Once the sorting ceremony concluded, Snape hurried back to his office after briefly informing Dumbledore of his absence. Oblivious to the curious glances from the toad-like creature, he needed to verify whether Rahel was still there. Just as he reached the entrance hall, he spotted a suspicious figure hiding behind a large pillar, clutching a suitcase and stealthily observing the happenings within the great hall, occasionally stifling a laugh. Utterly unaware of the missing professor at the staff table, with a flick of his wand, Snape silenced Rahel and conjured an invisible rope that bound him before leading him back to his office. Rahel, startled, instinctively attempted to struggle, only to find it futile. Upon realizing it was Snape, he resigned himself to follow in silence. Once inside his office, Snape, his expression dark, ignited the candelabra, allowing them both to see each other clearly. The moment Rahel beheld Snape's countenance, he sensed impending trouble. In a moment of panic, he made an ill-fated decision. He pressed his lips against Snape's, and sensing no resistance, he boldly brushed his tongue against the corner of Snape's mouth. The door slammed shut behind them, causing Rahel to flinch, their lips parting slightly. Yet, Snape grasped Rahel's head, pulling him closer, and their lips met once more. This time, the roles of aggressor and defender were reversed. Dazed by the passionate kiss of the single man, Rahel pondered why Snape was so adept at this. The dark-haired man held Rahel's face, compelling him to meet his gaze, anger flickering in his eyes. Mr. Shafik should be aware that provoking a man who has been single for many years is quite perilous, don't you think? Snape's expression was not solely one of anger. There was something else in his eyes that Rahel could not quite decipher, tinged with a hint of fear. But you appear quite irate. I merely acted on impulse, Rahel defended, attempting to sound resolute as he withdrew the arm that had unconsciously wrapped around Snape's neck. Yet, under Snape's predatory gaze, his voice gradually diminished to a whisper, fading into the air. Rahel glanced downward, clearing his throat and turning his head away. Perhaps you should take note of that, he indicated toward the small tent. The man across from him showed no sign of embarrassment. He stepped closer to the golden-haired beauty, questioning, "Why did you come to Hogwarts? To retrieve your wand?" At that moment, even a fool would realize that admitting the truth was unwise. Rahel playfully winked at him, declaring, "I came to find you. You still haven't cast that spell over my head, so I thought I'd remind you of my arrival." The crafty Bowtruckle. The sly trickster. Snape snorted dismissively, seizing Rahel and striding toward the bedroom, tossing him onto the bed, which was so soft that he bounced up slightly before settling down. At that moment, the box in Rahel's hands had long since been transferred to Severus Snape, and even the little duck, shyly anticipating the forthcoming events, leaped into the box on its own accord. Subsequently, Snape secured the box with a resounding click. "From now on, you shall reside here, sharing my bed," he declared. With a flick of his wand, chains that lay unnoticed in the corner instantly clasped around Rahel's feet. Rahel gazed at the chains, his face flushed with indignation. How could there still be chains here? By Merlin's beach shorts, how many layers of cunning does this man possess? Snape paid no heed to his resentful expression, casually sitting on the edge of the bed and closing his eyes. Despite his face resembling a swollen dumpling, Rahel obediently shut his eyes. Come, let him see which memory would resurface today. Chapter 57. Unable to hold back. The sensation of daily witnessing a miniature film was undeniably exquisite, yet he continued to deceive Mr. Snape, claiming that no memories had returned. He felt that once his memories were restored, the playful banter with Mr. Snape would cease. As Rahel contemplated with his eyes closed, the white mist before him parted, revealing the exterior of his common room, where two boys, their profiles strikingly familiar, stood. It was Mr. Snape and himself. "Have you never thought of me?" the dark-haired boy implored eagerly. The blonde boy, his face flushed, stammered, I don't know. I'm going to find Haley," and hurried away with his suitcase. The dark-haired boy paused momentarily before swiftly following, both boarding the carriage to Hogsmeade, where Haley awaited with a backpack and a birdcage. Along the journey, the blonde boy engaged in lively conversation with the girl named Haley, while the dark-haired boy sat comfortably across, appearing unaffected by any neglect, merely smiling at the blonde boy's reddened ears. The trio's conversation at the station remained a mystery, but the blonde boy abruptly withdrew his hand from the dark-haired boy's grasp. Turning to flee onto the train, the other boy shot a glare at the girl and pursued the blonde boy onto the train. In the next scene, they found themselves seated in the carriage, where the dark-haired boy spoke, and even as an observer, Rahel could feel the pang of disappointment he had felt at that moment. However, in the next instant, a comment from the dark-haired boy brought a smile to his face, and it seemed they had reconciled. Is that all? Rahel furrowed his brow. Today's memories were so brief, he had not had his fill. Each refreshing memory spanned different time frames, sometimes post-graduation recollections, other times back to his childhood with Lily, or even the moment Severus and he first crossed paths. It was a chaotic jumble. As the number of memories grew, he realized he must categorize them, which implied he needed ample time to rest. Was this the reason Mr. Snape had confined him? That would not do. He craved the freedom to entertain. Wasn't it delightful to curl up on the sofa and watch television? A gentle warmth enveloped his head, and Rahel felt a wave of comfort radiate from his crown to the tips of his toes as he opened his eyes to behold the now matured dark-haired man before him. The scene from his memory lingered in his mind. He had received Severus's confession in 5th grade, yet he had been so oblivious, mistaking Severus's affection for familial love, and had wrestled with that confusion for quite some time. He felt he had let many down, Mr. Snape, the house elf Lucy and his parents. After James and Lily's departure, he had even failed to attend their funeral due to a false memory. As for Sirius and Remus, they had never truly fallen out. They had always remained good friends. Regarding Peter, his feelings were complex. They had all forgotten their former selves, forgotten how close the 8 of them once were. Rahel initially intended to ask Mr. Snape if he had grown weary or found it burdensome over the years, but he reconsidered, realizing such inquiries were superfluous. Had it not been for Mr. Snape's unwavering strength and tenacity, they might have missed each other entirely. Thank you, Rahel expressed. Snape looked on, momentarily stunned by the unexpected embrace, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. Could Rahel's memories be returning? Could we repeat that massage? Rahel lifted his head from Snape's embrace, bestowing upon him a radiant smile. Snape, enough. Sleep. He waved his sleeve and retreated into the bathroom, the door slamming shut with a resounding thud. Rahel smiled at the closed door, silently resolving to himself. In the days that followed, Snape continued to sort through his memories, and they returned to their life in the small building, their bond rapidly deepening. Yet one aspect remained. Professor Snape frequently needed to confine students, which required Rahel to maintain silence. However, for certain students, a room that was closed but not locked became an enticing place for mischief. The Weasley twins and their friends devised a plan, waiting for an opportunity to slip through the door while distracting Snape. Upon entering, they stumbled upon the sight of the chained golden-haired beauty on the large bed. George, I can hardly believe my eyes. I never expected Professor Snape to be this kind of person. Hello, are you students of Mr. Snape? The golden-haired beauty greeted them cheerfully, clad only in a nightgown. His fair, rounded toes playfully lifting and dropping, exuding an aura of leisure. The brothers exchanged incredulous glances, and Fred drew his wand, asking earnestly, "Do you need assistance, sir? We can help you escape." George's expression was sincere. Rahel smiled, thinking how splendid that would be. Thank you, kind friends. Umbridge, having learned from an unknown source about someone hidden in Snape's office, arrived at the potions office with Filch, her expression akin to a hyena catching the scent of blood, excited yet twisted. Snape followed her, his brow furrowed as he contemplated whether to obliterate her memory or simply stun her. A voice, laced with irritation, snapped him back to reality. The bed lay empty. Even the chains had vanished, the blankets neatly folded, and the room appeared as if no one had ever inhabited it. Snape's fingers twitched. Rahel had fled once more, returning empty-handed. Umbridge could only chastise Filch for trusting in such dubious information, as if he had been the one to inform her. They departed in a flurry, dejected, while Snape remained unconcerned, feeling an emptiness within, akin to a gaping hole, through which a chilling wind penetrated. Rahel had escaped yet again. He still had not located his wand, but surely if he was headed to his family he would not require it? Lucius, we are still family, are we not? Rahel asserted. How could you say such a thing? I thought we always were. Have you encountered some peculiar individuals? Rahel sat on the small sofa opposite Lucius's writing desk, his suitcase beside him already unlatched. From Lucius's perspective, it appeared dark within, as if a ferocious beast awaited to pounce and devour. Lucius, Rahel straightened, speaking earnestly. If you still consider me family, tell me the truth about my memories. A flicker of realization crossed Lucius's gaze. So, you are already aware. Chapter 58, on assignment. If so, the ensuing conversation must remain confidential. Otherwise, not just you, but our entire family shall face consequences. Lucius raised his wand to extinguish the fire, casting multiple anti-eavesdropping charms and disillusionment spells within the room before slowly recounting the events surrounding Rahel's altered memories. He had been dining at home when the dark mark on his arm seared painfully. The Dark Lord apparat beside him, dragging along an unconscious individual and a suitcase. When I saw you, I was taken aback. I had envisioned countless scenarios for our reunion, yet I never anticipated you would be brought back by Raud. He wishes you to serve him. At this, Lucius cast a meaningful glance at Rahel, sending a shiver down his spine. What sort of gaze was that? Pray tell. You haven't accidentally ingested any peculiar concoction, have you? Lucius leaned back in his chair, a devilish grin gracing his lips. No, Hael. Should you be aware of the ensuing developments, you too would be astonished. The Dark Lord has taken an interest in you. Rahel rubbed his ears, incredulous. What? Surely. I must have misheard. Oh dear Rahel. Doubt not your hearing. Cannot you feel it now? Laudy has a particular fondness for you. Does that count as him being infatuated with me? Rahel's fists clenched. So Laudy's affections are a burden upon the populace. Lucius waved dismissively. In any case, upon learning of your romantic involvement, he initially intended to eliminate your lover, to put an end to it once and for all. However, I persuaded him that erasing the pertinent memories would inflict greater anguish upon Severus, thus dissuading Laudy from his murderous intent. The memory-altering spell was provided by Laudy, and I executed it, for I know you best and am least likely to reveal any flaws. Lucius recounted the fabricated memories to Rahel. The situation had been perilous. Lucius had walked a tightrope over a chasm. Voldemort had originally wished to take matters into his own hands, but Lucius, citing the risk of exposure, volunteered to modify Rahel's memories. Had Laudy glimpsed Rahel's recollections, both Shafik and Malfoy would face repercussions. The mere fact that Lucius had aided Rahel's family in fleeing during his own wedding would have been enough to incite Laudy's wrath. Lucius had withheld these details from Rahel, merely advising him to safeguard his true memories. Thank you, Lucius. Upon hearing this, Rahel's expression turned complex. Once the false memories were stripped away, the rest aligned, implying that he ought not to have become a Death Eater. Had his memories remained unaltered, he would have resided in that quaint abode with Professor Snape, basking in the sunlight at the shop's entrance, occasionally gathering with friends, perhaps even succeeding Professor Kettleburn as a teacher at Hogwarts. Resentment arose inexplicably, yet appeared to have a traceable origin. Contemplating his next course of action, he felt some remorse towards Lucius, yet deemed it prudent to keep this matter from him. He resolved to visit Dumbledore at Hogwarts. Exiting Malfoy Manor, the sky had begun to dim. Street lamps flickered to life on the Muggle thoroughfares, illuminating the homes, which glowed warmly, yet the absence of company rendered the solitary walk rather desolate. Operating at the entrance of the Three Broomsticks, Rahel surveyed his surroundings, noting that no one had taken notice of him. Countless wizards frequented this place daily, and sudden appearances like his were not uncommon. Once he entered the station, he could ride a thestral into the campus. However, a burning sensation at the nape of his neck caused him to halt. Laudy was summoning him. Ah, damn it. The time had come to test his acting skills. Operating to Voldemort's estate, Rahel felt a wave of discontent wash over him as he gazed at the imposing iron gates. Did Severus not find this vast estate appealing? Instead, it had been bestowed upon a wretched soul who delighted in altering memories. How unworthy! Maintaining a stoic expression, Rahel passed through the gates and steeled himself as he entered the grand hall, where Laudy stood before the curved sofa, furiously seething, his wand poised to unleash a cruciatus curse upon the kneeling figure before him. Rahel caught sight of the prostrate individual and smirked. Viola remained unchanged, save for the increase of her white hair. Each time he encountered her in Laudy's presence, she was invariably in a state of punishment. Unlike Viola's grand display of submission, Rahel merely inclined his head slightly, and as he raised it, Laudy pulled him into an embrace. In the past, such contact elicited little response from him, yet now he felt an undeniable aversion, finding himself longing for the bittersweet warmth of Professor Snape's embrace, as he felt a head burrow into the crook of his neck. Inhaling deeply, goosebumps erupted on his arms concealed beneath his sleeves. Life was bitter. Professor Snape was sweet. Rahel could only strive to recall Snape's sweetness to endure the bitterness of life. Below, Viola had grown accustomed to the situation. Truth be told, she felt a twinge of pity for her benefactors. Loudy's affections were tyrannical. He would not permit rejection, which was torment for those unwilling to acquiesce. Yet until a method of resistance was discovered, they could only endure in silence. As Rahel exited Voldemort's estate, Viola's pity had all but vanished. She had no energy left to extend sympathy toward others. Loudy had ordered her to pilfer a prophecy orb from the Ministry of Magic, a task that was utterly impossible. Viola vaguely recalled that only the owner of the prophecy could activate it. Yet she had no intention of divulging this to Loudy. Even the seer, Ava, had said little on the matter. Clearly, Loudy was losing the support of his followers. Aside from the loyal servants in Azkaban, the remainder had their own agendas. Meanwhile, Rahel found himself gently pushing Loudy away. His neck bore crimson marks, glistening with an intimate sheen. Unwilling? Voldemort's expression was inscrutable, yet inside, he felt an itch akin to a kitten's playful claws. Rahel stood before him, his face a portrait of displeasure. Loudy distrusted him, while everyone else had tasks to attend to, leaving him idle. Even that foolish woman, Viola, had been granted further responsibilities. He boldly prodded Voldemort's waist with his fingers, grateful that no one else was present. Otherwise, he would have socially perished. Lucius too had been assigned the task of procuring the prophecy orb, while McNeil had gone to enlist the giants, and Greyback was busy creating more werewolves. Rahel lowered his gaze to his toes, his incessant chatter causing Voldemort to feel uncharacteristically dazed by Rahel's rare display of affection, promising him a significant task. Thus, Rahel returned to his former pursuits, seeking out more magical creatures. Before departing, he donned a disguise and visited Ollivander's wand shop to procure a new wand, this time with a phoenix feather core. Chapter 59 Astonishment. To be frank, upon learning of Lucius' imprisonment, Rahel was utterly taken aback. At that moment, he was joyfully playing with a Snidget, a creature that could be tossed like a yo-yo and returned. When an owl dropped a copy of the Daily Prophet before him, both he and the Snidget froze momentarily. Rahel unfolded the newspaper, and the Snidget instinctively hopped onto his shoulder to read alongside him, albeit lacking comprehension. Voldemort cited at the Ministry, Death Eaters arrested, Dementors revolt. Brockdale Bridge collapses, hurricane in the west. Upon receiving the news, he hastily made his way back, accompanied by his greatest acquisition of the journey, 5 Snidgets, and he hurriedly visited Malfoy Manor. As he stepped into Lucius' frequently used study, a figure lunged at him. Narcissa, pale and hollow-eyed, clutched at him as though he were a lifeline. Her actions startled the Snidget perched on his shoulder, which threatened to open its beak as if intending to poke it into Narcissa's ear. Rahel quickly reassured it. It's all right, she poses no danger. Narcissa paid no mind to the creature. Her grip tightened on Rahel's sleeve. Rahel, Lucius, can you? Tears streamed from her dimmed eyes, while Draco sat quietly in a corner, emanating an aura of cold fury. Calm yourself, Narcissa. I need to understand the situation. With a flick of his wand, 2 cups and a bottle of pumpkin juice materialized on the desk. He pressed one of the filled cups into Narcissa's trembling hands. A sweet treat will help stabilize your emotions. The panicked woman took a small sip from the cup, and Rahel's presence seemed to alleviate her distress. Master wants Draco to kill Dumbledore. He clearly seeks my son's life. This is all to punish Lucius for his mistakes, I know. What of Draco? What are his thoughts? Rahel gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to calm down, and then turned his attention to the quiet boy in the corner. In truth, I had never disclosed to you all that the boy's gray eyes shimmered with an unusual light. I maintained correspondence with Harry Potter until he incarcerated his father. We communicated through some means. Godfather, do you recall that boy who spoke Parseltongue? Rahel nodded. Parseltongue was indeed unique, and he certainly remembered, though he had no interest in getting to know the boy, hence he had never paid attention to him. That boy is Harry Potter. At this moment, his mother glared at him, her lips quivering slightly. How could you? At this point, Draco was somewhat different from his usual self. He exhibited an unsettling calmness. He inadvertently revealed to me certain matters, some secrets regarding the Dark Lord. As he spoke, he cast a nervous glance at the 2 elders, and then looked out the window, evidently concerned about eavesdroppers. Rest assured, you may speak freely. No one shall come. Nor shall anyone overhear, Rahel assured him, having made arrangements shortly after entering the study. The Nargle perched on Rahel's shoulder tilted its head, forming a peculiar expression that rendered it rather eerie. Horcruxes, Draco whispered, as if fearing to disturb something. Godfather, do you know about Horcruxes? Narcissa looked bewilderedly at her son, and then at Rahel, clearly not understanding their cryptic exchange. Rahel paused for a moment, Had he not regained his memories? He could have confidently told Draco that he was unaware. However, after Mr. Snape restored his memories, he recalled a fragment. It was during their first year's summer. When they were studying advanced magic at home, he had chosen to delve into ancient runes, while Mr. Snape opted to explore dark magic, one of the books of which mentioned Horcruxes. Why did it leave such an impression? Perhaps it was because he had once jested with young Mr. Snape that if he ever ended up in Azkaban he would not be the least surprised, as every first year who dabbled in dark magic possessed the potential to find themselves in Azkaban. Those were the very words he had spoken. The creation of a Horcrux is an exceedingly vile branch of dark magic. They now knew about Horcruxes. What then? Frowning, he felt a twinge of unease. Was Mr. Snape embroiled in some troublesome affair? Godfather, I wish to assist them, to destroy the Horcruxes and vanquish that Voldemort. Draco exerted considerable effort to utter that name, and upon finishing he exhaled in relief, even feeling a sense of joy. He could utter that name now. I do not blame them for sending my father to prison. Seeing his mother's expression, which seemed on the verge of an emotional outburst, Draco interjected, because I know that the true culprit has always been Voldemort. As long as I can achieve something in this matter, my father will be freed. Rahel raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised by this version of Draco, feeling a sense of pride that the child had matured. However, but if you fail, Lucius will die, and we will all perish. Draco, have you truly considered this? Little Narcissa rushed to kneel before Draco, grasping his hands, her gaze pleading, this is far too perilous. It cannot be. Draco gently wiped away the tears from his mother's cheeks, a smile breaking through his pale visage. But mother, I have no path of retreat left. He cared not for the prospect of his own demise, did he? I will endeavor to fulfill the task assigned to me, and I will search for the Horcruxes. For both your sake and my own. With Draco having expressed his determination, Rahel could not remain a passive observer. He stepped forward to assist Narcissa. Perhaps the situation was not as dire as it seemed. He still needed to report his progress to his master, and perhaps he could unearth some valuable information. Chapter 60, Viola's Request. Thanks to the Dark Lord, Rahel had yet to contact Professor Dumbledore, and as he prepared to report his progress, an ominous premonition lingered in his mind. Louty's patience was wearing thin. He would not indefinitely tolerate him. He hoped Rahel would genuinely become his own, in both body and spirit. Before disapparating, Rahel fervently prayed to Merlin, wishing for a safe passage through this report. Upon once again encountering the person he had longed for, Voldemort swiftly dismissed Viola. As Rahel observed in astonishment, Viola shot him a glance, lowering her head as she hastily exited the manor hall. Was she seeking to converse with him? Though his face betrayed no emotion, Rahel mused. What was that foolish girl up to? Was she attempting to flee? As for why Viola wished to escape, Rahel surmised it likely pertained to Louty's demeanor. She was utterly treated as expendable, her life of little consequence to anyone. With her limited capabilities, she could not hope to escape, for Voldemort's minions were omnipresent. It seemed she intended to leverage Rahel's family's influence. Alas, this foolish girl still held him in too high regard. He had not forgotten the antics she had pulled during her student days. However, this was not the moment for distractions. Upon seeing him, Voldemort reached out to brush aside his hair, the distance between them no more than the length of a wand, and Rahel's instincts screamed that something was amiss. He preemptively stated the purpose of his visit. Master, this excursion yielded significant rewards. Rahel grasped Voldemort's long, pale hand, feigning excitement. Voldemort was evidently intrigued. Compared to a lover he could acquire at any moment, he was far more invested in his grand designs of defying death. He gestured for Rahel to continue. Rahel unlocked the unlatched box, whistling towards it, and a creature resembling a turquoise butterfly with a wolf's skull for a head spun out, gracefully landing on Rahel's shoulder. The Nargle, a creature of dark magic, fed on human brains and possessed resilient skin capable of deflecting certain spells. As he spoke of his area of expertise, Rahel's eyes sparkled, to the extent that Voldemort merely cast a cursory glance at the creature on his shoulder before redirecting his attention to Rahel. Additionally, there are the hippogriffs and the scorpions, the former possessing sharp claws and unwavering loyalty, while the latter can withstand most spells and boasts a venomous tail. Both are excellent companions in battle. Indeed, they are my trusted allies, Rahel thought to himself. As he spoke with fervor, he was interrupted by his superior. You have done well. What reward do you desire? Voldemort's eyes twinkled with mirth. Seizing the opportunity, Rahel subtly broached the subject of Lucius and inquired about the next steps. Voldemort, of course, did not conceal anything from him, indicating that Lucius's son would rectify his father's mistakes. Master, do you truly believe in Draco? Rahel queried cautiously. Voldemort's expression visibly darkened. Rael, are you questioning the decisions made by your master? Oh dear, this was troublesome. It seemed Louty was resolutely indifferent to Draco's fate. What had Viola done previously? Rahel's gaze fell, exuding a sense of vulnerability, as he took Voldemort's hand and shook it gently. Rahel was wrong. Rahel should not have spoken such words. Is the master displeased? Please do not be angry with Rahel. Oh, how strange. With that thought, Rahel shook Voldemort's hand once more. The beautiful one's tearful expression successfully rekindled the ruler's compassion, softening his demeanor as he caressed the beauty's cheek. The task of killing Dumbledore will be handled by another. I know he is your mentor, and shall not cause him distress. You have one day to pack your belongings. Move in tomorrow, all right? Rahel, blushing, nodded gently, and Voldemort smiled with satisfaction. As Rahel exited the manor, his mind raced with thoughts. This was clearly a threat. Should he show even the slightest reluctance, Voldemort would undoubtedly turn his wrath upon the Malfoy family, with Draco being the first victim. But what if he met with misfortune? His gaze shifted to Viola. Here was a ready-made candidate. Was she not? Rahel, you must help me. Viola matched his pace, her voice laced with urgency. I apologize for what happened earlier. I have already faced my punishment. Please, I implore you to assist me. I know you possess the ability. Concealing a person is no challenge for you. Why should I help you? What can you possibly offer me? Rahel responded nonchalantly as he turned into a Muggle street, cars occasionally zipping past them. His golden hair danced in the wind, drawing gasps of admiration from passers-by who turned their heads in awe of his beauty. Viola trailed beside him, her expression troubled. If you desire my body, TSK, is that all you can think of at a time like this? No wonder you've been dragged into this mess, Rahel scoffed. What do you want then? The silver-haired woman pouted in displeasure. Is there anything else I can offer you? We can discuss that later. Rahel grasped her arm and led her into a narrow alley, transporting them both back to the Shafik Manor via apparition. Once home, Rahel visibly relaxed, thanks to the protective enchantments surrounding the manor, allowing them to converse freely in the sitting room. Have a seat. He gestured casually toward the sofa. Viola sat down awkwardly, struggling to conceive any valuable bargaining chip that could secure her escape. Have you truly decided to flee, even at the risk of being pursued? Rahel leaned casually against an armchair, his question hanging in the air. Since death is inevitable, I might as well carve a path for myself. I'll give you anything you desire. Just help me find a safe place, I beg you. Viola's resolve seemed to solidify, her gaze unwavering. Rahel nodded, acknowledging her courage. Then let us engage in a duel. Once we are done, we shall leave immediately. He smiled cheerfully, as if discussing the weather. Viola's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you seeking to vent your frustrations? How petty. Rahel's brow twitched. It was clear he could not expect logical reasoning from her. You need to vanish, and so do I. We just need to create some commotion. Leave signs of a struggle. He rose, retrieving his wand. No time to waste. Let us begin. Viola stood hesitantly, yet soon found herself dueling with Rahel. After what felt like a tempest had swept through the house, they apparat to the border between nations, where ferrying wizards provided passage keys. After considerable effort, they reached their destination. Once Viola was safely delivered to her aunt in New Zealand, Rahel disguised himself and returned to Diagon Alley, slipping into Snape's shop under the cover of night. Chapter 61 Farewell, Mr. Snape. Initially, he lingered at the door, rapping gently on the weathered wooden entrance. The stillness of the night rendered the sounds from above particularly pronounced. Even with his glasses, Rahel could not discern the interior through the glass panes. However, he was certain that Mr. Snape was peering out from behind the curtains. A sudden wave of anxiety washed over him. He was no longer the same. Would Mr. Snape recognize him? Of course he would. This shop was frequented solely by members of the Order of the Phoenix, who typically entered via the Floo network, rarely from the outside. Rahel was the only one who had come from the street. When Snape glanced down from the curtain's edge, he immediately recognized the disheveled young man standing at the door. Though Rahel's appearance had changed, who else would knock so meekly? Snape's fingers curled slightly, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. Yearning, longing, and trepidation, all stemming from Rahel's absence. If Rahel truly wished to sever ties, what then? After all, one does not repeatedly attempt to escape from someone they care for. Yet he had returned. A whisper in Snape's heart dared to hope. Rahel had sought him out, perhaps hinting at the possibility of reconciliation. As he awaited a response, Rahel discreetly surveyed the nearby shops. Noticing that their windows were plastered with purple notices, enlarged editions of the Magical Defense Manual. Only one shop remained unadorned, its window displaying a glaring poster. Why worry about the mysterious stranger? You should be concerned about the torment of constipation. He mused, perhaps it was that pair of twins? A grin crept onto his face, imagining the trouble they would be in if Loud were to see this. The small door creaked open, revealing a face devoid of expression, framed by greasy black hair. Just as Rahel was about to greet him with a smile, the door slammed shut in his face. Excuse me? Rahel's smile froze. Perhaps he truly did not recognize him? Mr. Snape, he called softly, pressing against the door. It's me, Rahel. Please let me in. I have something important to discuss. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Rahel stumbled into a warm embrace filled with an intoxicating scent. Snape promptly closed the door and turned the lock, stepping back to maintain distance, as if to draw a line between them. Beep, beep, beep. Alarm bells rang in Rahel's mind. Mr. Snape was angry. Doubts began to cloud his thoughts. Was he about to engage in another bout of awkwardness? Snape remained silent, his gaze fixed on Rahel, neither willing to break the silence. It was not until warm lips pressed against his that Snape's eyes widened in surprise. From his perspective, Rahel's long lashes fluttered nervously, and the warm, moist breath enveloped his face as Rahel's tongue clumsily sought entrance. In an instant, Snape's rationality shattered, the kiss ended, and he swept Rahel off his feet. Ascending the stairs, they only succumbed to slumber as dawn broke, awakening to the sun high in the sky. Rahel felt parched, his back aching. But Lucy had already placed a glass of water by his bedside. However, with the wall behind him and the cup on Snape's side, he had to navigate over the sleeping form to reach it. As he leaned to grasp the cup, his movement tugged at the injury on his back, forcing him to rest atop the warm body beside him for a moment before reaching for the glass again. After drinking half the glass, he felt somewhat better. Rahel mischievously pinched Snape's nose as he lay beside him. Just then, a burning sensation ignited at the nape of his neck. Ignoring it initially, he soon realized it was intensifying, a fire igniting at the back of his neck, compelling him to bury his face in the blanket. It seemed Loud was reminding him not to forget their earlier agreement. Dear, perhaps you should check on the Shafik manor first. A gentle pair of hands enveloped him, and Rahel instinctively nuzzled into their warmth, resting his head on Snape's shoulder, awaiting the burning sensation to subside. This time, the burning lingered longer than usual. As the pain faded, Rahel discovered that the skin marked by the dark mark had gone numb, and he desperately sought a distraction from this strange sensation. Severus, would you let me wash your hair? Rahel teased, playfully lifting the black strands strewn across the bed, waving them in front of Snape. What did you call me? The man beneath him fixed Rahel with an intense gaze, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. I didn't quite catch that. Mr. Snape, Rahel whispered in his ear. It's time for a wash. In an instant, the world spun, and their positions reversed, with Snape now looming over Rahel. Repeat that name again. The heat radiating from Snape's gaze was more intense than the sensation at Rahel's nape, causing his cheeks to flush. Severus, wake up. Time for a wash. Before he could finish, a sharp bite caught his lips. Had the situation not involved a giant's head resting on his neck, he would have understood the cause of this predicament. Snape huffed, rolling out of bed to dress. Rahel smiled sheepishly, and the two decided to take a shower together before heading to the dining room for a meal. Rahel had previously only glimpsed a corner of the restaurant, but this time he beheld its entirety. His attention was drawn to the fireplace directly facing the dining table, where flames flickered brightly, a rarity in the summer months. Naturally, the sudden emergence of a head from within the flames was an even more uncommon sight. Chapter 62, Prepared for Battle. Severus, O Rahel, has Severus ensnared you once more? The head within the flames revealed a fair-haired man wearing a frown as he gazed at the plate. Have you regained your memories? Rahel lifted his head from the plate. Indeed, it took quite some effort. Sirius, how is your injury? Thanks to Hork, it has improved significantly. Severus, the headmaster has made new progress. I believe it would be prudent for you to pay a visit. With that, the head vanished back into the fireplace. Ronan? Rahel pondered, recalling the charming young man with dark skin who trailed behind Regulus. Snape rose from his seat. He is a friend of Regulus and once saved his life. I shall step out for a moment and return shortly. I wish to accompany you. Rahel pouted as he watched Snape's figure disappear into the flames, then turned his attention back to poking at the mustard on his plate. Lucy. With a loud pop, Lucy materialized before him. Master Rahel. Lucy tugged at her ear. Lucy made a mistake. She should not have brought the plate of mustard to the master. Bad Lucy. Bad Lucy. With that, she attempted to bang her head against the ground, but Rahel hurriedly stopped her. This was meant for Severus? Master Snape said that the taste of mustard helps him stay alert. When Master Rahel is away, Master Snape consumes mustard every day. Lucy knelt on the ground like a child who had erred. After a moment of silence, Rahel replied, "There is no need to serve it anymore. And the way you address me should change." Lucy stared blankly. "You mean?" "There is no longer Lord Athel and Lady Lena," Rahel said. Tasting the mustard and feeling a pang in his nose, whether from the sharpness of the condiment or the ache in his heart, he could not tell. "Lucy, when there is time, let us visit them with Severus." Lucy nodded repeatedly, tears brimming on her cheeks. She made no sound, only sobbed quietly. In the evening, Snape returned, accompanied by a throng of people, including Headmaster Dumbledore, Sirius and Remus, along with a lady named Leah. They formed a circle around the dining table, exchanging glances until Dumbledore spoke first. "Rahel, it has been a while." The kind old man smiled as he greeted him. They exchanged pleasantries. After years apart, Sirius and Remus had changed significantly, their faces bearing the marks of weariness. Time had left its traces on them, yet it continued to favor the golden-haired beauty. Soon, they dispelled any lingering awkwardness, as Leah clearly took the lead in the conversation. Given the importance of her words regarding Horcruxes, Dumbledore listened intently. When Horcruxes were mentioned, Rahel instinctively reached for Snape's hand, both recalling a childhood jest, oblivious to the fleeting glimmer in Leah's eyes. Leah explained that of the 7 Horcruxes, the diary, the diadem, the ring, and the locket had been destroyed. Notably, the soul fragment within the diadem had merely severed its connection to Voldemort, becoming an independent entity once more. As for the ring, it was in a state of ruin when Dumbledore found it, the fragment within having been completely obliterated. The golden cup, however, remained unaccounted for, and Voldemort had severely punished Bella for this oversight. When Leah mentioned Bella, Rahel sensed a peculiar oddity. This woman seemed to possess extensive knowledge about Voldemort, even aware of Bella's punishment. Who was she truly? Unexpectedly, Leah's gaze fell directly upon him. "Perhaps you have heard of my other identity. Ava was my name as a Death Eater. Leah is my true name, and Raymond is my younger son." Judging by the expressions of those around, it appeared they had long been aware of this. Rahel chose not to dwell on it, and pulled a double-eared goblet from his trunk. The process was somewhat tumultuous. Sessa seemed frantic, refusing to let him take it. Reluctantly, Rahel petrified it, allowing him to successfully retrieve the goblet from the trunk. Upon its emergence, astonishment spread among them. "Rahel, how did the goblet come into your possession?" Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with surprise, having presumed it to be the most elusive of the Horcruxes, now seemingly within reach, bringing them a step closer to destroying Voldemort. Sirius and Remus regarded him with anticipation. Rahel remained the same forthright Rahel, and they had never been more convinced that his memories had returned. "Sessa, my Niffler happened to steal it from Bella." Rahel sighed in relief, grateful that he had safeguarded the object over the years. Now relinquishing it brought him a sense of release. Leah handed the goblet to the headmaster. "It is indeed a Horcrux. Now only the snake and Harry Potter remain." Sirius covered his face in anguish. "Leah, are you truly certain that Harry will not die? I mean, can you guarantee it 100%? Leah regarded him with an odd expression. "Of course not. The future shifts with every moment. I cannot be certain that Voldemort will die, just as I cannot assure that Harry will survive. But if it could be like the diadem, that would be a form of living magic, capable of severing the connection to Voldemort." Dumbledore fell into contemplation, eventually lifting his gaze to the group. "You still do not intend to reveal who that person is, do you?" His cerulean eyes flitted between Remus, Sirius, Snape, and Rahel, seeking the one who had discovered such magic. Snape remained impassive, realizing that the old headmaster was attempting to extract thoughts from him. "We merely wish to keep him uninvolved. He has no intention of entangling himself in this conflict." He had even referred to him as he, to shield Haley from scrutiny. "But Harry, Severus, cannot you write him a letter?" Sirius lamented, tugging at his hair in despair, believing it might be the best course of action. Remus patted his back, yet remained silent. No one could comprehend the bond they shared, just as others would not go through turmoil for revenge, like Sirius would for Harry. His love for Harry was unreserved. He was an exemplary godfather. What tormented him now was the presence of a better, safer choice for Harry. Yet it would breach a promise made to his friends. This was perhaps the most excruciating dilemma he faced. "What does Harry say?" Rahel queried, resting his chin in his hand as he turned to the others. "Has he chosen the more stable option?" "Certainly not," Remus replied with a hint of melancholy, shaking his head. "He seems quite conflicted, uncertain of what to do. We do not intend to interfere with his judgment. It simply appears too soon. I will hold private lessons for him. There are matters he should be aware of," Dumbledore stated, his fingers laced together, as though he had his own plans in mind. Chapter 63. The People Above. The meeting concluded with the destruction of the goblet, yet they had not reached a consensus regarding Harry and the snake, leaving the discussion for another time. Afterward, they enjoyed a sumptuous dinner together. Dumbledore and Leah departed early, while Sirius and Remus remained. They conversed for a long time, sharing their experiences over the years. Remus had fared better, as Snape's potion allowed him to transform into an ordinary wolf during the full moon, and his work had become more manageable, relieving him from his previous destitution. Sirius had received joyous news. His name had finally been cleared after many years, and he could now openly accompany his beloved godson to Diagon Alley for school supplies. Snape, however, was reluctant to discuss his own circumstances, perhaps recalling his former reckless existence. Consequently, Sirius and Remus fell silent, turning their focus to Rahel's experiences. Who could have imagined that you had become a Death Eater? Even more laughable is the fact that we have never crossed paths. We always assumed you had gone missing abroad. Sirius was clearly incredulous at this revelation. A hidden Death Eater. It was difficult to fathom what schemes Voldemort was concocting. No, that's not right, Remus mused. Sirius, do you recall the time we heard some sort of call? A bird's cry? After that, you lost your sanity and became even more unhinged. And the Death Eaters were in a similar state. Rahel shrugged. Since then, I've had to be exceedingly cautious in selecting them. So you opted for the Billywig? Snape, recalling something, chuckled. And yet you managed to bring me quite a few stings and wings. Rahel pouted. It seems you took them all, returning with just one. In truth, you had a far more dangerous creature, didn't you? But you didn't bring it out. Remus gazed at Rahel. Even with amnesia, you remain the same Rahel. His eyes were filled with sincerity, which made Rahel blush. He instinctively felt that keeping Little Eight and the others off the battlefield was the right choice, for if he had acted otherwise, it might have led to irreparable consequences. The atmosphere lightened considerably, and they chatted a while longer before Sirius and Remus decided to take their leave. After bidding farewell, Rahel slumped back in his chair, lazily glancing at those around him. Should I really write to Haley? Our letters might be. His body suddenly stiffened as a familiar burning sensation coursed through his nape, forcing him to grip the edge of the chair tightly, his knuckles turning ghostly white from the strain. After such a long silence, Rahel thought perhaps Lauder had forgotten him. Yet this time, the burning was shorter than at noon, indicating that Lauder had discovered the dire state of the old manor. Seeing Rahel's anguished visage, Snape attempted to alleviate his discomfort with some spells, but the effect was minimal. After the burning subsided, they both agreed to investigate the dark mark. Meanwhile, Harry's scar on his forehead suddenly throbbed, causing the letter and book list in his hands to slip to the floor. Ron, Hermione, and Mrs. Weasley were all visibly tense, with Hermione exclaiming, "You shouldn't allow him to invade your thoughts any longer, Harry." Returning to reality from the images in his mind, Harry held his forehead and looked at those gathered around him. Me fine, Hermione. Can we talk in our room? Casting an apologetic glance at Mrs. Weasley, Harry took Ron and Hermione back to Ron's room. Harry, you shouldn't. Hermione urged anxiously. Isn't Professor Snape teaching you a clemency? How could you? Harry sighed. Yes. He even said I was the worst student he has ever encountered, far worse than my father. But isn't he a friend of your father? He should be more willing to teach you. Ron, sitting beside Harry, glanced at Hermione. Let us put that aside for now. Voldemort only affects me when he is particularly enraged. Look, I've just happened to glimpse the reason for his anger. Someone he cares about has gone missing. Harry's expression brightened with excitement. Most importantly, I've been to the place he is staying. It's Draco's godfather's home. He is a Death Eater. You mean, he has gone missing, and the Dark Lord is searching for him? He is important to him? Hermione shook her head. That doesn't necessarily mean anything, Harry. He could have fled like Karkaroff. No, it must be that something has gone awry within the Death Eaters. It seems another Death Eater is out for revenge. The house is half collapsed, and the two of them might have escaped together. Ron thought he was making a joke and burst into laughter. But upon seeing the lack of reaction from the others, he quickly stifled his amusement. But why would they want to escape? Hermione pondered, believing it to be a plausible theory, albeit feeling that something crucial was missing. They couldn't arrive at any useful conclusions, and decided to temporarily abandon the discussion. On Saturday, they took a ministry-provided car to Diagon Alley to purchase the supplies needed for school. Diagon Alley was far quieter. Several shops had boarded up their windows, replaced by scattered stalls selling dubious charms. They encountered Draco at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, and no one greeted the other. They merely exchanged indifferent glances, which was mutually beneficial, wasn't it? After purchasing their robes, they decided to visit Fred and George's shop, where they had a splendid time. It was quite a marvel that their establishment was the only vibrant and lively one on the street. Standing by the window, they clearly glimpsed Draco hurriedly passing by. Alert to his surroundings, glancing back now and then, Harry, Ron, and Hermione instinctively turned their heads, exchanging knowing looks. Harry produced the invisibility cloak, and Ron and Hermione seamlessly slipped beneath it. They followed Draco into Nocturne Alley, but after a while, they left, feeling dejected. What was he trying to repair? Didn't he ever tell you what he was working on? He refused to share, claiming it concerned the lives of his family. I suspect it's something exceedingly perilous. Good heavens! Hermione suddenly exclaimed softly, that is Professor Snape. Harry and Ron followed her gaze to see a man with long golden hair and delicate features leaning by the window. It was their familiar Professor Snape, biting his wrist in evident agony. Harry and Ron blushed. They had been to that small building, which served as a backup base for the Order of the Phoenix. Yet they hadn't expected Professor Snape to. Harry felt as though he was seeing his father's friend in a new light. Fortunately, they were still cloaked in invisibility, sparing them the embarrassment of being gawked at by passers-by. Let us go, we need to hurry. All right. Chapter 64. The One Who Sits with Monsters. Sneaking back to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, the trio faced Mrs. Weasley's inquiries, adamantly insisting they had merely been in the small back room, which she had not bothered to search thoroughly. In the following days, Harry was consumed with thoughts of Draco's actions in Nocturne Alley, and that fleeting glimpse of a face, until one day, just before school commenced, he suddenly seized Ron's arm, startling the drowsy boy who had been on the verge of sleep. I remembered. Ron, he is Draco's godfather. Harry exclaimed joyfully, leaping from his bed and accidentally colliding with the ceiling, causing him to yelp in pain. What? Ron flopped back onto his camp bed, pulling the covers over himself, his voice thick with sleepiness. And then? Ron, the person with Professor Snape is the one Voldemort is searching for. Harry could hardly believe his good fortune. How could I have forgotten? He is so striking. He smacked his forehead, clearly vexed by his inconsistent memory. Ron slowly opened his eyes. So? He fled because he joined the Order of the Phoenix? No, staying within the Death Eater ranks would be more advantageous. There must be something else. Ron appeared fully awake now, staring at the ceiling with a hint of bewilderment in his gaze. Do you think if I asked Professor Snape he would tell me? No. He'd throw you out, Ron replied decisively. Their relationship is anything but ordinary, Harry. You saw it too. Harry flopped back onto the bed, contemplating whether meeting that uncle in person might shed light on the whole situation. Little did he know, they would meet again soon. Once more. The Ministry's vehicle transported them to King's Cross Station, where they boarded the train under the watchful eye of the Aurors. Harry was slightly late due to eavesdropping on Draco's conversation with his friends, meaning he had missed the train. As Tonks escorted him toward the gates of Hogwarts, they found themselves halted at the entrance, the gates magically sealed by the headmaster himself. Unless someone were to arrive to fetch Harry, he might well have to spend the night outside. A flickering light appeared in the darkness, and Harry surmised it must be Hagrid, for the height of the light was not one typically attainable by ordinary folk, aligning perfectly with Hagrid's towering stature, perhaps even exceeding it. Tonks gasped beside him, and Harry adjusted his glasses to see what had startled her. It became evident to him why she was shocked. For what approached was an entity that ought not to be present, especially not striding boldly within the grounds of Hogwarts. It resembled a leopard-like beast, standing as tall as an adult, adorned around its neck with a peculiar collar of spiny protrusions, sleek in form and moving with a silent grace unique to felines. More importantly, it bore two individuals upon its back, the light emanating from one of their hands. The creature ambled leisurely to the gates, and as Snape dismounted, his expression betrayed a hint of discomfort. Indeed, one could hardly blame him. Sitting atop such a formidable creature would evoke a sense of unease in anyone. Good evening, Nymphadora. Snape greeted Tonks with a nod, and with a few taps of his wand against the iron chain on the gate, it clanked open. Good evening, Severus. I was under the impression that Hagrid was to accompany him. Tonks tilted her head in confusion. Hagrid is late, Snape replied, casting a sidelong glance at Harry, who offered a sheepish smile. His thoughts drifted towards the man seated immobile atop the leopard's back. What was his connection to Professor Snape? What unique status did he hold in Voldemort's mind? Why had he turned against the Death Eaters? These questions swirled in his mind, yet when faced with this enigmatic uncle, he found himself unable to voice them. Tonks said little more. After bidding farewell, she turned towards Hogsmeade, for as one of the guards, she had many duties to attend to. Harry, however, awkwardly realized he would be riding on the back of the leopard alongside them. Observing him, Snape let out a soft chuckle. It seems our Star of Salvation desires a more grand entrance. Perhaps arriving in a flying car? Harry shook his head vigorously. suspecting that Professor Snape had indeed seen the three of them that day, as if he possessed the ability to see through their invisibility cloak. Rahel discreetly pinched Snape's arm. But Snape intertwined his fingers with Rahel's, disregarding Harry's thoughts entirely. Now one of Harry's questions finally had an answer. He could hardly wait to share this startling news with Ron and Hermione. Did Draco know of this revelation? Rahel, however, showed no inclination to converse with Harry. A sense of guilt weighed upon him for having been so distant towards the boy due to the false memories that had clouded his mind, almost rendering him unrecognizable. He had never introduced himself to Harry, even going so far as to instruct Draco to refrain from associating with young Harry in the future. Thus, the journey from the gates to the entrance hall felt unusually silent under the cloak of night. Upon entering the hall, Harry's mind, overwhelmed with chaotic thoughts, momentarily forgot his own notoriety. As he stepped inside, he felt the weight of many eyes upon him, some rising to scrutinize him, prompting him to hasten toward Ron and Hermione. Others craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the fleeting figure adorned with a barbed tail, gasping in astonishment and eliciting inquiries from their companions. This year, 3 significant personnel changes had been announced. Students welcomed a new potions master, as the former potions professor, Severus Snape, would now assume the role of the defense against the dark arts instructor. As for the final appointment, it left students agape and displeased Mr. Filch. A certain Rahel Shafiq would serve alongside Filch as the castle's caretaker for the year. This development had come without forewarning, leaving even Draco wide-eyed in surprise. The remaining students marveled at the ethereal beauty of the new caretaker, some even taking note of the large blue-green moth perched on his shoulder. In every respect, he exuded an air of incongruity. Standing beside Filch, Rahel smiled at his future colleague, yet the old caretaker responded with a stiff grunt, unyielding in his demeanor. Rahel touched his nose, pondering whether Filch had perhaps recognized him. After the dinner concluded, Professor Dumbledore approached the two, outlining their respective tasks. Rahel's responsibilities were straightforward. He was to patrol the school and, along with Filch, inspect the belongings of students heading to Hogsmeade on weekends. Filch was reluctant about this arrangement, but given Rahel's primary duties, he had no choice but to accept this colleague, albeit he resolutely refused to share his office. Rahel couldn't help but reminisce about the mischief James and Sirius had wreaked in their years. Dumbledore had offered to find Rahel a new office, but Rahel declined, insisting he had accommodations elsewhere. Chapter 65 Pre-War. He would rather share quarters with Severus. Rahel was nonetheless pleased with Dumbledore's invitation to Hogwarts to bolster security. It perhaps indicated that he was now deemed a trusted individual. Thus, he promptly immersed himself in his duties. Students soon noticed an abundance of cats around the school, most assuming they were feral. These cats were numerous, of every conceivable color, and if Professor McGonagall were to traverse among them in her animagus form, she would likely remain unrecognized. Filch, evidently incensed by the situation, had intended to establish dominance over the cats, only to suffer a humiliating defeat. In a fit of rage, he sought out Rahel, demanding an explanation, though incredulously. The cats, or rather, the cat-like creatures, were solely under Rahel's purview. Rahel, of course, addressed him with utmost politeness, explaining that the other caretaker's cats were merely causing a ruckus, which had led to this predicament. The cat-like creatures were exceptionally intelligent, capable of discerning the ill intent or moral failings of individuals. Animals, too, held this ability. This revelation left Filch in a state of furious impotence. For Rahel's creatures had committed no wrongdoing. They patrolled the school ceaselessly, posing no threat to students. The sole consequence being that students enamored with the cats often found themselves tardy to class, despite the creatures' reluctance to allow close proximity. From the cats, Rahel gleaned numerous insights. For instance, Hagrid's giant spider was reportedly unwell, appearing to be nearing the end of its days. Dumbledore was frequently absent, presumably to meet someone. Draco was diligently attempting to repair something, though progress was elusive, and Harry, it seemed, excelled in potions. This was something that hardly required the cats to inform him, as Professor Slughorn consistently invited Harry to his office for discussions, praising Harry's potion skills, which mirrored those of his mother. If only that old man knew of his past as a Death Eater, perhaps he would not be so enthusiastic towards him. Few were aware that Rahel had once been a Death Eater. He remained discreet, seldom making public appearances. Thus, it was reasonable that Professor Slughorn was unaware of his history, and he had even invited Rahel to his Christmas party, with Snape also on the guest list. "Are you not planning to attend?" Rahel inquired, swinging his legs as he sat on Snape's bed. "The old man still holds you in high regard." "No, he merely wishes for you to be more inclined to attend. Considering how often you have evaded his gatherings in the past," Snape replied, unfazed, as he corrected the jumbled essays of his students. Since Rahel's arrival, Severus had grown accustomed to conducting his work in the bedroom, effortlessly grading assignments while engaging in conversation. Whose is this? Harry's essay? Rahel leaned in, a flutter of apprehension gripping his heart. Ever since he entered the school, he had not exchanged a word with Harry, who likely remained oblivious to the guilt this uncle harbored within, longing to converse with him. Harry was preoccupied, engrossed in his studies, Quidditch training, and the lessons from Professor Dumbledore. Severus nodded, acknowledging that Harry's performance in defense against the dark arts was commendable. It was the only subject in which he achieved an outstanding in his OWLs, and his potion-making skills were also improving. Yes, thanks to your outdated textbooks. However, were the spells contained within not somewhat perilous for the students? For instance, the killing curse, which would only ignite Harry's insatiable curiosity, regardless of the label warning against its use on enemies. Noticing that Severus had finished grading and was tidying his desk, seemingly indifferent to this matter, Rahel prodded his elbow. Severus reflected on every spell he had recorded in his textbook, concluding that this particular incantation possessed the highest lethality, and waved his hand dismissively, trusting in Harry's judgment. At present, the most pressing concern was your dark mark. We cannot remove it without Voldemort's awareness. He has bestowed upon you a most unique mark. Has it caused you any pain recently? Rahel shook his head, feeling only a slight warmth. Perhaps he wished to apparate to my side, but he cannot. We have not granted him that opportunity. A glint of mischief danced in his eyes. At Severus's gesture, he obediently returned to his bed, pulling down his collar to reveal the pale nape of his neck, marked by the skull and serpent insignia. Since the connection to Voldemort could not be severed, they could only address the sensation of pain, ensuring that when the mark burned, Rahel would not suffer unduly. This, in turn, reflected a grim truth. Time had not diminished the Dark Lord's fixation on him. Rather, it had intensified. Fortunately, aside from Draco, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, no students recognized Rahel. Otherwise, his whereabouts would have been exposed long ago. As Christmas approached, Rahel finally engaged in a heartfelt conversation with Harry at Professor Slughorn's Christmas party, clarifying the circumstances surrounding his arrival. Harry was, of course, delighted to have an elder who cared for him, and they agreed to correspond through letters. Post-Christmas, the faculty's demeanor turned grave, an intangible sense of urgency enveloping them, as though an impending battle loomed. The dark nights within the castle echoed with strange sounds, evoking a sensation that something was convening. Everyone awaited a signal until Dumbledore pretended to escort Harry out of the school. They took a brief excursion before stealthily returning. When the dark mark loomed over the castle, Dumbledore and Harry raced back inside. Members of the Order of the Phoenix and faculty were locked in fierce combat with Death Eaters, and some members of Dumbledore's army had also joined the fray, as creatures of the night revealed themselves, inciting panic upon their arrival. Fenrir Greyback, the werewolf, was swiftly taken down by a venomous creature, a gaping wound in his neck causing blood to pour onto the ground. The muscular, blonde figure howled in rage, branding traitors, only to be besieged by several winged creatures, slowly collapsing as his mind faded into nothingness. The manticore initially emitted soft hums, which soon escalated into raucous laughter, suggesting it had dined well that night. All manner of magical creatures displayed their prowess, driving the Death Eaters into retreat, while the most pivotal players in this battle congregated at the Astronomy Tower. Voldemort and Nagini, Bellatrix and her sibling Death Eaters, Draco, Harry, Dumbledore, Rahel, and Severus stood in opposition. Chapter 66. The battle that seemed least like a battle. Voldemort appeared relaxed in his stance, evidently eager to speak. What a surprise, Dumbledore. Where did you venture off to this evening? His voice carried a barely perceptible tension. As Draco stood by, head bowed and tense, clearly wishing to avoid notice, Dumbledore, concealing his wand within his sleeve, maintained an air of ease. Oh, I visited a cave. Quite an amusing place, though regrettably not suitable for three. Voldemort's lips twitched involuntarily, a tumult of suspicion, anger, and fear swirling within him. Did Dumbledore know? Had his secrets, the mysteries of his immortality, been unraveled? He chuckled dryly. You clearly did not enter, did you, Dumbledore? Otherwise you would not appear so healthy. Bellatrix's fervor gradually morphed into doubt. It seemed there was a secret between Riddle and Dumbledore, a secret unknown to the Death Eaters. The sibling Death Eaters remained silent, while Nagini coiled threateningly nearby, flicking her tongue. None of that matters. I believe you have much to discuss with my young companion here? Dumbledore cheerfully redirected the topic towards Rahel. Precisely what Rahel desired. Bellatrix's voice cut through the brief silence, sharp and accusatory. Shafik, filthy traitor. How dare you show your face before the master? Her gaze bore into Rahel, venomous and fierce. Severus's hand twitched, but Rahel restrained him. Rahel, a gentle voice resonated, silencing the entirety of the space. Why flee? I thought you were lost, or perhaps dead. Yet Draco informed me you were here, frolicking beneath the very nose of this crooked-nosed tyrant, alongside your beloved. His tone remained calm, yet an icy wrath colored his expression. The commotion below gradually subsided as two figures burst into the tower, Ava and Raymond. Upon discerning the situation above, they silently aligned themselves with Voldemort, standing alongside Draco and Bellatrix. It appears my side has the upper hand, Voldemort remarked with a hint of satisfaction. Answer me, Rahel, respond to your master. Why betray him? His slitted gaze fixated on the individual across from him, a mix of inquiry and indignation, more so a rage at being toyed with. Rahel tightened his grip on the wand concealed within his sleeve, meeting Voldemort's gaze with composure. Betrayal? I have indeed betrayed some, but not you or your minions. What emboldens you to stand before me so calmly? Is it your magic? Your legion of Death Eaters? Or perhaps your audacious arrogance? Do you truly believe your sorcery will never falter? Voldemort opened his mouth, momentarily stunned. In his recollection, Rahel had always been obedient, head bowed in trust. He relished such submission. Yet now, the Rahel before him resembled a pet suddenly baring its fangs, instilling within him a sense of uncontrollable danger. He hazily realized that it was reckless and hasty to intrude upon Hogwarts tonight, yet an indescribable fury surged within him as Rahel mocked him. The once compliant figure now derided him, held him in contempt. He raised his arm, his wand aimed squarely at Severus, green light shooting forth. Rahel! What benefit lies in provoking me? Never attempt to anger the Dark Lord. His laughter rang madly, as the war atop the tower was on the verge of eruption. While Professor Trelawney desperately shuffled her cards, everything spiraling into chaos, victory, sacrifice. Almost simultaneously, Ava and Raymond swiftly dispatched the sibling Death Eaters. Draco disarmed Bellatrix and immediately rendered her unconscious, dragging her aside amidst the turmoil. The serpent lunged at Harry, only to collide with Rahel's shattering curse, splattering blood across them. Severus evaded the green light, and together with Dumbledore, confronted Voldemort. Following Nagini's demise, Voldemort shrieked, descending into madness, causing spells to fly erratically throughout the tower. Eva and Raymond hurried down the stairs with Draco and the unconscious Bella amid the chaos. Their mission had been accomplished. Dumbledore, using the surrounding columns as cover, cast spells while proclaiming, Tom, you are ultimately but a mortal. Why chase after eternal life? Severus Snape was far less courteous, seemingly intent on unleashing his pent-up fury. The diary, the golden cup, the diadem, the ring, and the basilisk. Oh, how delightful it would be to hear their cries of despair before demise. Striking at the heart before taking a life, Voldemort once again realized that his reckless foray into Hogwarts this night was a grave error. Harry Potter remained under stringent protection. He needed to split another Horcrux, for he still required a formidable weapon capable of vanquishing anyone. This was not a retreat. Rather, it was a temporary, tactical withdrawal. He mused, just as he intended to leap from the tower's opening. Harry's disarming spell surged towards him, forcing him to counter with the killing curse. Once more, golden light flickered between their wands, and both fell to the ground unconscious. For a protracted period, they remained tense, awaiting the outcome. Snape advanced and disarmed Voldemort, immobilizing him in place. Chapter 67. The First Conclusion. After a while, Harry's eyelids fluttered. He slowly opened his emerald eyes, while at the same moment, Voldemort stirred back to consciousness, only to find his breath extinguished. Snape and Rachel brought his life to an end with their own hands. Dumbledore helped Harry to his feet, a relieved smile gracing his face. Isn't it better than expected? We've won, Harry. Harry stood frozen, still grappling with the enormity of the moment. We won. Not far away. Voldemort's lifeless body lay still, forever extinguished like a mere mortal. Rachel gently stroked his hair. Indeed, it was a dire situation. I apologize for not allowing you to take action yourself. Though a pang of regret lingered in Harry's heart, it soon dissipated. Voldemort was finally dead, and the nightmare that had haunted him for years was at an end. They descended with Voldemort's body, and the majority of the school's inhabitants had gathered in the clearing, waiting. Mere seconds after their arrival, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, and the entire castle was engulfed in jubilation. No one cared how Voldemort had perished. The Savior Star and the greatest white wizard of the century had defeated him. As participants, Rachel and Snape were surrounded by faculty, and even Rachel's magical creatures rushed to them. No more sacrifices would be made. People began to celebrate this momentous occasion. The Ministry of Magic promptly took measures to apprehend Death Eaters, and those under the Imperious Curse returned to normalcy. everything flourished once more. Rachel recalled all her creatures and quietly distanced herself from the crowd with Snape, returning to his office. Severus. Rachel suddenly embraced her companion tightly. I nearly thought I was going to lose you. When that green light shot toward Snape, Rachel's heart seemed to momentarily cease. She believed it would strike her instead. Snape returned her embrace, his heart filled with tenderness. I am here always. The godfather, Draco, observed the two in a moment of stillness, relieved. It's all right, it's all right. He chuckled awkwardly and turned to leave, but Snape called him back. Come here, I have something to ask you. The two then separated. Draco shuffled back into the room, occasionally casting a pleading glance towards Rachel. Did you inform Voldemort that Rachel was part of your plan at school? To ensure he would return? He abruptly turned to Rachel. Seeing her blink and nod, Snape's expression turned to one of incredulous amusement. It seemed Mr. Shafik believed his charm was unparalleled, capable of ensnaring an entire Dark Lord. Rachel placed a finger over her mouth, signaling Draco to leave quickly. He dashed out, now free to converse openly with Harry. Snape could only glare at him with a gaze full of resentment. It's not my charm, it's his pride. His pride would not permit a pet-like being to escape his control. We merely exploited his psyche. But I knew you would never agree, so I refrained from telling you. Reckless, presumptuous, just like James. Speaking of James, they fell silent. The moments spent with James felt like yesterday, yet in the blink of an eye, everything had changed. Those who had died would not return, yet life must continue. Once everything calms down, let us visit Harry, Sirius, and the others. All right. And my parents. All right. And Aunt Eileen. All right. Chapter 68. The second conclusion. Voldemort awakened first, while Harry remained sprawled on the ground. Dumbledore felt a flicker of anxiety. This was impossible. Only a fragment could perish. What of Harry? Had he perhaps become lost? Avada Kedavra. No. A green light flashed, and a gasp escaped Rachel's lips as she lost consciousness. Voldemort. Grasping Snape's wand in confusion, realized he had taken it while Snape was distracted. As the Horcrux was destroyed, all he felt was rage and fear. When Rachel leaped in front of Snape to shield him from the green light, he sensed he had lost something forever. Did he harbor feelings for Rachel? Undoubtedly. He cherished the way she looked at him, the way she cooked for him, and the sight of her sleeping in his embrace. Did he love her? He did not know. Even in the moment of his downfall, he could not comprehend it. The killing curse rebounded back upon him, and he perished. Simultaneously, Lucius sensed his master's demise and wept uncontrollably. Rachel had left her to Snape, and she was now his house elf. At Gringotts, Rachel's vault simultaneously transferred to Snape's name. He had thought it through since graduation. If he were to die unexpectedly, everything would belong to Snape. Snape cradled Rachel's still warm body, tears soaking her collar. It was difficult to fathom that someone who had just fought alongside them was now devoid of life, transformed into a motionless, silent corpse. Harry felt numb. They had just promised to write to each other in the future. Dumbledore, his face heavy with sorrow, said, Severus, let South leave this place. We must inform his family. Snape shook his head, emitting a sound akin to a wounded beast's whimper. Rachel was laid to rest in the Shafik family cemetery, and many attended the funeral. Relatives gathered from around the globe to pay their respects to the head of the family, and the lament of beasts echoed across the sky, mourning the loss of their master. There were also those with ulterior motives seeking to claim the inheritance, only to be informed that there was already an heir. And that heir, with raven hair, returned to Hogwarts after the funeral to continue teaching. With the absence of the Great Lazy One and Severus, only Professor Snape remained. Day after day, year after year, dedicating his life to education. In the ethereal King's Cross station, Rachel encountered the frail, infantile being. It was Voldemort, an incomplete soul. She sat beside the infant as a friend, offering a smile. I don't believe I ever told you. I hate you. She did not direct her gaze at the infant, even as it whimpered. For your own selfish desires, you altered my memories, turning me against my former friends. Making me your plaything, simply because you possess such power, didn't you? Viola fled. Eva and Raymond rebelled. And Malfoy never truly pledged allegiance to you. Sometimes personal strength signifies little, does it? Thankfully it was you who came, not my Severus. I must take my leave now. You shall remain here forever. Rising to her feet, Rahel brushed off her robe and strode forward. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air from behind, resonating with an overwhelming sense of sorrow and despair. It was unclear whether it stemmed from regret over not recognizing her emotions sooner, or remorse for the fragmentation of her soul, destined to remain eternally ensnared within this boundless illusion. Extra Chapter 2, Ronan Hawke. From the moment I was born, I was aware of my uniqueness. For I possessed memories of a previous life. Before my demise, I wept bitterly for the death of Regulus, and in a single breath, I succumbed to nothingness. I was reborn as a young boy named Ronan Hawke, and for an extended period, I remained oblivious to the fact that I had entered the world of Harry Potter, and that I was part of the same generation, until I received the letter from Hogwarts, discovering that I would be attending school alongside Regulus. On the train, I found him sitting alone in a compartment, devoid of any companions. He was not of a particularly warm disposition, and our conversation was predominantly driven by my enthusiasm. Perhaps it was his first encounter with the exuberance of a peer. Upon learning of my half-blood status, he hesitated momentarily before ultimately deciding to befriend me. He was perpetually preoccupied with thoughts of his brother, yet I never witnessed him engage in conversation with him at school, for his brother had his own exclusive circle. Being a Gryffindor, he introduced me to his family, but his mother was displeased upon discovering my mixed heritage, vehemently opposing our friendship. Regulus found himself caught in the middle, torn between his loyalties, and thus we regrettably parted ways. A turning point arrived when I learned that Regulus would meet his demise due to the Horcruxes a few years later. I was determined to save him. I did not wish for his 18 years to be forever lost within that damp, dark cavern. I sought him out in advance, proposing that we escape together. As I possessed healing magic and could offer assistance if needed, he was persuaded by my words, and thus I successfully salvaged his life. However, he insisted on consuming the potion, which ultimately ravaged his body with poison, and I spent considerable time restoring his health. He implored me to help him leave home, to take the locket, and instructed Creature to remain tight-lipped. And so we departed. His mother, in her grief, descended into madness, though she gradually regained her composure thanks to Creature's comforting presence. Compared to her once vibrant self, she appeared significantly more haggard, as Creature later confided in us. I secured a position at St. Mungo's, working during the day and accompanying him at night. He could not venture outside, for in the eyes of the Dark Lord, he was already a dead man, an unsuitable figure to roam the streets. He bore a melancholic demeanor until the boy who lived vanquished the Dark Lord, granting him the freedom to walk the streets once more. Upon returning to the Black family home, we discovered that his mother had been transformed into a portrait, shrieking in agony whenever approached. Regulus's presence marked the first occasion on which this portrait shed tears. Thereafter, we settled down to recuperate. The locket remained within the house, as we had no means to destroy it. One day, a multitude of guests arrived at the old manor. Regulus's brother, Sirius Black, returned. Upon seeing Regulus, he was momentarily stunned, and their eyes locked before they embraced tightly. After a conversation, Regulus resolved to join the Order of the Phoenix, divulging every detail regarding the Horcruxes to Sirius. They found themselves at an impasse concerning the use of the old house as the Order's headquarters, and thus the matter was temporarily shelved. In 1996, I happened to be at the Ministry of Magic on errands when by chance, I rescued Regulus's brother, who had sustained serious injuries and required rest. One day, Regulus suddenly confessed his feelings for me, expressing his desire to spend his life with me, while entrusting his family's legacy to his brother. With my reservations lifted, we entered into a relationship. However, one aspect left me somewhat dissatisfied. As a black-haired individual, I found myself in a subordinate position, which was quite disheartening. Ultimately, I relented, for who was I to oppose Regulus? Extra Chapter 3, Viola. Since my rebirth, I have lived amidst a chorus of adulation. You possess beautiful silver hair. You are stunning. You learn with remarkable speed. Naturally, this is due to my status as a transmigrator. Praise is a potent intoxicant, and I may well be the most authentic example of that folly. Being a muggle-born attending Hogwarts during that era was not an astute choice, as it coincided with Voldemort's rise to power. Yet I remained unconcerned. As a transmigrator, I possessed an extensive understanding of all pertinent knowledge. What had I to fear? Upon entering the school, I quickly became a rising star, my enchanting visage and exceptional magical prowess garnering the admiration of none other than Lily Evans, who was Harry Potter's mother. Nothing could inflate my ego further, and soon I set my sights on Draco Malfoy. Did he not covet the Shafix box? What if I were to exchange it for the position of Lady Malfoy? I had never encountered any mention of Shafix lineage within the narrative. Perhaps they perished long before the plot commenced, failing to even reach the story's beginning. Rather than being buried alongside its master, it would be far more prudent to claim it for myself, thus ensuring its utility. I was expelled. I was furious. Why was I cast out for not having accomplished anything? I was merely in my first year. How could I face my parents? I had never contemplated such matters before, but now it seemed I had only one path ahead. I would join the Death Eaters, that Dark Lord. now to be referred to as master, recognized my magical abilities, despite my muggle origins, and initially assigned me significant tasks, instructing me to kill. I had never taken a life. My intention in joining the Death Eaters was solely to seek revenge against Dumbledore and that Shafik. Yet if I refrained from killing, I would face death myself. I did not wish for that fate, so I was compelled to kill incessantly, compelled to follow his commands. Fear consumed me. I sent my parents away, believing they would thrive in another country. The master ordered me to surveil Lily's parents. Lily, once my friend. I could only watch as her mother perished. I was powerless to intervene, for I could not even save myself. He would kill me. At last, the master was vanquished. He had finally disappeared and I was free. I relinquished all my wealth, narrowly avoiding the misfortune of imprisonment in Azkaban. However, this left me destitute, unable to seek out my parents, knowing the master could return. Thus, I found myself before Malfoy, hoping that my past services to him would elicit some assistance. To my dismay, he regarded me as a mere jester, informing me that if I could earn the forgiveness of his unfortunate companion, the benevolent Shafik would bestow upon me a job. I was truly famished, and with utmost sincerity, I repented, acknowledging my errors, recognizing that I had been bewitched. Miraculously, he offered me a position, albeit one that paid little and required arduous labor. Nevertheless, I could finally support myself. On the day of the Master's rebirth, I was filled with trepidation. I contemplated fleeing, but the fate of Karkaroff served as a grim reminder. I wished to live, to seek help. The master grew increasingly impatient with me, even contemplating my demise. I could only appeal to him. He was a favorite of the master, his family held great prominence, and surely he could assist me. I would offer anything he desired, even my very body. His response once again took me by surprise. He demanded that I destroy his home. It was then I realized he too sought to escape, and I could feign a desire for revenge, leading us both to destruction. This ruse deceived the master, allowing me to accompany him to New Zealand, where with the aid of his aunt, I established a new life. To my astonishment, he became my benefactor, a benefactor whom I would be forever grateful to.